Konoha Year 50. Within the Uchiha clan's Konoha Police Department training grounds in the Land of Fire, two Uchiha clansmen were engaged in a sparring match. Uchiha Schwanya held a short blade in his hand as it clashed against a kunai. When his strike was blocked, Uchiha Dawa immediately abandoned close combat, retreating a step as his hands swiftly formed seals. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A scorching fireball roared forth from Daohua's mouth, yet not the slightest trace of fear appeared in Schwanya's eyes. Reversing his grip on the blade, Schwanya used the body flicker technique to evade the great fireball in an instant, and at the same time his short sword was already resting against his opponent's neck. Seeing this, Daohua could only raise both hands and surrender. "I still can't beat you." Schwanya withdrew his short blade as the two tomos spinning in his eyes slowly faded away. "It's only because I take advantage of the Sharingan. In terms of ninjutsu, I am still inferior to you," Daohua said with a hearty voice. "The Sharingan is also an ability of our Uchiha clan. Judging from your current speed, you've probably already approached the level of senior Shursui. Lately, have you considered applying for the Jonin examination?" Schwanya shook his head without replying, yet his thoughts were already drifting far away. Indeed, Schwanya was also a transmigrator from Blue Star. In his previous life, while crossing the street, he failed at cosplaying a speed bump and was rammed by a giant truck, thus getting sent into another world and becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. While he was still studying at the Ninja Academy, the Third Great War erupted. Without the slightest suspense, he was arranged to graduate early and became one of the glorious cannon fodder on the front lines. During the Third Great War, his parents died in battle, directly triggering the awakening of his Sharingan. The parents of transmigrators are truly a high-risk profession. Perhaps because he had lived two lives, Schwanya's soul was exceptionally strong, which translated into an outstanding affinity for in release when expressed as chakra talent. This resulted in Schwanya's Sharingan being as easy to activate on the battlefield as eating or drinking water. With the slightest stimulation, his ocular power would continuously increase. By now, his eyes had already evolved to two tomo, and he could be considered a genius within the clan. Of course, Schwanya felt that this level of talent was hardly worth mentioning. Compared to Itachi, who entered the academy at 6, graduated at 7, became a chunin at 10, and joined the Umbu at 11. Schwanya, this so-called ordinary genius of the Uchiha, could only be rated as not bad. Moreover, Schwanya's talent lay primarily in release. For most elemental ninjutsu of the 5 basic nature transformations, his aptitude was exceedingly average. Of course, this so-called average meant average by Uchiha standards. With the copying ability of the Sharingan, learning ninjutsu was not difficult for Schwanya, yet anything of rank or higher still proved somewhat strenuous. In Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, however, Schwanya's talent was excellent, and combined with the body flicker technique, he could barely muster Jonin-level combat strength. Seeing that Schwanya remained silent, Daohua chose not to press him further. He knew that this friend who had grown up with him had been like this ever since his parents died. On the battlefield, he was one of those ruthless types who spoke little, and Daohua had long since grown used to it. Even if you dislike it, you still have to take the Jonin examination. The more Jonin our Uchiha have, the more the village will be forced to fear us. The Third Great War had already ended, yet the position of 4th Hokage had actually been inherited by Namikaze Minato. Because of this, the Uchiha clan, already estranged from the village, was now even more inflamed as a whole. During the war, the Uchiha had been assigned to the Water Country front, a battlefield ill-suited to their strengths, which ultimately led to devastating losses for the clan. What was even more infuriating was that in the end, the 3rd Hokage did not even provide symbolic compensation or public recognition, completely ignoring the contributions of the Uchiha. Such suppression ignited rage within the clan. The hawkish faction thoroughly overwhelmed the doves and seized the upper hand. Yet the internal rift within the Uchiha was not even the greatest problem at the moment. With full knowledge of the storyline, Schwanya understood that relations between the Uchiha and the village were now extremely strained, and that on the impending Nine-Tails night, Namikaze Minato and his wife would soon die in battle. After that, because of the Sharingan pattern in the Nine-Tails eyes, the village's suspicion would shift toward the Uchiha, turning them into a powder keg that could explode at the slightest touch. After that, the night of extermination carried out by the dutiful son wearing mourning would also descend. Not to mention that Danzo, that old schemer, was lurking in the shadows. From what Uchiha Schwanya knew alone, during the Third War, several clansmen disappeared on missions with no bodies ever found. Schwanya did not even need to guess to know that such methods were definitely Danzo's work. He even suspected that if he awakened Freedomo one day, he might likewise vanish during some mission. Schwanya merely sneered at Daohua's line of thinking. The Uchiha's current predicament lay in the fact that the clan lacked anyone who could truly stand up and speak with authority. Fugaku might have been capable. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as he showed sufficient toughness, even Danzo would not dare risk having Root annihilated by Susanoo just to launch the Night of Extermination. When others accuse you of possessing a weapon of mass destruction, it is best that you truly have one, and that you make them believe you dare to use it. Unfortunately, Fugaku was far too cowardly, retreating step by step until he drove both himself and the entire Uchiha clan to the brink of the abyss. From this, it could be seen that even if you possess a Mangekyo, as long as you are a coward, others will still dare weave their conspiracies around you. Uchiha Shwanya had even begun to consider whether he should hurry to find an opportunity to quietly slip away from Konoha in the near future. The Uchiha might be unwelcome in Konoha, but in other hidden villages their bloodline should still be highly prized. Kimogakure in particular was desperately eager for shinobi, with Kekkai Genkai willing to steal, abduct, and even rob by force to obtain powerful bloodline limits. If he defected there at this time, he might even secure a position akin to a prized breeding stallion. As a transmigrated, Shwanya felt no sense of belonging to Konoha whatsoever. If anything, because his parents' deaths might be linked to root, he would be perfectly happy to see Konoha destroyed. He had only a sliver of affection for the Uchiha who had raised him, but his voice carried little weight, and he currently lacked the strength to change the fate of the clan. Uchiha who had awakened their eyes shared a very obvious trait. Aside from death, nothing could change their convictions. In order not to sink along with the Uchiha, Shwanya had long since made his preparations. What he regretted most was that his transmigration seemed to have come without any golden cheat ability attached. Otherwise, he would be forced to slink away like a homeless dog fleeing Konoha in disgrace. Just as Shwanya was about to head back to rest, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. System loading complete. Detecting a newbie gift pack. Open now. Shwanya's footsteps halted. Excellent. Escape plans completely abandoned. Now for Hiruzen Sarutobi to dare occupy my Konoha is simply intolerable. Xian Yi silently called out in his heart in the stillness of youth. Open. Newbie gift pack activated. Reward obtained. Release chakra. Fuse it. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Xian Yi chose yes. The next instant, a sharp sting lanced through his eyes. 2 lines of blood tears slowly trickled down from the corners of his eyes. Xian Yi, are you alright? Dao was seeing Xian Yi's pained expression, hurriedly rushed over and asked anxiously. Xian Yi waved his hand, indicating for him to stay calm and not panic. A moment later, Xian Yi opened his eyes once more. In his blood-red Sharingan, 3 tomos slowly revolved. Seeing this, Dao froze for an instant, then his face lit up with delight. Xian Yi, you've awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. One had to know that even within the clan there were not many who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Including the elders of the older generation, there were only a dozen or so in total. Whether within the clan or throughout the entire shinobi world, there was a clear consensus regarding Uchiha, who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. At the very least, they were elite jonin, and very likely elite jonin capable of fighting many foes at once. In Daohua's heart, there was not the slightest trace of jealousy toward his good brother. Only heartfelt congratulations for Xian Yi's newfound strength. The moment Xian Yi recovered his sight, he felt that his vision had become even clearer, and the chakra within his body had increased significantly. As for that massive release from the newbie gift pack, he had only absorbed a portion of it. By a conservative estimate, if he fully absorbed the release and added a slight mental stimulus, he would very likely awaken the Mangekyo. Uchiha Xian Yi suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly. Perhaps it was because he had found light again at the end of a dark path, or perhaps it was merely that wild streak in his bloodline asserting itself. In any case, Xian Yi had barely awakened the 3-tomo before he let out a signature Uchiha mad laugh. Watching him, Dao did not feel there was anything wrong with such laughter. If he himself had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, he might very well be acting even more arrogant than this. Only then did Xian Yi begin to examine the various functions of his system. Newbie quest issued, promote to Jonin. Reward 1 chance at the 10,000 Worlds Lottery. Besides the quest prompt, Xian Yi also saw his personal status panel. Host Uchiha Xian Yi. Bloodline limit 3-tomo Sharingan. Chakra attributes Fire Lightning Wind. Ninjutsu Great Fireball Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Great Fire Dragon Technique. It appeared to be the type of system that issued quests and then offered lottery draws. However, the upper limit of this system should be very high, possessing the potential to draw items from beyond the Naruto world. This meant that Xian Yi's future ceiling would be even higher, perhaps even granting him the possibility of transcending dimensions. Daohua, let's go. Xian Yi waved to the utterly bewildered Daohua and spoke. Daohua paused for a moment, then subconsciously asked, where are you going? To see the elders and apply for the Jonin examination. Watching Xian Yi's departing back, Daohua was still somewhat at a loss. Hadn't he just said earlier that he had no interest in the Jonin examination? Why was he suddenly applying for it now? Had something provoked him? But seeing that Xian Yi had already gone some distance, Daohua hurriedly sprinted to catch up. The two of them soon arrived at the Uchiha compound and met the Great Elder in his office. Apart from the clan head and Konoha Police Force Chief Uchiha Fugaku, there were 3 other decision-makers within the Uchiha, 3 elders. This time the elder Shienyi had come to see was one of them, Uchiha Hakadai. For this younger clansman he held in high regard to come seeking him, Hakadai was somewhat surprised. Shienyi, what brings you to this old man today? Hakadai even poured a cup of tea for Shienyi, gesturing for him to sit and speak. Shienyi, however, did not take the offered cup of tea. Instead, he directly revealed his Threetomo Sharingan. Hakadai's hand trembled slightly mid-pour, then a flash of wild joy appeared in his eyes. There was actually yet another person in the clan who had awakened the Threetomo. Given the current situation, this was an exceptionally great boon. Elder, I have awakened the Threetomo Sharingan. I have come today to request permission to undergo the Jonin examination. Good. Hakadai uttered the word good 3 times in a row. After Shursue, a new genius had finally appeared among the younger generation. Since you have already awakened the Threetomo, I will take you to see the Hokage at once so you can participate in the Jonin examination. On the way to the Hokage Tower, Hakadai remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking to Shienyi. What do you think of the current Hokage? Shienyi replied, almost without thinking, he is a good man. Hakadai had not expected Shienyi to evaluate Minato this way. His steps even halted for a brief moment. Being called a good man was not exactly praise among shinobi. Shienyi truly did think so. Now that Namake's Minato had just taken office, Shienyi had little interest in this Hokage. Taking the Hokage's seat at the age of 20 seemed dazzling, and he had even married the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, seizing control of Konoha's most powerful weapon of war. On the surface, it appeared to be the script of a complete winner in life. Yet youth also meant a lack of political experience. The third Hokage had not truly retired, and together with Mitokado Hamura Udatain Koharu and Shimura Danzo, he still held tightly to the reins of power in Konoha. Moreover, with Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had supported him, both having left the village in succession, and Orochimaru gradually becoming disheartened and withdrawing from village affairs, Minato had essentially become a puppet pushed to the front stage. On the battlefield, Namake's Minato had indeed shown brilliantly, but in Shienyi's view, he was not suited to be Hokage. Of course, such words were not fit to be spoken aloud, not even in front of his own clan's elder. After walking for a while, Hakadai, hearing no further evaluation from Shienyi, changed the subject and asked another question. Then, what is your view of Shimura Danzo? Shienyi's answer was once again utterly straightforward. He is a petty man and one who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. And he harbors deep hostility toward our Uchiha clan. Without Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would in all likelihood never have steeled himself to eradicate the Uchiha. Hakadai nodded slightly and did not continue the topic. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke coiled thickly through the air. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat on a sofa to the side, puffing incessantly on his pipe. The pitiful little blonde sat behind the expansive desk, continuously processing documents while enduring the swirling smoke. Seeing this scene, Shienyi only felt his earlier conjecture further confirmed. This was a complete tool, Shienyi thought, and he even suspected that Namake's Minato might need Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission to deploy the Umbu. This was absolutely not a normal state of affairs. Seeing the visitors, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kindly smile. So it's Hakadai. What brings you to me today? Taking a glance at Namake's Minato, who had just looked up from behind the desk, Uchiha Hakadai said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it concerns this child's promotion to Jonin. At this moment, Shienyi also stepped forward at an appropriate distance and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Chunin Uchiha Shienyi pays his respects to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Shienyi. Uchiha Shienyi is it? I have heard of you. You are a most outstanding junior. He signaled to the Umbu beside him to bring over a file, and while leafing through it he said, if I recall correctly, Shienyi performed admirably on the battlefield and awakened the Threetomo Sharingan. Hakadai said calmly, in fact, this child has now awakened the Threetomo. After this examination, I intend to promote Shienyi to a squad captain in the police force. With the Threetomo Sharingan, if wielded properly, he would possess at least the strength of an elite Jonin. Moreover, Shienyi was so young that Hakadai believed few within the clan council would oppose such a proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, which was flipping through the file, paused for a moment without him even realizing it. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a 1,000-year-old fox, calmly turning the page while glancing at Uchiha Genya, awakening the Threetomo at such a young age. Is he another genius like Shursue? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze directed at him, the outline of Threetomo gradually emerged in Genya's eyes. Hiruzen immediately revealed a kind smile, nodding at Genya as he spoke. In that case, very well, I will grant you special permission tomorrow and arrange for your Jonin examination. Genya did not dare to be negligent, responding to Hiruzen. Thank you, Lord Third. Hiruzen noticed Jinya's politeness and the wariness in his eyes diminished somewhat, but he instinctively said, Konoha is becoming stronger because of ninjas like you and Shursui. You must understand where Konoha flourishes the fire lives on. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Again, the old theory of the will of fire, yet some truly believe in this nonsense. Seeing Hiruzen wave his hand, Hakadai tactfully led Genya out of the Hokage's office. On the way back to the clan grounds, Hakadai looked at the silent Genya and posed another question. What do you think about the situation we just witnessed? The theoretically retired third Hokage bypassed Minato and directly arranged for Genya's Jonin assessment. Moreover, from the start, Uchiha Hakadai had not asked for Minato's opinion. Clearly, the fact that this newly appointed fourth Hokage was merely a puppet had nearly become a consensus among Konoha's upper echelons. Activating his Sharingan and confirming that there were no Umbu following him, Genya thought for a moment and summarized it in a single phrase. Such a relationship is very abnormal, but considering the fourth Hokage has just taken office, this situation might also be quite normal. Hakadai nodded in appreciation, choosing not to pursue further questions. For a young person to have such insights is already quite remarkable. Once you become a Jonin, I will support you during the clan meeting, but if you want to hold more sway in the Uchiha Guard, you will need to rely on your own efforts. Hakadai did not even ask Genya if he had the confidence to pass the Jonin examination. Every Uchiha who activated their 3-Tomo Sharingan was among the best of ninjas. If he couldn't even pass the Jonin examination, it would be too embarrassing for the Uchiha. This was the pride of the Uchiha. Among those of the same rank, no one could match an awakened member of the Uchiha clan. The next day, the Jonin examination arrived as scheduled. Genya donned his gear and arrived at one of Konoha's training grounds. Genya also saw his opponent, a white-haired figure with a forehead protector covering the left eye, wearing a black mask, exuding a lazily indifferent demeanor. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi, known as the copy ninja in the shinobi world, who possessed one Sharingan and had copied thousands of jutsu. Kakashi appeared just as he did in Genya's memories. Now this genius, who had become a Jonin at the age of 12, had become disheartened after losing 2 dear friends in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Genya realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent Kakashi as the examiner for this Jonin assessment, immediately understanding his intentions. Was he trying to have Kakashi defeat him, an authentic Uchiha, to bolster Kakashi's reputation? Then today let him witness what a true Sharingan is. It is not just anyone who can transplant a Sharingan and use it well. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the audience section, seeing that both had prepared themselves, raised his hand. Now the Jonin examination for Uchiha Genya will begin. Almost the moment Hiruzen lowered his hand, Uchiha Genya and Hatake Kakashi vanished from the field simultaneously. With a sound of metal clashing, Kakashi's figure was sent retreating after a single encounter. Kakashi used body flicker technique to evade Genya's attack, throwing shuriken to disrupt Genya's movements while quickly forming hand seals. Doton Shoten no Jutsu. It seemed that knowing Genya's ninjutsu talent was rather average, Kakashi intended to wear him down from a distance. Throwing several shuriken that collided perfectly with Kakashi's, Genya approached rapidly using body flicker technique while forming hand seals, then opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of blazing flames. Katon Gokaku no Jutsu. Genya was not particularly skilled in fire release, at least compared to other Uchihas, but since his abilities had increased to Jonin level, the previous information no longer applied. Although Gokaku no Jutsu was merely a crank fire release technique, when Genya used it, it surprisingly surpassed the typical power of that rank. The rank of a ninjutsu only represents the difficulty of its cultivation, not its power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the exchange, and even the advantage taken by Uchiha Genya against Kakashi, couldn't help but squint his eyes. Another genius. If only Uchiha could have someone like Shursui, who carries the village in his heart. Why do geniuses so easily arise from the Uchiha clan? Faced with the approaching inferno, Kakashi slammed his hand onto the ground. Doton Tsuchi no Atsubo. A wall of earth engraved with a dog's head surged from the ground, blocking the Gokaku no Jutsu. Genya had always been perplexed as to why Kakashi placed such importance on ritual. With his already limited chakra, he had to endure the constant drain from using the Sharingan. Yet he still insisted on performing such artistic gestures with the earthen wall. As the Gokaku no Jutsu was blocked, Genya was not surprised and continued to rush towards Kakashi. As he neared, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbing Genya's legs. Doton Shinshu Zansho no Jutsu. Genya was immediately pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi's figure appeared alongside him. Hiruzen, witnessing this scene, revealed a gratified smile. Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, truly did not disappoint his expectations. Looking at Genya, who remained unfazed, Kakashi said, "The outcome has been decided." Yet Genya, pinned underground, revealed a strange smile. What makes you think that the one you have captured is my real body, eh? Genya suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. The pupil of Kakashi's exposed eye suddenly constricted. Oh no, it's a shadow clone. But when did he do it? He hadn't seen Genya forming hand seals at all. The shadow clone technique was developed by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama specifically to counter the Sharingan to the point where even the Sharingan could not see through it. Kakashi had no time to ponder when Genya had used the shadow clone. The exposed eye continuously scanned the surroundings, and with his strong combat intuition, Kakashi quickly positioned his ninja blade diagonally behind him for defense. As expected, Genya's figure instantly appeared, and the short blade in his hand collided once more with Kakashi's ninja blade. In that fleeting moment Kakashi turned his head, he saw the three crimson tomo in Uchiha Genya's eyes. Oh no. As a copy ninja with one Sharingan, he understood the Sharingan all too well and was aware that when fighting against an awakened Uchiha, one must never meet the opponent's gaze. However, at this moment, it was already somewhat too late for him to react. In the instant he met the gaze of the Sharingan, Kakashi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and even the chakra within him became momentarily chaotic. After all, he himself possessed a Sharingan, and due to its Mangekyo form, Kakashi had a higher resistance to Jinjutsu. As long as it wasn't a Mangekyo-level Jinjutsu like Tsukuyumi, Kakashi could still break free in a short amount of time. Upon realizing he had fallen into a Jinjutsu, Kakashi immediately began to disrupt the chakra within his body. Being an elite Jonin, Kakashi broke the Jinjutsu in just a little over a second. However, a second is often enough to determine the outcome of a battle between ninjas. Not to mention that Kakashi had hesitated just moments ago. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball flew past Kakashi's ear and struck the ground of the training field, causing a tremendous explosion. After all, this was merely an assessment, and Chuanya had no intention of killing Kakashi. Kakashi also realized this. Had Chuanya not held back earlier, the fireball could have easily taken most of his life. Looking at Chuanya before him, Kakashi's expression grew exceedingly complex. He gazed deeply at Chuanya before conceding defeat. Although he had the Sharingan and hidden cards that when used, a loss is still a loss. Many present could see that if this had been a real battlefield, Chuanya would have turned Kakashi to ash. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, yet the life and death of two elite Jonin-level ninjas had already been determined. No one felt anything was amiss. That is the nature of being a ninja. Oftentimes it is not the stronger one who survives, but the one who does not show a flaw first. A moment of disorientation can determine life and death. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. After all, he had heavily promoted the copy ninja, and yet here, he was losing to a legitimate Uchiha member during the Jonin assessment. This loss also represented the failure of all his previous calculations. A young Uchiha who had just awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan had effortlessly defeated their highly touted copy ninja Kakashi. To some extent, this was a slap in the face for them. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile towards Uchiha Hachida and said, Uchiha Chuanya did exceptionally well. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Uchiha Hachida's expression remained unchanged, and there was not even a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Chuanya. As an Uchiha who has awakened, a 3-Tomo Sharingan victory is only to be expected. Indeed, Uchiha Hachida had always firmly believed this. It was the pride of the Uchiha clan. It was not due to confidence in Chuanya as a junior, but rather confidence in the 3-Tomo Sharingan. A mere imposter with a single Sharingan who had also garnered the title of copy ninja was simply laughable. True Uchiha have always looked down upon such empty titles. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed, slightly unsure of how to respond next. In a rather foul mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately announced that Chuanya had passed the assessment to become a Jonin. After becoming a Jonin, a voice resonated in Shinya's mind. Newbie mission completed. Promoted to Jonin. Reward 1 chance for a world lottery. Would you like to use it? No. Given that they were in a public setting, no one knew in what form the items won from the lottery would appear. For safety, it was better to wait until he got home to discuss it alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated his remarks about the will of fire, then took Kakashi back. Uchiha Hachida patted Chuanya on the shoulder and earnestly said, make sure you don't forget to attend tonight's clan meeting. Chuanya casually nodded. He didn't care about such matters at all. The most important thing was to get home quickly and see what good items he could draw from the lottery. After returning to his office with Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired about Kakashi's feelings during the battle with Chuanya. Although he had observed the entire battle, there were some things that only Kakashi, who had fought Chuanya firsthand, would truly understand. After briefly summarizing his battle with Chuanya, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and began to smoke. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, if you had used your Sharingan, do you think Chuanya would have been your opponent? Kakashi had not used his Sharingan in this battle, partly due to his negligence, but also because he simply hadn't had the time. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi replied, I feel that Xuanya must have held back. He didn't use his full strength. However, I have also been training a special ninjutsu recently. It's about a 50-50 chance. Kakashi's words were already quite implicit. What he meant was that he was not confident he could defeat Xuanya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. In truth, he had already guessed that Uchiha Xuanya had used very few ninjutsu during the entire battle, yet managed to suppress the battle-hardened Kakashi in a short period. Ninjutsu doesn't require an abundance of techniques. All that matters is being able to use them at critical moments. Why is it that every generation of the Uchiha clan produces one or two exceptionally talented individuals? There's one more thing. When Xuanya met your gaze, what did you see? Sarutobi Hiruzen being the cunning old fox, he was noticed that Kakashi had been unusually silent throughout, easily linking it to the unusual things Xuanya had made him see during the Jinjutsu. As a ninja, engaging in such acts is understandable. It is common to dig into someone's grave within a Jinjutsu. The existence of Jinjutsu is meant to mess with one's mindset to induce mistakes. However, due to the nature of the Uchiha clan, this matter still cast a shadow in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, worrying that it indicated a sinister Uchiha willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. Kakashi replied. He truly didn't know how to respond, for during that moment of Jinjutsu, Xuanya had conveyed a message to him. Just as he was unsure whether to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the truth, the office door was forcefully kicked open. A figure with a cane and a bandaged head covering his right eye walked in. Danzo, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some irritation. Danzo merely grunted in response, showing no intention of changing his ways. Seeing this troublesome individual arrive, Kakashi, who wanted nothing to do with Shimura Danzo, immediately excused himself. Lord Third, I will take my leave now. He had seen such scenes many times before, each time the third Hokage and Danzo parted ways unhappily, and the dialogue was almost identical. He had no interest in watching such repetitive exchanges continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and Kakashi simply bowed to Danzo before leaving. After all, even if Shimura Danzo was not well liked, he was an advisor to the Hokage and a high-ranking figure in Konoha. Once the obstructive figure had left, Danzo's voice grew louder, almost as if he were accusing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I've heard that the Uchiha clan has produced another genius, awakening a Threedomo at such a young age. He even defeated Kakashi. When will you wake up? Such an evil bloodline should not continue to exist in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to calmly smoke his pipe. This doesn't seem to be a concern for you. Just manage your roots. Danzo grunted. You don't expect that little brat to be like Shisui, do you? Uchiha are inherently evil. We must tighten our measures of surveillance on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table with force. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Those words seemed to flip a switch, and Danzo angrily stormed out, leaving behind a parting remark. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hizashi contemplated this newly emerged Uchiha genius. Should he win him over gently like Shisui, or should he, as Danzo suggested, intensify the surveillance on the Uchiha clan? In the Hokage's office, only the sound of his continuous smoking remained. Meanwhile, back at his home, Yi closed all the doors and windows, quietly sitting on the floor. At the same time, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, start the lottery. Lottery started. The system interface suddenly flickered with countless figures, many of whom Yi recognized well, flashing by. After a moment, the flickering interface slowly came to a stop, ultimately resting on a figure that left a deep impression on Yi. Tall and graceful, with fair skin, her dark purple long hair twisted into a thick braid, the ends gradually transitioning to a soft purple lightning. With a distinct tear mole at the corner of her right eye, she wielded a dark purple lightning blade, her expression indifferent, exuding a divine aloofness and majesty. Behold the revered presence of the Raiden Shogun, Raiden Mei. Yi did not expect to draw such a heavyweight existence on his first lottery. The worldview of Teyvat inherently sets a high limit for this world, and Yi was very excited about it. It is widely known that although Raiden Mei may not be very clever, her combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Lottery completed. Selected character: the 7 Archons of the mortal world. Raiden Mei acquired artifact 1 Heart of Dreams. Yi immediately felt a tingling sensation in his chest, as if he could draw out a purple great blade at any moment. At the same time, some introduction about 1 Heart of Dreams appeared in Yi's mind. As the twin sister of Raiden Mei, the true embodying artifact of Raiden, her most powerful feat was undoubtedly the one-blade kill of the great serpent Oroba's, delivering the dreaded Void Blade. However, no matter how powerful the artifact is, it depends on who wields it. The might of 1 Heart of Dreams in the hands of Raiden and Raiden Mei is entirely different. Yi was currently in a state where he could use it, but to fully unleash the maximum power of 1 Heart of Dreams, he would likely need to pay a considerable price. He was still far inferior to Raiden. Fortunately, one Heart of Dreams had another effect, which was to gradually enhance the host's talent for thunder attribute cultivation. The stronger the host, the greater the power one Heart of Dreams can unleash. It is a bidirectional journey. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, the desire to kill arises. With the aroma of milk from the blade, Xian Yi now felt a strong urge to look for something to slice, as if everyone around him were mere targets. Xian Yi the elder asked me to remind you not to be late for the clan meeting tonight. Damn. As Uchiha Inazuma entered, he saw Xian Yi holding a blade flickering with lightning, seemingly testing a new ninjutsu. Seeing Uchiha Inazuma enter without knocking, a flash of impatience crossed Xian Yi's eyes. Could you please knock next time? Fortunately, he hadn't just pulled out one Heart of Dreams from his chest. How would he explain it to Inazuma if he had seen him draw a blade? Inazuma was a brother he grew up with, and he certainly didn't want to ruin their relationship over such a trivial matter. Sorry. Inazuma's apology lacked sincerity, primarily indicating he knew he was wrong this time, but would dare again next time. Xian Yi sighed as he looked at Inazuma, who was as slippery. After Inazuma apologized, he recalled the flickering lightning in Xian Yi's hand when he entered, curiously asking, what were you doing just now? Why not practice ninjutsu at the training ground outside? Practicing ninjutsu at home, he wasn't afraid of blowing the place up. Xian Yi casually found an excuse. I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to try a new ninjutsu. Inazuma did not ask further and took Xian Yi to the Uchiha clan ground, South He Shrine. By now, quite a few people had already arrived, and the South He Shrine was filled with hedgehog-headed reed individuals. In the Uchiha clan, as long as one could awaken their eyes, they could attend the clan meeting. However, generally, only those with 3 tomo or above or jonin level strength could speak at the meeting. Of course, not all members of the Uchiha clan were ninjas. There were many women, children, and elders. Nevertheless, even so, there were still 500 to 600 people gathered on site, all of whom were at least chunin level with awakened eyes. This was in the wake of the Uchiha suffering losses during the Third Great Ninja War. One can only imagine that during its peak, the number of Uchiha ninjas likely exceeded 1,000. Xian Yi listened to these people, each displaying signs of irritation, even discussing the unfair treatment they received from the village. Some even encountered hostility from the villagers of Konoha while patrolling normally. Such matters acted like straws, continuously intensifying the Uchiha's emotions and pushing the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha towards the abyss. The news of Xian Yi awakening the 3 tomo and successfully advancing to jonin had already spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he had directly defeated the much-debated copy ninja Kakashi, making Xian Yi a figure of pride for the Uchiha clan. Sitting a few positions away from Xian Yi was Uchiha Shursui. He was a gentle soul who rarely engaged in conflicts with anyone. Yet due to possessing a treasure and being too naive in the original story, he tragically committed suicide under Danzo's schemes. He was even branded a traitor after death, a fate that seemed most undeserved. Seemingly sensing Xian Yi's gaze, Shursui turned around and smiled, nodding at him. Xian Yi averted his eyes. Xian Yi felt a deep sense of regret for Shursui. At least he hadn't acted as a spy for Sarutobi Hizashi like Itachi, ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire Uchiha clan. Although his methods were somewhat childish, he was genuinely thinking about how to improve the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Of course, Xian Yi was also contemplating whether or not to extend a helping hand to him. Shursui had no other shortcomings, just being too naive, and his overly compassionate heart was too rampant. More importantly, his Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely dangerous and had shown the potential to alter Fugaku's consciousness. It is well known that once a compassionate person appears in one's own ranks, it can be very troubling. Soon the clan meeting officially began. The current clan leader, along with 3 elders, sat at the front beginning to discuss various topics. Xian Yi did not express any opinions on the majority of the topics, merely sitting quietly in a front row seat. Xian Yi had attended several clan meetings before. They were nothing more than repetitive speeches about Konoha's discriminatory actions against the Uchiha and various forms of targeting within the village. Even the elders began to speak freely, voicing everything they could and could not say, making the entire clan meeting lively, resembling a bustling market. In the South He Shrine, the only ones who remained silent were Uchiha Fugaku Shursui and Xian Yi on the stage. Xian Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sound of that snicker was not loud, but Fujitake clearly heard it. A trace of displeasure appeared on his usually expressionless face. He knew that Xian Yi had awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan and had defeated Kakashi, but that was not a reason to be so disdainful at the clan meeting. Of course, Fujitake could somewhat understand his current feelings. After all, the thoughts of the Uchiha clan members were often exceptionally easy to guess. Young people, upon awakening the 3 tomo Sharingan, tend to become somewhat arrogant. Uchiha Xian Yi, do you have anything to say? Fujitake, being the clan leader, silenced the entire uproar at the Nana Shrine with a single sentence, and all the members with their red eyes turned to look at Xian Yi. Glancing at Fujitake, Yi stood up unreservedly facing all the excited Uchiha members and loudly stated, "I am merely laughing. You all gather here every week for clan meetings, yet there has been no action all along. You argue day in and day out as if merely holding meetings could bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, who target our Uchiha clan." Silence. The entire Nanha shrine fell into a dead silence with everyone staring in disbelief at Uchiha Yi, who stood up and spoke such bold words, including Fujitake, who merely intended to give this young man a bit of embarrassment to teach him a lesson about respect. Yet he directly expressed something remarkable in front of everyone. Currently, the Nine-Tails chaos had not yet erupted, and the Uchiha clan's territory had not been forcibly relocated outside the village. Thus, the vast majority of the Uchiha, despite some grievances towards the village's higher-ups, were not yet at the point of a coup. Only after the Night of the Nine-Tails would Konoha's animosity towards the Uchiha reach its historical peak. It was also because the clan's territory was disgracefully moved to the outskirts of the village that voices of dissent began to arise within the Uchiha, increasing in intensity. However, to openly declare intentions to create upheaval and wish for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to die was unprecedented. Such rebellious thoughts actually came out of the mouth of Yi, a newly appointed jonin. What does he intend to do? Even the hawks within the clan felt that Uchiha Yi might be a bit too extreme. Fujitake frowned, casting an unhappy glance at the now more properly seated Hakudai. It is a good thing for the clan to awaken another pair of Threedamo Sharingan, but if it is from such an evil and extreme Uchiha, it would only tarnish the entire Uchiha clan's reputation. Hakudai also felt a sense of helplessness. He never expected Yi would speak such words at the clan meeting, especially when so many Uchiha were emotionally charged. Isn't this setting off a powder keg? He thought Yi was a smart child who understood the nuances, but it turns out he was just a hawk at heart. Shursui looked at Yi with growing concern. He had initially thought he would be an outstanding junior, only to find he was such an uncontrollable clan member. Hopefully nothing disastrous will happen. However, Yi's speech continued. Yi stood directly on his chair, looking down at all his clansmen, and loudly proclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, we Uchiha are clearly one of the two founding families of Konoha, yet we are now being targeted by the entire village. Is this our Uchiha's fault? No, it is Konoha's fault. Not only the higher-ups of Konoha, but even other ninja clans, and even civilians harbor animosity towards us in secret. Our sacrifices and contributions during the Third Great Ninja War have been deliberately concealed by the higher-ups, and even the compensation has been delayed over and over again. Can we endure this? They have all forgotten that the symbol on Konoha's forehead protectors is the shape of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Yi gradually deepened his argument, first stating the current state of the Uchiha, and then evoking their former glory. He stirred emotions, telling everyone that the world was unfair to them, that it was not their fault, but the world's fault, emphasizing not to succumb to pressure. When he spoke about the Sharingan being the design on the forehead protectors, the atmosphere among all present was ignited by Yi. Even some of the older ninjas felt tears welling up, realizing that there were still young people who remembered this. Even Fujitake and Shursui were momentarily stunned by Yi's impassioned speech, without immediately standing up to stop him from continuing to stir the emotions of their clansmen. The reason Yi acted this way was that the system had just released a new task. Detected that the host participated in the Uchiha clan meeting, released Main Quest 1 clan prestige task requirements, gain sufficient status and prestige within the Uchiha clan. Rewards and settlement will be related to the host's prestige in the Uchiha. This is considered an open-ended task. Yi could even settle this task right now. An upper ninja who has awakened the Threedamo Sharingan is rare even within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, given that the Uchiha do not care about seniority, but rather about strength, Yi, who defeated Kakashi, is second only to the clan leader and elders in status. Of course, settling the task at this time would yield minimal rewards. Thus, Yi must settle when he has achieved the highest prestige to maximize benefits. The first task reward drew the artifact Dreams and Heart, which made Yi have high expectations for the system's rewards. The best way to gain prestige is to earn the recognition of his clansmen. As everyone knows, a speech is one of the most effective and fastest ways to gain others' recognition. Therefore, Yi's speech in the Uchiha territory continued. Yi became increasingly emotional as he spoke, as if he were the anticipated protagonist in everyone's eyes. The cause of all this is the prejudice of Konoha's upper echelons against our Uchiha clan. We cannot just argue at clan meetings every day, we need to take action. Merely envying others is of no use. And all of this requires a great leader. Yi spread his arms wide, making a gesture as if embracing the sky. In that instant, perhaps due to excitement, the Sharingan in his eyes activated, revealing the shape of 3 tomos, which began to spin rapidly. At that moment, even Xian Yi himself was almost convinced by his words, his voice growing louder and more inspiring. His own heartbeat quickened, and he appeared to be in a state of exhilaration. The vast majority of the clansmen stood up at this moment, looking at the young man with anticipation, eager to know who the leader capable of leading the Uchiha and changing their situation was. And the great leader of the Uchiha clan has already appeared. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku quickly regained his composure and coughed several times. If he didn't step forward now, he would surely be completely overshadowed by Uchiha Genya. Genya glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance, and after a brief pause continued, "The one who has appeared is our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. I believe he will take action and lead our Uchiha clan to reclaim our rightful glory." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire clan grounds erupted in excitement. Applause and cheers resounded from all directions. Under Genya's inspiring speech, everyone turned their eager gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, nearly everyone present believed that Genya was a proxy for Fugaku, conveying words that he could not express himself to be delivered by a young and powerful Uchiha. Even Shursui thought the same. Shursui looked anxiously at Fugaku on the high platform, realizing he had underestimated this usually silent clan leader. "Clan leader, was your previous demeanor merely an act? Why are you revealing your sharp fangs at this moment?" Shursui recalled the abilities of his Konoha Tsukumi and began to hesitate, wondering if he should use the power of the Konoha Tsukumi to alter the clan leader's will. If this continued, he could already foresee the future of Uchiha-ku. Fugaku glared at Genya with a grim expression. If he still didn't realize he had been set up, then he truly was unfit to be clan leader. However, he never expected that at the last moment Uchiha Genya would proclaim him as the great leader of the Uchiha. Even someone as emotionally composed as Fugaku felt a flicker of pride in that brief moment. But he quickly realized that everything happening tonight must have been premeditated. Fortunately, Fugaku had a stern face. Even though he looked grim now, others interpreted it as a sign of seriousness. The crowd remained in a state of jubilation, and the Uchiha had united as one. As long as Fugaku raised his arm in call, they would rush toward the Hokage office, seize Sarutobi Hiruzen's position, drape Fugaku in the Hokage cloak, and present themselves to the daimyo. The first thing upon becoming Hokage would be to take down Shimura Danzo. Fugaku raised both hands and slowly pressed down. Sure enough, the sounds within the entire Nanga shrine were subdued under his gesture. To be honest, this feeling was quite exhilarating. Previously, he had merely played the role of a mascot in clan meetings, listening to the hawks and doves bicker. Today, he finally experienced what it meant to wield the authority of a clan leader. Fugaku pretended to cough lightly and addressed all the Uchiha. "The content of today's clan meeting is confidential. No one is to disclose anything. Once everyone returns, forget everything you have seen and heard." Upon hearing this, the Uchiha were not disappointed. Instead, they became even more enthusiastic. Strict confidentiality. Clearly, the clan leader was planning something big. Only Shursui felt increasingly anxious. His earlier thoughts grew even stronger. The Uchiha were on the verge of losing control, unsure of what to do. They also wondered if the third Hokage had any good solutions. Fugaku's assumptions weren't wrong. Everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by Genya, aimed at dragging Fugaku into the mire. Genya understood Fugaku's character, weak and lacking principles. Under his leadership, the Uchiha would only be slowly cut down, like a dull knife, marching toward the cliff of extinction. In fact, Genya believed that at least half of the blame for the Uchiha's downfall in the original story should fall on Fugaku. Even if Fugaku stood up to resist at the last moment, it wouldn't leave the Uchiha clan with only one survivor. At least some members could be saved. Because Fugaku had no opinions of his own, he only knew how to compromise. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others pressed forward precisely because they understood Fugaku's weakness, continually testing the Uchiha's limits. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others overlooked a very important fact. That is to say, Fugaku's character, which they could exploit, also meant that others could take advantage of it. Currently, Genya had not yet grown strong enough and needed someone to take the lead and draw fire away. Especially Shursui. Although the Konoha Tsukumi could only be used once in 10 years, its effect was exceedingly sinister. Directly and permanently altering a person's thoughts. What difference was that from completely erasing their original personality? Although Shizui's character was not as extreme as Itachi's, he still sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen and had to be cautious. It was precisely because of Shizui's presence that Genya had to ensure that when he stirred up trouble, he stayed out of others' sight. At the very least, there had to be someone to draw the fire. As for the system task, he didn't truly want to become the clan leader. He just needed the prestige that exceeded that of a clan leader. Fugaku was an excellent target and had the kind of personality that was easiest to manipulate. Genya could easily guess what was on his mind. Genya. After suppressing the crowd, Fugaku furrowed his brow and looked at Genya, about to scold him for acting on his own. However, the moment Genya turned his head, Fugaku's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. Because Genya's Sharingan had not yet closed, the three tomo in his eyes were still spinning wildly. Under that rapid spinning, the three tomo were showing signs of merging into one. Even blood tears began to flow from the corner of Genya's eyes. Such situations were not uncommon when the Uchiha awakened their eyes or were stimulated, causing their ocular power to surge and awaken more tomo. Such phenomena would occur. But Fugaku distinctly remembered Genya had only recently awakened his three tomo, and if he evolved further. Noticing Genya's current state, Fugaku couldn't help but take a deep breath. When the clan meeting ends, come to my office. Ultimately, Fugaku only said this in a light but firm tone. Fortunately, Genya was facing the high platform, and the attention of the clan members was mostly drawn to Fugaku. Apart from Fugaku and a few elders, hardly anyone noticed Genya's abnormality. Genya discreetly wiped away the blood tears from the corner of his eyes, and the tomo in his eyes slowly faded away. It was unclear if it was because he had said all of this that even Genya himself began to believe it. Or was it due to his emotional excitement, having completely absorbed the power of Yin release? Just moments ago, in a fit of emotion, Genya had directly activated the Sharingan, entering a higher form above the three tomo, the Mangekyo. After the clan meeting concluded, the clan members were all very excited, even displaying a sense of eagerness on their way back. Yet they all remembered the patriarch's admonition to forget everything that happened during today's clan meeting. Even those who were not enlightened kept their lips sealed. Matters are concealed through secrecy, and words can lead to defeat. Although most ninjas have low education, they understand this principle. Now the Uchiha await the best opportunity. Walking at the back, Shursui was filled with worry. He did not know where the Uchiha would head in the future, which ultimately led him to overlook the unusual behavior of Xianyi and Patriarch Fugaku. Xianyi of the Uchiha left together with the Patriarch, probably discussing some details regarding the coup. He knew that this would not bode well for the clan. Though the Uchiha are powerful, they are absolutely not a match for the entirety of Konoha. Shursui clenched his fists tightly. After much contemplation, Shursui decided to report the events of today's clan meeting to Lord Third. He believed that there must be a way to prevent the Uchiha from heading towards destruction. After awakening the Mangekyo Shien, Yi felt a surge of confidence. Previously, he needed to strategize to do some things, and even needed Fugaku to act as his shield. However, after awakening the Mangekyo Shien, Yi was convinced that there were very few people in the entire ninja world who could become his opponents. Moreover, the ocular techniques in his left and right eyes were exceptionally powerful, so it was justifiable for him to act somewhat arrogantly. At this moment, he understood why Erju awakened the Mangekyo and became so audacious, viewing others with disdain. Xianyi's mentality was quite similar now. This was something ingrained in the Uchiha bloodline, an awakening of the Mangekyo that could not be changed. The power of the Mangekyo was simply too remarkable, so remarkable that ordinary people could never surpass it, no matter how hard they tried. If the occasion were right, he would have wanted to let out an Uchiha maniacal laugh on the spot. However, he understood that the ninja world was still extremely dangerous, concealing many forces capable of causing his demise. Not to mention the Black Zetsu, who instigates every generation of Indra and Azura. The current ninja world also harbors even greater dangers, including the Otsutsuki, lurking in some unknown corner. Knowing this, Xianyi merely acted a little arrogantly before regaining his previous calmness and caution. Xianyi followed Fugaku to the office of the head of the police department. After Fugaku entered the room, he sat down in his position, looking sternly at the calm-faced young man before him. Aside from them, there was no third person present. The secret of the Mangekyo was known only to the successive clan leaders and those who truly awakened the Mangekyo. Others, even those few elders, merely thought that Xianyi's bleeding eye corner was due to a recent stimulus causing an increase in his ocular power. They did not even consider the legendary ancestor Uchiha Madara awakening the Mangekyo. In fact, awakening the Mangekyo sometimes does not depend on talent. Obito was at the bottom of the ranks in the Ninja Academy and was a mediocre fighter on the battlefield. Yet after witnessing the death of his beloved, did he not directly leap from a Tutomo to the Mangekyo level? As long as there are strong emotions, whether love or hatred, the Sharingan can be quickly stimulated and enhanced, which actually has little to do with the ninja's innate talent. At this moment, Xianyi also roughly figured it out. It should not be the power of the system shadow escape, but rather he had persuaded himself with the words he just spoke. Upon realizing this, he felt somewhat strange, even wanting to laugh. It turned out that I truly and sincerely wanted to change this world. After entering the office, Xianyi casually sat down across from Fugaku, casually picking up the teapot in front of him to pour himself a cup. For a traditionalist like Fugaku, such behavior was somewhat rude. However, guessing that Xianyi might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he forcibly suppressed his displeasure. After all, for the clan at this moment, a pair of Mangekyo is enough to change the situation. Even as the clan leader, he must show sufficient respect. One of the benefits of being in the Uchiha is the absence of any hierarchical ranking. As long as you are strong enough, you can earn the unanimous respect of everyone from top to bottom. However, Fugaku looked at the casual Xianyi, who seemed to regard him, the clan leader, with no respect, and felt a bit incredulous. In the past, every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo had experienced the blood-soaked battlefields and the pain of losing loved ones before achieving enlightenment. Of course, Xianyi had also been on the battlefield, and Fugaku would not deny Xianyi's strength and contributions to the Uchiha. However, in that passionate speech just now, Xianyi inexplicably awakened the Mangekyo. Wasn't that a bit frivolous? Such antics make those ancestors who endured hardships and lost everything to awaken the Mangekyo look foolish. Calming his mind, Fugaku could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the most critical question. What exactly are you thinking? Why incite the emotions of the clansmen? Indeed, Fugaku viewed Xianyi's actions at the clan meeting as incitement. Such behavior was quite dangerous. The Uchiha are inherently warlike and easily angered, and their prideful nature has led to poor relations with the villagers of Konoha. It could even be said that in Konoha the Uchiha were isolated and unsupported. In such circumstances, if they incite the Uchiha's sensitive nerves again, it could lead to a situation that even a pair of Mangekyo could not control. Xianyi tried the tea. Unfortunately, he himself was not particularly fond of tea, so he could not discern its quality. He only felt that it was indeed good tea, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. Putting down the teacup, Xianyi looked up seriously at Fugaku. Patriarch, before we officially begin our discussion, I would like to ask you a question. Fugaku looked at Xianyi, remaining silent. Xianyi continued. You were also a participant in the Third Great Ninja War. I want to ask you, why do wars break out? Or to rephrase the question, why did all the other 4 great ninja villages choose to invade the Land of Fire without exception aside from Konoha? This question was not difficult to answer. Fugaku answered directly without hesitation. Because the Land of Fire has the most fertile land, the other 4 ninja villages covet the land of the Land of Fire. If there is one village that does not have a claim on the land of Fire, it would probably be the Land of Water, where the Mist Village is located. The Mist Village is overseas, situated in a defensible position. Even if they seized a piece of land in the Land of Fire, they could never hold it. However, they also have their own ambitions to take a big bite, while Konoha is busy putting out fires. Therefore, fundamentally, the purpose of the other 4 great ninja villages in waging war is to plunder resources and land. Xianyi nodded, slightly acknowledging Fu Yu's words, then changed the subject to ask. As we all know, the first Hokage established the ninja village system and sealed the tailed beasts with the ultimate goal of achieving peace. So why can't we cede some land and resources to them when other ninja villages invade us in order to maintain a longer-lasting peace? A flicker of anger flashed in Fu Yu's eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with what Xianyi had said. What about after other ninja villages have absorbed the resources they obtained? They will become even stronger and then intensify their invasions of the Land of Fire. Greed is never satisfied. By then our casualties will be even more devastating. Such peace entirely built on compromise is fundamentally unreliable. Are we to expect that a wolf will stop eating once it has feasted? Fu Yu seemed to genuinely believe that Xianyi was too naive, questioning how such a pointless idea could arise. Xianyi let out a cold laugh, his tone growing frigid. So the clan leader understands this principle. If we cede 5 cities today, then 10 cities tomorrow, only to seek a night of peace. We will look around, and the enemy troops will have already arrived. Since you understand this principle, why do you continue to tolerate the probing of the Uchiha by the higher-ups of Konoha? Xianyi pointed to his own eyes and said meaningfully, Our Uchiha possess the most fertile land in the entire ninja world. And outside are a pack of tigers, leopards, and wolves. Yet as the clan leader you do nothing, not even maintaining a baseline, only continuing to compromise. Being accused of merely compromising, even a coward like Fu Yu felt a surge of anger. Then what do you suggest we do? Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan go to war against the entire Konoha? Do you have any idea how much danger that would bring to the entire Uchiha clan? Who knows, the name Uchiha might be completely erased from the ninja world. Facing Fu Yu's fury, Xianyi remained unfazed. Is this the reason you keep retreating, allowing the Konoha higher-ups to slice away at the Uchiha piece by piece? Fu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Xianyi continued, the Root and Umbu ninjas are already almost openly monitoring us around the Uchiha clan's territory. I don't need to mention which 2 individuals are represented by these people, do I? It's ridiculous that you still naively believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to trust the Uchiha. If only the Root members were outside the Uchiha clan's territory, I could understand that you were merely deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen out of helplessness. Fu Yu was truly left speechless now. The Root and Umbu members are indeed different. Experienced Konoha Jonin could discern them at a glance. No matter how much Fuyu might try, he couldn't deceive himself into thinking that those masked individuals outside were only from the Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are in a sense two sides of the same coin. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some semblance of dignity and has at least put in some effort on the surface. In contrast, Shimura Danzo doesn't even bother to pretend openly, using Root ninjas to monitor us. Xianyu's claim that he has no bottom line is not an exaggeration. When pushed to a certain extent what kind of resistance should be displayed, and to what degree one should bear their fangs or rebel Fuyu had no clear concept in his mind. He could even tolerate the leakage of the bloodline limit, making Xianyou seriously suspect that he had long been controlled by some heavenly god. If something like Kakashi's Sharingan were to happen in the Hyuga clan, regardless of whether this was a trust passed on to a close friend by someone on their deathbed, it would still have to be reclaimed, even if it meant a complete rupture with Konoha's higher-ups. Don't be misled by the fact that the Hyuga clan often maintains neutrality. They know very clearly where their bottom line lies and have made it clear to everyone. The coveting of the Byakugan bloodline limit is simply unacceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carry no weight, as there will always be a second time for such things. Today, if Kakashi has one Sharingan, tomorrow another person may also inherit a companion Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Fuyu continued, "You still haven't told me what you plan to do. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch you drag the Uchiha and Konoha into the whirlpool of civil war." Xianyou shook his head, saying something that left Fuyu somewhat perplexed. Whether the Uchiha truly intends to rebel is not the point. What matters is that we must make the Konoha higher-ups believe that we, the Uchiha, are truly pushed to a certain extent that we will indeed rebel. And we must let them believe that our rebellion will cause significant losses to Konoha. Fuyu frowned, pondering the true meaning of Xianyou's words, only to find himself unable to comprehend what he meant. Xianyou looked at Fuyu's bewildered expression and had to explain further. Whether Konoha will target us has nothing to do with whether we possess the Mangekyo Sharingan or how strong our combat power is. Since the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the Konoha higher-ups have been wary of us, not because of how many hawks we have in our clan or any radical remarks made, but because they fear the emergence of another Uchiha Madara from our clan. As long as the Sharingan exists and we have ninjas in our clan, this endless probing and exclusion will never cease. The root of it lies in our surname, in our pair of Sharingan. Do you understand it all? No matter what you do, it holds no meaning in the eyes of those who were terrified by Uchiha Madara. Just because of that one possibility, they can engage in surveillance, exclusion, or even annihilating the entire Uchiha clan in the future. Fuyu was not completely foolish. After Xianyou pointed this out, he gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were already a pair of crimson Mangekyo. This was the first time he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan in front of others. Even his wife Uchiha Mikoto had not known until now. Do you have any solutions? Surely you don't actually intend for the entire Uchiha to go to war with Konoha, right? Unintentionally, Fuyu had begun to speak to the young Xianyou with a tone of inquiry. He had to admit that Xianyou saw further and clearer than he did. In this regard, Fuyu was even inferior to this young man. Upon realizing that no matter what he did, he would never gain the recognition of Konoha's higher-ups, Fuyu felt a long-lost desire to change the current situation. Not only does the Uchiha need to change, but Konoha does too. Xianyou was right. As long as the Senju faction holds power, the Uchiha clan will never have a chance to rise. This Konoha may not necessarily have to be surnamed Senju. Xianyou's expression grew calm as he said softly, "The crux of the matter now lies in your weakness as the clan leader. You don't even put up a semblance of resistance, so it's no wonder others bully you. You are a coward. Even if you possess great martial power, others still dare to bully you. The commoners of Konoha are the best example. They bully everyone equally, only to suffer great losses during Pain's attack on the village. But if you risk your life to bite a piece of flesh from those who bully you, even if you are an ordinary person, others will think twice before acting against you." While Faye pondered the true meaning of Xianyou's words, he continued to explain, "Have you ever considered this question? You don't want to rebel because you don't want the Uchiha to be dragged to the brink of destruction. But what about Konoha? Are they not afraid that the Uchiha will drag Konoha into war? When others say you possess weapons of mass destruction, it is best if you truly do. Just like how the Konoha higher-ups are worried about another Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha must indeed have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Because Konoha currently does not have a Senju Hashirama." Xianyou gently guided him. Now that the Third Great Ninja War has just ended, Konoha is surrounded by a pack of wolves and tigers, especially Awagakure and Kimogakure. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of Konoha? Our Uchiha's combat power, including your eyes, accounts for at least 1/4, if not 1/3 of Konoha's strength. What do you think will happen if we corner the Uchiha?" Without waiting for Faye's thoughts, Xianyou asserted, Even if the Uchiha's rebellion is suppressed, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, possibly leaving it incapacitated. And at that time, the surrounding wolves and tigers will swarm in and shred the already weakened Konoha to pieces. The Uchiha indeed has no chance of defeating Konoha, but they can drag the entire Konoha down into the abyss. Hearing this, Faike was completely stunned. He had not expected that those enemies he had once encountered on the battlefield could even become allies for the Uchiha clan to change their circumstances. Yi continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen is far more cunning than you. He knows that Konoha cannot withstand a Uchiha internal conflict, so he has always used a dull knife to cut meat, probing your bottom line little by little, stepping in as a mediator when Danzo wanted to adopt radical measures. Yet you fail to see even this point. Faike took a deep breath, looking at the young man before him, who was only a few years older than his own son. He suddenly realized that he had wasted decades of his life, and he was even outshone by a young person. According to what you said, what should I do? Faike did not even realize that he was sitting upright, and he surprisingly asked for Yi opinion. Yi replied calmly, you don't have to do anything. When Konoha demands a sacrifice from our Uchiha, next time reveal your eyes at the right moment and show a very indignant expression. Then regardless of what they say, do not compromise. As long as you withstand the pressure, someone will eventually step up to mediate, most likely one of the Inuzuka Nara or Yamanaka clans. After all, the essence of politics is mutual compromise. If you do not compromise when mutual destruction is not desired, Konoha's higher-ups will definitely have to compromise first. Remember, not having a sword in hand and having a sword are not the same thing. After finishing, Yi drained his cup of tea and stood up, preparing to leave. Having already said this much, if Faike still acted like a useless lump, he should not blame Yi for cleansing the court. It's said that one does not fear divine opponents, but fears pig-like teammates. Before officially causing trouble, Uchiha Yi absolutely cannot allow unstable elements within his control. Yi did not know how strong Faike truly was, but he had great faith in his own eyes. Thinking of the power of the eyes he believed in, Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly. As Faike watched Yi departing back, he suddenly asked, just as Yi was about to cross the threshold, Yi, I haven't asked you yet, what is the ability of your Mangekyo Sharingan? Each Mangekyo Sharingan has different abilities. The vast majority of ocular techniques are average, but some are truly terrifying. The ocular techniques of the Mangekyo even surpass the threat level of Susanoo. Faike, who had also awakened the Mangekyo, felt this deeply. Because the power of Susanoo is known, and while it is powerful, it can still potentially be broken by external forces. However, the ocular techniques of the Mangekyo, it is the unknown that is truly unpredictable. Yi turned back to look at Faike and smiled lightly. Clan leader, will you let others know about your Mangekyo techniques? After saying this, Yi directly left. Watching departing figure, Faike remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a long sigh. He once again compromised with Yi and did not inquire about his Mangekyo techniques. No matter what, they are all members of the Uchiha clan. The stronger Yi is, the stronger the Uchiha will be. That will never change. And regarding Yi's earlier suggestion, he planned to find an opportunity to test it. Yi was not wrong. No matter how dire the situation, it is better than being slowly worn down by dull knives during peaceful times. On the way home, Yi was not surprised at all by Faike's decision not to pursue further questions. Faike had become accustomed to compromise. Even though he taught him how to resist during non-critical times, he would still subconsciously choose to back down. Such a character, when used well, is the best tool. Returning to his own house in the clan, Yi began to refine chakra, as usual. Although the amount of chakra in his body had significantly increased due to awakening the Mangekyo stabilizing, it had reached the strength of a Kage. However, practicing cannot be paused for a moment. Even with the help of the system, accumulating little by little during regular times is crucial. This mindset of a strong individual sometimes surpasses all external factors. With the help of the artifact Dream One Heart, Yi's efficiency in refining chakra was exceptionally high, especially in training with lightning release, where he felt a sense of ease. Therefore, Yi was even considering whether to make lightning release his primary training direction. Speaking of lightning release, one cannot help but mention Kakashi's Chidori, a technique very suitable for the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Kakashi should have completed the development of Chidori by now. At this moment in Kakashi's home, the little white-haired boy was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. During the day, he did not tell Sarutobi Hiruzen what he saw in the illusion shown to him by Schwanya. However, it was certainly not a trivial matter that could move Kakashi's heart, making it as cold as a fish that had been killed for 10 years. He couldn't help but recall the scene he saw during the day in the illusion where his father Hatake Sakumo committed seppuku in disgrace amidst the villagers' rumors. This incident left a significant psychological shadow on young Kakashi, even affecting his behavior in the future. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is worthless. This even became one of his life's creeds. Before meeting his sensei Minato and Obito and Rin, Kakashi lived like a heartless tool for completing missions, excelling in tasks from both the root and the umbu. Of course, more often than not, the ones who died by his hands were defected ninjas. Yet during the battle at the Kamui Bridge after Rin was captured, a single remark from Obito completely awakened him. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is worthless, but a ninja who does not cherish their companions is even worse than worthless. He did not know which of these two viewpoints was correct, for shortly after Obito ran into trouble and Rin died at his hands. In theory, using such psychological tactics among ninjas is not despicable. However, in the sparring between ninjas from the same village, using methods that rub salt in others' wounds is somewhat excessive. Yet Kakashi did not resent Schwanya, because at the moment the illusion was about to be dispelled, Schwanya conveyed a message to him. If you want to know the truth behind your father's suicide, come find me. Logic told Kakashi that Schwanya was merely being cryptic. Everything in the illusion was false. Since Schwanya was about the same age as him at the time of his father's suicide, he probably hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly know the truth behind his father's death? The Uchiha clan was even less likely to know, as the higher-ups in Konoha were always very wary of the Uchiha clan, often not allowing them to participate directly in many major matters. But this thought was like a seed. Once planted, it would take root and sprout, becoming difficult to eradicate. If Schwanya was just trying to be obscure and tell some baseless lies, that would be one thing. What he feared the most was that Schwanya truly knew some undisclosed secrets. Feeling somewhat restless, Kakashi got up, dressed, and strolled through the streets of Konoha under the moonlight. Before he knew it, he found himself at the Konoha Heroes Park, in front of the tombstone of his closest friend Uchiha Obito. Obito had been buried under a landslide and had even gifted him his Sharingan. After the incident, they did go back to search for Obito's body, hoping to bury him in the memorial cemetery, but they found nothing. Given Obito's injuries with half his body crushed, it was impossible for him to survive. Kakashi was certain of this. Thus, he collected Obito's belongings and buried them alongside Rin. Touching the cold tombstone, Kakashi's exposed eye once again showed confusion. He didn't know when he had developed the habit. Whenever he didn't know the answer, he would come to the grave of his former friend to pour out his heart. Obito, how wonderful it would be if you were still here. Now that the war is over, Minato Sensei has become Hokage and Kushina's child is about to be born. How great it would be if you could see this day. Now the relationship between the village and the Uchiha is becoming increasingly tense. If you were still here, you would definitely be able to mediate between the village and the Uchiha, right? Someone said he knows the truth behind my father's suicide. He is from your clan. Do you think I should meet him? Kakashi stood alone by Obito's grave, sharing many of his innermost thoughts. He said everything that needed to be said and what shouldn't be said. Kakashi usually wasn't this verbose. Finally, after realizing he had nothing more to say, Kakashi fell silent for a moment, placed flowers at Obito's grave, and as usual, turned to leave. He had made up his mind. Perhaps he could go meet Schwanya and hear what he wanted to say. Because of his close friend, he was different from most people in Konoha and harbored no prejudice against the Uchiha. The Uchiha were a clan of love, and they awakened great power due to the loss of that love. They were not inherently evil. However, if Schwanya intended to toy with him, using his father's matter, then Kakashi would definitely make him pay the price. What originally was just a simple visit to pour his heart out at a friend's grave had happened before. But after Kakashi left, something strange suddenly twisted in place. A man wearing a black cloak with red clouds and a spiral-patterned mask suddenly appeared in the spot. He merely glanced at the flowers in front of Obito's grave before shifting his gaze away. To him, Obito was already dead. The moment he witnessed Kakashi kill Rin, Obito had completely died. What remained was merely a shell of despair towards the world, longing to create a world where Rin existed. Following Obito was a strange being with half a black and half a white body. Compared to Obito's silence, the black Zetsu who possessed Obito spoke with uncontainable excitement. Obito, I didn't expect that this time we came to Konoha we would hear some incredible news. TSK Tisk, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is about to give birth. This is huge news. Back then, the seal on the Ninetales was at its loosest. If handled properly, Konoha could be destroyed at any moment. Obito snorted coldly, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Although Obito had the intention to utilize Black Zetsu, he was more cautious. Black Zetsu, finding himself boring, shrugged and was not angry. He did not possess human emotions and thus would not be provoked. Looking at the myriad lights of Konoha in the distance, a cruel expression appeared on Obito's face beneath his mask. This world is inherently so illusory. Why is it that my Rin is no longer here, yet you all can still enjoy such a peaceful life? I must create a world where Rin exists. At the Hokage building. At this time it was already late, and even Minato had gone home. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was called out of his bed by someone. He had previously instructed the Umbu that if Shui came to see him no matter how late it was they must notify him. After putting on his clothes and arriving at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shizui's figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief. The next generation of the Uchiha. If all Uchiha were like Shisui, Konoha would not have so many hidden dangers. Shisui, it's quite late for you to seek me out. There must be something important you wish to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached his desk, instinctively reaching for his pipe to take a few puffs for a boost of energy. However, as soon as he lit his pipe, Zishui's next sentence made him cough, causing tears to flow from his eyes as the smoke filled the room. Zishui immediately stated, "Third Hokage, there's a grave situation. The Uchiha clan is in an uproar, and the clan leader Fugaku has been pretending. He is actually the biggest hawk among us. Tonight he incited the emotions of the entire clan. If this isn't handled properly, a civil strife within the Uchiha could very well erupt right before our eyes." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed several times in quick succession, barely digesting this alarming news. At this moment, he couldn't care less about smoking. He tossed the pipe aside and quickly asked Zishui, "Tell me everything you know." Zishui recounted what he observed at the clan meeting, especially regarding the rise of Xianyi and how with Xianyi's support the clan leader's prestige within the Uchiha had skyrocketed. At the end of the clan meeting, Fugaku even called Xianyi aside for a private discussion, the contents of which remain unknown. However, it is likely related to the timing and specific plans for the Uchiha uprising. Upon hearing this and recalling Fugaku's behavior at the clan meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt completely stunned. Was this the same Fugaku who usually bowed and submitted, too fearful to resist the pressures facing the village? Why did he sense a hint of conspiracy in the air? There was no doubt about it. He was entirely certain. Every time Danzo prepared to stir up trouble, he would have this same premonition. Over time, it had even developed into a sixth sense. Yet Zishui's intelligence could not be false. Could it be that Fugaku truly was masquerading as a dove while being a hawk? The fact is, under Xianyi's maneuvering, the emotions of the entire Uchiha clan had been stirred up. Unsurprisingly, Fugaku's prestige had reached its peak since he became the clan leader. Following the theory that the one who benefits the most is the most suspicious, it is indeed very probable that Fugaku is the mastermind behind the scenes. Has he been playing the long game all these years? With the Third Great Ninja War just concluded, Konoha is severely weakened. To guard against counterattacks from other ninja villages, a large number of ninja are stationed at the borders. This is indeed the perfect time to initiate a coup. Fugaku believes now is the best moment to launch a coup, so he is no longer even pretending. If that is the case, one can imagine the nature and restraint of Uchiha Fugaku. Upon realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt completely awake, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. If the Uchiha ninja capable of fighting 3 opponents on the battlefield were to stage a coup within Konoha, the destructive power would be unimaginable. It is important to note that the Uchiha clan's territory has not yet been relocated to the outskirts of the village. It lies in the very heart of the village. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became entirely flustered, wishing he could summon the Konoha F4 immediately to discuss how to suppress the impending Uchiha rebellion. But before that, there was still one very important task to accomplish. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile at Zishui and said, "Zishui, the intelligence you've provided is extremely crucial. It may even prevent a large-scale chaos. You are a hero of Konoha." Zishui immediately stood upright and replied, "Wherever Konoha flies, the fire will continue to thrive. I will always remember the teachings of the third Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Zishui's shoulder with satisfaction as he watched him leave. However, once Zishui's voice faded away, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold. "Come here." With a single command, the Umbu on standby for 24 hours appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Immediately summoned the Hokage's advisors and both former Hokage to the Hokage office for a meeting. The next morning, Xianyi dressed and prepared to report to the Uchiha Guard. He still remembered that the 8th Elder had previously promised him the position of captain of a squad. The mission issued by the system required him to possess sufficient prestige within the Uchiha. He couldn't just rely on manipulating Fugaku from the shadows. He needed to step forward and accomplish something tangible. For instance, regarding the Konoha Police Department, Xianyi found it utterly bewildering that the Uchiha, who had full control of the internal policing forces and even the authority to strike first and interrogate later, had fallen to such a level where everyone wanted to attack them. Aside from Fugaku's repeated concessions, the Uchiha clan's aloof nature was also a significant reason for this situation. The power of the police department during peacetime was substantial, with high operability. As long as one is a bit flexible, they can secure many benefits for themselves. It is time to let all the troublesome citizens of Konoha know that the power of the police department can be limitless. Xianyi registered his jonin information, which had already been taken care of, allowing him to easily gain the right to form his own squad. Overall, the Konoha Police Department consists of only 8 squads, including Shinyi, all led by Uchiha Elite, who have awakened the Sharingan. Each squad manages 35 subteams with a standard configuration of 3 members per subteam, all of whom are Uchiha clansmen who have awakened their eyes, with the least of them being top tier among the chunin. The police department itself is the Uchiha's enforcement arm, gathering the elite ninja from within the clan. However, Shinya's squad currently consists of only him as the lone commander. He needs to recruit members from within the clan. Xianyu is also considering whether to bring in a Hika into his squad and make him a vice captain. His direct subordinates do not need to be exceptionally strong, but they must be trustworthy. After all, he couldn't be a lone commander while patrolling as a squad captain, could he? As for Xianyu, jumping straight from being a team leader to a squad captain, not a single member of the police department had any objections. This is because the Uchiha do not adhere to seniority. Since Xianyu has awakened the Sharingan and defeated Kakashi, to prove his strength, he is qualified to become a squad captain. Xianyu prepared to step out and familiarize himself with the operations while also getting a feel for dealing with people. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Xianyu could distinctly sense the disdain in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha when they saw the Uchiha emblem on his clothing. Xianyu would not be like other Uchiha, overly sensitive to the disdainful gazes of the villagers. To him, these Konoha citizens had never truly felt the sting of a beating. They loathed the Uchiha Police Department's interference in their lives, yet they remained oblivious to how many potential crimes the police had helped them avoid. Such disloyal attitudes are perilous, and it is time for your Uncle Xianyu to correct the misconceptions in your minds. Uchiha Xuanya held his head high amidst the disdainful gazes of the Leaf Village's citizens, a confident smile even gracing his lips. He felt no fragility and was in fact exceedingly proud. Uchiha Xuanya, that's your name, right? Suddenly, a small white-haired figure blocked his path. Upon seeing Kakashi's silhouette, Xuanya felt no surprise. Kakashi's heart carried a thorn that was always represented by 2 figures, Hatake Sakumo and Obito. Even Lin's significance in his heart paled in comparison to these 2. Kakashi had no reason not to meet him. Just as he was about to speak, Xuanya raised a hand to stop him, pointing to a nearby Ichiraku ramen stall, and asked, "Care for a bowl of ramen?" "My treat." Kakashi. He couldn't comprehend why this young Uchiha appeared so composed, as if he had him all figured out. Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, Xuanya stepped ahead and entered the Ichiraku ramen door. He addressed the chef behind the counter, saying 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Coming right up. The chef, upon receiving the new order, immediately began his work with a beaming smile. He held no prejudice against the Uchiha, including the future Ninetales Naruto. Soon 2 steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were brought to the table. Though he had eaten there many times, Xuanya had to admit that Ichiraku ramen's longevity on this street was no coincidence. As Xuanya began to enjoy his meal, Kakashi did not touch his ramen, but instead fixed his lone visible eye intensely on Xuanya. It was as if he wouldn't relent until he received a satisfactory explanation. "I suggest you eat something, otherwise after I reveal what I'm about to say you might lose your appetite for the entire day." Kakashi remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What do you want from me?" No good deed goes unpunished. Even if Uchiha Xuanya had the truth he sought, why would he share it with him? Without clarifying this point, Kakashi found it hard to trust anything Xuanya said. Xuanya snapped his fingers. "Talking to a smart person is refreshing, so I'll be blunt. I want your Chidori development scroll." Kakashi frowned. Chidori was an rank ninjutsu, highly valuable, even barely qualifying for the sealing book. He had been developing this technique to maximize its potential in conjunction with the Sharingan's superior dynamic vision. However, he had never used this technique in front of anyone. In the whole Leaf Village, there were no more than 5 people who knew he could perform Chidori. How did Xuanya know? Just as Kakashi was about to refuse, Xuanya, as if anticipating his reaction, raised his hand to interrupt his next words. "Why don't you hear me out first, and then decide whether to give it or not?" The condition of delivering information before payment was so lax, it was almost non-existent. Even if Xuanya ended up revealing the truth, he saw Kakashi could simply refuse to hand it over. Xuanya didn't seem like the type to give away such information freely. In their brief interaction, Xuanya left a profound impression on him, utilizing the chaos of his father's suicide to disrupt his mind, only to then extend an invitation. Each link in the chain was closely connected, compounded by Xinya's generous conditions that seemed almost too good to be true. Kakashi couldn't help but suspect that what Xuanya was about to reveal was his true objective, while obtaining Chidori was merely secondary. It felt like dumplings wrapped up to serve a plate of vinegar. Kakashi was unsure if he should continue listening. He feared hearing something that would throw him into disarray. Just as he hesitated, the noise of commotion suddenly erupted outside, accompanied by loud voices and sounds of destruction. Xuanya glanced at Kakashi, straightened his clothes, and said, "Apologies, it's my duty as a member of the security department. I need to handle some official business." You can take your time to think it over and give me an answer before I return. With that, Schwanya ignored Kakashi and walked out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. The commercial street was a hotspot for disputes, especially since the war had just ended. Some ninjas suffering from mental trauma from the battlefield would sometimes act out violently in public. Members of the Uchiha security department were very diligent in their duties. They rushed out the moment a wounded genin attempted to harm someone, restraining the troublemaker. However, that genin's companion was relentless, even attempting to shove the Uchiha security department members. In the past, during such incidents, members of the Uchiha security department typically explained themselves as best they could and responsibly took the offenders away to the department's prison. But this method of arresting without a word often stirred public outrage. That genin's companion was a middle-aged woman, not even a ninja, apparently his wife. Seeing the Uchiha apprehend her husband, she immediately sat down on the ground, throwing a tantrum showcasing the true nature of the Leaf Village citizens. The Uchiha are attacking people again. Is there any justice? This situation had occurred more than once. Members of the Uchiha security department always explained after apprehending someone, but the outcome was often unsatisfactory for both sides. Just as that middle-aged woman was about to rush forward and grab the security member's clothes, a cold voice cut through the crowd. Attacking the Leaf security department in public? Are you trying to rebel? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Schwanya stepped in his Sharingan, displayed, scanning everyone present. Those who caught sight of his blood-red eyes immediately lowered their heads, as if they were being gazed upon by a fierce beast. This included the middle-aged woman who had just been throwing a fit. Yet in the next moment, her embarrassment turned to rage, overpowering her fear and taking control of her mind. On what grounds do you Uchiha arrest people? Release my husband, or I will take this to Hokagesima. A cruel smile suddenly spread across Shinya's face. In broad daylight, openly threatening the Uchiha security department established by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Do you place yourself above the heroes of the Leaf, the second Hokage? As this large hat was placed down, not only did the old woman change her expression, but even the onlooking crowd collectively turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps to avoid being caught in the crossfire and splattered with blood. Some root members hidden among the crowd attempting to further incite the masses and continue tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha clan also fell silent at this moment. This Uchiha had even brought up the second Hokage. How could they dare to continue speaking? After all, the second Hokage was none other than the teacher of their superior Danzo Shimura. If they continued to slander at this point, would that not be speaking ill of Danzo's teacher? This was no longer a matter of wanting to make progress. It was a question of whether they still wanted their heads atop their shoulders. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. The old woman was now at a loss for words. Such ignorant commoners, when wronged, easily fell into their own traps out of panic, and this was exactly Xianye's intent. Xianye seized on the loophole in her words, pressing on mercilessly. You say I'm talking nonsense. Are you implying that the Uchiha police department was not established by the second Hokage? Or are you saying that our police department wronged you? You actually dare to question the policies set by the second Hokage? Do you know that the second Hokage is the highly respected teacher of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as the two advisors of the Hokage? I see that you not only disregard the second Hokage, but you have placed yourself above all of Konoha. I. Shinye's voice was exceedingly calm, even tinged with mockery. However, the old woman was already so frightened that she could not utter a word. She feared that if she continued to speak, she might reveal more flaws and be accused of even greater crimes. The surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded. The smarter ones even began to step back, eager to leave this place of trouble. Isn't it outrageous that such words could be spoken so casually? I wouldn't even dare to listen to such words, let alone the old woman who had the hat placed upon her head. She stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down her body. If not for the last shred of reason, she would have wanted to faint right on the spot. Xianye's crimson Sharingan swept over the two Uchiha police members who were stunned. What are you still standing there for? Capture this reactionary who dares to place herself above all of Konoha and intends to rebel. Xianye placed yet another label of rebellion on her. What was clearly just an ordinary street dispute had been elevated to the level of a capital crime by Xianye. Once the charge of rebellion was established, this ignorant commoner might very well find herself on the receiving end of several kunai tomorrow, deemed as a suicide. Yes, both Uchiha members, though not under Xianye's command, instinctively stood at attention under his gaze, obeying his orders. It was as if obeying Xianye was a matter of course. Even the troublemaking genin from earlier no longer bothered with her, directly stepping forward to pin the old woman down to the ground. Capturing a troublemaker on the street was entirely different from apprehending a reactionary. At this moment, she finally realized and hastily reached out to the surrounding onlookers. Help! The Uchiha police are attacking me. Someone come and rescue me. Unfortunately, at this point, not only the onlookers, but even her Jinin husband had lowered his head, trying hard to diminish his presence. He was now completely sober, and cold sweat was pouring down his entire body. To place oneself above Konoha and even dare to rebel. Either of these charges once imposed would mean peeling the skin off even a jonin, let alone for people like them. Xianyi was very pleased with the current attitude of these Konoha commoners. In his view, the Uchiha clan had previously been too lenient, giving these commoners the illusion that the Uchiha were easy to bully. Now, with the police department's heavy hand coming down, they were finally feeling what fear truly meant. Looking at the crowd, each person silent, as if frozen, trembling like quails, Xianyi suddenly felt the power of this old-school method. Xianyi waved his hand. Take this sinner who attempts to subvert Konoha back to the Uchiha police department for severe interrogation to see if she has any accomplices. Once found out, impose strict punishment immediately and show no mercy. Yes. The two Uchiha police members, like bearers of a dead dog, dragged the old woman back to the Konoha police department. To prevent her from shouting in the meantime, one of them even struck her mouth with a stick. Once in the police department's prison, they could easily make her confess to having attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. The onlookers automatically parted to create a path. No one dared to obstruct these two Uchiha officers. After all, no one wanted to be labeled as an accomplice. However, at this moment, the two Uchiha members also felt a surge of refreshing clarity. It seemed that since the establishment of the Uchiha police department, there had never been a moment as satisfying as this. That earlier one must have been the newly appointed Captain Xianyi, right? Should they report to transfer to his squad? It felt like following him would spare them the daily humiliation from these commoners. A few people in the crowd exchanged glances, sensing that something major was amiss. Clearly, in the past, the Uchiha police would never fight back or speak up in such situations. Yet today, in front of everyone, they enacted such a hard-handed display of accusations, as if completely disregarding the laws of Konoha. This matter must be reported to Danzo immediately, as it seemed the Uchiha were starting to spiral out of control. After finishing his work, Xianyi returned to a ramen shop. At this moment, his noodles had not completely cooled down. They were slightly lumpy, but the taste remained unchanged. The hand-pulled noodle uncle had witnessed the earlier scene and looked at Xianyi, who had returned to his spring-like demeanor, seeming hesitant to speak. That person merely said a few casual words. Did she really need to be thrown into prison? Moreover, judging by the woman's bloodied mouth, even if she were released afterwards, she would likely bear a lifelong psychological scar. Xianyi returned to his seat and smiled, saying, "As long as everyone abides by the law, the Uchiha Guard will be their safest haven. However, if anyone attempts to provoke the order established by the second Hokage, the Uchiha Police Department will make them understand why the Uchiha are known as the foremost clan in the ninja world, the controllers of the Konoha Police Department." The hand-pulled noodle uncle opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. He was just a ramen vendor, and as long as he did his job well, that was enough. Just as Xianyi said, the Uchiha never targeted ordinary people. Kakashi watched as Xianyi continued to slurp his noodles, showing no trace of the brutality he had just displayed. It was simply because an ordinary villager spoke out against the Uchiha security department that he would be dragged to their prison. Moreover, with such a label placed upon him, a severe punishment was inevitable. Even surviving the ordeal would be a stroke of great fortune. In truth, Kakashi had intended to intervene, but upon contemplating Xianyi's strength, he quietly took a seat instead. There were many ways to save a person, and there was no need to confront the Uchiha security department directly. "Why are you doing this? You know that villager is innocent." Kakashi finally couldn't hold back and uttered these words. Xianyi glanced at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. "I was just demonstrating to you how to properly handle rumors and slander. You wouldn't have forgotten how your father died, would you?" Kakashi clenched his fists tightly. The inner scars were touched once more, causing Kakashi to become somewhat agitated. He even suspected whether the earlier scene outside had been orchestrated by Xianyi himself. After all, how could such a coincidence occur? Just as he and Xianyi were about to discuss his father's matter, the scene of Konoha villagers opposing the Uchiha appeared outside, as if tailor-made for Kakashi. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi finally spoke. "Just say what you wish to say directly." This matter was beyond his task scope, and he would have to report it later, causing headaches for the third Hokage and his teacher Minato. As for the training scroll for Chidori, he could discern whether Uchiha Xianyi was lying. Xianyi slightly organized his thoughts and said, "I recall from the official report that the cause of Hitaki Sakomo's death was attributed to a mission failure leading to guilt and ultimately suicide, right? But have you considered that what might have driven your father to despair was not just a so-called mission failure, but rather the rumors circulating throughout Konoha?" Kakashi's exposed right eye was fixed intently on Xianyi. Xianyi smiled and continued, I recall your history is quite rich, having served both en route and the Umbu. You must have witnessed much of Konoha's darkness. So may I ask, what kind of person do you think Shimura Danzo is? Without waiting for Kakashi's answer, Xianyi chuckled and said, "Forget it, I won't tease you. Let's get straight to the conclusion. Shimura Danzo is someone who would stop at nothing to become Hokage. To achieve that goal, he would eliminate any obstacles in his path, by any means necessary. And your father, due to his remarkable achievements in battle, was even granted the title of Hokage's companion by the daimyo. You should know what that implies. Had your father lived, he would have been a strong contender for the fourth Hokage. Am I right?" At this moment, Kakashi's heart was in turmoil. If Xianyi was merely spouting nonsensical lies, Kakashi would have just shared a knowing smile. But lies do not harm. The truth is the true blade. From a motivational standpoint, Danzo had very clear reasons. No, Kakashi was now 100% convinced that the rumors that had driven his father to despair had Danzo's shadow lurking behind them. This was the brilliance of Uchiha Xianyi. Everything he had just mentioned only touched upon motives, yet provided no concrete evidence. Yet Kakashi, based on his ingrained perceptions, forcefully connected these two matters. The most skillful lies are those that are rooted in truth. What do you want me to do with this information? Assassinate Shimura Danzo. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Xianyi, his hands tightly clenched, yet he remained unaware of it. Xianyi responded with a mysterious smile. Unfortunately, you won't do that, and you can't even do it. Why? Being questioned about his abilities, Kakashi instinctively wanted to ask Xianyi why he was so certain. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen won't allow Danzo to die. Don't be too quick to deny it. Do you really think Hiruzen is unaware of Danzo's little schemes? Moreover, while Danzo may not have the best character, he is still capable. You alone could never infiltrate Root and kill him. Don't even mention the past. Even now that the fourth Hokage is in power, who holds the real authority in Konoha? As an Umbu, you should know this better than I do. Kakashi. After a long silence, Kakashi formed a few hand signs, summoned a scroll onto the table, and stood up preparing to leave. Just before leaving, Kakashi looked at Xianyi, who was still slurping noodles without a care, and inexplicably asked, "What do you want me to do with this information?" It was evident to anyone that Xianyi was trying to sow discord between Kakashi and the higher-ups of Konoha, yet Kakashi found himself unable to deny every word he said. But he still wanted to know Xianyi's purpose in doing this. Xianyi smiled and said, "Because you hold value for alliance, and we share common enemies." Kakashi's bowl of noodles remained untouched, and Xianyi silently lamented the waste of food. He wanted to see what kind of face Kakashi was hiding beneath that mask. He casually pulled the ramen in front of Kakashi closer, not minding that it hadn't been touched by anyone else. Xianyi did not expect that a mere verbal maneuver would sway Kakashi to his side, but as long as he planted a seed in his heart, that would be enough. After all, it was just a casual play, and acquiring an rank ninjutsu training scroll for free was a win-win situation. After finishing the ramen, Xianyi placed the money under the bowl, and then carried the scroll Kakashi had given him, studying it while walking back to his clan. The Chidori technique is actually very suitable for the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha are renowned for their fire release, many of their members inherently possess lightning release as well. Though the cultivation threshold is quite high, once mastered, it can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness and survivability of the Uchiha clan. If used well, the Chidori technique can break through in dire situations with great potential for rapid advancement. Next time, I need to find a way to buy the copyright for this technique back from Kakashi. Even though the technique is already in my possession, Kakashi still holds value for future uses. It's better to refrain from widely spreading the Chidori without his consent. Immersed in the rank ninjutsu of Chidori, Xianyi took a moment to ponder another matter. Based on the efficiency of Root and the Umbu, the incident that occurred today has probably already been placed on the desks of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Right? When it comes to dealing with the Uchiha, please do not let me down. Only with sufficient external pressure can he more quickly unite the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. The incident of Schwanya publicly convicting an ordinary villager from Konoha and even taking her to the Uchiha security department spread throughout Konoha like a whirlwind. There was still no movement from the Umbu, and Fugaku stormed into Xianya's office in a fit of rage. He couldn't even wait to summon Schwanya. A rare expression of frustration appeared on his usually stoic face. "Uchiha Schwanya." Fugaku shouted Xianya's full name in anger. Schwanya remained seated behind his desk, his expression unchanged. "I'm right here, clan leader. You don't need to shout so loudly." Seeing Xianya's nonchalant demeanor, Fugaku took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger. "What exactly do you want to do? Do you even realize that your actions will make the entire Uchiha security department the target of everyone's ire in Konoha?" Schwanya leisurely took a sip of tea and replied, as if not doing this would mean that the security department know that the Uchiha clan is not already the target of Konoha's disdain. Fugaku was momentarily at a loss for words, struck dumb by Shinya's statement. But soon he regained his composure and shouted, "That's no excuse for your reckless behavior. You must give me a reasonable explanation today." Hearing Fugaku say this, Schwanya knew that his objective had been achieved. Fugaku was only asking for a reasonable explanation with no intention of punishment. In other words, if Schwanya could provide a convincing reason, Fugaku would compromise. Compromising personalities are indeed easy to handle. Schwanya set down his teacup and slowly said, "I won't go into the details of the past, but have you thought about the excuse I used to capture that villager from Konoha?" Fugaku frowned and quickly recalled the information relayed by his subordinates. "Are you referring to the second Hokage?" If there was one aspect of Shinya's reasoning that left him perplexed, it was that throughout his enforcement, Schwanya had been emphasizing that the Uchiha Security Department was established by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama and adhered to his will. Within the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobarama's reputation was quite poor, as it was from his era that the oppression of the Uchiha clan began, a trend that continued to this day. Even the current upper echelons of Konoha are composed of Tobarama's disciples. The Uchiha clan harbors great dissatisfaction towards Tobarama to the extent that they rarely mention his name. Are you trying to exploit the identity of the second Hokage? But the second Hokage is dead and has been for quite some time. Now it's the third and fourth Hokages who share power. Fugaku's eyes flashed with disappointment, feeling that Shinya's political awareness was rather naive. Was he really too young? Schwanya revealed a meaningful smile. "You are mistaken. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Because the dead cannot speak or defend themselves, we can embellish as we please." Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine under Shinya's gaze. What did that mean? Why are dead people more useful than living ones? Although it was the height of summer, Fugaku felt an inexplicable chill. Just as he was about to continue questioning, a hurried Uchiha member rushed in and said to Fugaku, "Clan leader, the third Hokage has come to the security department. He says he wants to seek justice for the innocent villagers who suffered at the hands of the Uchihas." Fugaku's temple throbbed as his expression conveyed everything. "It's all your fault for stirring up trouble." But at that moment, Schwanya stepped forward. "Clan leader, today I will show you that the power of the security department can be limitless." Watching Shinya's spirited back, Fugaku let out a deep sigh. At his age, to have awakened the Sharingan, his youthful exuberance was understandable. Almost all of the Uchiha clan members who understood their current situation were trying their best to make an effort. But politics is not that simple. It might be good for Schwanya to face some setbacks. Hopefully he would learn a lesson. After all, Schwanya was a member of the Uchiha clan, and he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, making him one of the clan's trump cards. No matter what, he had to be protected. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly believe his ears after receiving the Umbu's report. When did the Uchiha clan become so bold? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought they have guts. What happened to those Uchihas who were once scorned by the villagers, who were misunderstood, yet proudly refused to explain themselves? What happened to the Uchihas who had previously disdained their teacher? Why was there now an Uchiha claiming to act under the banner of Senju Tobarama? Of course, after understanding the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought of a way to suppress the Uchihas, while simultaneously elevating his own reputation. That was to personally visit and seek justice for the wronged villager. By rescuing the villager himself, and subsequently manipulating public opinion and hype, the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha would instantly become one that everyone reviled. Sarutobi Hiruzen did exactly that. After arriving at the security department, he didn't even enter, but stood outside with his hands behind his back. He intended to stand there until Fugaku invited him in, testing whose patience would wear thin first. However, before Fugaku showed up, a young Uchiha walked out. "Oh, isn't this the third Hokage? Why aren't you resting at home after retirement? What brings you here?" Shinya's words immediately caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. He recognized this young Uchiha. Just recently, he had defeated Kakashi and become a jonin. However, he wasn't here to argue, and squabbling with a junior would be beneath his dignity. Casting a sidelong glance at this impolite junior, Sarutobi Hiruzen grunted. Truly, this Uchiha brat was born with a wicked nature, so lacking in manners. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed disinclined to engage with him, Schwanya shrugged helplessly and then instructed Inuzuka beside him, "Dispose of the body of the executed criminal and announce the charges of rebellion to all of Konoha." Shinya's words completely caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. "What did you say?" Schwanya feigned surprise, saying, "Is the third Hokage still unaware?" Under the enlightened leadership of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the security department, from Minister Fugaku down, has always upheld the principle of maintaining fairness and justice in Konoha. Just now, there was a suspected foreign spy who attacked the security department in public. According to Konoha's laws, he was sentenced to death for espionage without trial, and execution was immediate. If the third Hokage intends to take this spy away for interrogation, then you'll be disappointed. Because you can't take him away, you can only have him carried out. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xianyi. Who gave you Uchiha the authority to openly arrest people on the street and execute them without trial? Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the seasoned veteran, he knew that once the person could not be saved, he had to find a way to smear Uchiha's reputation. One of his two goals had to be achieved. Xianyi's tone became a bit cooler. Please mind your words, third Hokage, it is not Uchiha, but the security department. As for who granted the security department its power, it was of course the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Back when the second Hokage was still alive, he had kindly told the members of the security department maintaining the peace and order of Konoha relies on you. That vibrant and flourishing realm is still vivid in my eyes. As a bearer of the will of fire, I must certainly implement his policies. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost laughing out of anger. My teacher never said such things, on the contrary. Suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came to a halt. Xianyi felt a bit disappointed. The old fox truly lived up to his reputation. Some things are better left unsaid, and some actions are best not mentioned. While it was widely acknowledged that Konoha's higher-ups were wary of the Uchiha clan, it did not mean that such matters could be casually mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once spoken, the entire Uchiha would know of Konoha's schemes, and even someone as outstanding as Shisui might not stand on the same side as him. Ultimately, Shisui's goal was not for Konoha, but for Uchiha. He was not like Itachi, he fundamentally stood with his clan. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately broke out into a cold sweat. The disdain he had for the younger generation was gone when he looked at Xianyi. It was terrifying. He had almost fallen into a trap of his own making. It seemed that Xianyi had never fallen into his verbal traps and had clearly distinguished between Uchiha and the security department. The two are not the same concept. If the Uchiha clan were to arbitrarily arrest people on the street, it would be an act of arrogance indicative of an inherently evil clan. However, if it were the security department, they could at most be labeled as exercising violent enforcement, and even that label might not stick. The security department was originally a department of violence, with the Umbu only having the authority to investigate and summon the security department, but not to enforce law. I will not argue with someone like you. Bring Uchiha Fugaku out. Realizing he might not be able to match Xianyi in words, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively proposed a change of opponent. Though young Xianyi was very cunning and adept at framing arguments, making him much harder to deal with than Fugaku, who only knew how to compromise. At this moment, Fugaku approached, having witnessed the entire process, standing silently behind Xianyi with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Fugaku's attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he was there to support Xianyi. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. What do you Uchiha intend to do? He did not directly say the word rebellion, but Fugaku understood his meaning. Surprisingly, Fugaku, who usually tried to dodge the topic and made certain concessions, became uncharacteristically tough at this moment. Knowing that Konoha also feared Uchiha rebellion, Fugaku spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a firmness. He remembered Xianyi's words at times like this, just staring at the opponent in silence and acting mysterious was enough. Fugaku was once known as Fugaku the Fierce Eyes. Although somewhat exaggerated, the killing intent honed on the battlefield was undeniable. Under the gaze of Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo, Sarutobi Hiruzen gulped. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already in decline, Fugaku was in the prime of a ninja's life. Moreover, his title was genuinely earned from the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted not bringing the Umbu along and rushing into Uchiha's territory alone. What if Fugaku had a moment of madness? Wouldn't this old bone of his be finished here? Fugaku, calm down. Let's sit down and talk things over. In the end, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who first couldn't bear the pressure and made some concessions. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xianyi, whose expression remained unchanged, seemingly confident. Fugaku had to admit that Xianyi's approach was indeed very correct. Properly showing one's fangs could really teach some potential opponents to learn how to speak properly. Putting everything else aside, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, as if facing a great enemy, and making the first concession, Fugaku felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Xianyi, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen given a step, immediately struck while the iron was hot, stating, "The second Hokage entrusted this important department of Konoha's security department to us Uchiha, which is a trust in our Uchiha clan. How could it be that in under 20 years, someone dared to question the fairness of Konoha's security department to our faces? This is not pressure on the security department, it is a blatant slap in the face to the second Hokage." Xianyi spoke of the security department and the second Hokage in one breath, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to even respond. Ninja is a profession that places great importance on lineage. If he missteps in his words, and Uchiha Xianyi directly twists them into dissatisfaction with his teacher, would his hard-earned reputation be ruined? Xianyi continued his output. He looked meaningfully at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with a half-smile, "Everything the security department does is for the village." At this statement, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Fugaku couldn't help but turn to glance at Xianyi. How could you speak with such concealed anger? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched at this moment. He wished he could return and beat Danzo senseless. Who told you to always spout such words? Even the wicked Uchiha have learned this trick. If the powerful Uchiha clan had no limits like Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself breaking out in a cold sweat unconsciously. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen startled like this, Xianyi's lips curled up as he continued. Regardless, that spy has already confessed, and the process has been completed. I wonder if the third Hokage has any further instructions. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely frustrated. He had been schooled by a younger generation to the point he didn't know how to respond. Indeed, the person was already dead, so saying more was futile. However, he remembered the humiliation of today and vowed to repay it doubly in the future. With a forced smile resembling a chrysanthemum, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Now that everything is clear, it couldn't be better. However, next time we must have sufficient evidence to apprehend someone, otherwise public opinion will be difficult to control. After all, you wouldn't want to see the Uchiha clan being hated and ostracized by the villagers of Konoha, would you?" Xianyi displayed a look of mild surprise. Isn't managing public opinion something the fourth Hokage should consider? Our Konoha Police Department is only responsible for arresting and convicting individuals. Even if you are the former Hokage, you shouldn't meddle in matters that the fourth Hokage should handle right. At this moment, even Fugaku looked at Xianyi with shock. Do you really want to make an issue out of this? As expected, upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned dangerous. Xianyi was essentially pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose, accusing him of standing in a latrine without doing his business. Even a mud person would have some anger, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been in charge of Konoha for over a decade. Of course, this is the police department, and there are only the three of us here. You don't need to worry about those words reaching others. Xianyi's statement served as a warning. The implication in his words was quite clear. The Uchiha clan did not need to curry favor with him. They had another powerful ally to rely on. Although Namikaze Minato took the Hokage position from Uchiha Fugaku, to be fair, Minato was a trustworthy person. At least it was much better than being associated with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. With the support of the Uchiha clan, the strongest clan in Konoha, it was hard to say whether Minato could still be under the firm control of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the past, the Uchiha clan had never considered this path because of face. But that didn't mean they didn't have this option available. After giving Xianyi a deep look, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Fugaku. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan has produced an excellent member. Fugaku did not respond at all, continuing to glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his fierce eyes. By this point, there was no need to continue the discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his sleeve and left, needing to think carefully about how to deal with Xianyi, who was a completely different Uchiha. This young man was well-versed in the rules, and when he spoke, he immediately placed a hat on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head without hesitation. Who could withstand that? As the saying goes, first you put on the hat, then you choose sides. This was originally a specialty of the Hokage factions. However, when it happened to him one day, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, an indescribable feeling of suffocation. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Fugaku immediately brought Xianyi to his office without saying a word. The office of the police department chief was surrounded by defensive barriers, effectively protecting against various sensing ninjutsu and Byakugan probing. Discussing matters here ensured absolute security. Closing the door, Fugaku hurriedly said, "Did you really kill that person?" Xianyi almost spat out his tea. He had anticipated many questions from Fugaku, but he never thought he would ask such an inconsequential question. "I brought him back and then burned him to ashes, and no matter how fast I act, I can't be that quick." Of course, Xianyi was saying that he hadn't killed anyone at that moment, but it didn't mean that the troublesome individual who attacked the Konoha Police Department would have a good ending. Seemingly aware that he had just asked a foolish question, Fugaku changed his tone and asked, "What exactly do you want to achieve? Can you give me a clear answer?" At this moment, Fugaku finally realized that he had been set up. Yesterday, Xianyi had just told him how to deal with the Konoha high-ups questioning, and the very next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen came knocking. The reason was no surprise. It was Xianyi causing trouble outside, and that kind of convoluted statement clearly seemed designed to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Xianyi said calmly, "Clan leader, let me ask you a question." Fugaku nodded helplessly. Xianyi was good at everything, but he just loved to answer questions with questions. Each time, Fugaku felt like a student sitting upright. "I am the clan leader. Why do you completely lack any respect for me?" As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fugaku couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he felt Xianyi didn't regard him as the Hokage at all. Xianyi asked lightly, Do you think the existence of the police department is a good thing or a bad thing for the Uchiha clan? Without waiting for Fugaku to answer, Yi answered himself. Due to the work of the police department, all the elites of the Uchiha clan are working internally in Konoha. Besides their primary duties, the majority of the tasks they take on are merely crank or drank missions, in other words, low-value commissions. Although the village allocates funding for the police department compared to other ninjas of the same level, in Konoha the money our Uchiha clan's powerful ninjas earn is much less. In comparison to other major ninja villages, our Uchiha clan's average earning level is in fact quite low. Fugaku did not understand why Yi had directly shifted the topic to money. Is money really that important? Yi looked at Fugaku, who had a clear expression of confusion. You are the clan leader, not managing the household. How would you know the high costs of daily necessities? What aspect of being a ninja doesn't require money? With money one can afford better recovery baths, heal training-related injuries, and even buy better ninja tools and scrolls or summon beasts. If the price is right, we can also purchase the inherited ninjutsu of other families. Being a ninja is like a bottomless pit. Aside from bloodline limits and a few exceptional geniuses, almost the more money you invest, the more power you can gain. Money isn't everything, but for a big clan, being broke is absolutely unacceptable. Without money, more ninjas can't be trained. Without ninjas, commissions can't be earned. This could lead to a vicious cycle. Fugaku had been away from the struggles of the common people for too long. Didn't he see that in Sunagakure, due to a lack of funds, they could only pursue a more elite training approach for ninjas? Did they enjoy training elites? It was merely because they were forced into a corner. If they could saturate the field, who would wish to strike at specific targets? After being criticized by Yi for not understanding the importance of money, Fugaku began to reflect. Indeed, their clan had always been led by the clan leader and had never considered the matter of money while training since childhood. After training, they used only the best recovery baths for relaxation and recovery, and there were even dedicated people to serve them. Ninjutsu, ninja tools, and training equipment were never lacking. To put it bluntly, Fugaku had hardly ever worried about money from his childhood to adulthood. Yi had not finished speaking. I have reviewed the situation of the family ninjas over the past decade. Leaving aside the top-tier strength, even without considering the wars, our Uchiha clan's mid to lower-tier strength has been in a declining trend these years. If it weren't for the ancestral lands supporting us, our Uchiha clan might even face a significant decline in strength, leading to a potential gap in our capabilities. Then are you saying that the security department is actually a burden? Fujita couldn't help but ask. Yes, Yi shifted his tone, but not entirely. I must say, handing the security department over to the Uchiha to manage was indeed a brilliant move by Senju Tobarama. The work of the security department confines the Uchiha to patrolling within Konoha, engaging in low-value tasks like catching cats and walking dogs. During the Great Ninja War, the Uchiha were sent out as cannon fodder, effectively consuming the Uchiha's available combat power. However, there were no commissions during the Great Ninja War. At most, the family members received some compensation. They couldn't earn money on ordinary days, and when it came to the actual war, they were only there to fill the lines and risk their lives. Moreover, the work of the security department inherently offends people. The Uchiha status in the village can be imagined. In theory, violent departments like the security department should not be monopolized by one clan, as that would lead to very dangerous situations. Yet Senju Tobarama did just that. The purpose of this move was to keep the Uchiha clan in a state of decline for a long time. Starved, but not dead, unable to grow, thus naturally posing no threat to Konoha. It's just that his few disciples misunderstood his intentions, forcing the entire Uchiha towards rebellion. The Uchiha were restrained enough, but if a hawkish elder were to take power, just watch how these reedy people would react after being suppressed for so long. The reason he said yes and no was that within the jurisdiction of the security department, it would be incredibly simple to extract benefits. There wouldn't even be a need for bribery. With Yi around, the troublesome citizens of Konoha would soon understand what it means for the power of the security department to be limitless. Seeing that Yi was being cryptic again, Fujita suppressed his impulse to hit him and said, "Speak clearly. What do you mean by yes and no?" The boundaries of the security department's power are extremely vague. To summarize it in one sentence. What sentence? Fujita's curiosity was piqued. First strike, then report as permitted by the second Hokage. As soon as these words were spoken, Fujita felt as if a door of inspiration had been opened, leaving him completely stunned. Though he couldn't understand it fully, after pondering it carefully, he felt that Yi's words made a lot of sense and carried great weight. Yi quietly stated, "The security department is the security department, and the Uchiha is the Uchiha." Because the security department was established under the second Hokage's supervision, theoretically any mishap can be blamed on that second Hokage. Are they really going to dig up the deceased second Hokage and have him speak? Although there is indeed a technique that can achieve this, it is highly likely that Orochimaru had not yet perfected it at this time. Even if it were perfected and Senju Tobarama were dug up Shien, you would still find a way to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen from a moral high ground. You even dug up your teacher's grave. Are you still human? In a nutshell, as long as I have no morals, others cannot stand on a moral high ground to point fingers at him. Shien Yi paused for a moment and continued. We don't need the Uchiha to be recognized by the villagers, we just need the security department to be viewed with more hostility by Konoha. Fujitake carefully contemplated the words Shien Yi had just spoken and after a moment said, You want to sever the connection between the Uchiha and the security department. Shien Yi nodded, but not right now. I have plans, but it will take some time to execute them. Because a department that is hated like the security department is better off with a few more clans to share the blame. The Inuzuka clan would be a good choice. If we encounter those troublemakers in the future, we can let the dogs bite them, and then later brush it off by saying that the ninja dogs haven't yet developed intelligence, or simply claim they are newly recruited ninja dogs. Let's see if they dare to act up next time. Fujitake fell silent. Setting aside whether Shien Yi's last remark about recruiting the Inuzuka clan was a joke, he could also discern the meaning behind Shien Yi's words. You want the power of the security department. Fujitake was not someone who craved power. If it meant freeing the Uchiha from its current predicament, he wouldn't be unwilling to let go of the position of security department head. Shien Yi nodded. To be honest, managing the entire internal police organization of Konoha alone, it was quite something that Fujitake had managed to bring the Uchiha to a state where everyone in Konoha was shouting to hunt them down. In Shien Yi's eyes, there was absolutely no room for troublesome citizens of Konoha. Alright, I can fully delegate the power of the security department to you, but the formal appointment may have to wait until the Jonin conference. Fujitake still did not know what Shien Yi truly intended. If he had guessed his thoughts, he surely wouldn't have handed over the power of the security department so easily, right? Although the heads of the security department were traditionally from the Uchiha clan, there should be a process. It cannot be decided just by your say-so. Shien Yi shook his head and said, They won't agree to it. The reasons are merely a few. But that isn't important. Oh, I only need substantial power. Their appointment or not is inconsequential. The security department was entirely entrusted to us Uchiha by the second Hokage. His few disciples have no right to interfere. Shien Yi and Fujitake exchanged glances, both revealing a knowing smile. When Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage's office, he was unusually furious. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen enter and throw his water cup on the floor, Namake's Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes. What happened, third Hokage? Why so angry? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak when he suddenly felt a surge of embarrassment wash over his face. Namake's Minato was his disciple's disciple. How could he display such a helpless rage in front of a younger generation? Not to mention that he had embarrassed himself in the security department. Yet people often fear what they don't want to face. The door to the Hokage's office was kicked open again, and Shimura Danzo strode in with an indifferent attitude. Seeing the appearance of this elder, Namake's Minato felt very helpless and could only bury himself in a pile of documents pretending to be busy. He wasn't afraid of Shimura Danzo, it was just that he wouldn't listen to him anyway, so it was better not to say anything. To be honest, being the Hokage was quite frustrating, especially with Sarutobi Hiruzen above him. It was even worse when Shimura Danzo, as his assistant, sometimes ignored him. If even the Hokage's assistant could not be summoned, what kind of Hokage was this? If it weren't for his unwavering sense of responsibility driving him, Minato Namake's would have long since wanted to throw in the towel. As soon as Shimura Danzo entered the Hokage's office, he pointed his finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen, berating him. Hiruzen frowned, asking, Where did you hear that? The incident took place in front of the security department, with only the three of them present. It should have been impossible for it to leak out. Danzo's hands trembled with anger as he continued, The announcement from the Uchiha has already been made. The villager who was taken away in broad daylight has been officially labeled a rebel, and you as Hokage have confirmed this. Are you still saying this is not your fault? Hearing this, Hiruzen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. That evil Uchiha. How could they be so sinister? Just after he left, the security department issued an announcement. In the eyes of some, what difference was there between this and him ordering the Uchiha to frame innocent villagers? Danzo looked at Hiruzen's expression and sneered. All of this is because you are too cowardly, which has allowed the Uchiha to become this arrogant. They dare to casually label a civilian a rebel today. Tomorrow, they will brazenly surround the Hokage building. Hiruzen, you absolutely cannot continue to indulge them like this. The Uchiha must pay for their actions. Hiruzen, already in a foul mood, was pushed by Danzo's words to recall the taunts from Genya when he was at the security department. If I can't handle the Uchiha, how can I handle you, Shimura Danzo? Hiruzen immediately unleashed all his anger on Danzo. Enough! Danzo, I am the Hokage. A certain little son hiding behind the desk thought, Isn't the Hokage supposed to be him? Forget it, whoever wants to be Hokage can take the position. It's just too suffocating. Danzo snorted heavily and stormed out. Hiruzen, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this. It seemed that due to Hiruzen's outburst, Danzo repeated that he would regret it twice before forcefully slamming the door. As expected, the Hokage quickly summoned Fugaku, and the Umbu's message was very stern, implying that he would be held accountable. Genya followed along. Although he had already informed Fugaku of what to do, he still worried that Fugaku might falter at a critical moment. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was nowhere to be found, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who had bandages wrapped around his head, waiting inside. Perhaps the little son also felt that the atmosphere was too oppressive and went to accompany his wife on maternity leave. Seeing these two old fellows appear together, Genya knew that today's matter likely wouldn't end well. Sure enough, as soon as Fugaku entered the Hokage's office, Danzo stood up and pointed at Fugaku, questioning, "Uchiha Fugaku, what exactly do you want? The Uchiha clan has been very active lately. Are you evil Uchiha planning to betray the village?" Danzo immediately placed a huge accusation on the entire Uchiha clan. In the past, Fugaku would have actively explained, and after Danzo finished playing the villain, Hiruzen could stand up as the good guy, allowing the Uchiha to sign a series of unequal treaties. However, this time Fugaku didn't respond at all, and his expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard Danzo's accusations. He didn't even glance in Danzo's direction, only coldly staring at Hiruzen. The scene was identical to the one from yesterday. Genya didn't waste any words either. He even found a sofa to sit on, slowly enjoying this farce. Indeed, in Genya's eyes, this was a farce, and one that had been performed many times before. As everyone knows, a joke told too many times stops being funny. Hiruzen thought their tactics were very seasoned, but to Genya, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, they seemed ridiculously childish. However, with chakra present, ninjas themselves are weapons of war capable of defeating hundreds alone, and there have been beings like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who are beyond human capabilities. Thus, it is quite normal for the political struggles in the ninja world to seem somewhat laughable. Genya didn't fail to notice this before. It was just that he believed the Uchiha had no hope of winning. Moreover, the Uchiha wouldn't take the words of an ordinary person without even a Sharingan seriously. Now that Genya had awakened the system and possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the qualification for equal dialogue, and even overturning tables, he naturally wanted to let these locals know what true struggle is. After yelling for a while, without anyone agreeing with him, Danzo felt somewhat strange. Hiruzen also felt that Fugaku's behavior today was somewhat abnormal, but he didn't think too much about it. In his view, Fugaku would definitely choose to compromise as he had before. On this point, he was very confident Fugaku's character was simply too easy to manipulate. Seeing that the time was almost right, Hiruzen stepped forward to smooth things over. "Alright Danzo, you should say less. After all, the Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. However, Fugaku, I must speak to you a little more about the previous incident, as it has caused significant public outrage. For the sake of Konoha, please make a small sacrifice. The Uchiha's clan land should be temporarily moved to the village's edge. After all, you wouldn't want to be rejected by all the villagers of Konoha, would you?" This was still the classic approach of collective punishment, but while Danzo only offered verbal reprimands, the Uchiha were required to make substantial concessions. Moving the Uchiha's clan land to the village's edge was no longer merely suppressing the Uchiha, it was an attempt to completely exclude the Uchiha from the core of Konoha's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke cheerfully for a long time, yet still received not a single word in response from Uchiha Fugaku. Not a word, whether in agreement or opposition. Uchiha Fugaku simply stood there quietly watching their performance. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his usual dullness, began to sense that something was amiss. He subtly gestured with his hand behind his back, deciding to let the Umbu summon Namikaze Minato back first. At the very least, with Namikaze Minato present, Fugaku should not be so arrogant. On the surface, he maintained his composure, saying, "Since you Fugaku have no objections to this matter, let's expedite its execution. If there's anything needed, the village will provide support." Silence ensued. So quiet that a bead of cold sweat dripped down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Something was wrong, fundamentally wrong. How could Uchiha Fugaku, a person accustomed to compromise, display such an indifferent attitude at this moment? Glancing at the truly idle Genya, who was even munching on a fruit taken from the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and took a document from the table. Clearly, this matter was not a spuro-themid decision. They had already prepared written requests and even stamped them with the Hokage's seal. "Fugaku, this is the village's decision. You must comply." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to take a firm stance, he looked up and saw 3 glossy black tomo appearing in Fugaku's eyes. It did not end there. The 3 tomo slowly merged together, forming a complex shape reminiscent of what they had seen before. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were old men who had lived from the Warring States period, having experienced the era of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. How could they not recognize those eyes? The Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. Oanoki III Tsuchikage trembled in fear upon seeing Uchiha Madara's resurrected form during the Fourth Great Ninja War, triggering his PTSD. As someone from the same era as Oanoki and a ninja from Konoha, how could they not recognize those eyes? Young ninjas who did not experience the Warring States period could not fathom the kind of overwhelming deterrence that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara held over that era. For those who lived through the Warring States, seeing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky. Although they were young at that time, they had witnessed Uchiha Madara's arrogance and the towering wooden statue and Susanoo that stood hundreds of meters high. Was that a realm a human could achieve? Although textbooks claim Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest Hokage of all time, only he knew that in the presence of individuals like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a child. What a joke! They had clearly suppressed it so hard. How could the Uchiha clan have produced another pair of Mangekyo? Konoha certainly did not have another Senju Hashirama. If Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized it, then Danzo would certainly recognize it as well. He instinctively took a step back, wanting to shield Sarutobi Hiruzen. But unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was an unmistakable greed in Danzo's eyes. He was utterly obsessed with the powers of wood release and the Sharingan to the point of madness. Over the years, he had been researching the first Hokage's wood release cells secretly and openly, collecting Sharingan, all to acquire these two powers capable of stabilizing the chaotic world. Everyone believed that the Senju clan and Uchiha clan had reached a reconciliation, establishing the ninja village system and forming deep cooperation with the great nations, thus ending the Warring States period. However, the older generation knew that it was not Senju and Uchiha who ended the chaos, but rather Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. How powerful were those two? Powerful enough that while they were alive, no one dared to wage war. And indeed, during the Valley of the End battle, Uchiha Madara feigned death, while Senju Hashirama was severely injured. After that, things were simple. Senju Hashirama died in the morning, and the First Great Ninja War started in the afternoon. Those who had never witnessed the Great Buddha of the Senju or the complete Susanoo could not even imagine such formidable power. The ruins of the Valley of the End. Anyone who had seen it would absolutely not dare to imagine that it was the result of a mere two people fighting. In the face of such power, whether it was a Jinin Chunin or Jonin, they were all mere fodder, and numbers meant nothing against such ninjas. Even the so-called tailed beasts were utterly insignificant before these two, merely resembling larger pets. Yet now before them, Uchiha Fugaku, whom they had always thought to be an easy target, had quietly obtained such power. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was filled with the image of Uchiha Madara manifesting a complete Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall, effortlessly leveling a mountain with a single sword strike. At the thought of that scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill running down his spine, much like Oanoki. He was terrified that Fugaku might unleash Susanoo right in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer worry about Danzo pushing him forward. He quickly reached out his hand, not to form seals, but to temporarily stabilize Fugaku. At the very least, he needed to wait for the Umbu to inform Namake's Minato, and for him to return as quickly as possible. Fugaku, please don't get agitated. We can sit down and have a good talk. There's nothing we can't discuss. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen longed for Minato. When he was around, at least their side had some military deterrence. However, recalling Uchiha Madara's colossal sinew, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to doubt whether Namake's Minato truly had the ability to defeat Fugaku. While Namake's Minato seemed like an unrivaled tool for group battles, when facing a true powerhouse, his offensive capabilities were ultimately lacking. Surely they could not expect him to stab through Susanoo's defenses with that specially made kunai. Moreover, the more important issue was that they were in the heart of Konoha. If this were a battlefield, Minato could retreat. If he couldn't win, as no one could stop him once he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. But in a battle breaking out within Konoha, Minato might have to endure Susanoo's attacks in order to protect the village. In front of a complete Susanoo, Minato was still a tier below. Now the first thing Sarutobi Hiruzen had to do was stabilize Fugaku. Konoha had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War and could not afford the losses caused by a Susanoo rampaging within the village. They are still unaware that Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan has its limits, fundamentally different from the eternal Mangekyo of Uchiha Madara. Of course, besides Fugaku, that group of warlike Uchiha is also a massive trouble. If they knew that their clan leader had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, what kinds of actions would those Uchiha take? Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not even imagine. Fugaku still did not answer, merely fixating his Mangekyo on Sarutobi Hiruzen, internally agreeing with Shinya's assessment of them. You lowly wretch. If the knife isn't at your throat, you don't realize the severity, do you? I Uchiha Fugaku do not show my might for nothing. Do you think this Mangekyo is merely for display? Under the intense gaze of the slowly spinning Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a tremendous pressure. Fortunately, at that moment someone came to his aid. That person was certainly not Shimura Danzo, who was currently hoping Sarutobi Hiruzen would be eliminated by Uchiha Fugaku. As long as he could find a way to deal with Namikaze Minato and have him announce his abdication, he would be the rightful 5th Hokage. He could even openly label the entire Uchiha clan as rebels and conveniently reclaim Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. It would be a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. A Shimura Danzo would be triumphant. Of course, the most crucial question was what to do if he couldn't defeat the Uchiha. That was something Shimura Danzo dared not contemplate. In his view, no matter what, the Uchiha could not possibly be a match for the village of Konoha. As long as he became Hokage, everything would improve. The one who came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's aid was Schwanya. Seeing Fugaku finally unable to hold back and reveal his Mangekyo, he slowly stood up and gently patted the clan leader's shoulder. "All right, clan leader, calm down. We are here for serious business today." He was genuinely worried that Fugaku, who had seemingly predicted everything, might perform a Susanoo right then and there. That would completely overturn the chessboard, while the Uchiha could potentially win. The losses would be catastrophic. Moreover, a dilapidated Konoha was completely against his interests. Currently within the Uchiha, there was Shursue, a ticking time bomb, and outside there was Obito, who had been tricked by Madara. Now was not the time to tear apart the relationship with the village's higher-ups. Having awakened his system, he still needed time to grow stronger. With Shinya's hand on his shoulder, Fugaku calmed down a bit. Heaven knows how shattered Fugaku was after everything that had just happened, and Schwanya had accurately predicted it all. However, this further confirmed his thoughts. Schwanya had definitely awakened a dojutsu that could see into the future. Handing over the situation to Schwanya was absolutely the right move. Oomph. Fugaku snorted, the only sound he made since entering the office. He left the situation in Shinya's control, yet Fugaku's Mangekyo remained open, glaring intensely at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. As long as either of them made any improper moves, he would suppress them without hesitation. Shinya's value had risen infinitely in his eyes. His ocular power must not be wasted on meaningless disputes. Moreover, Fugaku now understood that simply compromising with the Hokage faction would not spare them. Only by appropriately demonstrating their deterrent power could they have a proper conversation. Did they not see how clear Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's expressions were when he revealed his Mangekyo? Now Danzo was so afraid that he didn't even dare to let out a sound, fearing Fugaku's gaze would shift towards him. All commands directed at the Uchiha were issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was merely an executor. If there were grievances, they should seek Sarutobi Hiruzen for revenge. After accepting the negotiation task, Schwanya immediately took out 2 documents. The first matter is the resignation proposed by clan leader Fugaku today. From now on, clan leader Fugaku will only handle clan affairs, and the position of head of the Konoha Security Department will be taken over by me starting now. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively objected. How can this be? The head of the security department must be appointed by the Hokage. How could you just decide who it is? Oomph. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Fugaku let out a cold snort, and that overpowering Mangekyo immediately focused on him. Once again, it was Schwanya who came to his rescue. Clan leader, please don't get agitated. Oh, let the Susanoo retract for now. We are still in negotiation. How can we attack others before we finish talking? If this gets out, others might think our Uchiha clan is an impolite family. Sweat profusely ran down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. What did Uchiha Schwanya mean by that? If they reached an agreement, they wouldn't fight. But what if they couldn't reach an agreement? Would the Susanoo bloom above Konoha soon? No matter how absurd the reasoning seemed, Fugaku still tightly crossed his arms, begrudgingly agreeing with Shinya's statement. At this moment, Schwanya turned his head, patting Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, appearing as if they were the best of friends. "Third Hokage, you see that Mangekyo is right there. I haven't lied to you. Previously, for the sake of Konoha, our clan leader has been enduring, but today, he simply can't hold back any longer. If it weren't for me, the Susanoo would have bloomed above Konoha by now. You afraid or not?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, taking several seconds to realize that he had just been threatened. A young man not yet 20 dared to threaten him, which filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with humiliation, his face turning crimson with rage. However, the current circumstances were stronger than the individual. That Mangekyo was staring at him just a few meters away. Who wouldn't feel dazed in such a situation? Schwanya continued to speak. Moreover, the position of the head of the Konoha Security Department has always been held by members of the Uchiha. Does it really matter who it is? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reacted. Schwanya was indeed correct. As long as the head of the security department remained a member of the Uchiha, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha villagers would remain tense, not to mention what had previously occurred with Schwanya capturing people in the streets. Given the Uchiha's brazen and overbearing nature, it was only a matter of time before they pushed him away to alleviate public discontent. The reason he had outright refused earlier was entirely because Schwanya had made this decision without consulting him, leaving him the third Hokage, feeling utterly embarrassed. Is this something you can bring up at the Jonin meeting? It's not that I disagree. Very well, Xianyi, you will be the head of the Konoha Guard from now on. I hope you can truly showcase your talents in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately compromised. After all, it wasn't anything too serious. Xianyi immediately stood at attention and said with righteous conviction, "Of course, protecting the peace and justice of Konoha is the inescapable duty of every ninja. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn endlessly." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen often used such words to deceive those below him, hearing them from a Uchiha, especially one who had just threatened him, felt somewhat off. After Sarutobi Hiruzen signed and sealed the appointment letter confirming its validity, Xian-Yi happily accepted it and took out another document indicating for Sarutobi Hiruzen to sign. What is this? It's nothing, just a reform proposal I am presenting as the head of the Konoha Guard. First, we will triple the scale and allow us to recruit members from civilian ninjas and ninja clans into the Guard. Of course, we will uphold the principles of fairness and justice, ensuring that every member joins the Guard voluntarily, with no coercion or abduction. Speaking of coercion, Xian-Yi directly looked towards Danzo, the meaning unspoken. Seeing that gaze, Danzo nearly jumped up in anger. What does this evil little Uchiha understand? Everything I do is for the village. Humph. But at that moment, when Fugaku's Sharingan glanced over, Danzo obediently lowered his head like an ostrich. I am not afraid of you, Fugaku, but Konoha absolutely cannot do without him. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rashly express his thoughts, but seriously read through all the documents Xianyi presented. This report only had one requirement throughout, which was to increase funding. Recruiting ninjas costs money, paying salaries to ninjas costs money, maintaining Konoha's fairness and justice, and the basic equipment for training Guard members also requires funding. To triple the recruitment means not just to recruit 3 times the manpower, but to demand 3 times the operational funds of the original Guard. Moreover, there were also various venue repair costs, ninja training expenses, and equipment wear and tear fees, all of which needed to be reimbursed by the village. Overall, the asking price was about 4 to 5 times that of the previous Guard's expenditures. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached for his pipe, but after glancing at Xianyi, he put on a gentle smile instead. Xianyi, you are a good child, and should understand that the Third Great Ninja War has just ended, and the village needs money everywhere. You want 3 times the funding. Konoha simply cannot provide that. Let's do it this way. I can allow you to expand recruitment, but regarding funding, Konoha can make up for it later when the opportunity arises. Xianyi's heart revealed a cold smile, nearly letting out a scoff, like Fugaku. Not enough money. Excuses, all excuses. Clearly, they want to continue draining the Uchiha's resources, hoping to make the Uchiha cover this expense. Tripling the funding is no joke. And other ninja clans might not be as easy to negotiate with as the Uchiha. Recruiting them as members of the Guard could likely require even more funding. After all, the Guard is a department that people generally resent, and there should at least be some compensation for mental distress. However, Xianyi had anticipated this and took out a new report. What is this again? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched, feeling an ominous premonition. Why did he feel like Xianyi was waiting for him here? Xianyi smiled and said, since Konoha is facing difficulties, we can understand on our side. Just right, I have collected all the signatures of the Konoha Guard members, and as soon as I sign it, as the head, this resignation letter will take effect. After all, our Guard is also trying to save funds for Konoha. Resignation letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, not understanding what Xianyi was up to. Just after becoming the head of the Guard, he is already resigning. Is he trying to make a mockery of him? However, he quickly realized that Xianyi had just mentioned all Guard members. What is he trying to do? Is he pressuring me to my face? If my demands are not met, the entire Guard will resign. In any case, the Guard was established by the second Hokage, and it was a trap set for the Uchiha by his teacher. They absolutely cannot be allowed to escape this pit. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had another consideration. The Uchiha clan's combat power was too overwhelming. Even if they do nothing and just dutifully take on missions, they could easily squeeze out the market for ninja missions, taking on tasks from other major clans, including the Sarutobi clan. The Uchiha are notorious for their immense combat strength, and everyone who has hired them speaks highly of them. The Senju clan, once on par with the Uchiha, has mostly become a mere shadow of its former self. Looking at the 2 documents on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. One option was to agree to Xianyi's demands, allowing a few old friends' families to take a bit less money to fill the Uchiha's appetite. The other was to let the Uchiha completely walk out of this quagmire, after which the Uchiha ninjas would completely be out of his control. Although they are still somewhat uncontrollable now, at least this young man is still willing to negotiate. As the saying goes, when two rights conflict, choose the lesser evil. Although Xianyi presented a request that made Sarutobi Hiruzen very troubled, fortunately, he also offered another demand that he absolutely cannot accept. In comparison, it seemed that simply increasing the funding for the guard and expanding its scale was not such an unacceptable demand. Just right, perhaps he could still insert a few of his own people into the guard to keep an eye on Fugaku and this Uchiha Shin's movements. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea that he was being played by the very tactics he often employed. Fugaku acted the good cop, while Xianyi played the bad cop, completely having Sarutobi Hiruzen in their grasp. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately revealed a benevolent smile. Since the Uchiha are willing to share the burden of Konoha, I will agree to the expansion of the guard. Shimura Danzo felt like jumping out on the spot upon hearing this. I see you are truly getting old to actually loosen the reins on the Uchiha like this. But under the gaze of a pair of blood-red Sharingan, Danzo ultimately did not dare to jump out. It is not that he is too cowardly, but that this distance is too dangerous for him. Konoha can afford to lose Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it absolutely cannot afford to lose him, the shadow of the ninja. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen sign his name, Xianyi satisfactorily collected the document and immediately planned to go to the financial department for funds. Sarutobi Hiruzen still cared about his image, and he could not possibly deny the signature he had just signed. But after a while it might not be certain. Watching Fuyu and Xianyi leave, Shimura Danzo immediately changed his expression, jumping out to roar at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it's all your fault for being too soft-hearted. Now another Mangekyo has appeared in the Uchiha clan, and it could very well be the next Uchiha Obito. You must take full responsibility for this. Danzo, enraged, further solidified his determination to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is far too dangerous. The uncontrolled power of the Sharingan must only be held in one's own hands for the safety of Konoha. Let me fulfill my teacher's goal. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extremely furious, never expecting that one day he would be cornered in the field he prided himself on. Yelled at by Danzo unexpectedly, he was even more infuriated. Since there was no one around, he decided to vent all his anger on Danzo. Now you know how to speak loudly. Why didn't you dare to say this when Fuyu was here? Come on, they're not far away. If you have the guts, go tell Fuyu to his face that you disagree with their demands. If he doesn't chop you into pieces on the spot, then I'll say you really have guts. Danzo was stunned by this barrage of shouts, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't because he was at a loss for words, but rather because of Hiruzen's attitude towards him. Hiruzen, how dare you yell at me? This was the first time Danzo was scolded so harshly by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his face turned red with embarrassment. But now he certainly did not dare to rush after him and confront a pair of Mangekyo users. He had just begun collaborating with Orochimaru, and his research on Mokutan was still very new. Without the transplanted right arm of Mokutan, he only had one Freedomo in his right eye to activate his Anaji. To face a pair of Mangekyo with just one Freedomo was simply a death wish. Hiruzen, you. This time Danzo was genuinely hurt, unable to even utter the harsh words, "You will regret this," and he stormed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose tightly, feeling a sense of fatigue while considering how to resolve this pressing dilemma. Fuiwe, this soft persimmon, has actually awakened the Mangekyo. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that things seemed to be spiraling out of his control. Back at the roots, Shimura Danzo felt a pent-up anger that he couldn't release. He was not the type to endure. He would pay back his grievances on the same day. Danzo shouted, "Come here." Several root ninjas wearing animal masks appeared behind Danzo, kneeling on one knee. You all go take down the Uchiha clan member who has been jumping around the most lately and bring back their eyes. Danzo knew this was also what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do. It was just a matter of putting pressure on the recently active Uchiha, nothing new for him. It's just that Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to do it. As long as he didn't touch Fuyu's family, Fuiwe, that softie would probably just endure. Yes. The root ninja immediately used a body flicker technique to leave. Danzo's philosophy of training ninjas was solely for the purpose of completing missions. They were nothing but tools. In Danzo's view, these ninjas only needed to fight hard on the front lines, but as the leader of the root and the future Hokage, he had many more considerations. Having gained the power of the security department coupled with Fuyu's indulgence, Xianyi had now become the de facto second-in-command of the entire Uchiha clan. Xianyi was actually not very interested in the position of clan leader. The power of the security department could mobilize nearly 80% of the Uchiha elite, with only a few respected elders and some ignorant clansmen left unmovable. However, the clan leader had to oversee the daily lives of the entire Uchiha clan. After all, the task required prestige within the Uchiha, not status. To gain enough prestige among this group of readied people is actually quite simple. Just showcase unparalleled power. Just as Xian Yi was pondering how to display his brilliance, he unexpectedly encountered a girl with a bold personality and spiky hair on the streets of Konoha. It was Mitarashi Anko, the disciple of Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko was dressed in a black mesh bodysuit paired with black thigh-high stockings and ninja boots, but outside, she wore a short khaki trench coat to cover the cursed seal on her neck. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko had just bought a skewer of dango and was about to put it in her mouth. It was clear that she had an extraordinary fondness for sweets. Upon seeing Mitarashi Anko, Xian Yi thought of that man who was doing science in the world of ninjas and immediately stepped forward to block her. "Who are you?" Mitarashi Anko interrupted before she could enjoy her sweet treat, glanced at Xian Yi with some annoyance. At this time, she was still a blossoming young girl with a rather flamboyant personality. Because Orochimaru had not yet defected, her dark side had not been triggered, and her overall personality leaned towards the sunny side. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had always treated Anko as a tool for developing cursed seals, and when he defected, he sealed her memories, leading to a life filled with resentment. It wasn't resentment towards Orochimaru for defecting, but rather resentment that he didn't take her along when he did. A good girl turned into this, and Orochimaru truly had done a lot of evil. Glancing at the ping-pong paddle logo on Xian Yi's clothes, Mitarashi Anko showed a cautious expression and casually pulled her trench coat up to cover the cursed seal on her neck. Her teacher had told her not to get involved with the Uchiha clan if she could help it. Xian Yi said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Xian Yi." Anko crossed her arms, keeping her distance, and said, "I've heard of you. You stopped me. Is there something you need?" "What do you want to see my teacher for?" "Just to be clear, if it's about the Uchiha's petty matters, my teacher can't help you at the moment. It's known throughout Konoha that the Uchiha clan wants to become Hokage." Strictly speaking, Orochimaru was also a strong candidate for the fourth Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Orochimaru was too gloomy and difficult to control, hence, he directly passed the position to Namikaze Minato. Anko probably thought that the Uchiha wanted to unite with Orochimaru to create some big news in Konoha. Xian Yi shook his head. "This time, I only represent myself, and am collaborating with Orochimaru. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. You just need to relay a message for me. Whether you see my teacher or not is up to him to decide." Red Bean's vigilance diminished slightly upon hearing these words, and she nodded to Xian Yi. "I will convey your message, but whether he will see you is not for me to decide." Ever since his failure in the competition for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru seemed to have seen through many things, locking himself in the laboratory every day, not knowing what he was tinkering with. Even he, as a direct disciple, seldom met him, let alone others. "Thank you," Xian Yi said casually, helping Red Bean pay before leaving. Seeing Xian Yi being so polite, Red Bean relaxed her guard a little. Not all Uchiha were so arrogant and overbearing. After parting ways with Red Bean, Xian Yi planned to stroll around a bit more while fulfilling his duties as a member of the security department. However, as he walked, he suddenly noticed that the number of people around him seemed to be gradually decreasing, and soon the entire street became deserted. Xian Yi immediately stopped and activated his Sharingan. Are they from the Umbu or the root? The surrounding street was empty with no sound. But as he finished his body flicker technique, he discovered that Xian Yi was even faster. With a flurry of sounds resembling 1,000 chirping birds, dazzling lightning appeared in Xian Yi's hand. Striking first, Xian Yi seized the wrist of the attacker, and at the same moment the Chidori in his other hand pierced through the attacker's heart. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, several more ninjas appeared around Xian Yi. Some wielded kunai, while others formed hand seals to prepare for ninjutsu. Before they acted, not a single one prepared to rescue their comrade who was about to die at Xian Yi's hands, but instead intended to take advantage of Xian Yi's inability to move both hands to kill him. Seeing this attitude, Xian Yi immediately understood these were the dogs of the root. In the eyes of normal people, this was a dire situation, yet a faint smile appeared on Xian Yi's lips as several ninjutsu struck his position, shattering the street pavement. But when the smoke cleared, the root ninjas discovered that they had only struck a wooden substitute created by the body replacement technique. The real Xian Yi, using body flicker technique, appeared on the rooftop, his Sharingan rotating slowly, immediately seeing the chakra flow within the bodies of the assailants. He also roughly deduced the strength of the root ninjas attacking him. 3 Jonin and 5 Chunin. It seems Danzo is quite determined to kill me. Xian Yi chuckled, shaking his right hand to rid it of the bloodstains. Although he wasn't very familiar with using Chidori, yet it must be said that this technique was very suitable for the awakened Uchiha. Fast, almost impossible to evade. Coupled with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, its linear lethality was extremely terrifying. The only drawback was that it couldn't turn while initiating, but it could still be further developed. There were a total of 8 ninjas on site. Including the chunin Xian, he had just killed the root, had dispatched 9 ninjas in total. They were all the cold-blooded ninjas of Danzo's root, their faces covered by standard masks, striking ruthlessly and decisively, showing no regard for their own comrades, even using them as bait and shields. Without a doubt, only someone like Danzo would train ninjas to be nothing more than tools for missions. There has always been a saying in the ninja world, when facing an awakened Uchiha ninja, one must flee in unknown battles, can save their life in 2-known situations, and only has a chance of victory in 3-known confrontations. This shows the formidable combat power of the Uchiha clan. Logically, since Danzo had dispatched so many, including 3 jonin, it indicated that he was determined to succeed. However, if Danzo thought he could resolve this with so few people, he was indeed underestimating him. Fugaku would definitely take his words seriously, not because they made sense. The Uchiha clan shared a common trait: they only respected those stronger than themselves. At the moment of thought, the 3 spinning tomo in his left eye suddenly accelerated. The 3 tomo rapidly converged, twisted, and merged in his crimson pupils, ultimately transforming into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan with an ominous pattern and overwhelming aura. The root ninjas had never seen such a transformation in the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but it did not prevent them from sensing that Xian aura had completely changed. It felt as if a terrifying pressure originating from the soul was locking onto them, a sensation akin to being targeted by a large predator. No, it was the feeling of being marked by an arch nemesis, causing the remaining 8 root ninjas to become alert under those crimson eyes. Yet this alertness was of no use, for at the moment Xian left eye opened the kaleidoscope, an invisible space of illusion enveloped everyone present. In the perception of these root ninjas, the world shattered like glass. Their target Xian and even everything around them became unrecognizable. They realized they had fallen into an illusion, but no matter how they disturbed the chakra within their bodies, they could not break free from it. What is happening? Shanchong Feng watched as his subordinates fell one after another in front of him, the enemy before him, changing form continuously, their attacks seeming to completely penetrate a phantom. Xian's voice echoed from all directions, accompanied by a mocking laugh. Did Danzo never tell you that when fighting Uchiha ninjas, the most important thing is to avoid looking directly into their eyes? In the world of illusion, only a few minutes passed. Aside from Shanchong Feng, the other 8 root ninjas had all collapsed, their breaths extinguished. Even the jonin had no chance to break free under such an illusion. The remaining Shanchong Feng was filled with anger and fear as he watched the world slowly revert to its original form, with an Uchiha Xian still maintaining the kaleidoscope shape in one eye appearing before him, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the kunai. Is this still an illusion? He felt no trace of his chakra being manipulated. Without perceiving any signs naturally, he could not find a way to break the illusion. Xian looked at the apprehensive Shanchong Feng and smiled, saying, "What do you think of my illusion?" Originally in the Uchiha clan, Xian was among those adept at illusion techniques, and one of the awakened abilities of his kaleidoscope was unsurprisingly illusion. But just then Shanchong Feng suddenly formed hand seals quickly. Mind-body switch technique. This is an unspoken secret of a clan in the mountains, utilizing the soul to concentrate the spirit at one point to release against the enemy, achieving the goal of controlling the enemy's body. The figure of Xian before him momentarily froze, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Mountain Wind, realizing this, was instantly filled with joy. The unguarded dispelling of the illusion appears before me. This is the reason for your defeat. Mountain Wind was just about to complete Lord Danzo's task to eliminate Xian and retrieve the pair of eyes distinctly different from other Uchiha clan members. But just as his hand was about to touch Xian's eyes, a cold ninja blade suddenly pierced through his chest from behind, blood gushing forth. At the moment of excruciating pain, the illusory world before him suddenly shattered. Mountain Wind's pupils dilated in shock, only to discover in horror that what he had just turned to control with his heart was not Uchiha Xian but another jonin from the root. At this moment, the kunai in his hand had completely pierced through the opponent's heart, causing his own body to grow cold. From the very beginning, he and everyone else were trapped in an illusion from which they could not awaken. What made you delude yourself into thinking I dispelled the mirror flower water moon illusion? Xian's voice echoed from all directions, and Mountain Wind even began to doubt whether being pierced by a blade was also an illusion. The 5 senses were utterly altered: sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste all became playthings of the illusion. The name of the illusion is Mirror Flower Water Moon. The light in Mountain Wind's eyes dimmed. Xian's left eye harbored a dojutsu known as Mirror Flower Water Moon, a kaleidoscopic illusion technique capable of extensively manipulating the 5 senses. Compared to ordinary illusions that merely interfere with chakra, this comprehensive control over the 5 senses is nearly unsolvable. Xian Yi could even make the manipulated person live an entire life within the illusion, ultimately leading them to a state of brain death. Unlike Tsukuyami and Kodoeme, Tsukumi Mirror Flower Water Moon can be released without eye contact, and as long as Xian Yi wishes, the target would be completely unaware of any abnormality. In the real world, a line of blood tears flowed from Xian Yi's left eye, which then slowly retracted from the kaleidoscope state. Most of the root ninjas at the scene died at the hands of their own comrades. Within the world of Mirror Flower Water Moon, each of their attacks was almost a desperate strike against their own. Only the final blow that dealt with Mountain Wind was personally executed by Xian Yi. Feeling a slight discomfort in his left eye, Xian Yi gently closed his eyes. The consumption of ocular power by Mirror Flower Water Moon is manageable. He can even control several ordinary jonin at once. Aside from forcibly breaking free with mental power, which is the power of in release, there should be no other way to dispel this technique. However, has Danzo already been unable to refrain from acting directly in public? It seems the recent movements of the Uchiha have made him uneasy, otherwise he wouldn't have acted out in the village. Thinking about a very likely event about to occur, Xian Yi couldn't help but begin to ponder. The power of the Nine Tails. Should I plot something? Additionally, there is another very important matter. He felt a slight decline in his left eye's vision. Though barely perceptible, it was indeed real. Xian Yi immediately frowned. The side effects of the kaleidoscope. Truly troublesome. The path to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is no longer an option for Xian Yi. His parents had long perished in battle, and being an only child, he had no offspring. However, it isn't a major issue. Evolving from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan theoretically does not require passing through the eternal Mangekyo stage. Just like the sage of the six paths Otsutsuki Kagaya, who did not experience the eternal Mangekyo phase, but directly awakened the Rinnegan from the Mangekyo. In the future, Xian Yi's strength will only grow stronger. Pushing the Mangekyo toward the Rinnegan is merely a matter of time. After eliminating the assassin sent by the root, Xian Yi took out a signal flare and launched it into the sky. Before long, a squad from the Uchiha security force quickly arrived, witnessing the brutal scene at the site. Uchiha Xian Yi stood at the center of the corpses. All the black-clad figures on the ground were killed with a single blow, while his own clothes bore no trace of blood. It was clear that this was a one-sided massacre. Xian Yi, are you alright? Inari was the first to rush over, asking with concern. I'm fine. Xian Yi pointed to the few people on the ground and ordered, these individuals attacked the head of the Konoha security force in public, effectively constituting the crime of rebellion. Take these corpses back, investigate their origins, and make sure their families pay the price. Due to the curse mark of the tongue, Xian Yi did not expect to extract much useful information from their minds. However, the identities of these individuals were still very useful and of great importance. Inari was taken aback by this order, wondering if their identities really needed to be investigated. From their attire and masks, it was evident they were from the root. Xian Yi. This must be the work of that old dog Danzo. We must contact the clan leader immediately. This matter cannot simply be left as it is. Just as Inari was about to stand up for Xian Yi, he saw Xian Yi give him a glance. Let's go back first to don't spread the word about this. Not to mention Danzo's character, he would never admit to such a thing, and Fugaku also lacked sufficient decisiveness. If this matter were to be directly brought to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would likely evolve into a situation of shifting blame in the end. Currently, the power in Konoha remains in the hands of those old geezers. It is not his principle to fight in places where he does not have the advantage. Xian Yi had his own plans, as since he could not directly deal with Danzo for now, he would first try to cut off his wings. Seeing Xian Yi in deep thought, Inari, who had practically grown up with him, instantly understood that Xian Yi must be plotting something. Now, under the appointment of clan leader Fugaku, Xian Yi had taken over the entire Konoha security force, and he could even be said to be their nominal superior. Yes, the efficiency of the security force was exceptionally high. They had already gathered all the corpses and directly identified their identities even before the Umbu arrived. Just as Xian Yi was preparing to arrange for people to collect the medical fees, an unexpected person approached. Xian Yi, I heard that Lord Danzo's root ninjas attacked you. You mustn't act impulsively. This must all be a misunderstanding. Let's go find the third Hokage and Lord Danzo to clarify things. Looking at the anxious expression on Shizui's face, Xian Yi's expression suddenly turned somewhat playful. I was ambushed by 3 jonin and 6 chunin right in the village. You must understand that I am now the head of the security force. Danzo acted without arrest warrants, and a significant violent incident occurred, yet you are still speaking up for him. To be honest, Shizui's first words were Lord Danzo, which still surprised Xian Yi. Shui fell silent for a moment, sensing the unfairness of the situation towards Xian Yi, yet he still mustered the courage to say, but aren't you fine right now? On the contrary, many ninjas from the root have died, including an elite jonin. Xian Yi, I hope you can consider the bigger picture. The Uchiha will always be part of Konoha. We absolutely cannot have direct conflict with the higher-ups of Konoha. Xian smile faded. Was the power of the will of fire's brainwashing really that great? Even when his own clan was attacked, Shizui's first instinct was to persuade Xian to endure. The reasoning was quite grandiose, considering the greater good. However, when someone tells you to think of the bigger picture, it is clear that you are not part of that picture. Initially, Xian was considering whether to help Shisui, but after today's events, he suddenly understood a principle. There is always something detestable about a pitiful person. As an Uchiha, and even the first illusionist in the ninja world with the ability akin to cheating, like Koto Amatsukami, the fact that Shisui fell prey to Danzo's ambush and met the fate described in the original work was not without reason. Are you worried that I would directly lead an attack on the route? Xian looked at Shisui with a playful smile. Shisui gazed seriously at Xian. Xian, whether in his speeches during clan meetings or his actions during this time, has unequivocally proven himself to be a staunch hawk. With such an Uchiha, anything was possible. If it came to that desperate point, even if it meant showcasing force, Shisui would still try to stop Xian. Shisui was still unaware of Xian's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan and was quite confident in his abilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan was not merely about possessing two ocular techniques and awakening the third power Susanoo. At the moment of awakening the Mangekyo, a ninja's strength would experience a temporary surge with chakra levels almost certainly reaching that of a Hokage. Not to mention the dynamic vision surpassing the three Tomo and the unknown ocular abilities brought by the Mangekyo. Thus, even if Shisui knew that Xian had easily dealt with the assassins sent from the route without knowing that Xian had awakened the Mangekyo, he would still not consider Xian his opponent. From this perspective, Shisui was also a properly righteous Uchiha possessing an almost arrogant trust in his awakened Mangekyo. It's no wonder that Shisui naively believed in the original work that simply using Koto Amatsukami to change Fugaku's mind could prevent the Uchiha coup. Of course, his thoughts were fundamentally not wrong, as long as he controlled the only two pairs of Mangekyo within the Uchiha clan. A coup against the Uchiha would be impossible. However, whether or not it would succeed is entirely unrelated to whether or not a coup would happen. The former represents the outcome, while the latter is merely the process. At this moment, Xian suddenly revealed a smile. If you think that way, then rest assured I have no intention of seeking trouble with Danzo or the route. Indeed, Xian had no intention of causing trouble with Danzo over such matters. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely be biased. Unless he used force to intimidate, he would gain no results. Even if he showcased the Mangekyo, it would only leave Sarutobi Hiruzen muddled, and in the end Danzo would receive a punishment that was neither light nor heavy, such as being confined for reflection while exposing his own trump card, which would be completely counterproductive. Since he knew that in the end there would be no results, why bother doing something that would be a fruitless effort? A snake, if one cannot ensure it is struck down in one blow, should not be wasted on. However, Xian did not intend to swallow this anger. He directly targeted the roots of these ninjas. The ninjas from the root also had families and clans before joining. Danzo's right and left hands, Yamashiro Kamizuki and Yamanaka Fu, were both geniuses from the Yamashiro clan and Yamanaka clan respectively, but they were taken by Danzo since childhood and trained in the root. Under the full investigation of the security department, the identities of the ninjas who attacked Xian were thoroughly uncovered. Now Uchiha Daowo's elite had already set out and Shisui had arrived a bit late. Hearing Xian's response, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Xian. I know you have suffered, but you must believe that everything I do is for the Uchiha. Xian smiled. Of course, everything is for the Uchiha. At the same time he said this, Xian had silently made a decision in his heart. Uchiha Daowo was extremely swift. After Xian gave the order, he immediately took two elite Uchiha and headed straight for the Yamashiro clan's territory. At the entrance, Uchiha Daowo took out Yamashiro Kamizuki's corpse from the sealed scroll and began to shout loudly. You Yamashiro clan have some audacity. How dare you attack the head of the Konoha security department in broad daylight? Do you Yamashiro clan still have any respect for the law of Konoha? Do you not remember the laws established by Lord Second Hokage? By doing this, are you trying to openly rebel? Recalling the sudden training content Xian had given to all security department members, Uchiha Daowo was now focusing on placing the blame. As for whether or not to take action, that would be decided after the blame was firmly placed. He was now almost constantly mentioning the Konoha security department and brought up Lord Second Hokage. He repeatedly referred to the laws of Konoha and was branding the Yamashiro clan as rebels. It seemed the Yamashiro clan had become the unruly ones, trampling Konoha's law more audacious than even the Uchiha. Even the villagers who came to watch the commotion gathered around. The Yamashiro clan was also a major clan in Konoha, and such gossip about large clans was quite rare. The current clan leader of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Haichi, approached with a grim expression. Normally, such provocations should have been dealt with by the guards. However, the Uchiha were also a prominent clan in Konoha, and upon hearing the word rebellion, they dared not make any decisions and directly reported the matter to the clan leader. Yamashiro Haichi looked at the approaching Uchiha and took a deep breath, slowly saying, "It seems there is no enmity between our Yamashiro clan and the Uchiha. What do you mean by this today?" Though he feared the Uchiha's powerful military might, if Yamashiro Haichi showed weakness in front of an ordinary Uchiha security department member in broad daylight, he would no longer be fit to be the clan leader. Just the verbal assault from his clansmen would be enough to drown him. Uchiha Dahua lifted the body in his hand, sneering as he said, "Do not speak carelessly. Clearly your Yamashiro Kamizuki attacked the head of the Konoha security department in broad daylight. Do you know how serious the consequences of this matter are?" Yamashiro Haichi was taken aback. Not understanding that the head of the security department had changed today, he still believed that Kamizuki had attacked Uchiha Fugaku. Has Danzo gone mad? How could he do something like this? However, he quickly regained his composure. No matter what Kamizuki had done, he could not admit to it at this moment. The man from the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Hai, said with a grim expression, "Yamanaka Kaze has already joined the route and is no longer a member of the Yamanaka clan. You have come to the wrong place." Uchiha Dahua laughed loudly. What a joke. First of all, Yamanaka Kaze is not a traitor. He is still a member of Konoha. And who are you trying to fool with such excuses? Just because he has left the clan, does that mean he is no longer related to your Yamanaka clan? By your logic, if I were to kill you and then declare that I am severing ties with the Uchiha, that would be acceptable. As Uchiha Dahua spoke these words, he was secretly startled. Xianyu was actually able to predict what kind of excuse Yamanaka Hai, that old man, would come up with. His words sounded rehearsed. Wanting to push the responsibility onto Danzo and the root. It's not that easy. Uchiha Dahua, don't go too far. The clan leader, humiliated by this great insult, could not hold back any longer, and the two Yamanaka clan jonin beside him even showed intent to draw their weapons. Just as they were about to move forward, Dahua made an unexpected move. He tilted his neck, exposing his vital areas, and provocatively pointed to his throat, saying to the two jonin, "Come strike here. If you don't, you are the disgrace." You can argue about Yamanaka Kaze's situation, but if you dare to attack the members of the Konoha Police Force who have come to investigate, that would be tantamount to rebellion. The Konoha Police Force has the authority to strike first and report later in critical situations. Guess how long your Yamanaka clan can withstand before the elite of the Konoha Police Force. At this point, even Dahua was a bit eager, hoping the other side would really dare to make the move. The two jonin from the Yamanaka clan could not hold back any longer after such provocation. Even a clay figurine still has some fire left, not to mention these jonin who were extremely destructive and covered in blood. However, Yamanaka Hai stopped them at this moment. "Stand down. Leader, what are you waiting for? We can't let the Uchiha think we are spineless. That's right, even if we die, we need to take someone down with us." I said stand down. In the face of Yamanaka Hai's authoritative presence, the two jonin, although somewhat disgruntled, still held back their anger and retreated. Yamanaka Hai had actually considered a lot. During this time, the behavior of the Uchiha had changed significantly, and he had to ponder whether this was a trap set by the Uchiha. What if the elite of the Konoha Police Force were lying in ambush nearby, waiting for them to make a move before suddenly attacking, leaving the Yamanaka clan with nothing? Although this possibility was not particularly high unless Uchiha Fugaku had gone mad, he would not be so reckless as to openly declare war against all the ninja clans of Konoha. However, as the leader of the Yamanaka clan, he could not base the safety of the entire clan on his own speculation and Uchiha's rationality. What if that old good man Fugaku truly went insane? Then even if Konoha were to be annihilated and the Uchiha avenged them, the Yamanaka clan would still be gone. Yamanaka Hai had no doubt that the Uchiha absolutely had the capability to achieve this. You could say the Uchiha lacked political acumen, that they were all suffering from a red-eye insanity. But you could never say that the Uchiha couldn't fight. Taking a deep breath, Yamanaka Hai glanced at the corpse of Yamanaka Kaze that Uchiha Dahua held in his hand, revealing a trace of indignation in his eyes. The actions of Shimura Danzo actually forced their Yamanaka clan to take the blame. What was even more infuriating was that Yamanaka Kaze was a genius of the Yamanaka clan, forcefully taken by Danzo under the pretext of assisting the Hokage. Not only did they take away a genius, but when something went wrong, they also expected them to bear the blame. This is bullying to an intolerable degree. Taking a deep breath, Yamanaka Hai suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "What does the Uchiha want?" If the Uchiha's demands weren't too high, he would first satisfy them and then let them and Danzo fight it out. Seeing that Yamanaka Hai had backed down, Dahuo's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly remembered the task entrusted to him by Xianyi, glanced at the surrounding onlookers, and said, Does clan leader Yamanaka intend to discuss compensation for the police force minister here? Yamanaka Hai decisively stepped aside, allowing Daohua to enter the family's reception room. Daohua and the other two members of the police force were not worried about any ambush. After all, they managed to endure the provocations of Yamanaka Hai earlier, not to mention that he had already shown signs of compromise now. Moments later, Daohua emerged from the Yamanaka clan beaming with joy and carrying 50 million ryo. For the cost of the medicine, mental distress, and repairs to public facilities, he had initially aimed to demand 100 million ryo. Yamanaka Hai would naturally never agree to such an outrageous condition and instinctively tried to cut it in half. However, unexpectedly, Daohua instantly agreed to 50 million ryo as if he had made a great bargain. In fact, the bottom line given by Xian Yi was only 30 million ryo, which was enough to make a decent profit. If he asked for more, he genuinely feared leaving the Yamanaka clan with too great a psychological shadow. Looking at the money in his hands, Daohua could hardly believe his eyes. Was making money really this easy? What were all those difficult tasks he had been doing every day, like catching cats and patrolling, worth? The money Xian Yi earned was simply faster than robbing a bank. Watching the Uchiha leave swaggeringly, Yamanaka Hai did not know what expression to wear. He had a nagging feeling that this did not align with his impression of the Uchiha style. Their purpose seemed more like they had come to extort rather than take revenge. He could not figure out what had gone wrong. After thinking for a long time, Yamanaka Hai still did not discern the oddity of the situation. In the end, he knew what to do when his mind was not working well. He directly went to find his close friend Nara Shikaku. The Yamanaka Nara and Akimichi clans, known as the Pig, Deer, Butterfly, are the staunch supporters of the Hokage in Konoha. This does not mean they are forever loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, rather they will support whoever is in that position. To put it nicely, they are staunch supporters of the Hokage. To put it bluntly, they are opportunists who will support whoever is Hokage. The Nara clan is famously intelligent, and Nara Shikaku is also the leader of the Jonin class. Although this position is not very prominent in peacetime, it is responsible for coordinating all ninjas and logistical management during wartime, wielding considerable power. From this position, one can see how much trust the Hokage faction has in the Nara clan. Upon arriving at the Nara clan's territory, the guards let him in without any announcement. Nara Shikaku held a letter in his hand, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. For this wise old friend, Yamazaki Hachi was seeing hesitation in his eyes for the first time. "What's wrong? Did you receive some other news?" Nara Shikaku said little, merely handing the letter to Yamazaki Hachi. Yamazaki Hachi took it and was astonished to find that it was a letter from Uchiha Genya, the protagonist of this incident. "I will not seek Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. Whoever's people acted, I will find them. Uchiha Genya." He read the paper over and over, and no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand why this short sentence made Nara Shikaku silent for so long. Uchiha Genya. Isn't it Fugaku? Yamazaki Hachi still didn't know that the head of the security department had changed. That young man who defeated Kakashi not long ago is now the head of the security department. Nara Shikaku thought for a moment and added, "It happened this morning." Uchiha Genya's promotion from chunin to the captain of the Konoha security department, followed by Fugaku stepping down at lightning speed to become a key figure in the Konoha leadership, all occurred within a week. The rapid promotion made Nara Shikaku want to exclaim in disbelief. The head of the security department didn't announce the change at the chunin conference. Yamazaki Hachi casually remarked, though he didn't give it much thought. After all, this position had always been held by the Uchiha. Who it was didn't matter to them. What concerned him more was the meaning behind the letter sent by Genya. Why did it need to be given to Nara Shikaku? Seeing Yamazaki Hachi's expression, Nara Shikaku could only helplessly explain, "You can understand it as a gesture of goodwill towards our Ino Shikacho, and also as a warning. A warning against the conflict between the Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage faction. We should not intervene nor provide them any assistance, otherwise today's incident is definitely not an isolated case." Genya also promised not to lead a coup with the Uchiha, ensuring our Ino Shikacho won't have a hard time. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't planning to bring Konoha's elite to clash with the Uchiha, the three clans of Ino Shikacho could accept anything else. Isn't politics just that? There are no eternal winners. Moreover, today's assassination of the village's chunin by someone like Danzo has understandably left them somewhat dissatisfied. They are loyal to the Hokage, not to the Hokage-sades. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence, what is Danzo even worth? With the things he has done over the years, forcibly taking away geniuses from various clans and brainwashing them into mindless ninja tools, without Sarutobi Hiruzen's backing, he could have been killed on the streets at any moment. Yamazaki Hachi flipped the paper several times, utterly baffled as to how Nara Shikaku could derive so much meaning from such a simple sentence. Why couldn't he see it? Genya understood the advantage of conversing with intelligent people as they could grasp his meaning without requiring detailed explanations. Knowing that Yamazaki Hachi would surely seek out Nara Shikaku after this incident, he arranged for someone to deliver the letter in advance. Nara Shikaku took the paper from Yamazaki Hachi's hands and struck a match to ignite it. Such things must leave no evidence. If he hadn't known Yamazaki Hachi would come, he would have destroyed it long ago. How much compensation is being given to the Uchiha for their mental distress? Yamazaki Hachi said somewhat dejectedly, 50 million ryo, and that's the result after negotiation. Don't be fooled by Asuma's bounty of 35 million ryo. 50 million is definitely not a small sum. Rank missions usually range from 1 million to 5 million ryo, and missions of that level are perilous even for elite chunin, typically requiring several teams to cooperate to complete. Just thinking of that young brat from Inaba who agreed without hesitation when he was about to be struck down made him feel a surge of frustration. The evil Uchiha are actually scheming now. Nara Shikaku sighed. Let's consider it a financial sacrifice to avert disaster. Yamazaki Hachi looked somewhat strange. From the sound of it, are you suggesting I let this matter end here? Nara Shikaku replied. Of course, and I also advise you not to send any more clan members to Danzo. It's best to sever ties. I have a premonition that this Uchiha Genya is playing a larger game. Everything this young Uchiha does leaves him puzzled. This move seems to be a way to avoid offending Danzo while finding a scapegoat. However, Nara Shikaku felt it wasn't that simple, yet he couldn't find any clues. This inability to see through someone left him feeling uneasy. Since he couldn't see through it, it was better to preserve his own safety. After all, the Ino Shikicho clans have always operated this way. Yamazaki Hachi opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed helplessly. He actually hated Danzo more than Genya. Now amidst the chaos between the Uchiha and Shimura Danzo, their Yamazaki clan had fallen into serious trouble. Although Yamazaki Kaze had long been considered dead, when taken by Danzo, he didn't expect there would be follow-up consequences. They were actually extorted for 50 million ryo by the Uchiha. 50 million ryo is almost the monthly expenditure of the Yamazaki clan. That is definitely not a small sum. Nara Shikaku had even more thoughts. Was Genya's action an early attempt to eliminate Danzo's influence? To be honest, without the root organization, no matter how capable Danzo is, his influence would likely drop to the level of Mido Kamen and Nara Shikaku. While extorting the Yamazaki clan and implicating other ninja clans in the attack on Uchiha Genya would further tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. But under the operations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, does the Uchiha's reputation have any room for further decline? Once the Uchiha realized this and escaped this framework, they would have almost no restrictions. On the contrary, once this matter spreads with their understanding of Danzo, he would absolutely never compensate those families that suffered losses. In that case, it would be hard to say whether anyone would be willing to provide people to the root organization in the future. When you need people, you act all high and mighty, but when something goes wrong, you let the ninjas' families take the blame. It was already painful to relinquish their own clan's geniuses, and now they were expected to clean up the mess caused by Danzo. No one would want to deal with such a thing. Moreover, the lack of any response from the root organization thus far indicates that Danzo likely thinks this way and is acting accordingly. If he were merely targeting the root organization with Danzo's style, he could still request people from other ninja clans, effectively treating all ninja clans in Konoha except the Uchiha as bloodbags for the root. However, once Danzo's reputation falls to such a level, no one will provide him with talented ninja seedlings anymore. At most, he could only capture some civilian ninjas or cultivate tools from orphans. Without the support of ninja clans, the time and resources needed to cultivate elite ninjas would increase exponentially. At this moment, even Nara Shikaku felt a twinge of anger. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen allow such a personified being to become the Hokage's advisor? Is it just because he is also a disciple of the second Hokage? Even a pig's head would be better than having such a lunatic representing us. It's truly a case of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. If we don't give in, we offend Danzo. If we do, we have to face the Uchiha's furious retaliation. What did the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans do to deserve this? At this moment, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but question whether the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clan's loyalty solely to the Hokage was indeed the right approach. With fixed factions, it becomes irrelevant whether others offend you. Just like this time, when Gyurin threw the reputation of the Mountain Clan to the ground. But the Uchiha seemed unconcerned, or rather Uchiha Gyurin himself simply didn't care. Because from the very beginning, he never intended to win over the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans. Without becoming Hokage, they could never be allies, but once he became Hokage, they would come to him groveling. So didn't it matter how many grievances were accumulated before that? Winning means gaining a fortune, losing means nothing changes. If it goes wrong, it would only trap the Uchiha in a bug. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but ponder, is it truly a good thing for Konoha to have such a politically savvy Uchiha? But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that Guren seemed to possess exceptional combat prowess. According to the intelligence, Guren single-handedly eliminated 9 elite shinobi from the roots, including 3 jonin, of which Kamizuki Kaze was an elite jonin who controlled the clan's secret techniques. Yet this very combination was effortlessly slaughtered by Uchiha Guren. He himself seemed unscathed, and even had the audacity to collect hush money. This indicated he hardly regarded this attack as a serious threat. A Uchiha who can fight so well and has such a sharp mind. It's uncertain whether he is a blessing or a curse for Konoha. Forget it, we should try to keep our distance from Danzo from now on. Nara Shikaku concluded with this single solution. On one side stands the deeply rooted Hokage faction, while on the other is Konoha's strongest clan with overwhelming power. Moreover, the Uchiha clearly had already given up on winning them over, and any future confrontations would hold no mercy. Without the Hokage's intervention, the 3 clans combined could not withstand the pressure from the Uchiha. As the sun began to set, Inari finally returned. He cheerfully pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it before Guren. You really have a knack for this, effortlessly obtaining so much money. After the Mountain Clan compromised, those small shinobi clans quickly complied. As soon as I arrived, they obediently paid the mental distress fee. He had learned this term from Guren, and now reflecting on it, he found this term simply brilliant and marvelous. Isn't that right? Guren had been openly assassinated in the village by 9 ruthless root ninjas, clearly traumatized by the event. What? You say all the ninjas that attacked Guren are dead? They merely lost their lives. Our esteemed head of the security department was nearly scared out of his wits. The gravity of the situation was evident. Just as Inari was about to leave, Guren suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Inari's steps halted instantly. Guren glanced at the bills on the table and extended his right hand. Hand over everything you've taken. They had practically grown up together. Didn't Guren know his temperament? Inari immediately put on a sorrowful face. Big brother, I brought 2 brothers along to extort. Upon hearing the word extort, Inari noticed Guren's displeased expression and quickly corrected himself. It's for the mental distress fee. Only then did Guren nod in satisfaction. As an elite Uchiha, how could he make mistakes on such common sense matters? Even if there were no outsiders present, it was still best to avoid saying anything that could divide us. After correcting himself, Inari hurriedly said, this time, we need a mental distress fee. I personally covered the barbecue for the 2 brothers I brought along. You can't expect me to spend money on a mission as well, can you? Guren was almost tempted to throw the teacup on the table at Inari. I wondered why you all returned so late. Turns out you took time to eat barbecue. Guren himself was pretending to be overly traumatized, hiding behind the Uchiha compound without stepping out. Yet you guys finished the mission and didn't return immediately, but instead went out to fool around. Guren suppressed his anger and finally sighed. I have great use for this money. Keep a little change, but turn in the rest. You must understand, everything I do is for the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Inari immediately stopped haggling and took out a stack of cash similar in thickness to the previous one, placing it on the table. One must admit Danzo's methods were indeed effective. He first tricked Fugaku into relinquishing control of the security department, then temporarily held Shursui steady. Now even Uchiha Inari obediently handed over the ill-gotten money. However, looking at the 2 nearly identical amounts, Guren's forehead couldn't help but twitch. Are you planning to split the profits with me 50-50? Hand over everything else you have. It was surprising how bold Inari had become, so greedily ambitious. Once I become Hokage, I will demote this fellow to a doorman. Inari quickly waved his hands. There's nothing left, truly nothing left. He initially thought it was a private job for brothers. Even siblings must keep accounts clear. Shouldn't it be a 50-50 split? Seeing Guren's anger subside a little, Inari mustered the courage to step forward and ask Guren, what are your thoughts? Can't you speak properly? Guren shook his head. It's better that you don't know for now. Just know that the security department in Konoha will soon undergo a tremendous change. Inari was somewhat puzzled, but since the clan leader chose to trust Guren, he held his tongue. Now all he could do was focus on improving his strength, so he could assist Guren in future actions. Danzo indeed acted as Nara Shikaku suspected. While demanding mental distress fees from the Uchiha on a large scale, he remained silent in the roots. Even a small clan of shinobi attempted to approach the roots to voice their grievances, but was promptly thrown out. What level were they to even ask Lord Danzo for money? I see you all are seeking to commit suicide. Danzo even secretly rejoiced, as this way the Uchiha would offend even more people, becoming the public enemy of Konoha. This would make it easier to eradicate the entire Uchiha in the future. However, today's events still served as a warning bell for him. Uchiha Guren, who was previously an inconspicuous individual, why has his strength suddenly undergone such a drastic change? With 9 elite root ninjas dispatched, not a single one returned alive. Danzo couldn't help but suspect that the elite Uchiha from the security department were lying in wait around Girin, otherwise there shouldn't have been a single survivor. Let you Uchiha clan be arrogant for a while longer. I will uproot your evil family. Danzo vented his frustrations and then instructed the people behind him. Go request one Jonin from the Yamanaka and Nara clans to join the route. Although this time the route did not suffer heavy losses, one of his right-hand men, Yamanaka Fu, fell to that little brat Uchiha Genya. However, this is also a good opportunity to request more manpower from various clans to expand the route. Hishimura Danzo will eventually settle this score with the Uchiha clan. Yono Torikian received the order and immediately headed to the three major clans. The route personnel didn't care about nighttime etiquette and brazenly knocked on their doors to demand people. Not long after, Yono Torikian returned with bad news. What did you say? The route requested manpower from the Inuzuka, but they refused. After reporting his task, Yono Torikian quietly stood aside. He had also thought about forcibly taking a Jonin to fulfill Lord Danzo's orders. But he could never accomplish such a thing alone. The ability of his parasitic bugs was more suited for killing than for capturing. He wasn't reckless enough to cause trouble in someone else's territory. Reluctantly, Yono Torikian could only return to report to Lord Danzo. A fierce look flashed in Danzo's eyes. Very well, I will personally pay them a visit tomorrow. I don't believe they won't release the people when I go personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen's daily life had hardly changed. He got up in the morning to go to the Hokage building, supervising Namikaze Minato and handling official duties. He himself lit a cigarette, puffing away on the side, filling the entire Hokage office with a choking smell of tobacco. Namikaze Minato actually disliked this. He was constantly surrounded by thick secondhand smoke, and when he returned home, he always smelled of smoke. Recently, Kushina had begun to find it distasteful. But there was nothing he could do. By seniority, Hiruzen was the teacher of his teacher, and Minato was the kind of person who respected his elders, which made him the fourth Hokage, sometimes unable to even voice his protests. Bang! Another familiar sound of a door being kicked open. Minato didn't even need to look to know who had arrived. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly set down his cigarette and looked at Shimura Danzo. What has happened again? Have you targeted the Uchiha clan again and caused some trouble? Recently, the Uchiha had been making waves, and it seemed the entire Konoha security force had completely handed over power to that young man. One couldn't help but wonder what Fugaku was thinking to trust this young man so much. Or was it Uchiha Genya, whose fighting style from the younger generation he truly could not comprehend, completely disregarding conventional methods? Day in and day out, none of them gave him any peace. Can't you all be as obedient as Namikaze Minato and let me exploit you? Danzo choked for a moment and actually shook his head in rare form. This time it isn't related to the Uchiha, it is about the Inuzuka and Nara clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with a strange expression. How refreshing you are not targeting the Uchiha, but rather the Inuzuka clan. By the way, those three clans have never offended you, right? They are staunch allies of the Hokage faction. Do you really want to target them? Sometimes Sarutobi Hiruzen truly wanted to open Danzo's head to see if it was filled with mush. Tell me the whole story without playing your tricks of framing and slandering. This time Shimura Danzo had a legitimate reason, so he was very assertive. Did I not send someone to eliminate that thorn in Uchiha Genya yesterday? But the mission failed, and the Uchiha must have been prepared. Not a single person I sent returned. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but stand up and say, Elder Danzo, how can you target the ninjas in our village without reason? Compared to their older generation, the young son had not witnessed the terror of Uchiha Madara and naturally did not have a clear concept of the true power of the Uchiha clan. He knew that the Hokage faction had a tradition of suppressing the Uchiha, but was it too much to openly assassinate ninjas from one's own village? Which leader of a village would do something to weaken their own power? Danzo's exposed eye glared fiercely at Namikaze Minato. When we are talking, where is the place for you youngsters to interrupt? Even though Namikaze Minato was the nominal fourth Hokage, and even if he could annihilate Danzo in an instant, if he wanted, Danzo remained arrogant. He knew that Minato was fundamentally a respectful person towards his elders and would not act against these old predecessors, which made him act so recklessly. This absurd scene illustrates a principle: good people should be held at gunpoint. If Tsunade were in charge, would Danzo dare to let a single fart out? Because if Tsunade got angry, she would genuinely hit him, and with her monstrous strength, even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. That's why Danzo didn't dare to speak loudly to Tsunade. Namikaze Minato, as expected by Danzo, felt a bit of a headache and sat back down amidst the pile of documents, continuing to process paperwork. How does it feel that after becoming Hokage, he still feels so constrained? Isn't it a waste of time for him to be Hokage? Had he known this position was so hot, he would have rather let it go to Orochimaru. Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's description, did not immediately condemn Danzo's actions, but instead asked curiously, what does this have to do with the Inuzuka and Nara clans? Danzo, this troublemaker, hasn't gotten into conflict with the Inuzuka and Nara clans again, has he? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo became even angrier. One of my very important subordinates, Yamanaka Fu, was killed. I originally planned to select one jonin from each of the Inuzuka and Nara clans to join the route. But I clearly went personally, yet those 3 clans dared to refuse. Danzo could not accept such a thing. Mere clans dependent on Konoha actually dared to reject his request. Danzo even struck his cane on the ground, angrily displaying his anger, as if his dignity as the Hokage's advisor and the shadow of the ninja had been thrown to the ground. But Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. At least it had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Danzo, you need to be more careful during this time. The Inuzuka and Nara clans have always been allies of the Hokage faction, but do you really want to offend your own allies? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo appeared somewhat indifferent. What if he offended them? Could they turn the world upside down? In a certain sense, Danzo and Shin Yi thought along the same lines. After all, the 3 clans were all spineless, and they had always adhered to the principle of loyalty to whoever became Hokage. If that is the case, why should he, as the esteemed Hokage's advisor, fear offending these clans? Even when combined, the 3 clans do not measure up to a single Uchiha. If he dares to confront the Uchiha, what do these spineless clans count for? Besides, they likely lack the courage to rebel. Danzo was even certain that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped in, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would surely compromise and obediently hand over the people. Since he knew the other party would compromise, shouldn't he seize the opportunity to extort them? Looking at Danzo's impenetrable demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with a rising anger. How many messes have I cleaned up for you over the years? Do you really have no sense of awareness at all? Yes, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are indeed staunch allies of the Hokage, but the continuity and prosperity of the clan must take precedence over this little friendship with the Hokage's faction. After all these years, Danzo has not changed at all, thinking that sheer violence can subdue everyone. You better go back and behave, doing nothing during this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly told Danzo to get lost. What about the ninjas from the route? Did they die for nothing? Danzo still felt somewhat unwilling. What do you want then? Now that the Uchiha clan is not causing trouble for you at route, you should be counting your blessings. You're dealing with the head of the security department. He's completely justified in this matter. If this escalates, none of us will be able to resolve it. I can't keep cleaning up your messes. You're acting like a child who hasn't grown up. All you do is cause trouble. Danzo was infuriated by Sarutobi's words, his face turning red. Since memory, it seemed Sarutobi had never expressed such disappointment towards him. Having vented his frustrations, Sarutobi looked at his old friend and said, filled with exasperation, "You need to behave yourself. Lately, Kushina's due date is approaching, and the matter of the 9 tails concerns the very survival of the entire Konoha. Everything in Konoha must take a back seat to this matter. If you have nothing to do, just go back to your route, and don't stir up trouble with the Uchiha for now. Hiruzen, you will regret this." After holding back for a long time, Danzo managed to squeeze out this sentence before storming out. Sarutobi sighed, shifting his gaze back to the diligent Minato Namikaze. If only everyone could be like Minato Namikaze. The Uchiha and Danzo were all unstable factors. After suffering a significant loss, Danzo seemed to have calmed down a bit and secretly refrained from further targeting the Uchiha. Of course, Shinji knew he wasn't being honest. He was probably still plotting something sinister. The training for the Uchiha security department was nearly complete. Now, when patrolling the streets, members of the Uchiha security department generally carried custom-made rubber batons, which Shinji had spent quite a bit of money on. The focus was on being painful upon impact, but generally not causing lethal injuries. Now, whenever they encountered troublemakers on the streets, members of the security department would rush in and promptly strike both sides with their batons. For anyone daring to resist, a heavy accusation would be placed upon them. Daring to attack the security department established by the second Hokage was no ordinary crime. I see you're not loyal enough to Konoha. Absolute loyalty means absolutely no disloyalty. How dare you, a spy from another nation's umbu, come looking for trouble at the Konoha security department? Big guts. The key point is that those who generally cause trouble on the streets can't win against the Uchiha of the security department. Those who resist would immediately be branded as spies or rebels. If they do not resist, they might just get beaten up. Yes, specially customized rubber batons, while leaving bruises, were favored because the Uchiha usually just beat someone up and left or directly demanded a fine. At least it was much better than being thrown into the security department's prison. It was said that the troublemaker who Shinji personally ordered to be captured by the security department had now disappeared without a trace, and no one knew how grim their fate was. Due to the Uchiha's brutal actions, there was a tense atmosphere throughout Konoha. Many trivial conflicts were resolved by letting things go. to avoid provoking the security department lest both sides end up getting beaten, which is entirely not worth it. The Konoha troublemakers who usually acted with authority finally experienced what it meant to call for heaven without response and call for earth without answer. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo couldn't be happier if the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers of Konoha worsened. That way they could further sideline the Uchiha and seize greater power over all of Konoha. Many Uchiha had also taken a liking to the baton as a weapon, emphasizing its ability to incapacitate without causing serious injury, making it easier to wield. Due to the Uchiha's rectification actions, the overall crime rate in Konoha decreased significantly, and the tasks Minato Namikaze had to handle reduced considerably, allowing him more time to go home and accompany his wife and unborn child. The only thing that troubled Shien Yi was that he had originally wanted to ask Uzumaki Kushina to help deliver a message to Orochimaru, but it ended up vanishing without a trace. Even Kushina had disappeared. This left Shien Yi somewhat frustrated. Orochimaru should be very interested in the Uchiha clan, shouldn't he? However, he soon realized that he had made a mistake based on experience. Orochimaru must be at the stage of seeing through Sarutobi Hiruzen's true nature. In his disheartened state, he devoted all his energy to developing forbidden techniques. He transformed from a top scientist in the ninja world into a fervent follower of bloodline limits. This likely happened after being directly killed by Itachi's Tsukuyomi in one hit. At that moment, Orochimaru truly understood one thing: ordinary ninjas have their limits. Descendants of the Otsutsuki like Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki are indeed much stronger than ordinary ninjas, and not just by a small margin. For instance, the Uchiha, as long as they awaken the Mangekyo, guarantee a power level equivalent to that of a Kage. Moreover, the Uchiha's ocular techniques are incredibly unreasonable, requiring no hand seals, simply needing eye contact to activate instantly. This left those earnest ninjas who had to perform hand seals in utter despair. Even a prodigy like Orochimaru could only suffer defeat in the face of such a talent gap, with no other outcome possible. Now Orochimaru probably thinks that he is discussing with him about the competition for the Hokage position, and that Uchiha wants to gain Orochimaru's support. Don't think that Orochimaru seems to have failed in the competition for the 4th Hokage. It was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's bias. During the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru also served as a commander, leading the army into battle, and his achievements were certainly no less than those of Namikaze Minato. After all, being able to participate in the 4th Hokage selection already indicates that Orochimaru is far superior to Fugaku, who is not even worth mentioning. Orochimaru is no longer very interested in the Hokage position, which is why he is ignoring Genya's invitation. However, it doesn't matter. It won't be long before Orochimaru will take the initiative to seek him out. Uchiha Genya is very certain of this. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo, although he suffered a setback from Sarutobi Hiruzen, has not completely set aside his ambitions. But for some reason, Konoha now seems to be in a difficult situation, as all the renowned clans have rejected his requests. Not to mention arranging for Jounin to join Root. Even the talented young children are not being released. Only a few small ninja clans, unable to withstand Shimura Danzo's pressure, reluctantly found a few misfits to join Root. Given their current situation, the strength of those ninjas in those clans is quite telling. They are probably just slightly better than ordinary cannon fodder. Shimura Danzo was furious about this and swore that once he becomes Hokage, he would make those families who once looked down on him pay. Especially the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans, who really thought that by branding themselves as allies of the Hokage they could be at ease. Once he becomes Hokage, he will send them all to the battlefield as mere pawns. It is known that the elimination rate in Root is extremely high. To cultivate excellent tools, a large influx of fresh blood is necessary. Originally, Shimura Danzo had in mind the idea of taking war orphans, but now the Uchiha Security Department is in full swing, and any outing must be in teams of 3. Danzo has sent people to the Konoha orphanage more than once, but for some reason the Uchiha always seem to catch wind of it and prevent Root's actions. Although he claims that everything he does is for the village, seizing the orphans of heroes who sacrificed for Konoha to send them to that infamous place called Root can only be done clandestinely. If this were to come to light, it would definitely provoke public outrage, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to protect him. Just imagine who could accept such a thing, risking everything for the village only to have their children sent to Root's laboratory for human experimentation after their death. At that point, the reputation of the entire Konoha could be shaken. Now that Uchiha stands on the moral high ground, Shimura Danzo has no choice but to retreat for the time being. However, Danzo absolutely cannot accept not having subordinates to use. After much thought, he cleverly set his sights on the Mito and Uchiha clans. He is still hesitant to target the Sarutobi clan for now, but he is shamelessly demanding people from his old acquaintances, disregarding all feelings. This matter even reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears at one point. Seeing Mito Sora and Uchiha Koharu rush to the Hokage office with flushed faces to report him, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt somewhat exhausted and immediately summoned Shimura Danzo back. What exactly do you want to do? Did I not tell you to be a bit more stable during this period? Today you dare to demand people from the Mito and Uchiha clans. Tomorrow will you come to demand people from my Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and shouted, saliva almost spraying onto Shimura Danzo's face. Goodness, the Uchiha is a hard nut to crack, so he decided to pick on the soft targets first. But you first offended the Inuzuka and other ninja clans, and now you won't even spare your old acquaintances' families. Danzo knows better than anyone what root truly represents. The elimination rate is horrifying. Generally, it's considered good if 1 out of 10 is a qualified root ninja. The fate of the remaining ones is self-evident. If they barely survive in the brutal elimination selection, they are very likely to end up as subjects of human experimentation. Mito Sora and Uchiha Koharu's meaning is very clear. We are following you to enjoy the benefits. They have tolerated some of Danzo's outrageous behaviors, but you Sarutobi Hiruzen actually allow Danzo to treat our own people as tools just like other ninja clans. Since that's the case, why should we still follow you? Danzo's actions can be described as equally robbing every skilled and talented ninja from Konoha. No one can tolerate such a thing. With several old acquaintances reporting him, how could he possibly sit back and do nothing? Danzo was also holding back a fit of anger. Then what do you want me to do? Now each clan can't recruit people, and the orphanage is being obstructed by the Uchiha. You can't expect me to go outside the village to snatch people, right? Forcing Danzo to go outside the village, even to other small ninja villages, to capture people, he would definitely refuse. Those misfits could never match the quality of ninjas from major ninja villages. If he invests a lot of resources and time only to yield subpar tools, Danzo would be furious. As for using conventional methods to train subordinates, Danzo didn't even consider it. The hallmark of Root is its cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, prioritizing the completion of missions above all else, even disregarding the lives and deaths of comrades. If this training method isn't used, Root would truly become a weakened version of the Umbu, and with Shimura Danzo's ambitions, he would never tolerate such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost laughing in anger, pointing at Shimura Danzo's nose. He said, "Put away your tricks. I warn you, the current Hokage is Namikaze Minato. Given Minato's age and combat strength, he can sit in the Hokage position for at least 20 years, even 30 years. He'll say it here today, as long as I am alive, you will never become Hokage." This statement was a lethal blow. Danzo's lips trembled with anger, his grip on the cane tightening fiercely. But none of this could suppress the fury, coldness, and murderous intent in Danzo's eyes. "You say I can't become Hokage while you are alive. Then can't I just kill you?" Namikaze Minato sensed Shimura Danzo's killing intent and calmly took out a uniquely shaped triangular kunai ready to stop Danzo if he lost his sanity. Minato was very confident in this. With the Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, his speed and attacking power were guaranteed. Now it is hard to find anyone in the entire ninja world who can defeat him. Even if he can't win, he can still escape. With the Flying Thunder God, no one can catch him. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly sensed the murderous intent in Danzo's eyes, yet he stared back without fear. Danzo had become deranged. He would do anything to become Hokage. However, in the end, Danzo did not explode with rage, nor did he utter the classic line, "You regret it, my Hokage," and simply stormed out. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to make Shimura Danzo back down. He would never tolerate letting something he had pursued for most of his life slip away right before his eyes. He missed an opportunity in his youth, and now he would not let it slip away again at any cost. If other clans won't do, then he'll look to the Shimura clan. As long as I can become Hokage, all sacrifices are worth it. Xian Yi was unaware that Shimura Danzo had nearly lost his mind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also affected by Danzo's actions toward the key figures of the Mito and Uchiha clans, leading to the direct split of Konoha's F4 into F3 and Danzo. However, during this time, an event occurred that was neither too big nor too small. That was the birth of the second pillar. The second pillar was born about a month after the little yellow hair, and upon receiving this news, Uchiha Xian Yi realized that the time for the Ninetales Night was drawing near. If there was one thing that Xian Yi was slightly concerned about, it was during the naming of the second pillar. As one of the top figures in the Uchiha clan, Xian Yi naturally attended the banquet for the second pillar's birth and arranged for elite members of the security department to guard the surroundings during Uchiha Mikoto's delivery. Facing the security department, which was almost omnipotent in Konoha, no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble at this moment, except for some necessary surveillance from the Umbu and Root. Holding his just-born son, Fugaku's usually stern face broke into an uncharacteristic smile. The father of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Sasuke, was an excellent ninja, and I hope my son can become as outstanding a ninja as the third. Let's name this child Sasuke. Hearing this response, Xian-yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fugaka didn't say this because he was displeased with Sarutobi Hiruzen wanting to take advantage of him as his grandfather. Rather, it was a signal of political alignment. Did you not see how Azuna smiled with relief upon hearing this? Fugako had not given up on his fantasies. Perhaps seeing the Uchiha clan's recent boldness without any response from the Konoha higher-ups, he felt that the Uchiha spring had arrived, and he would soon ascend to the position of Hokage. Unfortunately, he still did not realize that the struggle was not a feast, it required blood and sacrifice to achieve the final outcome. All greatness requires sacrifice to forge it. However, this was not important, since the second pillar was already born. The next step was to show Konoha, and even the entire ninja world, the true power of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, holding his younger brother, showed a rare and precious smile on his youthful face. Sasuke, my brother, I will ensure you grow up safely. Hearing this, Xian-yi glanced at Itachi, but said nothing more. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina's delivery date was kept strictly confidential. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, even among Konoha's upper echelons few knew. Xian-yi could only roughly calculate the time of the Nine Tails Knight's outbreak based on the birth time of the second pillar. On this day, Konoha village was still much like any other day, with many unaware that a disaster was about to befall them. Konoha's fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led a team of Umbu and Sealing class members to surround a secret delivery room outside the village. Because Uzumaki Kushina was not only the wife of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, but also the key Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the village. During the delivery, the seal on Kushina's abdomen would be at its weakest, and any external interference could potentially lead to the Nine Tails rampaging. This matter appeared to be highly confidential, but what they did not know was that someone had already obtained the news and even had the ability to quietly bypass the Sealing class defenses to appear at Kushina's delivery location. On a large tree outside the village, the space slowly distorted. A man wearing an orange mask and a black cloak with red clouds slowly appeared, overlooking Konoha below. Only one scarlet Sharingan eye was visible beneath the mask. Konoha. And Minato Sensei, it's time to settle the debt for Rin. Konoha must pay it back. Night fell completely. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was inside the delivery room, anxiously staring at Uzumaki Kushina, who lay on the bed. Ah! At this time, Kushina's face was pale and covered in sweat. Labor had already begun. The reason Minato was present here was that during childbirth, the Nine-Tailed Seal would loosen, requiring a skilled sealing ninja to assist. As Kushina's husband, Minato was undoubtedly the best choice. Kushina, don't exert yourself too much at this time. If you exhaust too much energy, the Nine Tails might take the opportunity to break free from the seal. Sarutobi Bawako, who was assisting with the delivery, kept advising Kushina. She had also been an excellent medical ninja in her youth and was experienced in such matters. Oh, it hurt so much. Although she had heard that childbirth was very painful, Kushina's performance at this moment still worried Minato. The usually fearless Uzumaki Kushina was showing such a vulnerable side at this time. Is she really okay? I see, Kushina. Bawako, focused on assisting the delivery, replied, without looking up. You focus on the Nine-Tailed Seal and don't get distracted. Minato scolded, shrank his head back, feeling even more frustrated. Being Hokage was indeed a suffocating role. Oh, anyone could come up and berate him. At this moment, Minato had already made up his mind to resign from the Hokage position once Kushina gave birth. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha argue back and forth every day was also quite tiresome. In reality, he had no power, only a few Umbu, and his disciple Kakashi were willing to listen to him. Being Hokage was less appealing than being an ordinary free ninja. Of course, this was not the time to think about such matters. The urgent task was to focus on the seal and ensure that the Nine Tails did not escape. If the Nine Tails of Calamity escaped, Konoha would suffer devastating destruction. At this moment, the seal suddenly vibrated violently. Minato quickly cast away unnecessary thoughts, increasing his chakra output to firmly suppress that evil power. Kushina's voice gradually became hoarse. Suddenly, with a resounding cry, the child was finally born. Paipa, who quickly cleaned the blood from the baby's body, then wrapped him in swaddling clothes, a smile gracing her face. It's a boy. Watergate wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at his child, his eyes reddening with emotion. Wonderful. Wonderful. From this day forth, Bofeng Shui Min was also a father. If only Jiraiya Sensei were here, he would surely want to be the first to hear this news. Paipa, who gently placed Naruto in front of the exhausted Kushina. It's a boy. Kushina weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the child she had carried for 10 months, could not help but show a pale smile that tugged at the heartstrings. My child. Even the fiery and fearless Kushina could not help but feel a mother's love when facing her own child. Paipa, who soon took the child back, softly saying to Kushina, all right, now you should rest well. She exchanged a knowing glance with Watergate. Watergate immediately understood, holding Kushina's hand gently. Kushina, thank you. But please hold on a little longer, I need to reinforce the seal on the nine tails. Kushina weakly nodded. Just as Watergate placed his hand on her abdomen preparing to apply the 8 trigrams seal, a sudden scream erupted from behind. Oh! Watergate turned in shock to see Pai Pa, who collapsed in a pool of blood. Her heart had been pierced by a kunai, blood pooling beneath her. The Naruto that should have been in her arms was now held hostage by a man wearing an orange whirlpool mask. For some reason, as Watergate looked through the single eye of the mask and saw the windmill-shaped Sharingan, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this person. Who are you? Now was not the time to ponder such questions. His child was being held hostage, and this person had just killed Sir Toby Pai Pa, who clearly he was not here for friendly intentions. More importantly, how had he silently penetrated past the Umbu and the sealing team? If they had all been killed, he would have sensed something. The masked man paid no heed to Watergate's words and gently pressed the kunai against the baby's face. Fourth Hokage, immediately leave the nine tails, Jinchuriki. Otherwise I cannot guarantee your child's safety. At this moment Watergate had no time to consider the earlier feeling of familiarity. His child had just been born and he absolutely did not want anything to happen to him. Watergate quickly raised his hands, attempting to appease the mysterious masked man not to act rashly. But at that moment Kushina let out a painful wail. Without Watergate by her side, the seal on her abdomen was visibly breaking down. Black markings rapidly spread across her body like living creatures, and the malevolent chakra escaped from the seal on her abdomen, gradually forming the shape of a fox tail. The nine tails was about to break free from its seal. Kushina! Watergate exclaimed, rushing forward. The masked man, however, gave him no chance, directly throwing the baby into the air. Seeing this scene, Kushina's tears flowed uncontrollably. As a mother watching her child face imminent danger, how could she possibly hold back? She immediately wanted to disregard the backlash of the nine tails and use the adamantine sealing chains to catch her child. The masked man saw this and launched the kunai from his hand, aiming to pierce the still infant. In that instant, a flash of yellow streaked across the sky. Watergate had used a special kunai to knock away the flying kunai, securely cradling the baby in his arms. But the next moment his expression changed dramatically. On the swaddling of the baby were several burning explosive tags. Without hesitation, Watergate performed a flying thunder god technique and disappeared from the spot. The masked man watched Watergate vanish, snorting coldly. He had long known that he might not be able to handle Bo Feng Shui men. Aside from not having a Kamui space and being unable to phase through, the rest of his abilities were almost overwhelming. But Sensei, if your speed is so fast, why didn't you manage to save Rin? As he watched Kushina on the verge of the nine tails breaking free, he reached out and grasped her hair, twisting their bodies in an instant. The next moment the two appeared in the Hidden Leaf village. Nine tails, come out. The masked man's right eye Sharingan slowly rotated, accurately destroying the seal of the nine tails as a mass of crimson chakra surged forth from Kushina's abdomen. The chakra slowly expanded and condensed, and in an instant a massive fox demon appeared within the hidden leaf. Roar! The nine tails howled to the heavens, its raging chakra instantly filling the surroundings. After breaking free from the seal, the first thing the nine tails wanted to do was take revenge on the village that had sealed it. But before the nine tails could gather its tailed beast bomb, it spotted a masked man appearing before it, the windmill pattern in his right eye's Sharingan spinning rapidly. Sharingan! Before the nine tails could unleash its roar, the same pattern appeared in its eyes. The Sharingan and would release were nearly invincible against tailed beasts. Even the powerful nine tails could only be obediently controlled in the face of a Sharingan. As the masked man prepared to take the nine tails away, he caught sight of Kushina, who was struggling to rise from the ground. He was momentarily stunned, coldly stating, "The Uzumaki clan's vitality is indeed remarkable. Even after having their tailed beast extracted, they do not immediately die." The Uzumaki clan's naturally vast chakra seemed to exist solely for the purpose of sealing tailed beasts. No wonder the land of whirlpools was destroyed back then. They probably did not want other villages to obtain such a perfect Jinchuriki. However, although Kushina had stood up, it was merely a fleeting moment. The cold glint in the masked man's eyes flashed. "Let me send you off with the nine tails that you sealed all your life." As the masked man's words fell, the controlled nine tails immediately raised its front paw and struck down at Kushina. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed. Kushina, who should have been smashed into a pulp by the nine tails' paw, had vanished without a trace. The nine tails had only knocked down a building, causing civilian casualties, but achieving nothing. The masked man looked up and saw Watergate holding Kushina, standing not far away. Kushina also bore the flying thunder god mark of Bo Feng Shui men, and after placing the child in a safe spot, he immediately returned to save his wife. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The Nine Tails had already been completely extracted, and Kushina's death was merely a matter of time. The masked man's lips curled into a cruel smile beneath his mask, truly worthy of the yellow flash. But what does it matter that you saved her? Once the Nine Tails is extracted, even the Whirlpool clan is doomed to die. And you, even possessing the Flying Thunder God, will always arrive just a moment too late, helplessly watching your wife die in your arms, unable to do anything. Watergate gazed at the pale-faced Kushina in his arms, his eyes filled with bloodshot pain. Who are you really? Watergate gritted his teeth and roared. The masked man sneered and did not answer this foolish question. In the next moment, a dark sphere slowly began to condense from the mouth of the Nine-Tails fox demon. The fusion of yin release and yang release in a 2:8 ratio creates the most destructive technique exclusive to tailed beasts and perfect Jinchuriki, tailed beast ball. The target. Konoha. I've changed my mind. Since the plan hasn't begun, yet let me show you today what kind of terrifying hell your precious Konoha will become. Underwater gates gazed, the masked man's figure instantly twisted and vanished without a trace. Seeing the Nine Tails about to unleash the tailed beast ball, Watergate could no longer afford to mourn and prepared to fight with a specially made kunai. Watergate. Kushina gathered her last strength at that moment, unleashing the adamantine sealing chains to bind the entire body of the Nine Tails, rendering it completely motionless. Such indiscriminate release of chakra would only hasten Kushina's death. Watergate sorrowfully watched this scene, but he knew that as Hokage, it was time for him to step forward. He absolutely could not allow the Nine Tails to destroy the village. But just then, from the direction of the Uchiha clan, a dazzling purple lightning suddenly erupted. A few minutes earlier, an Umbu member knelt on one knee before Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice trembling noticeably. Lord Third. The Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has broken free from its seal. Not only that, the location of Kushina's delivery was purposely set far from Konoha to prevent any unwanted incidents, minimizing potential losses. But why did the Nine Tails suddenly appear in the village? Hiruzen wanted to curse at the Umbu member. He wasn't so old that he couldn't see a giant fox demon appearing in the village. When Hiruzen sensed something was wrong, he rushed into Kushina's delivery room, but aside from the body of the lake's corpse, there was no one else in the room. Watergate, Kushina, and her Suntoba-born child had all vanished. Hiruzen immediately realized something was wrong. He didn't have time to grieve and ordered the Umbu to mobilize, searching for any signs nearby. But who would have thought that soon after the Nine Tails would appear in the village? Hiruzen gritted his teeth and almost roared as he issued the command. All Umbu mobilize, evacuate all villagers, save as many as you can. The sealing team, follow me. The Nine Tails must not have any slip-ups. Yes. The Umbu immediately took their orders and vanished into the night. Hiruzen rushed back to Konoha with all his might, knowing that after tonight many Umbu members, including himself, might sacrifice their lives. At this moment, sweat was dripping from Hiruzen's forehead as he struggled to understand how things had escalated to this point. Clearly, he had set up barriers in advance and arranged for numerous Umbu to guard. How did the enemy manage to bypass the barriers undetected and launch an attack? Even Watergate's Flying Thunder God needed to prepare the seal in advance. Uchiha. Hiruzen immediately cast aside the thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time for such considerations. The most important thing was to seal the Nine Tails as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the root base, Danzo also sensed the Nine Tails wreaking havoc in the village. A look of terror, shock, and a hint of frenzy appeared on his face. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Behind him, a member of the Oil family knelt on one knee, reporting in a low voice. Lord Danzo, the Nine Tails is rampaging in the village. Should the root mobilize? Danzo did not reply. However, in his gaze towards the Nine Tails, there was not only fear, but also a hint of something called ambition. Such a thing should become the power of the root. If I obtain the power of the Nine Tails, Konoha will be unstoppable. How could that skeleton in the grave, Hiruzen Sarutobi, possibly understand how deep my love for Konoha runs? The Oil family member acted as if he hadn't heard, still keeping his head down and silent. Houses, villagers, and even some ninjas wielding kunai were as fragile as insects before the Nine Tails, almost crushed in large numbers with a single blow. This was a moving natural disaster, something beyond human reach. Danzo's eyes, after a brief burst of ambition, calmed down. Relay my orders. Root ninjas are not to act without my command. The Oil family member was taken aback for a moment and raised his head. But Lord Danzo, Konoha is currently under attack. Danzo suddenly turned around, his exposed eye coldly gazing at the Oil family member. Moi. Just that one word made the Oil family member quickly lower his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. Do you wish to defy my orders? I dare not. Danzo's root was merely a tool for complete obedience. Those who disobeyed orders, even if they were Danzo's right-hand men, could face elimination at any moment. The oil family member vanished in an instant, conveying Lord Danzo's orders. Watching the scene of the Nine Tails rampaging through Konoha, Danzo murmured, "Everything I do is for the village. Necessary sacrifices unavoidable." At this moment in the Uchiha clan, Genya immediately sensed a chilling and sinister chakra. He instantly understood that the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. "Come in." A member of the security department immediately pushed the door open, and Genya quickly commanded loudly, "All security department members mobilize to fully rescue non-combat personnel." Yes. Thanks to Genya's training, the efficiency of the security department's actions had improved significantly. Before long, the members of the security department had assembled and awaited Genya's orders. Just as Genya shouted to depart, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Genya, what exactly are you trying to do?" Fugaku had come out dressed in clothes in the middle of the night. Genya looked at Fugaku in confusion, not understanding why he was acting this way now. Why was he trying to stop him? "Clan leader, can't you see the enormous Nine Tails? The Nine Tails is wreaking havoc in the village. This is our security department's responsibility." Fugaku was unusually resolute at that moment, saying, "No one is to act without the Hokage's order. Moreover, there are root members monitoring outside the clan, and going out would mean confronting the root directly. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen." Huan Yes' expression instantly darkened at these words, infused with disbelief. "This is why I say, I really wonder what you sometimes have in your mind. You don't still hold some naive fantasies about the Hokage faction, do you?" But looking at Fugaku's serious expression, Huan Yi suddenly understood his thoughts. He intends to leverage this chaos of the Nine Tails to bargain with the higher-ups of Konoha. Could it be that you are still waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come knocking at your door begging you? It turns out people really do laugh when they are at a loss for words. Could Fugaku have gotten carried away because the Uchiha gained enough influence in Konoha during this time? If that is truly the case, Huan Yi would be left speechless. People often say that one should fear not a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. With Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi as the hidden talents, how could the Uchiha clan not survive? Huan Yi could only patiently explain, "Our deployment at this moment is not to let others remember the Uchiha's virtues, but rather to fulfill the responsibilities of the police force. The authority we exercised before was under the banner of the police force, maintaining the stability of Konoha. If we remain inactive now, the strong image we've built up will be completely ruined. The entire Konoha will see us Uchiha as soft targets, only daring to bully ordinary people, while being a cowardly family that can't even face the Nine Tails." Huan Yi spoke these harsh words to Fugaku without holding back. The Uchiha were a proud and warlike clan, and upon hearing this, they all displayed expressions of outrage. Being called a coward and a weakling, this kind of insult was far more unbearable than being killed directly. At this moment, Fugaku's indecisive side was revealed. "Huan Yi, can't you trust me just this once? The third Hokage will definitely be unable to handle the Nine Tails, and our Uchiha Sharingan is the most powerful force against tailed beasts. They will have to come to us for help." Huan Yi felt there was no longer any need to continue this conversation with Fugaku. Fugaku's biggest problem was that he placed all his hopes in others. The original story was similar. It sounds noble to sacrifice oneself heroically, but it is not so noble when viewed as simply throwing everything onto the shoulders of his two sons. Those who truly accomplish great things never gamble their ethereal hopes on others. Just as he turned to leave, Fugaku suddenly shouted, "Huan Yi, this is an order from the clan leader. Tonight, without my command, no one is allowed to leave the clan grounds." At this moment, the members of the police force all displayed hesitant expressions. There were a few who stood firmly on Huan Yi's side, but not many. After all, Fugaku had been the clan leader and head of the police force for a long time, and he still possessed some authority. Huan Yi turned back, fully convinced that Fugaku was not suited to be the Hokage. If he couldn't even manage being a clan leader, well, how could he balance the relationships as Hokage? To hesitate in crucial moments is folly. Huan Yi suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. "Not leaving the clan grounds, huh? I think you might be misunderstanding something. Do you really think that I cannot deal with the Nine Tails by not leaving the clan?" Fugaku was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Huan Yi's words. Then he saw Huan Yi close his eyes, and when he opened them again, the three tomo had rapidly merged, transforming into the shape of a kaleidoscope. Fugaku panicked, wanting to stop Huan Yi. How could Huan Yi's ocular power be wasted on Susanoo? But just then Huan Yi's voice slowly echoed in the ears of those around. "All of you actually have no idea what true Uchiha power is like. Allow me to let you witness what the legendary Uchiha ocular technique's ultimate third power truly is." As Huan Yi's right eye's kaleidoscope continued to spin, a giant resembling a being made of countless lightning bolts slowly emerged from Huan Yi's body. This giant appeared incomplete and had quite an unusual form. Its palms split open to reveal an eye, while its massive metallic hands cradled its body with patterns symbolizing thunder behind it. 3 slender arms floated on the left side, one wielding a double-head kunai for long-range attacks, symbolizing that nothing could hide from its majestic presence. A massive shadow of a right hand emerged, lacking any armor, as if any being would be reduced to ashes before this absolute power, confident enough not to require any protection. The evil shadow that represents the form of Susanoo, the armored god of thunder, when it unleashes its true power. Fugaku was completely stunned. The Susanoo Huanyi displayed seemed entirely different from what was recorded in the clan's texts. The four-armed Susanoo, if memory serves, is also how Uchiha Madara's Susanoo appeared. But what is this form about? Glancing at the astonished Fugaku, Uchiha Huanyi let a drop of blood tear fall from his right eye and coldly laughed. Haven't you always wanted to know my ocular technique and true strength? Then let me show you how my kaleidoscope differs from yours. The realm of the Musō world, Huanyi's kaleidoscope abilities. This term in Buddhism refers to this imperfect world, which is the human realm. The effect of the kaleidoscope ocular technique that Huanyi awakened is extraordinarily unreasonable. Within a certain range, it can temporarily materialize everything in one's mind, possessing the ability to turn the virtual into the real. It is not an illusion or space-type technique, but rather akin to the dreamlike ocular techniques of Izanagi or Izanami. Combined with the ability of his left eye, which creates illusions, Huanyi himself can even achieve what theoretically only a creator could do. This is what is referred to as omnipotence. The Susanoo form of evil shadow towards the heavenly demon is a special type of Susanoo that evolves from the basic Susanoo, utilizing the power of the Musō world combined with the might of the dream-making divine tool. The drawbacks of the Musō world are also quite apparent. Such a powerful ocular technique cannot be without cost. As the strength of the materialized existence increases, the rate of ocular power consumption escalates. In other words, the greater the impact on the real world, the more ocular power Huanyi will consume. Huanyi is currently only demonstrating the third stage of Susanoo, and combined with the ocular technique of the Musō world, the manifestation of evil shadow towards the heavenly demon has already reached an astonishing height, nearly equivalent to a complete Susanoo at 100 meters. Even the Nine Tails, under the pressure of such a size, would only be a slightly larger beast. But it doesn't end there. Huanyi opened his right arm, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, slowly drew out a blade from his chest, appearing to be forged from purple lightning. Under the influence of the Musō world, Huanyi could briefly utilize the power of dream-making, simulating part of the might of that thoughtless strike. Almost in perfect synchronization with Huanyi's movement of drawing the dream-making blade, the right arm of the lightning giant suddenly stretched backward, as if tearing through space, revealing 100 soft-meters long eye of thunder punishment unfolding above Konoha. The pitch-black night sky was suddenly filled with countless bolts of lightning, and in an instant all thunder converged. The moment when the Susanoo of malevolent radiance appeared before the heavenly demon was witnessed not only by everyone within the Uchiha clan, but by nearly all of Konoha, as well, resembling a towering giant. The purple eye of the thunder punishment spanned the sky above Konoha, seemingly gazing down upon all who dared to look up at it. Under the scrutiny of that eye, everyone felt a chilling dread. Such power could not possibly belong to the mortal realm. Only legendary deities, perhaps even the sage of the Six Paths, could possess such formidable strength. What terrifying secrets does the Uchiha clan hide? It was as if the god of thunder had descended. Everyone witnessing this scene pondered this very question in their hearts. Is it truly possible for such an Uchiha to be defeated? Have Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo been playing with fire all along? In the next moment, that massive purple blade was raised high, promising to unleash its might upon the Nine Tails with the force of splitting heaven and earth. When the strike descended, it felt as if Konoha itself had experienced a great earthquake, leaving only the blinding white light and the deafening roar in its wake. Faced with this astonishing and overwhelmingly powerful strike, Minato instinctively activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Even though the Nine Tails was currently under the control of the kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, it too felt a surge of fear. That blade was larger than his entire fox form. How could he not be afraid? After all, Obito's kaleidoscope technique was not a mere illusion, and with only one eye remaining, its control over the Nine Tails was severely limited. Even with the Mokuton cells restoring his ocular power, the kaleidoscope was not eternal, and Obito struggled to maintain control over the Nine Tails for an extended period. Confronted with such a world-ending strike, the Nine Tails surprisingly forced itself free from Obito's Jinjutsu, at the critical moment, its eyes reflecting a human-like fear. Is this sweet being a person? Though the Nine Tails had seen Susanoo before, it had never encountered such terrifying destructive power beyond the one wielded by that individual. This was not even the full power of Susanoo's potential. It had to evade, it absolutely had to evade. Otherwise it would surely perish. Even a tailed beast, a calamity of nature, fears death. Although tailed beasts can be reborn in other places within the ninja world after death, the reborn tailed beast only carries the previous beast's memories as a new consciousness. In a sense, it is no longer the same being. Yet how can life on the ground confront this radiant storm of thunder? With a single stroke, the nine tails, along with a corner of the surrounding leaves and the forest extending several kilometers outside the village, were transformed into a bottomless canyon under this thoughtless slash. The massive shockwave repelled the forest to either side, as if parting the vast woods in two. In the center of the canyon, purple lightning continued to dance, silently narrating the power of that strike. For a moment, the entire Leaf Village fell into utter silence beneath this strike from Xianyi. Even the nighttime chirping of insects ceased, seemingly in fear of such divine might. Including Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was rushing back, and Danzo, who was watching, as well as the major clans who had intended to intervene, but were too late. All fell silent at this moment. Some of the older generation recalled the legends of the Valley of the End. It was said that the most elite ninjas could alter the terrain with a single strike. They had always dismissed it as mere legend akin to a fairy tale. But now it seemed that some of the absurdities recorded in certain families might not be entirely untrue. One could only imagine how many people would find it hard to sleep tonight. Especially Danzo, who felt an irresistible sensation arise from that world-shattering blow. No, I have not lost yet. Danzo immediately motivated himself. Without this self-deception, he would have been overwhelmed by an immediate fear of surrender. Knowing that the Uchiha would never overlook his actions over the years, he had only one path left to walk it to the end. Surrender was not an option for him, even if it meant wagering the entire Leaf Village to continue his resistance. What if the Uchiha were strong? Killing doesn't always require a blade. Even the mighty White Fang had perished amidst rumors and slander. If one cannot kill the enemy physically, then one must annihilate them mentally. Humans cannot endure the torment of loneliness. Thinking of the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan he could obtain after his success, Danzo felt invigorated again, beginning to scheme some dark plans. After Xianyi unleashed that thoughtless strike, he released Susanoo and slowly descended from the sky. He glanced at the awestruck Fugaku, then ignored him and waved his hand decisively. All members of the security department mobilize. Everyone was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. Yes, the Uchiha clan reveres strength, and now that Xianyi has demonstrated unparalleled power, the entire clan will naturally follow his lead. What is the patriarch to me? I am not familiar with him. Not to mention that Xianyi had actually awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Within the Uchiha, once you awaken the Mangekyo, everything you say is deemed right. At this moment, the Uchiha under Xianyi's leadership displayed extremely impressive efficiency. In the presence of Xianyi's world-destroying power, his words were law, and even Fugaku's commands held no weight. If it weren't for considering that Fugaku had contributed through years of toil, without any merit to the Uchiha clan, and that the situation was not suitable for internal conflict. Several elders wanted to jump out and force Fugaku to yield his position as patriarch and retire peacefully. This time Fugaku did not stop them. He glanced at Xianyi, who was rushing towards the Nine Tails, and recalled that nearly heaven-splitting sword. His expression involuntarily grew grave. Was that the artifact of Susanoo? Every Susanoo possesses a unique artifact, and this was no secret for Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo. In the original story, Itachi's Yata Mirror and Totsuka Blade and Sasuke's Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi were all artifacts of Susanoo. Fugaku, having awakened his Mangekyo naturally, had one as well. But what kind of artifact wields such power? It had surpassed the normal might expected of Susanoo. Fugaku felt certain that his own Susanoo could never reach such greatness. Fugaku put himself in that position, contemplating how he would defend against that strike. After much thought, he concluded that facing that attack head-on would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Even with absolute confidence in Susanoo's defense, Fugaku did not believe he could withstand that blow. At this moment, Xianyi was not concerned with the thoughts of others. After all, the Nine Tails was a creature of chakra, not an ordinary flesh and blood body. That strike likely had not fully extinguished its life. There was still time to pick up the pieces. Soon Xianyi's figure appeared at the location where the Nine Tails was causing chaos. At this moment, the Nine Tails had been completely cut in half by the previous strike, two blobs of crimson chakra writhing on the ground, seemingly trying to reassemble itself. Chakra beasts like the tailed beast have no vital points, so they naturally do not die easily. Bo Feng Shui men also returned using the Flying Thunder God technique. Fortunately, the seal of the Flying Thunder God had not been destroyed. In his arms, he held the lifeless whirlpool Jio Xian Nai and a crying infant still in a swaddling blanket. Naruto was indeed quite unfortunate experiencing such a tragic event on the very day he was born. Looking at the smiling Xian'ai who had lost all signs of life, Bo-fong, Shui Min wore a sorrowful expression. It was not due to excessive chakra consumption that he felt so fatigued, but rather the immense emotional blow he had suffered. He and that masked man did not have time to exchange many blows, but upon sensing the power of that otherworldly strike, he decisively used the flying thunder god to escape. Watching his helpless nine-tails being cleaved in two by that strike, Bo-fong, Shui Min fell into a prolonged silence. It was not until a young man with the Freedom Sharingan, clearly a member of the Uchiha clan, appeared here in an instant that Bo-fong Shui Min became aware. "Was that strike just now made by you?" he asked calmly, looking at the Dream One heart in Xian Ye's hand, which was identical to the blade that had just cleaved the heavens and earth. But in reality, he already had the answer in his heart. He recognized this young man, who, although he was about Kakashi's age, he had already earned Fugaku's recognition at a young age, and was nominated as the head of the Konoha Security Department. Moreover, it was not due to others supporting him. He initiated a reform within the Uchiha clan, winning the support of many young people, and even the older generation of Uchihas. In terms of methods, he could not evaluate him, perhaps they were a bit crude. But in terms of overall effect, the crime rate in Konoha had dropped to an astonishing level. Xian Yi looked at the two blobs of crimson chakra still writhing, and said, "You ask knowingly." This Uchiha showed no respect for him as Hokage. However, given their similar ages, Shui Min did not mind this slight. A sudden silence fell between the two. Xian Yi and Shui Min were not familiar with each other, nor did they have any common topics to discuss, leading to an awkward pause. "What do you plan to do next?" Xian Yi asked, looking at the nine tails that was still writhing, attempting to repair itself. He was not very interested in the power of the tailed beasts, but if possible, having control over the Jinchuriki would also be a good choice. The objectives for tonight had been largely achieved, anything else they did would be a gain. After a moment of silence, Shui Min said to Xian Yi, "The one who took Xian'ai tonight was a masked man with a Mangekyo Sharingan. He used a space-time ninjutsu that could easily bypass Konoha's barriers, and I was unable to catch him." Xian Yi turned to look at Bo-fong Shui Min and said lightly, "You don't suspect us Uchiha, do you?" Shui Min smiled wryly. "If it were before, I might indeed think so." If he had not witnessed that world-destroying strike, upon seeing the Mangekyo, Shui Min's first reaction would have also been to suspect the Uchiha clan. Regardless of his views on the Uchiha, any rational person upon seeing the Mangekyo shape in the eyes of the Nine Tails would instinctively think that the Nine Tails was being controlled by the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. However, seeing such a powerful creature as the Nine Tails being cleaved in two by Xian Ye's strike, and even that strike creating a canyon several kilometers long and bottomless, Shui Min suddenly dismissed that suspicion. The Uchiha had no reason to release the Nine Tails. The power of the tailed beasts was probably nothing in the eyes of these reedied individuals. Just as that mysterious person easily controlled the tailed beast with the Mangekyo, to Xian Yi the Nine Tails was likely just a larger toy. The third Hokage. "So you have always been walking on a tightrope." Even that does not adequately describe Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's actions. Looking back now at their suffocating operations, they were simply testing the limits of their own survival. Xian Yi shrugged, knowing that Shui Min had conjured up something extraordinary in his mind. He simply shifted the topic directly. "What do you plan to do with the Nine Tails?" "If necessary, killing it directly is also fine. After all, the Nine Tails will definitely be able to revive in the future. Then capturing it outside Konoha village would not require such considerations." As for the power of the Jinchuriki, Xian Yi did not take it too seriously, but it was not insignificant either. What he needed to be wary of was never the power of the tailed beasts or the Jinchuriki. As if hearing Xian Yi's words, the two blobs of Nine Tails chakra writhed crazily, seemingly trying to accelerate their own repair. Unexpectedly at that moment, Bo-fong Shui Min made a surprising decision. He turned to Xian Yi and suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Xian Yekuan, may I ask you for a favor? What do you want to do?" The young son seemed to have made a decision. "I will use the dead demon consuming seal to take half of the nine. Can I ask you to take care of this child?" Xian Yi's expression became somewhat complicated. He had previously wondered why Shui Min, who was living well, would want to die. But after looking into Bo-fong Shui Min's eyes, Xian Yi fell silent. That was the gaze of a man who had made a decision, as if there was nothing left in this world worth his attachment. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. It seemed that Xian'ai's death had dealt a significant blow to Shui Min. Otherwise, with the speed of the flying thunder god, it would be nearly impossible for anyone in the ninja world to kill him. The only one who could kill this man was always himself. Why not ask someone else? "The third Hokage will be here soon, right?" Bo-fong Shui Min replied straightforwardly, "I do not trust them. Naruto possesses the Uzumaki clan's physique. Even if he does not act after he leaves, those in the higher-ups will definitely train him as a Jinchuriki weapon. It is better to ask Xian Yi in front of him." At the very least, Xian Yi has no reason to exploit the power of the Nine Tails. No matter what, he is still the child of a hero. The third Hokage should not go to extremes, right? Xian Yi said lightly, his words carrying a hint of provocation. Shui Min chuckled bitterly, the child of a hero. Are there not enough children of heroes in the Konoha orphanage? Moreover, the offspring of the Hokage is nothing special. Everyone knows the fate of Senju Rope Tree. Becoming a Jinchuriki. At least it can ensure he survives. Xian Yi was genuinely surprised this time. It turned out he had underestimated Bo Feng Shui Min. It seems that Bo Feng Shui Min is not merely a puppet Hokage. He truly desires to change the status quo, yet he lacks the ability and determination to do so. Shui Min formed hand signs, summoning a toad. The toad spat out a scroll, which Shui Min handed over to Xian Yi. This is a training method for my self-created Nozial ninjutsu and my personal cultivation experience. Though it may not help you much, consider it a little allowance from me as a father to my child. Xian Yi took the scroll, opened it, and found it contained training experiences for the Rasengan along with Shui Min's personal insights and speculations about the chakra properties of the technique. Although the training requirements for the Rasengan are not stringent, and Xian Yi understands its basic principles, acquiring Shui Min's cultivation experience is a delightful surprise that can save him from many detours. In comparison, I would really prefer the training scroll for the Flying Thunder God, Xian Yi said with a smile, presenting another condition. He has a keen interest in the Flying Thunder God, a technique that even Orochimaru, ambitious to learn all ninjutsu, has failed to master. Bo Feng Shui Min chuckled helplessly. That is the village's asset, and it is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. I cannot arbitrarily give it to you. Hearing this, Xian Yi shook his head. Then it seems you are a rather unsuccessful Hokage. You are bound by so-called righteousness and rules, otherwise you wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He watched helplessly as his wife was extracted of the tailed beast, failing to seal it in time, leading to Kushina's death. Then he followed suit in a tragic end. What a tragic fate it is. In response to Uchiha Xian Yi's remark, Bo Feng Shui Min had little to say. Anyway, if you want it, you'll eventually become Hokage. The Flying Thunder God will merely be yours in due time. Shui Min was quite open-minded about this, and was confident. If the Flying Thunder God is out of the question, can the Rasengan suffice? If that old man of the third knows you casually give such a technique to a Uchiha, he would probably be furious. Listening to Xian Yi's words, Shui Min smiled at that moment, a smile of relief. I am still the fourth Hokage, and regardless, this is my self-created technique, so I still have that authority. Xian Yi also smiled, putting away the scroll. Have you chosen a name for your child? Bo Feng Shui Min was quickly forming complex seals, and from his movements it was clear that he was performing the ultimate sealing technique. Kushina has already chosen a name. It will be Uzumaki Naruto. He added, one last question, do you want to tell him about you and Kushina? I'd rather not. If he wants to know the answers in the future, he will seek them out himself. He concluded with Shiki Fujin. As Shui Min completed the final seal, a gigantic death god apparition suddenly appeared behind him, holding a short blade mimicking Shui Min's movements perfectly. This is the ultimate technique of the Uzumaki sealing technique, the Shiki Fujin, which seals both his and his opponent's souls within the belly of the death god, preventing them from reincarnating for eternity. Shui Min's target for the technique was the complete Nine Tails. However, during this process, he played a little trick. Half of the Nine Tails was sealed within his newborn son, while the other half was sealed within himself, swallowed into the death god's belly along with the side effects of the Shiki Fujin. Xian Yi Naruto, I entrust them to you. As the Shiki Fujin concluded, Shui Min's soul was completely consumed by the death god. Watching the serene bodies of Shui Min and Kushina lying together without any scars, Xian Yi fell into silence for a moment. In truth, he had the opportunity to save both Bo Feng Shui Min and Kushina. To speak of easier matters, all he needed to do was prevent Kakashi from leaking secrets at Obito's tombstone, which was not particularly difficult. However, keeping Bo Feng Shui Min alive did not align with his interests, and he actually had no effective means against Shui Min's Flying Thunder God. In the future, he would surely confront the third Hokage and Danzo, and given Shui Min's character, he would definitely side with the third. Thus, Xian Yi could only watch as Bo Feng Shui Min made his tragic end, eliminating all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's potential comeback cards. After some thought, he took out a sealing scroll and sealed their bodies. Although Shui Min's soul was swallowed into the death god's belly, it was impossible to summon him back with Edo Tensei. However, he needed to prevent others from exploiting their corpses. That way, while Xian Yi would not suffer any loss, he would feel quite disgusted. The night the Nine Tails erupted is a tragedy for the Leaf Village. Although under the intimidation of Xian Yi's blade and the mobilization of the Uchiha elite, the damages to Konoha were kept within a certain range. The deaths of the fourth Hokage Bo Feng Shui Min and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina were also a devastating blow to Konoha. The Jinchuriki is regarded as the village's nuclear weapon. With the loss of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and facing the predatory gazes of other villages, especially the warlike Kumogakure, Konoha lost a significant deterrent. Furthermore, the demise of Bo-Fong Shuemin was a catastrophic blow to Konoha not only because he was the fourth Hokage, but also due to his deterrent power over other ninja villages. Many people do not know that among other ninja villages the threat posed by Bo-Fong Shuemin was even above that of the Jinchuriki. Encountering the yellow flash, they would immediately retreat, without punishment for mission failure. Only one person in the entire shinobi world can receive such an evaluation. Bo-Fong Shuemin's killing efficiency ranks just below the tailed beast bombs, and he does not cause significant damage to buildings, making him a precision killer. To receive such an evaluation indicates that in the eyes of other ninja villages, returning alive after encountering Bo-Fong Shuemin was already quite impressive, and there were not many more expectations. Even the other Jinchuriki have not received such an evaluation. Although against the likes of the 4th Raikage AI or perfect Jinchuriki-type shadow-level powerhouses, Bo-Fong Shuemin's offensive power is a shortcoming, but he can only kill a few enemies from opposing ninja villages. As for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, these two have already transcended the realm of ninjas, and they do not even need an evaluation. Because these two would not engage in extreme tug-of war on the battlefield, they would directly charge into your home with Susanoo or the Wood Golem, and there would be nothing you could do against them. All one can do is pray to encounter the kind-hearted Senju Hashirama and consider kneeling down to surrender as the only option. Returning to the main point, Konoha suffered the simultaneous loss of two top shadow-level powerhouses, which is a tremendous blow to a village that has just experienced the third Great Ninja War and has not yet recovered its vitality. What's more troublesome is that such an incident cannot be kept under wraps. The commotion caused by the Nine-Tails and Xianyi is visible to the entire Konoha, and spies hidden within Konoha would definitely notice. Fortunately, Xianyi acted in time, and the casualties among Konoha's ordinary citizens were not many. One can foresee that upon hearing the news of Bo-Fong Shuemin's death, other villages would swarm like sharks smelling blood. Outside of Mokai village, a tall tree suddenly distorted the space. Obito stood quietly on the tree, gazing at the vast canyon below, momentarily lost in silence. Is this truly a strike that a human can unleash? Although he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with only one eye remaining, he had never witnessed Madara's full power. Yet there was an instinctual premonition that even at his peak, Madara could hardly deliver such a breathtaking blow. With a single stroke, the Nine-Tails was severed, as viewed from above the entire forest bore a massive wound. Even now, the canyon carved by human hands still radiated the power of thunder and lightning, lingering without dissipating. In comparison, his own might felt like that of a novice. Aside from fooling those who have never witnessed space-time ninjutsu, it only had some utility for escaping. What, Obito? Are you afraid of your fellow clansmen? A shadow half black and half white suddenly emerged quietly from the tree, adorned with decorations resembling a pitcher plant, looking quite eerie. It was indeed Kurizetsu, possessing the body of White Zetsu. Kurizetsu gazed at the endless canyon and couldn't help but express some admiration. I never expected that in this era, aside from the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, another figure could emerge who rivals Uchiha Madara. I misjudged the descendant of that traitor. Yuhi always seems to lead to such unexpected gains. Obito snorted coldly, casting an unfriendly glance at Zetsu. How many times must I say it? Outside you must call me Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu, possessing White Zetsu, helplessly shrugged. Do as you wish. A mere puppet under his control could never escape his grasp. It's just about face. For his grand goal of liberating his mother, he doesn't care. After reprimanding Kurizetsu, Obito turned his gaze back to the scar in the forest beneath him, his mask cloaking a cold expression. It's merely a pair of Mangekyo. Such reckless expenditure of ocular power will lead to blindness sooner or later. People like him pose no threat to our plans. Kurizetsu held a positive view regarding Obito's assessment. The Mangekyo, if not for Indra's chakra reincarnation, has its limits no matter how strong it is. Though I don't understand why an ordinary pair of Mangekyo can unleash such powerful techniques, even rivaling Madara at his peak. It must be related to his awakened unique ocular techniques, perhaps enhancing ninjutsu types, or simply fortifying Susanoo. Though it's hard to judge without further evidence, using Susanoo alongside the exclusive ocular techniques consumes an immense amount of ocular power. Without the power of the eternal Mangekyo to prevent blindness after unleashing such a powerful strike, that Uchiha is surely on the brink of losing his sight. However, the Uchiha clan is indeed troublesome. A slight provocation could lead to the awakening of the Mangekyo, becoming an unknown peril. The greater trouble is not Susanoo, but the unknown ocular techniques. They currently lack any information on the individual who executed that strike, which leaves them feeling so passive. The descendant of that traitor A chill appeared in Kurizetsu's eyes. What do you intend to do about that, Uchiha? Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu said, mockingly, attempting to guide Obito into taking some action. After a moment's thought, Obito responded, the plan hasn't begun yet. The Nine-Tails will be kept in Konoha for now. Once his Mangekyo goes blind, we will directly kill him and slaughter the entire Uchiha clan in the process. In fact, compared to that stunning strike, Obito was more concerned about the scene when Susanoo first appeared. Because no matter how great the power, as long as he uses Void, he could perfectly evade that attack. Yet the opponent could tear apart space with a mere gesture, that eye of divine punishment spanning the heavens, and that Susanoo artifact seemingly drawn from the shattered void. It caused Obito to lose his composure. Though there was no evidence if that Susanoo artifact could directly attack him while in his void state, then this Uchiha Genya's threat level would escalate several tiers. This person cannot live or remain sighted. He will not sleep soundly. The Uchiha clan, being so uncontrollable, must be dealt with swiftly. Kurizetsu revealed a cold smile. Madara's chosen piece is indeed useful. With just a little guidance, he has achieved the desired outcome. An uncontrollable clan like the Uchiha must indeed be eradicated in its infancy to prevent more uncontrolled Mangekyo from emerging. As the Umbu took over the scene, Genya had already prepared to leave. Members of the Umbu and the security department were responsible for disaster relief and restoring order, while support from other clans in Umbu was hastily arriving. The Nine-Tails had already been suppressed. The remaining issue was disaster relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on his way, saw the canyon carved by Susanoo and momentarily couldn't believe his eyes. From a distance, it didn't seem too shocking, but upon closer inspection, one would realize the sheer terror of this power. It was simply beyond the realm of human strength. If Konoha and the Uchiha were to become enemies, that strike would have cleaved towards Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively shivered, immediately resolving not to sever ties with the Uchiha. Seeing Genya prepare to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to him, "Genya, wait a moment." Genya turned back, his eyes showing slight impatience. "Third Hokage, please refer to me as the head of the security department. It's quite absurd that someone so mature still needs reminders about titles during work." Sarutobi Hiruzen choked for a moment, then decided to bypass the topic, saying, "Please take care of Minato's child for the village." Unsurprisingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately focused on the child in Genya's arms. Based on his understanding of Namake's Minato, since he resorted to the Reaper Death Seal, it was very likely that he sealed the Nine-Tails within his newborn child. His child also possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, making him the perfect Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of a power-hungry clan like the Uchiha. Genya's eyes narrowed slightly. Even he had his limits. To openly use a newborn child as a weapon went against Genya's principles. "Before his death, the fourth Hokage entrusted his orphan to my care," Genya replied nonchalantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "But the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be controlled by the village." Genya turned around this time, directly meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of danger crept into his eyes. This is not a negotiation. Under the gaze of Uchiha Genya's eyes from above, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took a defensive posture. It wasn't that Genya had done anything, he was simply afraid of the power of the Uchiha. The canyon was right beside them, and no one could remain calm enough to speak to Uchiha Genya under such circumstances. However, some matters cannot be compromised. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to persuade, Genya directly interrupted him. "The third Hokage." The original intention of Lord Hashirama in establishing Konoha was to prevent children from wielding weapons on the battlefield. Have you ever asked yourself if your will of fire has been learned from the belly of a dog? Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked by Genya's words and lowered his head in shame. Yet facing Hiruzen's guilt, Genya felt a sense of disgust. This was how he was, turning a blind eye to the darkness in the village caused by Danzo being bad, but not entirely, so while still caring for his reputation, ultimately leading to an outcome where he was disliked by both sides. Genya snorted and was about to turn away. "Wait, I have one more question. The matter of Minato's child could be discussed later. After all, even if they had the power of the Nine-Tails, they couldn't contend with the Uchiha." Tonight's events had already proven this point. But now there was an even more critical question hidden in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart that needed to be answered, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Was that slash just now made by you or Fugaku? Because when the Nine-Tails rampaged, he was still rushing back from outside the village, and at that time only the Uchiha clan members knew who had displayed such a powerful Susanoo. He hadn't yet had the chance to inquire about who among his hidden lines within the Uchiha possessed such formidable power. But regardless of who wielded such powerful strength, it couldn't bode well for the Hokage faction. With Namake's Minato and Kushina perishing, the Uchiha had displayed strength that surpassed even the Nine-Tails, even dominating the village. The balance of power had completely tilted, coupled with the recent displays of strength by the Uchiha Sarutobi Hiruzen, could already foresee the impending storm. Genya glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Is this really important?" He was losing patience. Having just showcased his might in front of all the Uchiha, he still had to rush back to settle tasks and draw lots. He had no time to waste with this old fool. Political maneuvering was merely a tool for him. Only by becoming strong could he confront all external malice. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask anything further. The malice displayed in Uchiha Genya's eyes was different from Danzo's. Danzo's killing intent stemmed more from impotent rage. He had the confidence to suppress Danzo, which was why he repeatedly allowed his behavior. But just now the look Genya had given him was one of superiority. It wasn't the hatred directed at an enemy. If it had to be compared, it was more like looking down upon insects that could be crushed at will. How could humans harbor hatred for insects that could be easily crushed underfoot? Just now that question had already found an answer in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally only said dryly, "A meeting of all Jonin will be held tomorrow. All Jonin of the Uchiha clan must attend." Genya disappeared in an instant, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing there wanting to say something, but hesitating. After returning to the Uchiha compound, Genya first went to the clan leader's room and knocked on Fugaku's door. Fugaku was currently out assisting with disaster relief, and it was Fugaku's wife Uchiha Mikoto who opened the door. Upon seeing Uchiha Genya holding a child, she was somewhat taken aback. "Genyakin this is." Genya replied, "This child is the orphan of Namikaze Minato. Could I trouble you to take care of him?" Genya had no experience with children and didn't want to deal with such a troublesome matter. It was better to find a reliable person to entrust him to. Among the people Genya knew, only Mikoto had experience taking care of children. Moreover, whether it was one sheep or two, it was merely a matter of adding one more child. Upon hearing the word orphan, Mikoto immediately realized something, and her heart sank. "The fourth Hokage. Has he fallen?" Genya said nothing further and simply handed the child to Mikoto. Mikoto readily accepted him, gently rocking and patting him, a trace of lingering sorrow appearing in her eyes. She and Kushina were also good friends, having known each other since their student days and even served as each other's bridesmaids during their weddings. She never expected to hear such devastating news today. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto. Although Genya did not mention what had happened to Kushina, it was obvious. The Jinchuriki being extracted from the tailed beast was tantamount to a death sentence. The moment the nine tails appeared, Kushina's life had already begun its countdown. Moreover, if Kushina were still alive, this child would not be entrusted to her for care. Looking at the child in her arms, who still had the umbilical cord uncut, having lost both parents overnight, Mikoto's maternal instincts were ignited. "Leave this child to me, I will care for him as my own," Mikoto promised. The Uchiha clan was prosperous enough not to be impoverished by one child. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Kushina, and she sincerely felt pity for this child. Genya nodded just as he was about to leave. But at that moment, Mikoto suddenly called out to him, "Genyakin." Genya turned back to see Mikoto looking somewhat hesitant, but finally gathering her courage to speak, holding Naruto. "Genyakin, I know as a woman I shouldn't say too much, but I also heard your argument with Fugaku. His personality is sometimes like that, a bit stubborn, I hope you won't take it to heart." After finishing her words, Mikoto deeply bowed to Genya while holding Naruto, apologizing for her husband. Genya turned back and looked at Mikoto, who appeared somewhat anxious. Clearly she too had been frightened by that overwhelming slash and didn't want to see her husband and Genya go against each other. Though she hadn't witnessed the actual scene of that slash, just feeling the tremors emanating from outside the village was enough to send chills down her spine. After a moment of silence, Genya spoke. "Fugaku's personality is not suited to be Hokage, and he isn't even suitable to be a clan leader." Mikoto wanted to say more, but she saw Genya raise his hand, stopping her from continuing. "But this is an internal matter for our clan. I assure you, as long as he does not make any more outrageous moves, there will be no bloodshed." Although she had just entrusted someone to take care of Naruto, she soon spoke of stripping her husband of his position as clan leader and rendering him powerless, which was somewhat inhumane. However, upon hearing this, Mikoto sighed in relief and bowed again to Shienyi. The tradition of the Uchiha is that whoever awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan becomes the clan leader. If there are 2 or more clan members who awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, the strongest among them will be the clan leader. With the Mangekyo Sharingan that Shienyi displayed today, along with his unmatched strength, it was already destined that the Uchiha would be ruled solely by him. If Shienyi were to initiate an impeachment against Fugaku at the clan meeting, almost all Uchiha would support him. Currently, Shienyi was practically the de facto clan leader of the Uchiha. After Shienyi left, Mikoto planned to take Naruto for a bath first. But the moment she uncovered the swaddling, she saw the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Mikoto Uchiha was startled, nearly dropping Naruto. Before marrying Fugaku and becoming a housewife, she was an excellent Uchiha Jonin and immediately guessed what it was. However, she quickly calmed her frightened heart and resolved not to tell anyone about this matter until she had Xianye's consent, including her own husband. Since the other party entrusted her with the important responsibility of caring for the Jinchuriki, she must take concrete actions to live up to Xianye's trust. Moreover, Jinchuriki are treated as monsters wherever they go. She didn't want Kushina's child to bear such burdens from a young age. After returning to her room, Xianyi directly opened the system. System settled the task. Just now Xianyi had almost showcased his strength in front of the entire Uchiha clan by slaying the Nine Tails. There was no moment where his prestige within the Uchiha clan was higher. Task settlement. Current host's prestige in the Uchiha. Frenzied completed main task 1 clan prestige, task evaluation S reward obtained 1 draw from the multiverse lottery experience in the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing this reward, Xianyi's eyes brightened. Ever since he first drew the divine heart from the multiverse lottery, Xianyi had been filled with confidence in it. Perhaps due to his recent interaction with Minato Namikaze this time after settling the task, he was unexpectedly granted the training method for the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Just moments ago he had asked Minato for it, but Minato had hesitated to give it to him. Now it had fallen into his hands anyway. His elaborate planning on the day of the Nine Tails incident was not in vain. As for why he didn't just randomly summon Susanoo to deliver a blow intimidating Konoha and all Uchiha. Attacking empty air without an enemy would be considered madness. In fact, once the Nine Tails had caused enough destruction, it might have had an even better effect if he stepped in and struck it down. However, Konoha's foundation was still too deep. With the dead demon consuming seal, nobody knew when the Nine Tails would be sealed by Minato. Thus it was better to be slightly more cautious and strike right after the Nine Tails broke free. Sitting down, Xianyi silently thought integrate the reward experience in the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God is not a Mangekyo Sharingan technique like Kimui, but a complex space-time ninjutsu formed by a combination of summoning techniques and sealing techniques. Unlike Kimui, which requires the creation of a vortex as a pretense before disappearing, the Flying Thunder God allows one to vanish instantly. Minato Namikaze can even use the Flying Thunder God multiple times within a second, surpassing human reflexes to the point of being referred to as the Yellow Flash. In an instant, Xianyi's consciousness seemed to be transported to a special space where the originally grand and complex Flying Thunder God technique was being dissected and utilized. Xianyi gradually understood the basic principles of this technique, following the figure in the simulation as his hands continuously formed the seals for the Flying Thunder God. Under such Hansen guidance, theoretically, even the dullest person could learn the complex Flying Thunder God technique. Although a long time had passed in the simulation, it was merely an instant in reality. After Xianyi opened his eyes, he felt he had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's give it a try. He eagerly took out a kunai to attempt to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on it. The specially made trident kunai was just a small hobby of Minato's. Theoretically, the Flying Thunder God mark can exist anywhere, even on a person's body. Aside from sealing techniques and the powers of yin-yang release, there is no way to remove the mark of the Flying Thunder God. However, Xianyi now realized he had overlooked a very important issue. That is, many times the mind learns, but the hands do not. After several attempts, Xianyi finally managed to barely engrave a Flying Thunder God mark on the kunai, feeling somewhat unskilled in executing it. After holding his breath for over a minute, Xianyi finally succeeded in teleporting the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God to the other end of the room. If Minato's reflexes could leap several times in a second, even faster, Xianyi's execution of the Flying Thunder God was much slower. Looking at the Flying Thunder God in his hand, Xianyi's expression was somewhat complex. Although it was because he had not fully mastered the Flying Thunder God yet, he indeed could not handle such overly refined combat modes. Uchiha battles are indeed more exhilarating when piloting a giant mech. However, fortunately, his desire to learn the Flying Thunder God was not solely for its lethality. Looking at how Minato dealt with the Nine Tails proves that while the Flying Thunder God has high mobility, its lethality is insufficient. What Xianyi wanted was precisely the mobility of the Flying Thunder God. With this technique, it would be much more convenient for him to do anything in the ninja world. Then Xianyi turned his gaze to the main prize of this task's reward, which was the multiverse lottery. Although uncertain, it could yield very powerful items. The first multiverse lottery had produced the Divine Heart artifact, making him look forward to this lottery immensely. System begin the draw. As the lottery commenced, countless shadows flashed across the screen. When the final results appeared, Xianyi displayed an expression of utter shock. With a clean and stylish short haircut and light brown, her appearance carried a youthful vigor, yet retained a hint of feminine charm. Dressed like a wealthy young lady, she exuded no hint of delicacy, instead radiating like a bright and fiery bolt of lightning. Xian couldn't help but feel it was strange. Could it be that because he visited Mikoto before making his appearance, he ended up drawing the Electric Princess of Tokuwadai? Lottery finished character drawn Misaka Mikoto. Nicknamed Railgun. Acquired superpower control of electricity, LV5. Railgun is merely a moniker for Misaka Mikoto, a playful reference to her signature skill of launching coins. In truth, Misaka Mikoto's abilities are exceptionally remarkable. She can manipulate all derivative powers related to electricity, far exceeding the mere ability to discharge electricity. She can control magnetic fields, hack networks, create electromagnetic barriers, guide electric currents within bodies, and even summon heavenly thunder to alter atmospheric conditions. A level 5 Esper represents a superhuman caliber capable of fighting against a modern army without falling behind. The moment this level of superpower fused with Xian Ye's body, it automatically aligned perfectly with him, transforming into lightning attribute chakra. At that moment, Uchiha Xian Ye's entire being radiated with blue-white arcs of electricity, resembling a novice ninja unable to fully control his newfound power. The powerful electric attributes merging with chakra acted like a catalyst. Electric chakra continually leaked out. The chakra within Xian Yi surged like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake instantly, creating towering waves. Xian Ye's chakra had already surged to the level of a shadow due to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment it elevated even further, doubling in strength to reach a super shadow level, and it continued to rise. Feeling the tremendous electric power within him, Uchiha Xian Ye's eyes sparkled with the violent energy of lightning. Even though the sudden surge of power made it somewhat hard for him to control, Xian Yi still felt an urge to laugh maniacally. This surging electric power did more than merely increase his chakra. He felt the blue sparks jumping in his hand, suddenly struck by an epiphany. He could now unleash any lightning technique with much greater power than before, and he no longer needed to perform hand seals to do so. The electric power within his body was sufficient to support any lightning technique. With a clap of his hands, whatever he wished for could manifest, no longer limited to just with techniques. Mastering any form of power to its utmost was now achievable. As Xian Ye's power surged, his inner dream Isin also stirred, continuously absorbing the vast amount of lightning attribute chakra within him. Although it might seem dismissive of his own abilities, Isin actually had reservations about Xian Yi from the beginning. How could a mere fragile human body possibly wield the divine artifacts of a true god? The previous strike of no thought was certainly not Isin's limit, but rather Xian Ye's. That was only possible after utilizing the illusion of the world to transform the Susanoo into the Demon King form to execute such a move. However, now Isin seemed to subtly begin to recognize Xian Yi. As long as Isin absorbed enough lightning attribute chakra regularly during crucial moments, Xian Yi could manage to wield the power of that blade without going all out. Indeed, Tsukiyomi understood him well. Every reward was so perfectly timed and generously enticing. However, having drawn characters related to lightning twice in a row, Xian Yi wondered if he was destined to walk this path to the end. But it didn't matter, there was nothing wrong with that. Comprehensive enhancement was undoubtedly great, but reaching the pinnacle on a single path could also lead to greatness. In a good mood, Xian Yi disregarded the fact that Konoha was now fully mobilized, flipping the blanket off and falling into a deep sleep. After a night of cleanup, Konoha temporarily restored order, and the injured were treated and properly accommodated. However, the scars left by the Nine-Tails Knight were deeply rooted in the great tree of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking members of Konoha had not slept all night, with many clan heads showing signs of fatigue. However, when the ruins caused by the Nine-Tails were preliminarily organized, they all gathered in the Hokage Tower's meeting room for a high-ranking shinobi conference. Strictly speaking, such a gathering of all high-ranking shinobi was quite rare. Generally inviting the clan heads and department heads sufficed to resolve most issues in Konoha. Many clans' high-ranking shinobi didn't even need to attend such meetings. Upon returning to their clans, the information would naturally be conveyed to them. However, the events that transpired in Konoha last night were too significant. The Nine-Tails broke free from its seal, and the fourth Hokage and his wife perished. Konoha had effectively lost two crucial strategic pillars in one blow. Even Orochimaru, who had not shown himself for a long time, had arrived at the Hokage Tower's meeting room, gazing with a smile at the worried expressions of those present. Orochimaru appeared somewhat disinterested. Clearly, if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't dragged him here, he wouldn't have bothered attending such a meeting. Moreover, Orochimaru cast a glance in the direction of the Uchiha. There were over 10 Uchiha high-ranking shinobi present, constituting 1/10 of all high-ranking shinobi in Konoha. Furthermore, the Uchiha high-ranking shinobi were notoriously formidable. One could say that just from their side they occupied a quarter of Konoha's upper echelon power. However, what truly surprised him was the current attitude of the Uchiha. Everyone, including the clan leader Fugaku, was sitting obediently in the back position behind Xian Yi, appearing quite serious. Except for Fugaku and Shursue, the eyes of the others looking at Xian Yi were filled with zeal. Those gazes seemed to convey that even if Xian Yi led them in defiance, they would dare to draw their swords against all the high-ranking shinobi present despite their numerical disadvantage. The only reason so many Uchiha were fervent was that of extreme power. Apart from Orochimaru, others were also looking towards the Uchiha family, whether intentionally or unintentionally, evidently shaken by the previous night's events. Truly, as one of the two great families that laid the foundation for Konoha, the Uchiha still harbored such terrifying power. In the face of insurmountable strength, no amount of political maneuvering was futile. Since the Uchiha possessed the power to destroy Konoha, they ought to hold a transcendent qualification. The immense scar extending nearly 1,000 meters in the forest outside the village was enough to deter most ambitious individuals from harboring any ill intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared particularly haggard, clearly having had a poor night's sleep. In the early hours of last night, Shizuka also brought back a piece of news confirming that the bizarre scene with the Uchiha clan was merely a testament to his claims. It was indeed the blade of Xian Yi that struck last night, not Fugaku. This distinction is significant, for it implies that the Uchiha's Sharingan consists of not one pair, but two pairs. This is not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fathom how to confront two pairs of Sharingan, even though Fugaku's power might be somewhat inferior. Ninjas should ideally have ample energy, but after a night of turmoil and an influx of bad news, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared as if he had aged a decade, looking considerably more worn. Once all the Jonin gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the commencement of the Jonin meeting. Regarding last night's events, I'm sure everyone is already aware. The Nine Tails has broken free, the fourth Hokage and his wife have perished, and Konoha has suffered severe losses. Just considering the visible losses, the destruction of various buildings and streets along with the scar left by Xian Yi's blade, as well as the casualties among both civilians and ninjas. Conservatively estimating, the economic losses alone exceed 10 billion ryo. Upon seeing this figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. The Third Shinobi War had only recently concluded, and Konoha had yet to catch its breath before facing such a calamity. Moreover, had it not been for Uchiha Xian Yi's intervention, the destruction caused by the Nine Tails last night would have been far greater. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, someone hastily launched an attack on the Uchiha clan. This is all part of the wicked Uchiha scheme. As expected, the one making such claims was Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat mindful of appearances, but Danzo had no such concerns, eager to leap forward as the first rabid dog to bite. However, this time no one from the Uchiha side glared at Danzo. They merely exhibited a calm demeanor. In fact, they didn't even cast a glance at Danzo, their fervent gazes fixed upon Uchiha Xian Yi, who reclined with his legs crossed on the table, feigning a sleeping posture. Such a posture in the context of a serious Jonin meeting demonstrated a profound disrespect for everyone present, as if he were disregarding the worth of all gathered. Uchiha Xian Yi's attitude at this moment perfectly embodied what it meant to be dismissive of others. Yet everyone, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, found nothing amiss in his conduct. After all, he had the right to be this arrogant. If Uchiha Madara had represented Konoha in negotiations with the 5 great ninja villages back in the day, everyone present would have likely had to kneel to listen. After all, you can't have both your head and your knees, can you? Elder Danzo, what does this mean? Are you implying that I betrayed Konoha? Uchiha Xian Yi's voice carried a smile that was not quite a smile. He felt much more amiable than the ninja world's foremost killer, Uchiha Madara. At least he hadn't forced Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to kneel on stage to speak. He hadn't spat in their faces, nor had he held a knife to their throats to make them sing. With this thought, Uchiha Xian Yi felt like a saint. The Jonin near Danzo subtly shifted positions, moving slightly away from him to avoid any potential bloodshed. They had initially thought Danzo was merely a bit arrogant and somewhat dim-witted, but now they realized they were wrong. Danzo had completely lost his mind to the point where he could no longer discern reality. After shouting for some time, without anyone responding, he suddenly felt a wave of humiliation. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, as if he were an idiot. Did he really think that with my support he could run rampant in Konoha? If that were the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to seriously consider whether his eyesight had failed him, choosing someone so inept to assist as Hokage. That's not what I meant. Under Uchiha Xian Yi's gaze, Danzo suddenly felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. That suffocating feeling, like a constricting snake, made it impossible for him to lift his head to meet Uchiha Xian Yi's eyes. Upon realizing his own cowardice, Danzo felt a surge of shame and anger. He was the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world. How could he be afraid of a mere Uchiha brat? Danzo felt like a clown merely making a loud spectacle to entertain the audience. Regardless, last night the shape of the Sharingan appeared in the eyes of the Nine Tails. Many witnessed this. Uchiha Shien, do you have any explanation for this? Danzo collected his thoughts and continued to direct his ire at the Uchiha. However, he no longer dared to confront Uchiha Shien directly. Now the Uchiha's decision-maker was not Fugaku, but this absurdly young Uchiha Shien. Seeing Danzo finally strike at the heart of the matter, Shien finally lifted his head. Yet his feet remained perched on the table, showing no intention of taking them down. Last night, a masked, mysterious person broke through the defenses of the third Hokage guarding the Minato couple, and as far as I know, the assailant did not trigger any alarms. Danzo, are you implying that the third Hokage along with the Umbu and Sealing team are all useless? Upon Shien's words, everyone instinctively turned their eyes to Danzo. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at Danzo. Really, I beg you, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Danzo's face flushed red. This wicked Uchiha still had a silver tongue. Now it's my turn to question you. Don't change the subject casually. You say a mysterious person controlled the Nine Tails last night. Does this mean you are admitting that everything that happened last night was orchestrated by your Uchiha clan? Shien looked at Danzo with an expression of amusement, showing no signs of embarrassment from being exposed. The earlier discussion was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Shien continued leisurely. It is well known that our Uchiha Sharingan is an external organ type of bloodline limit. Ninjas who died on the battlefield can have their Sharingan extracted and used through organ transplantation. Thus, blaming the Uchiha clan for controlling the Nine Tails may not necessarily stick to us. Danzo sneered. Do you think this reasoning will absolve the Uchiha of suspicion? Your Uchiha clan's suspicion is still the greatest. Moreover, who in the ninja world is unaware of how your Uchiha clan treats those who dare to transplant Sharingan? Who would dare to transplant your clan's Sharingan? Upon hearing Tuanzang's words, there was no immediate reaction from the Uchiha side, but the face of Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, darkened. Who are you scolding here? During the Third Shinobi World War, the main family of the Hyuga clan lost a Byakugan on the battlefield of the Mist, and that Byakugan was eventually transplanted into the eye of an elite Jonin from the Mist. This matter was not considered a secret among the higher-ups of Konoha, as the Mist didn't even bother to conceal it. In the Hyuga clan, having their own bloodline limit openly transplanted by another village is a tremendous disgrace. The key issue is that the Hyuga clan has no way to regain their honor. Do they expect the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to rush into the Mist and kill the elite to reclaim the Byakugan? That's not how one seeks death. When Tuanzang said this in front of him, was he implying that the Hyuga clan is inferior to the Uchiha? Tuanzang was in no mood to care about whether he offended the Hyuga clan, even if he knew he probably wouldn't care. He was currently exerting all his efforts to label the Uchiha as traitors. It's fine if one cannot defeat someone physically, one can still crush them psychologically. Kakashi Hatake is the best example. What Tuanzang was doing now was precisely that. However, Shien revealed a smile that was intriguing. Is that really so, Lord Tuanzang? Of course. Tuanzang spoke with righteous indignation, yet he felt a hint of guilt. Because beneath his bandages, his right eye was unmistakably a transplanted Sharingan with 3 tomo. The origin of this Sharingan isn't exactly something to be ashamed of. It belonged to Uchiha Kagami, a friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a disciple of Tobarama Senju. However, after Kagami's death in battle, he secretly borrowed it and transplanted it into his own eye without the consent of the Uchiha. The Sharingan collected by the root ninjas on the battlefield was still preserved intact at the root base, and very few people knew about it. Yet this is indeed a significant flaw. If those reckless Uchiha were to unveil the bandages on his face in public, everything would be over. He could only gamble, hoping Shien was unaware of this matter. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to come true. Shien's smile remained unchanged as he looked at Tuanzang, still inscrutable. However, this time, he directed his words to everyone present. When others spread rumors about you, the most crucial thing is not to fall into the trap of self-justification. Remember, whoever spreads the rumor must provide proof, if not at least try to drag the accuser down with you. If that doesn't work, muddle the waters completely. Actually, there are 2 excellent ways to determine if someone is the murderer. The first is to analyze their motive. In this QB incident, the 4th Hokage and his wife perished, and Konoha must choose the 5th Hokage. Who among you here would most desire to see such a thing happen? All present fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and some perceptive individuals turned their gaze toward Tuanzang. It is well known that Tuanzang has wanted to become Hokage for quite some time. His desire to become Hokage has even reached a point where he would stop at nothing. Moreover, Tuanzang has stated on multiple occasions in public that the Jinchuriki must be fully controlled by the village, indicating his ambitions regarding the QB. On the other hand, the Uchiha seem only to wish to become Hokage indifferent to the Kyuubi. Everyone was shocked to discover that everything lined up perfectly. Coincidences are not mere coincidences. From a motivational perspective, Tuanzang indeed has significant culpability. One must admit Tuanzang's reputation for being hated has its benefits, as many people are now automatically placing the blame squarely on him. If you discover a wrongdoing but cannot find the true culprit behind the scenes, it must be Tuanzang. Knowing that Tuanzang has previously attempted to assassinate him, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at Tuanzang at this moment. Could it really have been him? At this moment, even those jonin who were not familiar with Tuanzang followed the trend and turned their gazes toward him. If everyone else is looking at him, then so will I. One can only say that to make everyone suspect him alone, Tuanzang certainly has something about him. This is called reputation. Since Tuanzang's reputation among almost all ninja clans is quite poor now, almost everyone suspects him of being involved in the Kyuubi's unsealing and the death of Minato and Kushina. The reason is simple: he is the biggest beneficiary. Unless the third Hokage takes office and continues to wield power, the election for the fifth Hokage is inevitable. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting old. Even if he can regain power, how long can he hold on to it? Power will eventually be handed down to the next generation Hokage. Furthermore, one must say that among the factions of Hokage, there are not many left with the qualifications and abilities to assume the position. The legendary Sannin Tsunade suffers from blood phobia, making her unable to even become a ninja. Jiraiya has no interest in power and has been away from Konoha for a long time. The only remaining one, Orochimaru, after failing to compete for the position of fourth Hokage, seems to have lost interest in the Hokage title, currently sitting in a corner of the venue with a smirk. Indeed, Tuanzang is currently the one with the greatest possibility of succeeding the Hokage position among the factions. As for the Uchiha, although their combat power is terrifying, it is evident that those who are not part of the Hokage faction will be prevented from becoming Hokage by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without knowing about the Uchiha's extraordinary combat prowess, it makes perfect sense for Tuanzang to unseal the Kyuubi and frame Minato, which is very much in line with Tuanzang's character. Yes, earlier words also serve to dig a big pit for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can hold significant power for a short period, but to maintain the stability of power transition, he must prevent major upheaval in Konoha due to the change in power. However, if he does not hold the election for the fifth Hokage for an extended period, some perceptive individuals may come to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Noticing that all eyes in the room were on him, Tuanzang finally realized he had been dug a big pit. You are slandering me. I clearly did not. At this moment, Tuanzang could only utter these two dry phrases. Because he suddenly realized that the wicked Uchiha brat was right, from a motive standpoint, he truly was the prime suspect. Even the Uchiha do not have as much suspicion as he does. Yet Tuanzang was so furious he felt like spitting blood. If anyone present knew of his innocence, it would probably be only him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a suspicious and wary glance at Danzo, doubting whether he was the cause of the Nine Tails turmoil. Given his understanding of Danzo, he could certainly pull off something like this. Though they shared decades of friendship, Danzo had proven capable of even assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen. What act wouldn't he dare to commit? Moreover, there was no movement from the route last night. They had not appeared at all, which was a significant point of suspicion. One couldn't help but wonder what Danzo was up to. This illustrates the importance of a good reputation. Normally, because Danzo engages in unsavory activities at critical moments, any sign of disturbance makes everyone believe it was Danzo's doing. But this incident truly wasn't Danzo's doing. Infuriated, he felt like spitting blood. He had merely preserved his strength last night, ordering the route to remain hidden. How did it suddenly turn into his subordinates committing some shameful act? You haven't explained why the Sharingan pattern appeared in the eyes of the Nine Tails. Without a clear explanation for this, you Uchiha remain the prime suspects in the Nine Tails incident that led to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Seeing that he couldn't convince the crowd, Danzo could only attempt to shift the blame. This was his usual tactic. Regardless, the Sharingan pattern in the Nine Tails' eyes couldn't be fabricated, and many had witnessed it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, wanting to clear his old friend's name. Indeed, the Uchiha must provide Konoha with an explanation for this matter. After all, many civilians were injured and killed last night. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly didn't want to abandon Danzo. After so many years of friendship, he had tacitly approved of many actions taken by the root. It would be a shame to give up such a useful scapegoat. Moreover, if Danzo was pushed into a corner, who knew if he might retaliate? Additionally, targeting the Uchiha was a signature move of the Hokage faction. He certainly couldn't remain silent at this moment. Xuanya shifted his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression still smiling. Third Hokage, are you sure you want to get to the bottom of this? Xuanya continued digging a pit for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied sternly, given the stakes involving the fourth Hokage, it is imperative to uncover the truth. At that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost ready to declare, I shall not coexist with evil. Schwanya nodded, having anticipated this response. As I mentioned earlier, there are two ways to determine if someone is the culprit. One is to examine their motive, and the other is to assess their capability. Before using the Reaper Death Seal, the fourth Hokage informed me that the mysterious individual he battled last night wore a vortex-patterned mask revealing only one eye with a Sharingan. Although his face was not visible, the hairstyle and color of that masked person were identical to yours, Elder Danzo. What a remarkable coincidence. Wouldn't you agree? As Schwanya spoke, everyone in the room looked at Danzo with renewed suspicion. Especially as they looked at Danzo's right eye, which was wrapped in bandages. They had always wondered why he kept it covered. Was there some hidden reason for this? Schwanya pressed on Elder Danzo. Could you please unwrap the bandages on your face so we can see your right eye? Danzo was completely stunned, unable to maintain even a facade of calmness. He instinctively covered the bandaged area over his right eye with a hand. It is well known that those without Uchiha blood cannot close their eyes after implanting a Sharingan. If Danzo had truly transplanted a Sharingan, everyone could discern it by simply uncovering the bandages. Little did he know his current actions were as conspicuous as a thief in the night. The fact that Sharingan could be transplanted was no secret. Kakashi's left eye was implanted from his dear friend Obito. Of course, this was done with the consent of the Uchiha clan, at least with Fugaku's permission. Naturally, it was to curry favor with the Hokage faction, perhaps hoping to win over Minato or form an alliance. However, unexpectedly in the aftermath, it was Minato who became the fourth Hokage. But let's set aside these side issues. As Danzo covered his right eye, the gazes of everyone present sharpened. Desperate attempts to conceal the truth only served to amplify the evidence. The bloodline families, especially the Hyuga clan, felt their foreheads twitching with the tension. Others even mistakenly believed they had activated their Byakugan. Unauthorized transplantation of another bloodline's abilities was absolutely unacceptable. Today it was the Uchiha, tomorrow it could very well be them, the Hyuga. Moreover, some shinobi who had been saved by Minato on the battlefield showed unmistakable hostility. Especially Kakashi. If not for a shred of rationality, he would have lunged at Danzo. The evidence was overwhelming. The deaths and injuries of the Minato couple and so many villagers were all caused by Danzo. I have nothing to prove. This is all a conspiracy by you Uchiha. Danzo roared, knowing he could not unveil the bandages. Once he did, it would be akin to dropping a muddy mess in his pants. Motives and capabilities were present. Even the appearance and traits of the assailant matched. Danzo began to doubt himself. Could it truly be that he was responsible for last night? Was it possible that he merely slept through it all, and everything that happened last night was not due to his own actions while sleepwalking? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, knowing that the truth no longer mattered. The action of Danzo covering his right eye had already cemented his position as the prime suspect in the Ninetales incident. No, perhaps not just a suspect, because in the world of shinobi one does not require much evidence. Want evidence? Capturing Danzo would yield plenty of ways to extract his memories. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to suspect whether everything that happened last night was indeed orchestrated by Danzo, aimed at framing the Uchiha today, while simultaneously seizing the position of fifth Hokage. Given Danzo's character, he could undoubtedly commit such acts. Shinya's smile was exceedingly cheerful. Danzo, the old dog, you too have a day of being wronged. Only those who wrong you truly know the depth of your grievance, and this saying holds true. If anyone here knows that what happened last night was not the doing of Danzo aside from himself, it would likely be Shinyi. At this moment, the Uchiha behind Shin-Yi all activated their Freedomo Sharingan, in anger glaring fiercely at the anxious Danzo, trying to cover up. Danzo's actions clearly indicated that his right eye was a Sharingan. Just this alone was enough to sentence him to death in the eyes of the Uchiha. Danzo is not like Kakashi, who received a Sharingan from a close friend before his death. Therefore, the origin of this Sharingan is quite intriguing. Danzo's assessment of the Uchiha is not incorrect. As long as one knows that someone dares to transplant a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha would indeed retaliate with everything they have. This is also why the Uchiha do not have the same cage bird as the Hyuga clan. They do not need such cursed seal protection. Anyone daring to transplant the Sharingan will face a relentless revenge from the Uchiha. Therefore, even if someone truly has secretly transplanted a Sharingan, they must disguise it and remember to eliminate witnesses to ensure that the information will never leak out. Just like Danzo Shimura. If it weren't for Shin-Yi not giving the order, these strong Uchiha would have already swarmed to tear apart this guy who dared to desecrate the body of their clan member. One must know that Danzo has not transplanted the wood-release right arm. Even if he has mastered Izanagi, it merely grants him an extra life. Faced with so many furious Uchiha, he is undoubtedly facing death. Hiruzen. At this moment Danzo could only look at Hiruzen Sarutobi with hopeful eyes, wishing he would cover for him as he had in the past. No, he truly did nothing this time. This is all part of the evil Uchiha's conspiracy. Xianyi looked at Danzo Shimura as if he were a rat cornered against the wall. It seems Elder Shimura is unwilling to remove the bandage from his right eye. But that's alright. To prove Elder Shimura's innocence, could we ask Hyuga clan leader to activate the Byakugan for a moment? After all, I wouldn't want our Leaf Village's Hokage advisor to bear the everlasting disgrace of harming fellow villagers and conducting forbidden bloodline transplant experiments. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Xianyi. This newly appointed head of the security department is indeed ruthless, wanting to make Danzo suffer irreparably in front of everyone. Moreover, he specifically mentioned the position of Hokage advisor. This is to implicate Hiruzen Sarutobi as well. Hyuga Hayashi, you dare? Danzo's voice had already cracked. If his secret under the bandage were to be exposed by the Byakugan, he would be finished. But this kind of threat did not work on Hyuga Hayashi. He had long been displeased with Danzo, who just insulted the Hyuga clan as a bunch of softies. What is Danzo anyway? Without Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wouldn't know how many pieces he would be chopped into. Just as Hayashi was about to activate the Byakugan, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table. Enough! The Leaf Village has just experienced such a great calamity, and you want to turn your weapons against your own people now. Xianyi looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, with no surprise, his expression still smiling. He knew Hiruzen would definitely stand up for Danzo. Although he was certain that Hiruzen would speak up for Danzo, Xianyi was also very curious why Hiruzen could repeatedly tolerate Danzo, even forgiving him for attempts on his life. He even suspected that Hiruzen might have been brainwashed by the will of fire. Or is the tradition of Hokage forgiving their subordinates inherited? The Hokage would forgive you. If it were Xianyi and one of his subordinates tried to usurp power and had already taken action, he would undoubtedly chop them into mincemeat to feed the dogs. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi's timing was also very inappropriate. Speaking up for Danzo at this moment would very easily be seen as colluding with him. Yet even so, he still chose to do so. It must be said that his love for Danzo is indeed profound. As expected among all the Jonin present except for the Umbu directly under the Hokage, the way the others looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi had changed somewhat. Could it be that everything Danzo did was condoned by Hiruzen with the purpose of eliminating the fourth Hokage and regaining power? In fact, it's not their fault for thinking this way, or it's mainly because what happened today was too bizarre. Even Mito Kazama and Tsurugi Kobayashi, the advisors, slightly distanced themselves from Danzo and Hiruzen, fearing they would also be implicated. What Xianyi needed to do was to step on this moment and completely drag Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation into the abyss. With the power of LV5 electricity, Xianyi could easily slice Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo into ashes, and even eliminating their clans would not be a difficult task. But then what? One cannot just kill anyone who opposes him, right? Politics doesn't work like that. He's not a madman like Uchiha Madara. Unless he wants to completely destroy the Leaf Village and sit as the Hokage over a pile of ruins, he cannot kill Hiruzen Sarutobi at this moment. If Hiruzen were to die now, he would instantly become a hero of the Leaf, and even if the Leaf were destroyed, that would be unchangeable. At the very least, he must first smear their names and thoroughly tarnish their reputations. Sensing the host's strong desire, the main quest, 3 Shadow of a Village, was issued. Quest requirement: become the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village within a year. Quest reward: 1 chance at a World Lottery Yang release chakra transformation. Seeing the quest issued by the system, Xianyi revealed a meaningful smile. The system truly provided a pillow just when he felt sleepy. It gave him a quest right when he was thinking about it. However, this quest is quite interesting. Not only does it have a time limit, but it also specifies that one must be the 5th Hokage. One cannot kill the others after they take the stage and then become Hokage. Even if Danzo Shimura knows that his time is up and forces a coup, then claims himself as the 5th Hokage, such things must be prevented. Who knows if the system would recognize such matters? But overall, the difficulty is not great, especially since Xianyi has nearly pinned the blame for the Ninetales incident firmly on Danzo. Does Hiruzen really think that with just 1 sentence he can make everyone let go of their grudges? Distrust and hatred are negative emotions that ferment. The longer they are suppressed, the more violently they rebound. Due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, Hyuga Hizashi indeed did not activate the Byakugan immediately. The Hyuga clan has always maintained a neutral stance in Konoha. Disliking Danzo is one thing, but openly opposing the Hokage does not align with the interests of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, whether he uses the Byakugan at this moment is no longer important unless Danzo were to reveal the bandage covering his right eye, exposing it as merely an ordinary eye, thereby proving that Xianyi's earlier accusations were slander. Otherwise, all the elite ninjas of Konoha would unanimously believe that it was Shimura Danzo who caused the death of the 4th Hokage and the casualties during the Ninetales incident. It should be noted that in this disaster, not only civilians perished, but also ninjas who attempted to obstruct the Nine Tails and were crushed underfoot. In fact, many friends and family members of those present died in this turmoil. At this moment, maintaining composure in front of the true culprit is already a significant display of restraint. If Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to handle this coldly, his prestige will plummet. Watching the mounting public anger, Hiruzen silently lamented. He even regretted speaking up for Danzo just a moment ago. Now all the elite ninjas of Konoha, except for those stationed at the borders of the Fire Country, had gathered here. They even have the power to initiate a vote of no confidence to strip him of all authority as the third Hokage. Shinye's move is indeed ruthless. Under the pretext of Danzo's name, he was in fact undermining Hiruzen's authority as Hokage. Shinye directly interrupted what Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say next. Surely the third Hokage does not intend to say something like he will bring justice to everyone. I remember you just said that this matter must be investigated thoroughly to bring justice to the fourth Hokage and his wife. But why, now that the primary suspect is your close friend, do you evade responsibility and start covering for him? Shinye appeared to consider Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings seriously, stating, "Of course, Elder Shimura Danzo is merely a suspect. Everything I do is to clear his name. Surely the third Hokage does not wish to clear Elder Shimura Danzo's name." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed red. He found himself at a loss for words. Shinye had completely blocked off all responses Hiruzen could make, leaving him in a bind. For someone as proud as him, being publicly humiliated like this was utterly unacceptable. Shinye let out a cold laugh. "If you want to handle this coldly, and by time, I won't give you that opportunity. Danzo is finished this time. Even if the Sage of Six Paths came, he couldn't save him, I assure you." At this moment, Danzo continued to exert pressure. Leaning on his cane, his face reddened with anger, he looked as if he wanted to rush at Shinye, pointing at him and declaring, "I have nothing to explain. Everything I do is for the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank completely. If he had previously harbored 99 suspicion upon hearing Danzo's words, he could now be certain. The tragic events of last night involving Minato and his wife, as well as the Nine Tails, were undoubtedly orchestrated by Danzo. Because after doing something he wasn't allowed to, Danzo would habitually say this. It has become a fixed impression. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. "Danzo, how foolish you are. Even for the sake of becoming Hokage, you cannot resort to such means. What difference is this from pushing the entire Konoha to the edge of a cliff? The third great ninja war has just ended, and surrounding great nations and villages are all watching closely. Do you wish to destroy Konoha?" Yet at this moment, he still had to protect Danzo. As long as he wasn't convicted on the spot, there would be many chances for maneuvering afterward. Thus, under Shinye's seemingly amused gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up again. I am definitely not covering for Danzo, but this matter must be investigated thoroughly. As for our ninjas' affairs, they certainly cannot be concluded so easily. We must have complete evidence." As Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered these few lines, not only the ninjas present, but even the Umbu revealed expressions of deep disappointment towards him. Kakashi stood among the Umbu team, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was desperately covering up with clumsy excuses, and recalled the words Shinye had once said, finally seeing through the last layer of illusion. Is this embarrassing display truly the Sarutobi Hiruzen I once knew? Or is this his true face, with the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen merely a facade? Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously uttering phrases about the three forbidden techniques of ninjas and the will of fire, Shinye lost interest in listening. Having achieved his goal, he did not wish to waste any more time here. "I shall remain here eagerly awaiting the final investigation results from the third Hokage. Remember that the final results must be made public to everyone. I hope it is not yet another case of sweeping things under the rug, treating everyone as fools. If the assassination of the Hokage does not yield a result, then the Hokage's prestige will cease to exist." After saying this, Shinye stood up and led the Uchiha away. Everyone immediately understood Shinye's meaning. If the murder of the Hokage could be so casually brushed aside today, it could be Danzo, and tomorrow, why couldn't it be Shinye? That blade from last night still lingered in everyone's minds. Had it not been aimed outside the village, it could have split Konoha in two. This is a threat, and a blatant one at that, regarding the assassination of the Hokage. Yet now Sarutobi Hiruzen truly dared not act. During this entire assembly of elite ninjas, Shinye forcefully transformed the Uchiha from suspects into victims, while simultaneously placing an indelible stain on Danzo's reputation. In the end, he even issued a harsh threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old man, do you think my blade is dull?" Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly understood the threat hidden within Shinye's words. His expression shifted dramatically, but he could not muster the resolve. Many who had seen through the situation had already realized that the skies over Konoha were about to change. By the way, Before leaving Shien, Yi turned back to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who resembled two clowns on stage, his tone exceedingly calm. Elder Shimura's words were not incorrect. We will definitely reclaim the Uchiha bloodline limit in the end. Anyone daring to implant the Uchiha Sharingan will face unrelenting revenge from the Uchiha, no matter who it is. After finishing his words, Shien Yi directly pushed open the conference room's door and left with all the members of the security department. At this point, there was no longer any need to continue the meeting. Everyone was already convinced that Shimura Danzo was the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. What need do ninjas have for so much evidence? When it came to the Uchiha clan, you never seemed to have any substantial proof either. Moreover, there was already an overwhelming amount of evidence. It was just that this time Sarutobi Hiruzen relied on his reputation to quell the anger of the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that anger could not be suppressed, especially when Danzo had incurred the wrath of many. In the end, even the Umbu left in droves, and before Kakashi departed, his exposed red eye shot a piercing glance at Shimura Danzo. If Shien Yi's words were true, then Shimura Danzo was not only responsible for the death of his father, but also had a hand in the deaths of Lord Minato and Lady Kushina. All three of his most crucial elders had perished at Danzo's hands. If he could still endure such a thing, then Kakashi might as well abandon being a ninja and return home to farm. As he watched the majority of the Umbu leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's back hunched over, making him appear as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He knew that the reputation he had built over a lifetime was now utterly destroyed. A Hokage who was no longer trusted by the Umbu had no reason to exist. Moreover, the label of Danzo attempting to assassinate the fourth Hokage was one that could never be erased. He waved his hand dismissively to let the remaining Umbu leave, and when it was just the two of them left, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at a trembling Shimura Danzo, who was leaning on his cane. At that moment, Shimura Danzo no longer possessed his usual calm demeanor. His exposed eye was filled with fear and unease. Danzo, I will only ask you this once. Did you orchestrate the Nine-Tails incident last night? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply. Danzo's face instantly flushed red as he shouted, Hiruzen, how could you suspect me? Did he not realize he was being wronged? What he found most unacceptable was that even Hiruzen no longer trusted him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the furious Danzo and nodded slightly, his expression remarkably calm. Yes, it's strikingly similar. Really too similar. When Sarutobi Hiruzen had questioned Shimura Danzo before, he had also worn this expression of being wronged. He still remembered the assassination attempt against him. He had clearly found the curse mark of the assassination on the ninja's tongue, yet Danzo maintained a firm denial. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly let out a sneer. Indeed, Danzo had attempted to assassinate him before, so he had a history of targeting Hokages. It was just that he had failed once, while this time he succeeded. Causing the assassination of two Hokages, in a sense, Danzo could be considered a talent. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely come to believe Shien Yi's earlier words. The one who orchestrated the Nine-Tails incident and was responsible for the death of Minato and Kushina was Shimura Danzo. Having spent decades with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo could read his expression and understand what he was thinking. But he truly did not commit this crime. How many times must he repeat that for anyone to believe him? For the first time, Danzo experienced the feeling of being wronged, and it was in front of the entire village by the Uchiha. Even his old comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer trusted him. This left Shimura Danzo so frustrated that he felt like spitting blood. This Konoha, I might as well not stay. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask Danzo about whether his right eye beneath the bandage was a Sharingan, a foolish question. Danzo's instinctive reaction during the inquiry had already revealed everything. This incident truly made it hard not to associate it with Danzo. As for the Umbu and Sealing class people being quietly infiltrated, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a bold guess. Flying Thunder God technique. He never expected that Danzo had quietly cultivated someone who could use the Flying Thunder God technique. As an advisor to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so indulgent with him that Shimura Danzo could freely access the Sealing Scroll. He had the capability to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the Flying Thunder God is a technique that requires immense talent and skill, making it extremely difficult to learn, even more so than the reanimation jutsu. Moreover, not every person who learned the Flying Thunder God technique could become like Namake's Minato. Without Minato's extraordinary reflexes, even if someone barely learned the Flying Thunder God technique, they could only manage to do fixed-point teleportation, which would consume a large amount of chakra and require certain preparations. The principle of the Flying Thunder God is not complicated. It involves advanced sealing techniques, as well as summoning and reverse summoning. The real strengths lie with Senju Tobarama and Namake's Minato rather than the technique itself. Furthermore, if Danzo had truly cultivated a Namake's Minato, he would have long since been impatient to jump up and fight for the position of Hokage instead of remaining so calm. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen close his eyes, Danzo could no longer control his emotions and shouted, "Hiruzen, do you not trust your comrade and instead believe the words of that evil Uchiha? I am truly wronged. I did absolutely nothing last night." Danzo stepped forward, desperately wanting to convince Sarutobi Hiruzen of his innocence. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wished to converse with someone like Danzo. He sighed wearily. He now realized that Danzo had completely lost his mind in his pursuit of the Hokage position. He had actually committed acts that undermined the foundation of Konoha, such as unleashing the Nine Tails and killing Minato and Kushina. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen could foresee just how low his reputation would drop after today's incident. Even if it did not reach the point where everyone condemned Shimura Danzo, no one would ever trust him again. The possibility of him regaining power had been utterly extinguished. No one would trust a former Hokage who sheltered the murderer of the fourth Hokage couple. If everyone in the village trusts you, then you are the Hokage. If there is not a single person in the village who trusts you, you are nothing. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt the pressure of being surrounded. Danzo nearly bit his own teeth off in frustration, and after a moment, as if he had come back to his senses, he hurriedly said, "Hiruzen." The Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato sealed the Nine Tails within his child, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki absolutely cannot be controlled by an evil family like the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost laughing in anger upon hearing those words. Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with the matters of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? If you can survive this incident, you should be grateful and go home to pray. Now go back to your roots and stay there obediently. Return the Uchiha's Sharingan, perhaps they will be magnanimous enough to let you go this time for my sake. This is the last thing I can do for you. From now on, take care of yourself. Upon hearing these words, Danzo was left speechless with anger. Yet in the end, he could only storm out in fury. The feeling of being misunderstood by the world and betrayed by his best friend pierced his heart like a knife. Though Danzo wanted to kill Hiruzen to take the position of Hokage, it did not mean he did not love him. Danzo believed he loved Konoha even more and had greater capability. Under Hiruzen's leadership, Konoha would only continue to weaken. Only he could elevate Konoha to greatness once again. At the same time, Danzo realized that the Sarutobi Hiruzen who had sheltered him for years was likely on the verge of collapse. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and shouted, "Come here." A member of the Umbu dressed in black suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee behind Hiruzen. Now there were few people Hiruzen could trust, and the one behind him was one of them. Some members of the Umbu were ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, and they would never betray him. Looking at his eldest son, a hint of weariness flashed in Hiruzen's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Immediately summon Jiraiya back to the village." The position of Hokage must never fall into the hands of an ambitious clan like the Uchiha. Shinyi had not walked far when Inuzuka Hano could not help but ask, "Shinyi, why let that old man go? He clearly has transplanted our Uchiha bloodline limit. Are you also planning to use this as a bargaining chip for negotiations?" Fujimoto stroked his nose, feeling somewhat offended. After all, he had done similar things in the past. Kakashi had transplanted Obito's Sharingan. His first thought was not to retrieve it, but to use it as leverage in negotiations with the Hokage's faction. Shinyi glanced at Inuzuka Hano. Although he appeared very angry, he had not questioned him in front of many people earlier and had given him enough trust. Looking at the other Uchiha, Shinyi asked, "Do you all think the same?" The group exchanged glances. Although they said nothing, they all hoped Shinyi would provide them with an answer. Shinyi was definitely not an appeaser like Fujimoto. His firmness was evident to everyone. Though there were doubts in the gazes of those around him, there was no questioning. In the Uchiha clan, there was only this one advantage: as long as you demonstrated strength, as long as it was not too excessive, you could generally gain the support of the entire clan. Fujimoto, as the clan leader, had effectively been sidelined after he delivered a blow that could split Konoha in two. As he walked, Shinyi explained, "Of course we could go kill Danzo right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not my opponent. But have you considered what would happen if we killed them?" The Uchiha stared at each other in confusion. While they had the strength to fight, they were indeed not skilled in such complex political maneuvering. The Uchiha's obsession with the position of Hokage stemmed from their exclusion by Konoha, leaving them feeling wronged. On the other hand, the Uchiha was one of the two founding clans of Konoha, one of the original shareholders. Yet, that despicable man Senju Tobarama broke the oath made during the founding of the village, directly inheriting the position of the second Hokage rather than choosing someone from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's demand was quite simple: to become Hokage, that was all. As for whether this Hokage held significant power or was a puppet like Namikaze Minato, most Uchiha did not care, because they simply did not have the capacity to consider such complicated matters. As long as it was Hokage who cared about the details. Fortunately, Shinyi did not expect them to answer directly, stating their answer: "They will become heroes of Konoha." This answer instantly stirred the Uchiha. How can a despicable person like Danzo become a hero? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a good person either. Everything Danzo did was basically shielded and even tacitly approved by him. After the Uchiha vented their frustrations, Yi finally spoke slowly. But the fact is, if they die now, no matter how we publicly denounce their crimes, they will be remembered as the Uchiha who fought valiantly against Aku, the third Hokage, and his advisor, who died in battle. Such things cannot be concealed. If a gag order is issued, it could even worsen the situation. Physically eliminating the opponent may yield good results, but it would also make them invincible from that point onward. What I want to do is simple to ensure that the names Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo forever become synonymous with disgrace in Konoha. Next, I will systematically nail them to the pillar of shame in Konoha and then personally execute them. And to solidify their guilt, they can only remain alive to see the moment when I send them to hell. Death would be too cheap for the two of them. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Uchiha were shaken. Wasn't this approach a bit too extreme? Killing was one thing, but such a cruel method of vengeance. Even among the most radical hawks, they merely wished to dismember Danzo and feed his remains to dogs. Such a method, which would leave the victim in torment for a lifetime and stain their legacy, truly opened the eyes of the Uchiha who were used to bloodshed. Inuzuka Hano instinctively took a step back from Yi. Did he not offend him? After all, they had grown up together as childhood friends. But upon reflection, it seemed he had bullied Yi quite a bit back then. In their childhood, taking advantage of his average ninjutsu talent, Yi often burned Hano's hair with fire jutsu at the ninja academy. They had fought many times as kids. Who knew Yi would become so strong now? Would he really hold a grudge? After coming to his senses, all the Uchiha felt exhilarated by such a plan, each one brimming with excitement. Towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they only felt their blades were not sharp enough, not quick enough. This method of killing with a heart-wrenching vengeance indeed thrilled them. It turns out that people are indeed double standard. When such despicable means are used against enemies, they are not called despicable, but wise. Yi, whatever you need to do, we will all cooperate with you. Daohua is now constantly expressing loyalty, fearing that Yi will bring up old grievances from 10 years ago. Yi nodded slightly, yet after glancing around, he unsurprisingly found not a single figure. Where has Ji Shui gone? Yi asked knowingly. Daohua was taken aback, turned around to look a few times, and indeed did not see Ji Shui. Clearly Ji Shui had been sitting with them during the meeting, yet how could he vanish shortly after coming out? He maybe went to relieve himself. Daohua spoke words he himself did not believe. Ji Shui had indeed been acting a bit strangely lately. What could he possibly be doing at this moment? Yes' expression darkened. There was no need to investigate. If he were to go to their office right now, he would undoubtedly find Ji Shui reporting the intelligence of the Uchiha clan to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He'll go find him. No need. Raising his hand to stop Daohua, Yi said indifferently, when he comes back, let him come to see me personally. Yi indeed valued Ji Shui highly, not only because of his unique ability, but also because the awakened Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan made him a shadow-level powerhouse. Ji Shui's performance on the battlefield was also commendable. He had earned the title of instantaneous Ji Shui even without using the powers of the Mangekyo. If he could repent in time, the Uchiha clan would gain a general capable of guarding a territory. If not absolutely necessary, Yi did not want to take action against him. Suddenly Yi spotted a figure with white hair, seemingly pursuing a certain direction. He recognized that man's expression, thus he understood what he intended to do. Kakashi did not know how he managed to suppress his surging killing intent and calmly walked out of the Hokage building. Watching Danzo leave with the escort of root ninjas, the target should be the training base in the forest behind Konoha. A kunai silently slipped from his sleeve, and he stealthily followed. His father, teacher, and the kind-hearted matriarch, the three most important elders in his life, had all perished at the hands of Danzo. Upon reflection, the incident at the Kamizakuri Bridge was also filled with anomalies. Did blowing up the bridge really help the ninja forces? For a 10-year-old genin, the most common method of practicing chakra was simply walking on water. Not to mention for a Wagakure who specialized in earth techniques, constructing a bridge shouldn't be too difficult, right? Although there was no evidence, Kakashi had automatically attributed the deaths of Rin and Obito to Danzo. That old man was never a good person. All the wrongdoing must have been his doing. Even if he didn't do it, it was still because of him. Kakashi was on the verge of being unable to suppress his killing intent. Even if he were to be torn to pieces, he would drag Danzo, the main culprit, down to hell with him. But at that moment, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and his body instantly tensed up. After all, he was an elite jonin, having executed countless dangerous missions. How could he possibly allow someone to approach him so quietly? Kakashi, don't be nervous, it's me. Upon hearing the voice of Uchiha Shin-yi, the muscles in Kakashi's shoulder relaxed a bit, but he still did not turn around, continuing to stare intently at the direction Danzo had departed. Why are you stopping me? Shin-yi took a couple of steps forward, reaching a position alongside Kakashi. Of course it's to prevent you from doing something foolish. Shin-yi stated as a matter of course. Kakashi turned to glance at Uchiha Shin-yi, confusion evident in his eyes. Why? Don't you want Danzo to die? Kakashi initially expressed doubt, then his eyes showed a flicker of realization and wariness. What kind of deal did you make with the third Hokage? Did he ask you to let Danzo off the hook? His understanding of Uchiha was no different from that of others in Konoha. After all, it was no secret that the Uchiha clan had long desired the Hokage position. If Sarutobi Hiruzen supported Uchiha Shin-yi to become the 5th Hokage as a condition for letting Danzo go, Kakashi would not be surprised at all. Shin-yi couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. I stopped you because you alone cannot kill Danzo. Do you think you are me? Shin-yi expressed his doubts about Kakashi's strength mercilessly. Attempting to storm the root's base alone would certainly lead to certain death. Kakashi shrugged off the hand Shin-yi had placed on his shoulder, his gaze still filled with distrust. Shin-yi did not mind, but instead stated calmly, I know you don't trust me, but have you ever considered that the position of 5th Hokage is already within my grasp? Why would I agree to any terms from Sarutobi Hiruzen? He wants to negotiate terms using something I could already obtain. Do you think that is possible? The wariness in Kakashi's eyes dissipated somewhat. If anyone in Konoha wanted Danzo dead, Uchiha Shin-yi would certainly be at the forefront, even ahead of him. Their stances aligned. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before saying, that is not a reason for you to stop me. Shin-yi smiled at Kakashi, of course, because even if you had the ability to kill Danzo, I wouldn't let you do it. Why? Kakashi became agitated. Because if you kill him tomorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen will declare Shimura Danzo a hero of Konoha, while you will be branded a traitor who assassinated the Hokage's aide. Kakashi's fervor was immediately doused by Shin-yi's words. How could such a thing possibly happen? Kakashi was about to retort, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Uchiha Shin-yi. You should know better than I whether it is possible. You should understand Sarutobi Hiruzen better than I do. You wouldn't want to see such a scenario, would you? The mastermind who caused the deaths of countless comrades in Konoha eventually being regarded as a hero. In times without heroes, it is the petty that achieve fame. Even if I become the 5th Hokage in the future and revoke Danzo's title as a hero, while publicly exposing his crimes, he will still have been a hero for a time. Do you want to see such a thing happen? Kakashi felt his mind nearly explode at the thought of that possible outcome. He would rather die than see such a scene, not even for a second. It was an insult to the elders he had lost, and the comrades who sacrificed themselves. What good plan do you have? Kakashi was a straightforward person uninterested in political matters. If Uchiha Shin-yi had a way, he wouldn't mind giving his life for it. He only wanted Shimura Danzo to be crushed to pieces and have his ashes scattered. Shin-yi said lightly, rest assured my desire to see Danzo dead is no less than yours. I promise you he will die a miserable death. I have already planned it out. I will make him infamous and leave a stench that lasts for eternity. Kakashi fell silent. What do you need me to do? He didn't even ask Shin-yi why he was helping him, expressing his attitude in the most straightforward manner. His life had already ended when he was at the Shinobi Bridge. If Uchiha Shin-yi could help him take revenge, Kakashi was willing to do anything. Shin-yi glanced at Kakashi. As expected of someone who could become the 6th Hokage in the original work, even though the time was short, it was clear he was undoubtedly a clever person. Your value is higher than you think. Being the only remaining disciple of the 4th Hokage can lead to many opportunities. Hearing this, Kakashi tightened his fists once more. Could you refrain from exploiting the dead? Shin-yi interrupted him, frowning. Unless you have a better plan, just do as I say honestly. Kakashi fell silent. The fury of revenge and the respect for his mentor clashed continuously in his mind. In the end, Kakashi took a deep breath and the fire of revenge prevailed. He wanted Shimura Danzo dead. If it was for avenging Lord Minato and Sister Kushina, Lord Minato would definitely understand me. Seeing the determination in Kakashi's eyes, Shin-yi nodded. I will notify you when I need you to do something. Danzo cannot be allowed to feel too at ease during this time. He needs to see that the situation in Konoha is on our side, then he will reveal his flaws. Just as Shin-yi had anticipated, after the meeting of all the Jonin concluded, Shursui quietly separated from the main Uchiha forces. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already waiting for him. Just as Shursui was about to bow, Sarutobi waved his hand tiredly. No need for that, Shursui. Do you have any new information? Shursui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. Currently, the Uchiha and the security department have become a one-man show under Uchiha Shin-yi's decree. All the elders and Jonin fully support Shin-yi, and clan leader Fugaku has been completely sidelined. Moreover, Clan leader Fugaku may not necessarily oppose him. Although he had long anticipated this, Sarutobi let out a deep sigh. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? When did it start? If Fugaku acted under Xian's insinuation when he previously plotted against the Roots and expanded the security department scale by several times, then the danger posed by this young man Xian would increase several folds. No, perhaps he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago and had been concealing it until now. A hawkish Uchiha with almost unparalleled combat power, and what he excelled at was not forcing his opponents with violence, but rather using schemes. Sarutobi simply could not figure out how he could deal with such a person. Seeing Sarutobi hesitating, Shursui gritted his teeth, and as if making a resolution revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan to Sarutobi. Sarutobi was taken aback when he saw that Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo, the third pair of Mangekyo. How much power has the Uchiha accumulated over the years? Shursui, what do you mean by this? Is the Uchiha planning to take action against the Hokage? Now Sarutobi was truly on edge, worried that Shursui, like Xian had been pretending all along and was now seeking his life. Yet Sarutobi instinctively expressed such words, hoping to use righteousness to stop Shizui's actions. He had only seen two Susanoo in his lifetime, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Xianyi. Both of these Susanoo were more terrifying than the other. Facing them, Hiden was utterly hopeless. Because of this, he instinctively believed that Shizui's Susanoo would also be equally powerful, definitely not something to contend with. In his view, Shursui was still someone he could negotiate with. After all, he was a descendant of Kagami, who had always leaned towards the Hokage faction and had been providing them with information all these years. Kagami was also a disciple of his teacher, and he did not believe that Shursui would turn against him. Shursui lowered his head, the Mangekyo fading as he spoke painfully. I have no such intention. I told you about my awakening of the Mangekyo because my Mangekyo's ocular technique, called Kodoamatsukami, is the strongest Jinjutsu possessing the power to permanently alter a person's memories and will. I am willing to use this power to change Uchiha Xian's thoughts, making him eternally loyal to Konoha. Upon hearing that Shizui's Mangekyo could permanently change a person's will, Sarutobi broke out in a cold sweat, barely managing to suppress the terror and wariness on his face. What difference does it make if a person's will is rewritten, directly erasing the original personality? It is even more terrifying because you never know who will be wearing your skin afterward. Compared to the tangible powers like Susanoo, the power of Kodoamatsukami is even more frightening. Shursui actually possesses such a bizarre power. What on earth is this Mangekyo? In Sarutobi's eyes, Shizui's threat now exceeded that of Uchiha Xianyi. Xian, yes, might was formidable, but as long as he was human, he had flaws, and one could always find ways to target that power. However, the ability of Kodoamatsukami, which could silently alter a person's will and personality, was far too unsettling. Imagine someone you interact with daily. Although their appearance remains unchanged, their inner self has completely transformed into another person. Just thinking about this sent a chill down Sarutobi's spine. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he forced a benevolent expression and said, absolutely not. Using Kodoamatsukami is equivalent to completely killing another person. At this critical moment, a ninja from the same village must not take action. But Shursui wanted to say something more. Enough. Sarutobi feigned anger, waving his hand and turning away, hiding the deep fear in his eyes. You may leave now. I will come to my own conclusions regarding the Uchiha matter. Shursui opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and left the Hokage office building. In the empty office, a struggle flashed in Sarutobi's eyes, but after a moment it turned into a determination. Only the Mangekyo can deal with the Mangekyo. Shursui, do not blame me. Even if he was a descendant of Kagami, it was irrelevant. Everything was for the sake of the village. Moments later, Sarutobi summoned a member of the Sarutobi clan's Umbu and handed him a scroll. Deliver this intelligence to Shimura Danzo. If handled properly, utilizing Shizui's Mangekyo, we in the Hokage faction could even obtain 3 powers surpassing the tailed beast level in one go. If Kodoamatsukami controls Xianyi, Fugaku, who only has 1 pair of Mangekyo left, won't be able to stir up any waves. As for personally taking action to obtain Kodoamatsukami, Sarutobi did not want to have his consciousness covered by Kodoamatsukami, so he could only let Danzo take the risk to explore this thunder. Based on his understanding of Danzo, once he learned about Uchiha Shizui's ocular technique, he would definitely take the risk to act. After finishing the report with Sarutobi, Hisashi Shursui returned to the Uchiha clan, anxiety weighing heavily on his mind. Shursui. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he lifted his head. Daohua stood at his doorstep, his gaze neither cold nor warm as he looked at Shursui. Hisashi wants you to visit his office. Shursui glanced at Daohua, who had come to inform him, and instinctively nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Daohua stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Shursui, Hisashi has given you a chance. But if I find out you betray the clan, no matter who you are, I, Uchiha Dawa, will spare no effort in making you pay. Shursui fell silent for a moment, then calmly replied, I understand. He arrived at the office of the head of the Konoha Security Department and politely knocked on the door. After receiving a voice saying, come in, Shursui pushed the door open. Hizashi looked Shursui up and down and gestured for him to sit across from him. As soon as Shursui sat down, Hizashi's first words nearly made him jump out of his chair. What did you say when you met Sarutobi, Hizashi? Shursui maintained a neutral expression, a skill honed during his years in the Umbu, and replied, we discussed the recent situation of the Uchiha clan. Did you tell him about your Mangekyo Sharingan? Shizui's pupils constricted suddenly. He had not revealed his awakening of the Mangekyo to anyone because he believed it to be a cursed eye. The catalyst for Shizui's awakening was witnessing the death of a dear friend and rival who perished because of Shizui's jealousy and weakness when he failed to lend a helping hand, leading him to awaken his eyes out of shame. He felt ashamed of his narrow-mindedness and wanted to change his will, which is why he awakened the power of Kodo Amatsukami to alter consciousness. Before this, Shursui was a typical Uchiha, arrogant and combative, looking down on everyone. However, after experiencing such events, his disposition changed dramatically, gradually becoming Shursui, who cherishes his companions. Previously, he did not want to provoke more radical thoughts among the Uchiha clan, and even Fugaku did not know he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as Shursui was about to play it off and gloss over the matter, he heard Hizashi say calmly, you have done something foolish. The power of Kodo Amatsukami is terrifying, and to any superior it is considered completely uncontrollable. A commoner is innocent, but possessing such treasures is a crime. Having Kodo Amatsukami does not exempt you from death simply because you are loyal to the Hokage and a member of the Umbu. Shursui fell silent. At this point, further argument was meaningless. Hizashi had even named the technique, indicating he likely understood its specific effects. To argue now that he had not awakened the Mangekyo would be sheer self-deception. Glancing at Hizashi, Shursui curiously asked, since you already know my Mangekyo abilities, why do you dare to stand before me? Aren't you afraid I might use Kodo Amatsukami to alter your will? Hizashi smiled. You are an experienced Umbu member. You should know the key to determining victory and defeat among ninjas, right? Shursui was silent for a moment before responding, intelligence. Hizashi nodded and then looked at Shursui curiously. I already know all your Mangekyo abilities while you know nothing about mine. In this situation, how confident do you feel against me, eh? Kodo Amatsukami is indeed strange, but once you understand the intelligence, it is easy to counter. Activating the Mangekyo requires opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. This alone gives Hizashi sufficient caution. Moreover, in terms of illusion mastery, he may not necessarily be weaker than Shursui. With the power of Jinjutsu, he could easily disrupt Shizui's perception of the world the moment Shursui activates Kodo Amatsukami. Without a target, Kodo Amatsukami will naturally not take effect. Besides, he has other means. Electronic shielding can effectively resist the invasion of mental forces. Furthermore, can Shursui truly be so certain that the person standing before him is real? Shursui fell silent once more. His combat experience was extensive, and at this moment, he roughly deduced Hizashi's Mangekyo abilities from subtle clues. It should relate to predicting the future. But this does not change the current situation. He had no idea how long Hizashi's ability would last, how far into the future he could see his own reaction time, or the cooldown period. All of this was unknown. Even whether the questions he was currently pondering were within Uchiha Hizashi's expectations, Shursui could not determine, let alone resist. In fact, he had miscalculated. Hizashi's technique had nothing to do with predicting the future. What Hizashi had always shown was merely what he wanted others to know. In a direct confrontation with Hizashi, Shursui had no chance of victory. Realizing he had to make a choice, Shursui donned a sympathetic expression. Hizashi, what exactly do you want? Are you truly going to initiate a revolution? The Uchiha clan will be led into a place of no return by you. Hizashi looked at Shursui with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Loyalty that is not absolute is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. Shursui, caught between the village and the clan, though he spoke of pain, was merely a two-faced individual. His betrayal was not thorough enough. Unwilling to completely sever ties with his clan, it was no wonder he was left in a predicament with both sides. Shursui, I have never been fond of persuading others, and I usually only give one chance to a person. But today I am willing to make an exception for you. I will not question your loyalty to the village or the clan. What I want to ask now is, are you loyal to Konoha or to Sarutobi, Hizashi? Hizashi believed he had been quite restrained in saying this. Shursui almost replied without thinking, of course I am loyal to Konoha. So that means you are willing to be loyal to whoever sits in the position of Hokage. Just as Shursui was about to affirm, he quickly realized that he was no different from a servant to three families. Seeing Shizui's flustered expression, Hizashi snorted coldly. Let me ask you this: if a conflict arises between the current Hokage and the former Hokage, even to the point of mutual destruction, who would you assist? I don't believe you haven't noticed that Namikaze Minato was a puppet during his tenure. Shisui lowered his head deeply. He truly did not know how to respond to that statement. Hisashi looked at Shizui's unyielding demeanor with a sense of disappointment. Come with me, this is your last chance. I hope that after seeing everything that happens next you can make the right choice. Otherwise I will truly have to kill you. Shisui paused for a moment, but for some reason he instinctively followed Hisashi as he opened the office door and walked out. Shisui walked alone on the street, appearing very confused about his and the Uchiha's future after discussing with Sarutobi Danzo and Uchiha Kurenai. Suddenly Shisui felt as if the streets around him had been emptied, the noisy crowds and nearby vendors disappearing without a trace in an instant. Several ninjas wearing animal masks suddenly appeared surrounding Shisui tightly. Shisui was not flustered. He recognized them as belonging to Root. Elder Danzo, may I ask what brings you here? Shisui asked quietly. Suddenly the sound of a cane hitting the ground came from behind. Shisui turned around and saw Danzo, whose head was wrapped in bandages with only one eye visible, slowly emerging from the shadows of the alley. A hint of disgust appeared in Shizui's eyes. Previously he thought Elder Danzo was truly devoted to the village. Yet his act of transplanting Uchiha Sharingan made Shizui's heart waver. On the surface he condemned the Uchiha as an evil clan while secretly coveting the power of the Sharingan, even going so far as to harm his fellow villagers. What difference is there between being a prostitute while putting up a facade? Shisui thought to himself as Danzo calmly said, I know about your dojutsu. Upon hearing this, Shizui's heart sank. Clearly there were only the two of them in the Hokage's office, and Danzo was implicated in the transplant of the Sharingan, a criminal responsible for the demise of Minato and Kushina. Such a person should at least be imprisoned. Oh, why does he still have the authority to command the Root ninjas? Furthermore, how could he disclose such a confidential matter regarding the Konoha Military? Seemingly oblivious to the vigilance in Shizui's eyes, Danzo continued, I am here simply to ask you one question. If you used Konoha Military on Kurenai to persuade the Uchiha, but the village remains unchanged and continues to reject the Uchiha, what will you do then? Shisui replied gravely, the third Hokage promised me that things would change. Danzo said expressionlessly, you should know what the Uchiha representative of the security department has been doing during this time. The village's impression of the Uchiha will only worsen. He continued, even with Kurenai's persuasion, there will still be a gap between the village and the Uchiha. What will you do then? Shisui still held on to a glimmer of hope. I know, but as long as we take more time to communicate calmly, the villagers will surely accept us, Uchiha. Danzo directly interrupted him. And what if there are people like me who are very suspicious and will not easily change their minds? What will you do then? Will you continue using Konoha Military to change the minds of more people? He added, if Sarutobi Danzo's prejudice can be changed, then I can also change my views regarding the Uchiha. Until the entire Konoha and the Uchiha are all under your control. Shisui quickly replied, how could such a thing happen? But at the moment Shisui was explaining himself, his vigilance slightly relaxed. Danzo seized the opportunity and lunged at him, reaching for the Sharingan in Shizui's eye. These eyes are far too dangerous. They must be kept in his hands. Shisui easily caught Danzo's wrist and activated a Jinjutsu on the exposed eye of Danzo. It was not Konoha Military, but merely an ordinary Jinjutsu. Yet even as a common illusion under Shizui's eyes, its power became extraordinarily strong, and Danzo instantly fell victim, his body going limp. As an ordinary person and having been drained of chakra by a three-demo Sharingan for years, Danzo was unable to resist. If this were on the battlefield, Shizui's gaze could easily take out an elite jonin. Shisui said, Elder Danzo, this is just an ordinary Jinjutsu. It will be lifted soon. From this, it was clear that Shisui was incredibly strong, as even Jounin had no means of resisting him. The Root ninjas standing behind him were also looked down upon by him. If he wanted, he could easily eliminate them one by one. But just as Shisui turned to leave, Danzo, who should have been under the control of the Jinjutsu, suddenly broke free from its grasp. In an instant, Danzo used body flicker technique and delivered a punch to Shizui's unguarded abdomen. Taken by surprise, Shizui's will momentarily faltered. But more than that, he couldn't understand why Danzo, who had clearly been caught in his Jinjutsu, could still move. Subsequently, Danzo pressed the attack, landing several punches that left Shisui dazed. In terms of Jinjutsu, Shisui was indeed nearly invincible, but he was unexpectedly at a disadvantage in Taijutsu due to a moment of negligence. Then Danzo grabbed Shisui by the hair with one hand and forcibly extracted the Manjikyu Sharingan from his right eye. Shisui staggered back a considerable distance, covering his injured right eye, unable to believe as he watched Danzo unwrap the bandages from his face. The three-demo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye socket had turned gray-white, clearly having lost its light. Izanagi. Shui certainly recognized this technique, the forbidden art of the Uchiha clan, which sacrifices a 3-to-mo Sharingan to forcibly convert a disadvantageous reality into a dream. It was utterly unreasonable, the ultimate dojutsu. But he never expected that Danzo, who was not an Uchiha, could actually use his Anaji. Where did he acquire it from? Looking at the Sharingan in his hand, Danzo did not immediately replace it. Danzo had not yet implanted the wood release cells. Even if he had transplanted a wood release arm, he could not do as Obito did with the Yin-Yang release and easily swap the Sharingan in and out. Shui, your Sharingan is too dangerous. Give me the other one too. As Danzo's words fell, a large number of masked root ninjas appeared around them, evidently having been lying in wait for some time. Shui immediately formed hand seals and expelled a massive fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The root ninjas also simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. The fire and water techniques collided, generating a vast amount of steam. When the smoke cleared, Shizui's figure had already vanished. Danzo's face darkened at this sight. A bunch of useless fools. The root ninjas immediately knelt on one knee, not attempting to argue their incompetence. Fortunately, Danzo merely snorted coldly, showing no intention of punishing them. Now was a time to utilize personnel, and ever since those damned clans stopped providing him with members, the root ninjas were becoming fewer. Once he became Hokage, he would make those clans pay. Taking out a sealing scroll, he temporarily sealed the stolen Manjikyu and immediately issued a command. Issue a bounty notice. Uchiha Shui attacked the Hokage's aid, equivalent to treason. From now on, he is classified as an rank rogue ninja. Yes. Things were supposed to be like this. Things were supposed to be this way. However, in the eyes of Shui and Xian Yi, what they saw was entirely different. Under the gaze of Zishui's kaleidoscope, Danzo inexplicably appeared, unleashed a torrent of air, and unexpectedly activated his Anaji. Then he suddenly revealed a completely blind Sharingan in his right eye. Even when faced with abundant evidence, Shui could deceive himself into believing that Danzo had no connection to the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife. But now Danzo had exposed that he had indeed transplanted a Sharingan, and astonishingly, he had even learned the Uchiha's secret technique as Anaji. What this indicated was self-evident. Danzo had long been eyeing the power of the Sharingan. Shui painfully closed his eyes. After sealing a mass of air, the command issued by Danzo was fully heard by Shui. Now, apart from his grief and anger, Shui unexpectedly felt a sense of absurdity. Everything he had done was for Konoha, even going so far as to expose his own kaleidoscope in hopes of changing the Uchiha situation. But the reality was that he had just revealed information about his kaleidoscope to Sarutobi Hiruzen that morning, and Danzo came knocking in the afternoon. Shui was not a fool. If this matter did not have Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval, or even secret signal, he could not possibly believe it. Is this your kaleidoscope ability? Truly frightening. I didn't see a single flaw from beginning to end. Controlling over a dozen ninjas at once, the extent was unprecedented. Even he, as a master of Jinjutsu from the Uchiha clan, had failed to detect a single flaw. Danzo and the root ninjas, like performing a ritual, waved their arms in the air for a long time, and after using Izanagi at the cost of a Sharingan, unilaterally declared that Shui had betrayed the village. If it weren't for the inappropriate circumstances, Shui really wanted to ask them if they were sure they weren't here to make a joke. Completely toyed with by Xian Yi. What shocked Shui even more was that even Izanagi could not break Xian Yi's Jinjutsu. Izanagi, this forbidden technique, allows all unfavorable realities to be transformed into illusions at the cost of completely blinding a Sharingan with 3 tomo. But Shui did not expect that even such a Uchiha forbidden technique could not break Xian Yi's ocular technique. Xian Yi shrugged, offering no further explanation about his ocular technique. Intelligence is life for a ninja. Although his ocular technique was extremely domineering, it was not entirely without countermeasures. Allowing Shui and the little guy hidden in the shadows to merely observe was already a significant concession. I reiterate, Danzo Shimura is the murderer of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Are you going to stand by the side of the murderer of the Hokage, all for your so-called stability of the village? From both emotional and moral perspectives, I see no reason for your current hostility towards me. Xian Yi looked at Zishui's hopeless state and was equally speechless. If he weren't still of use, Xian Yi would have long since removed his kaleidoscope and let him fend for himself. Xian Yi, give me a chance. I will convince Lord 3rd Hokage. He must have his reasons. What are you trying to say? Just as Xian Yi was getting slightly impatient, Shui suddenly lifted his head, his kaleidoscope spinning wildly, and activated the long-prepared ocular technique. Kodo Amatsukami. He had just lowered his head to cover up the abnormality of his kaleidoscope activation. Shui was now using the left eye's Kodo Amatsukami, the ultimate Jinjutsu that can permanently change a person's will. In the brief moment Xian Yi and Jishui locked eyes, his will was completely overridden, reduced to a puppet of the will of fire. Sorry, Xian Yi. I know you are right, but I cannot allow you to lead the Uchiha in rebellion. If Konoha experiences turmoil at this juncture, the neighboring countries will definitely seize the opportunity to wage war again, leading to devastation for the land of fire. Forgive me. Don't worry, I will never forgive you. A voice suddenly came from behind Jishui. Jishui was startled, but just as he was about to move, a heavy blow struck his abdomen. Xian Yi appeared without warning, landing a punch on Zishui's abdomen. Powerful lightning surged from his hand, causing Zishui's body to scream in pain. The electric current directly attacked the Bodis nerves, a reaction that no human will could endure. The Uchiha clan was not known for their physical prowess like the Senju or Uzumaki clans. This blow rendered Jishui completely incapable of resistance. Xian Yi mercilessly plucked the kaleidoscope from Zishui's eye socket and then kicked him away. Jishui crashed into the alley wall and fell like a rag doll, his body curled up like a large shrimp. With his eyes gouged out and his body's nerves attacked by powerful lightning, Jishui was in so much pain that he was on the verge of fainting. Jishui, you truly disappoint me. I have never been so disappointed in a person before. At the same time, I also feel somewhat frustrated. It seems I am not cut out to persuade others. Glancing at the blood-dripping kaleidoscope in his hand, a hint of regret flashed in Xian Yi's eyes. You wasted a permanent Kodoa Mitsukami like this. Oh, what a tremendous waste. Without the wood release cells, the cooldown period for Kodoa Mitsukami is as long as 10 years. With this time waiting for the cooldown, Xian Yi could have already broken through to another realm, exploring the universe like a Otsutsuki without needing the power of a kaleidoscope-level mind control. At this moment, Xian Yi truly harbored murderous intent towards Jishui. After all, Jishui had just attempted to use a permanent Kodoa Mitsukami against him. This was no different from wanting to kill him. However, regardless of how things turned out, the only power that could threaten him at this time was now completely wasted. He no longer had to worry about suddenly becoming a completely different person. Although there was a powerful electromagnetic barrier to resist the invasion of Jinjutsu energy, Xian Yi did not dare to gamble on whether Kodoa Mitsukami would truly be ineffective against him. Thus, from the very beginning, what Jishui saw was merely an illusion crafted by the mirage. Xian Yi looked at the barely conscious Jishui and calmly said, "Indeed, as expected of an awakened kaleidoscope Uchiha. In terms of stubbornness and unwillingness to listen to advice, an awakened kaleidoscope Uchiha truly is no different. The Uchiha clan was inherently extreme, and those who awakened the kaleidoscope were the elite among the mentally disturbed. Such individuals, regardless of external reasons, would never change their original thoughts. Even when they know they are wrong, they will continue down their path. Uchiha Obito is the best example. After placing the kaleidoscope of Shirzue into a specially sealed container filled with nutrient solution, Xian Yi looked at the still curled up Shirzue, who had yet to recover, feeling that his patience had been completely exhausted. He couldn't even be bothered to ask him why he did this. In the end, it was just the same old rhetoric of the will of fire. One can only say that those who are pitiful must also have their share of blame. In this world, good people do not die, bad people do not die, only one type of person will die, and that is the foolish. Shirzue, Itachi, and the later Sasuke actually belonged to the type of people who would rather hit the south wall than turn back. At this moment, blood tears flowed from Shizuo's eyes, his eye sockets hollowed out, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't think. But compared to the pain, there was one thing he desperately wanted to know. Why? Why are you immune to my Kodoa Mitsukami? At this moment, Shirzue, who had absolute confidence in his ocular technique, surprisingly felt a sense of doubt, heart-shattering. Though his mind was somewhat muddled, and he liked to pin his hopes on others, Shirzue was still a proud Uchiha at his core. Xian Yi sneered. What gave you the illusion that I didn't use Tsukuyami on you? Shirzue was immediately stunned by these words. Tsukuyami, the name of Xian Yi's kaleidoscope ocular technique. But when exactly did this happen? Could it be that from the very beginning, when Xian Yi wanted to see him, he was already under his illusion? That makes sense, having already known that his ocular technique is Kodoa Mitsukami. How could he not be on guard against himself? Shizuo's body suddenly relaxed as if he had accepted the truth. If he were to die like this, it might not be so bad. At least he wouldn't have to suffer the meaningless pain of being caught between the village and the clan. Xian Yi glanced behind him and snorted. Aren't you coming out? Your brother Shirzue is really going to be killed by me, you know. After a moment, a young boy with tear tracks on his face stepped out, appearing somewhat mature despite his young age. The most famous genius of the Uchiha before him, Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Itachi had already activated his Sharingan, 3 black tomo slowly swirling in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Xian Yi felt a spark of interest. If I remember correctly, you little brat are the clan leader's son, right? Seeing Shizuo's eyes taken out by me actually allowed you to awaken the 3 tomo. Itachi, your talent is indeed as impressive as your father boasted. Itachi stood there honestly not saying a word. Having witnessed everything that just happened, he understood that Xianyi had certainly discovered him long ago. He might have even intentionally let him follow behind, allowing him to witness Shizuo's final choice with his own eyes. Xianyi leisurely walked over and drew a ninja blade, placing it against Itachi's neck. Itachi did not act recklessly. Firstly, he was unsure if what he was seeing was real. With an illusion that even Shizuo couldn't see through, it was highly likely he wouldn't discern any clues. If he resisted at this moment, it would only lead to even more desperate consequences. Secondly, having witnessed Xianyi's devastating strike that could obliterate everything and could easily toy with dozens of people, Itachi clearly knew he had no chance against Xianyi. The only difference was whether Xianyi was serious or not. "Why don't you resist?" Xianyi looked at Itachi's current posture and suddenly asked with curiosity. Itachi replied honestly, "I am not your opponent." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, I cannot be sure whether I am under an illusion." Xianyi tilted his head and looked at Itachi with some curiosity. An unexpectedly honest kid. At this moment, the tomo in Itachi's eyes continued to swirl, indicating that 3 tomo was not his limit. Looking at Itachi, who had started to grow, the sharp ninja blade in Xianyi's hand had already lightly cut into his skin. As capillaries were ruptured, blood began to seep from Itachi's neck, even soaking his collar. Yet he still did not make any move to evade. "Just because you are the clan leader's son, do you assume I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Itachi looked up, staring into Xianyi's eerie kaleidoscope, and said flatly, "Absolutely not." This was the only point he could be sure of, as Xianyi was definitely not the kind of person who would spare him because of his father. Xianyi suddenly laughed. "Tell me, if I ordered you to kill Shizuo right now, would you awaken a pair of kaleidoscopes?" Shizuo remained silent, as if struck by a blow, appearing dispirited. Upon hearing this, the previously unmoved expression on Itachi's face began to show signs of change, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning more vigorously. Clearly, his emotional turmoil was intense. However, he merely clenched his fists tightly, without speaking or resisting. Xianyi withdrew his ninja blade, feeling somewhat bored. He shook his head. "Don't worry, Itachi, I'm not a demon. I wouldn't command you to do something as gruesome as turning against your own kin for power. The kaleidoscope is a curse, not a gift of power. If there comes a day when you truly awaken a kaleidoscope, you will understand what I said today." Itachi's tense body relaxed slightly, and the swirling tomo in his eyes slowed down. However, Xianyi's next words made him tense up completely. "Itachi, I know you are very close to Shizuo, and you are probably heavily influenced by his thoughts. However, I warn you, if you dare to follow in Shizuo's footsteps and do anything that defies my orders or even betrays the clan, your fate will definitely be worse than his." Xianyi pointed at Shizuo, who had lost his eyes and was completely defeated in spirit. Having been defeated in the area he took most pride in, Shizuo was on the verge of having his Tao heart shattered. Itachi remained silent, or Xianyi could see that he had little emotional fluctuation and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Itachi was not afraid of death. It was not surprising, having been on the battlefield at such a young age, witnessing its brutality and understanding how fragile life is. Even contemplating the meaning of life, Itachi's lack of fear of death was not something that shocked Xianyi. But that was fine, because everyone has their Achilles heel. "Itachi and Sasuke seems to have grown a bit recently," Xianyi said in a suggestive tone. Upon hearing the name of the person he cared about the most, Itachi immediately raised his head, staring directly into Xianyi's kaleidoscope eyes, as the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly in his eye sockets. He felt even more agitated than when he heard Xianyi's intention to have him kill Shizuo. For the first time, fear and anger appeared in Itachi's gaze. "Lord Xianyi, please do not involve Sasuke. He is innocent." Xianyi looked down at Itachi, silently smiling. To deal with Itachi, one must firmly grasp his weakness. And Itachi's weakness was painfully clear. "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so afraid? No matter what, Sasuke is the son of the clan leader, and unless absolutely necessary, I certainly won't lay a hand on him." The implication of this statement is that if necessary, he would show no mercy. Itachi lowered his head, realizing after a moment of silence that he had no right to resist, and said in a subdued voice, "I understand. I will do whatever you say." "Lord Hokage." Xianyi nodded in satisfaction. A child worth teaching. Although he was not yet Hokage, he greatly appreciated Itachi's awareness. After the stick, Xianyi planned to give Itachi a sweet date. "I don't care how you thought before, soon the era belonging to the Uchiha will come. Whether you are loyal to Konoha or to the Uchiha, I don't care. Because in the end it all means you will be loyal to me. Your brother may one day live in a world without war." Itachi silently lowered his head, offering no opinion. Xianyi then commanded, "Bring that traitor back to the clan. He cannot leave the Uchiha compound without my permission. This is my final mercy, considering he has made significant contributions to the Uchiha clan." After saying this, Xianyi dissipated like ink, vanishing from the spot. Not killing Shisui was partly because he didn't want to provoke Itachi into activating his kaleidoscope. Another reason was that Shisui still held value and posed no threat, allowing for his manipulation. Itachi could not discern whether Xianyi just now was an illusion or merely a shadow clone. He touched the spot on his neck where he had bled, finding it as if no wound had ever existed, even his collar was pristine. He couldn't even tell if he was still in an illusion. Therefore, Itachi dared not speak a word. The only thing he could do was step forward and lend his shoulder to Shisui. Itachi. Feeling the supporting arm, Shisui weakly asked. Although Shisui could not see, Itachi silently nodded. Since he was very young, he had been taken to the battlefield by his father, witnessing the brutality of war, and had contemplated the profound truths of life at a young age. Even now, he could not discern who was right or wrong between Shisui and Xianyi. It was possible that both were wrong or both were right. Only time could provide the final answer. Shisui had overheard the conversation between Xianyi and Itachi. After a moment of silence, he said to Itachi, "Take me back to the clan this way." Is also good. He was now a useless person, unable to decide anything, and naturally did not have to be caught between the clan and the village. He just needed to quietly await the outcome so as not to put Itachi in a difficult position. Shisui surprisingly felt a sense of relief after a long time. Danzo, believing he had extracted one of Shizui's eyes, did not return to the route, but instead went to the Hokage building under the protection of root ninjas. The Uchiha are no longer what they used to be. There was no time for him and Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue fighting for power. They must unite and cooperate. Hiruzen, look what I brought back. Danzo burst into the Hokage office, shouting excitedly. Seeing Danzo's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes immediately filled with sorrow. Shisui, forgive me. Did I not tell you to stay put? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a scolding tone. Danzo snorted coldly. Even at this moment, he still wanted to put on that show. Hiruzen, you are becoming more cowardly. Did you not put the information about Shisui awakening his kaleidoscope on my desk? Our common enemy is the Uchiha, otherwise do you think I would still come to see you today? If it were according to Danzo's past thoughts, he would have immediately used the Divine Eye ability against Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he could make Hiruzen voluntarily step aside and give the Hokage position to him, that would be ideal. But now there was no room for infighting. The Uchiha were the village's tumor. They could only unite to face the village's upcoming challenges. Sarutobi Hiruzen routinely lit a cigarette, closed his eyes, and asked, "How is Shisui?" Danzo rolled his eyes. At this moment, who are you pretending to be sympathetic for? I only took one of his eyes, and he managed to escape. But there is no need to worry. I have already designated Shisui as a rogue ninja, charged with attacking the Hokage's advisor. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and glared at Danzo. His anger was not that Danzo was still engaging in those framing schemes at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly furious at Danzo's incompetence. Is it that difficult to kill a defenseless person? How could Shisui have escaped? Who knows who that remaining divine eye will end up on? Danzo did not care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's current attitude and took out the scroll that sealed Shizui's eye. Now that he had the divine eye in hand, he would soon be able to control that extraordinarily powerful Uchiha Xianyi. Shisui would not escape. The Root and Umbu would work together to bring back what he desired. At that time, with two pairs of kaleidoscopes united, they could also seize Fugaku's kaleidoscope. When he had 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes in his possession, what could possibly exist in this world that could stop him? Xian, yes, previous words were very reasonable. Exposing the kaleidoscope would indeed attract the covetous gazes of some fools. The stronger you appear, sometimes the more those covetous gazes will increase. The more Danzo thought about it, the more excited he felt, and he immediately planned to unseal and transplant Shizui's eye onto himself. Unseal. After forming a few hand seals, Danzo opened the sealing scroll. But after a puff of smoke, the kaleidoscope he longed for did not appear. The scroll was still empty. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, what are you doing? Danzo looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be. He hurriedly formed several more seals, but the result was the same. The sealing scroll remained empty. As if this sealing scroll had originally been empty. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi also sensed something was amiss and hurriedly picked up the sealing scroll in front of Danzo to examine it. This was an unused, brand new sealing scroll. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo, even doubting whether he was being played with. It's impossible. Oh, I clearly remember I dug out Shizui's eyes. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, first doubting reality. But he quickly regained his composure. It's an illusion. Shisui used Konoha Military on me. The only possibility was that during their eye contact, Shisui had already activated Konoha Military, briefly altering his memory. If it were merely an ordinary illusion, there would be no reason for him to consume a 3-tomo Sharingan to unleash Izanagi and still be unable to break Shizui's illusion. At the moment of their eye contact, Danzo had likely already fallen victim to it. But with so many root ninjas present, wasn't there anyone who noticed something unusual? Or was Shizui's illusion terrifying enough that he could easily hypnotize more than 10 people? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo, filled with suspicion. He now seriously suspected that Danzo intended to keep the Mangekyo Sharingan for himself, and was performing a thief-calling thief act here. It was no wonder he found it hard to trust Danzo. Such acts of feigning ignorance had happened more than once. Danzo naturally noticed the suspicion in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, and exclaimed, "Hizashi, you know me well. If I wanted to keep this Mangekyo Sharingan for myself, I wouldn't have come to the Hokage office at all. Oh, I would have gone straight back to the root to implant it." Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo oddly. He found himself unable to refute Danzo's statement. According to Danzo's style, it was indeed illogical for him to specifically come over just to toy with him. Even if Danzo were to directly use Konoha Military to control him now, Sarutobi Hizashi would not be surprised in the slightest. Dismissing his suspicions, Sarutobi Hizashi sat down and said wearily, "So you messed up," and even raised Shizui's suspicion, possibly even animosity, right? Now the situation has developed in a completely uncontrollable direction. After all this commotion, Shursui is very likely to become their enemy. Anyone who covets his eyes would not generously choose to continue standing by their side in such circumstances. Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly regretted sending Shizui's intel to Danzo. It's always about the dark side of the ninja world, the roots of Konoha, yet every time it ends up being more harm than good. How could I have trusted such a fool like you? What do we do now? After this incident, Shursui will definitely be on high alert. He will surely guess that I provided you with the intel. Sarutobi Hizashi was truly out of ideas now. He could only ask Danzo for his opinion, hoping he could provide a constructive suggestion. Shursui can no longer be trusted. Immediately label Uchiha Shursui as a rogue ninja. Such a powerful eye technique as Konoha Military must not remain in Uchiha's hands. Danzo was also at a loss. He could only find a way to drag Sarutobi Hizashi down with him. If he faced Uchiha's wrath alone, he truly lacked the courage. Sarutobi Hizashi was so infuriated that he laughed. Indeed, it was impossible to count on Danzo to accomplish anything. We cannot announce that Shursui is a traitor to the village. Sarutobi Hizashi immediately made a decisive call. Shursui is an excellent ninja and a descendant of Kagami, who I will personally explain this matter to him. At the very least, we must ensure he maintains a neutral stance. Now Sarutobi Hizashi could only place his hopes on the will of fire. Shursui had always been an exceptional ninja, standing on the right side between his clan and the village, and this time he would surely not disappoint him. It wasn't entirely surprising that Sarutobi Hizashi felt so desperate. Reality had become completely dire. The Uchiha side likely had 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, and if each possessed the strength displayed by Kuroya that night, he truly could not imagine how Konoha could win. Even the return of Jiraiya might not be effective, not to mention Jiraiya's lack of interest in this position. The majority of ninja clans in the village had already lost their basic trust in their Hokage faction. In such circumstances, even if the Uchiha surrounded the Hokage building openly, other ninja clans might not even send people to support them. Knowing that they couldn't win, yet still throwing themselves into the fray, no ninja clan would engage in such foolishness. Danzo, upon hearing the cowardly words of Sarutobi Hizashi, snorted and turned to head back to his route. "Hizashi, you will definitely regret this." Danzo appeared quite tough, but apart from threatening Sarutobi Hizashi, he couldn't think of any good solutions. The situation had already decayed to such a degree. Although Danzo was very fond of employing schemes and tricks, he also knew that if they could not win, they would gain nothing. With just the strength of the Umbu and Root, without support from other ninja clans, they were completely incapable of matching the Uchiha. After Kuroya returned to his residence, he immediately took out the Konoha Military stored in a test tube filled with nutrient solution, pondering how to use this thing. Would he have to gouge out his own eyes to switch them? Absolutely not. No matter how good Konoha Military was, it wasn't worth sacrificing his own Tsukuyami and Dream World techniques. Moreover, no matter how powerful someone else's eyes were, they did not belong to him. Once he used someone else's Mangekyo, it would mean forfeiting his potential for further advancement. Kuroya was very satisfied with the 2 techniques of his Mangekyo, especially the power of the Dream World, which could even allow him to temporarily exert the strength of his dream. Giving Shursui back was out of the question. After what happened today, he spared Shizui's life to avoid provoking Itachi's awakening of the Mangekyo as a gesture of kinship. As for letting a trusted clan member use this Mangekyo, although a Mangekyo that didn't belong to him couldn't unleash its maximum power, if it were an Uchiha Jonin with an activated 3-tomo, activating a Susanoo would still be feasible. Kuroya rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, ultimately abandoning this idea. The imbalance between benefits and risks made him unwilling to relinquish Konoha Military, which could pose a threat to himself. Even if the other party was someone he trusted deeply, However, this meant that the Mangekyo would remain idle, which felt like a waste. After contemplating for a while, Kuroya suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, recalling the technique of his right eye. The dream world, turning the virtual into reality. So was it possible for him to absorb the power of the Konoha Tsukumi Mangekyo and directly amplify his own Mangekyo? Although it is not a true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it is impossible to merge into one. However, within the Uchiha clan there are indeed some familial connections, and the ocular technique of his right eye itself represents infinite possibilities. Using the Konoha Tsukumi as material for upgrading the Sharingan is a waste of the strongest illusion. Because when merging into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye that serves as the upgrade material will not inherit the ocular technique. In the original work, after the two pillars exchanged Itachi's eyes, the Tsukuyomi of Itachi's right eye completely vanished. However, if he could elevate his ocular power to a new level, Shien Yi would undoubtedly have no hesitation. Regardless of the time, strengthening one's power is always the first option. Without delay, Shien Yi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Sharingan had already blossomed into the form of a kaleidoscope. Bodhisattva world. In an instant, the world around Shien Yi was fully within his grasp. In this small space, transforming the void into reality and reversing the cosmos was no longer a dream. Even the eyes of Shisui, which were not compatible with his bloodline, had their dormant power continuously drawn out under the influence of the Bodhisattva world, merging with Shien Yi's kaleidoscope. Throughout this process, the kaleidoscope shape in Shien Yi's eyes was constantly changing, the original pattern becoming more complex. Tears of blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes. The Bodhisattva world was consuming ocular power while the strength of the Konoha Tsukumi replenished it. After a long time, Shien Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes had transformed into a pair of eerie, yet intricately patterned eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In front of him, Shizui's Konoha Tsukumi had completely turned gray and lost all its brilliance. Shien Yi wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his eyes. His right eye, which had become somewhat blurry due to forcibly borrowing the power of the dream heart, was now completely clear. It was even clearer and more agile than before. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Originally, he thought he might need to skip this step, but he did not expect that his ocular technique could truly do anything, absorbing the ocular power of others' kaleidoscopes. Feeling the surging ocular power within his eyes and the assurance of never going blind again, Uchiha Shien Yi couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Not only that, but the abilities of both the Tsukuyomi and Bodhisattva world had received a significant enhancement. Especially for the illusion-type ocular technique Tsukuyomi, the power of Konoha Tsukumi was a tremendous boon, directly multiplying its range and effectiveness. The other ocular technique, Bodhisattva world, although its effects were terrifying, consumed much more ocular power than Tsukuyomi. Shien Yi had always used it very conservatively, but now, having gained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that would never go blind, he fully unleashed the capabilities of Bodhisattva world. If it weren't for a bit of rationality still present, Uchiha Shien Yi would probably lose control right on the spot. Stay calm before achieving success in something. Maintain a calm demeanor while being filled with excitement. Sudden acquisition of such powerful strength would likely inflate even Fugaku, but he would not allow it. Because he knew there was even greater power above the kaleidoscope, and even the Rinnegan was not his final destination. This ninja world is not as weak as he imagined, Uchiha Madara Kagaya Otsutsuki. And even above that, there is the threat from the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. His ambition is far greater than anyone could have imagined. The next morning, a subordinate suddenly reported that Uzumaki Anko wanted to see him. Shien Yi curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. Orochimaru finally could not sit still. Because Uzumaki Anko was not a jonin and could not attend the full jonin meeting, she did not know the real reason her teacher suddenly summoned her to the Uchiha clan. However, she had a very good impression of Shien Yi, as it was said he had now become the head of the security department and was a prominent figure in the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, under his governance, the crime rate in the entire Konoha had dropped to an almost non-existent level. Villagers would nod and bow upon seeing the patrols of the security department, clearly showing great respect for them. In this person's hands, the Uchiha clan had become completely different. Upon seeing Anko, Shien Yi said, "Let's go." Anko was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Where to?" Shien Yi found it a bit strange. "Wasn't it Orochimaru who invited you to summon me?" Anko nodded. "That's true, but how did you know about this?" Shien Yi felt that Anko's naivety was somewhat endearing. These matters of adults should not concern children. Anko was so angry she wanted to hit Shien Yi. Clearly this guy was only a few years older than her, why was he acting like an elder in front of her? Anko's temper was still too big. If she knew that the slash in the sky of Konoha 2 days ago was caused by Shien Yi, she wondered whether she could still maintain such a relaxed attitude while talking to him. Shien Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Led by Anko, the two walked directly out of the village. In the forest, they found a hidden entrance, and Anko gestured. The teacher is just below here. He said he wants to talk to you alone. Upon hearing this, Xianyi immediately reacted. This snake likely had no good intentions. Or rather, it was a bit strange to say so. According to Orochimaru's nature, he should be testing whether he had the qualifications to cooperate with him. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Xianyi walked calmly into the underground passage. Although it was concealed, there were no traps or mechanisms. Moreover, Xianyi did not see many instruments, only a few body parts soaking in jars. Some were quite abnormal, even showing signs of merging with plants. Seeing this, Xianyi understood that this was likely Orochimaru's base for researching would release, or at least one of the bases. However, from the lack of any instruments, it seemed Orochimaru had probably prepared for this place to be turned into ruins, moving away all valuable items in advance. What remained here were probably useless or Suntob-abandoned experimental products. You came to see me without any caution, I must say, Xianyi, you are truly bold and skilled. Or perhaps you completely do not regard me as a threat. Orochimaru's figure stepped out of the shadows, his narrow snake-like pupils looking at Xianyi with ill intent. That slash during the Night of the Nine Tails indeed startled me, Xianyi. I didn't expect you to possess such powerful strength. Xianyi smiled slightly. You should know the purpose of my visit. Orochimaru nodded. It's not impossible for me to help you, even dealing with Sarutobi Sensei is just a matter of price. But before that, I need to see if you have the qualifications to cooperate with me. As Orochimaru's words fell, a multitude of venomous snakes suddenly appeared around, slithering towards Xianyi. Lightning release, earth walk. Suddenly, a vast amount of lightning emerged around Xianyi, instantly turning all the venomous snakes within a meter of him into charred remains. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He had not seen any hand seals. An instant activation of branch lightning release, and judging by Xianyi's earlier demeanor, this technique had far surpassed the typical power of an ordinary branch ninjutsu. Brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, Xianyi said nonchalantly, as a punishment for your attack on me, the conditions I set later will be even harsher. Let's see if you can defeat me first. But that did not mean he would acknowledge Xianyi's ninja abilities. You ninjas who rely on bloodline limits cannot possibly understand the efforts and hardships of us ordinary practitioners of ninjutsu. Moreover, Orochimaru was very intrigued by those eyes that emitted divine power. As he watched Orochimaru charge directly at him, even the Sharingan could perceive the sinister expression on Orochimaru's face. Xianyi knew that unless he taught Orochimaru a lesson, he would never obediently listen. Mirror Flower Water Moon. As expected, Orochimaru, lacking resistance to Jinjutsu, fell directly into the trap. Xianyi's Mirror Flower Water Moon had greatly increased in power and effect after absorbing the ocular power of Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi. It was now far superior to Tsukuyami in sensory manipulation. Orochimaru, who had been instantly defeated by Itachi's Tsukuyami, had no means to resist Xianyi's Mirror Flower Water Moon. He immediately felt as if he were in a unique realm. Beneath him was the sea, above him the blue sky, and white clouds with horizons that seemed to stretch endlessly. Xianyi's figure had completely vanished. Jinjutsu. Realizing this, Orochimaru immediately began to disrupt the chakra within his body, trying to break free from the Jinjutsu. However, after struggling for a long time, he showed no signs of escaping this illusionary space. Orochimaru's defiant gaze began to fill with apprehension. This is my Jinjutsu space. Here your senses will be infinitely amplified. Orochimaru, you will suffer the punishment of drowning. Instantly, Orochimaru sank to the seabed, and the feeling of suffocation hit him immediately, forcing him to struggle instinctively. This was entirely unreasonable, as a ninja like him with a modified body holding his breath underwater for several hours was no issue. Yet the moment he entered the water, he felt an intense sense of suffocation, making Orochimaru marvel at the realism of Xianyi's Jinjutsu. Just as he felt his brain nearing suffocation, he was finally pulled from the water. But before he could catch his breath, Xianyi's voice echoed from all directions. Orochimaru, you will suffer the punishment of being engulfed in flames. The sea seamlessly transitioned into a sea of fire, and every inch of Orochimaru's skin felt like it was being seared, the pain of burns amplified beyond measure. Orochimaru, you will face 1,000 cuts. With each of Xianyi's words, Orochimaru was subjected to a new torment. His once proud ninjutsu could not be utilized, and he could only endure relentless torture from Xianyi. In the end, he couldn't even muster a sound of pain. In the real world, Hong Do heard her teacher's screams coming from the laboratory. Ignoring everything else, she rushed in with a kunai in hand. What she saw was a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The teacher she revered as unmatched was now lying on the ground, struggling in various ways. Xianyi nonchalantly leaned against the wall, and upon seeing Hong Do rush in, he even had the leisure to greet her. Hongdo, is something happening outside? Hongdo paused for a moment and instinctively replied, I heard shouting inside, so I rushed in. This child was truly honest, no wonder she was ultimately abandoned by Orochimaru. Noticing Orochimaru writhing on the ground, Hongdo realized that her teacher had fallen into a Jinjutsu. But was her teacher really that weak? Despite being a legendary Sannin, he had been trapped in this Jinjutsu for such a long time without being able to escape on his own. On the battlefield, this much time would have allowed the enemy to decapitate him several times over. Seeing that her teacher was merely suffering and not in any life-threatening danger, Hongdo decided to wait alongside Xianyi. How much longer will this Jinjutsu last? I don't know, it depends on when Orochimaru reaches his limit. Hongdo's carefree demeanor indeed caught Xianyi's attention. It seems your teacher is still suffering in the Jinjutsu. Is it really okay for you to ignore him like this? Hongdo's thoughts wandered and she suddenly asked, by the way, Xianyi, is the Uchiha Police Force recruiting? Xianyi corrected her, it's the Konoha Police Force. The police force was indeed recruiting recently, as its capacity had tripled due to Xianyi's expansion, and currently the Uchiha clan lacked sufficient manpower, thus the recruitment announcement was made to find more excellent ninjas to join. Unfortunately, the reputation of the police force. While no one dared to speak ill of it behind its back, it still had a notorious reputation. Xianyi had no way to address this, unable to allocate excess funds, he could only increase the salaries of all police force members with tears in his eyes. Because of this matter, the police force members, each with tears in their eyes, changed their patrol frequency from once to 3 times, wielding their batons with more force when apprehending criminals. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the high salaries paid to the police force. Hongdo pointed at herself, what do you think of me? Every time she saw those police force members wielding batons glaring at everyone on the street, without blinking, she felt extremely imposing. Suddenly, she remembered Xianyi, wasn't he the head of the police force? Xianyi scrutinized Hongdo. Hongdo was still very young. Although she was merely a chunin, she had trained under Orochimaru and experienced the third ninja war, giving her considerable combat experience. Aside from some ninjutsu styles resembling Orochimaru's, which were a bit sinister, she was absolutely qualified to become a member of the police force. Xianyi said, that's no problem on my end, just submit your application to join the police force when you get back, and I'll assign you a task tomorrow. Just think what could express Orochimaru's stance better than his disciple joining the police force. Just as Xianyi and Hongdo were enjoying their pleasant conversation, Orochimaru's struggles finally began to slow down. It was not because Xianyi had lifted the illusion, but rather because Orochimaru's body had ceased its struggle. This was not a good sign, indicating that Orochimaru's instincts had abandoned any hope of survival and ceased to resist. In other words, if Xianyi did not intervene, Orochimaru would soon perish within the illusion. To put it in more understandable professional terms, it was akin to brain death. Seeing this, Xianyi lifted the various tortures within the illusion. In order to ensure that Orochimaru would behave more obediently in the future, Xianyi deliberately enhanced Orochimaru's perception within the illusion. Orochimaru finally broke free from that hell. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his long hair plastered to his face, and his already pale complexion now resembling that of a corpse. The pain he had experienced in the illusion of mirror flower water moon had instilled fear even in the strong-willed Orochimaru. Every time he recalled it, his body would tremble. Looking at Xianyi again, Orochimaru no longer bore the initial defiance. His eyes were filled with trepidation. Xianyi, you really have impressive illusions. Although Orochimaru laughed as he spoke, the underlying fear in his gaze was not lost on Xianyi. Damn! How powerful is the Sharingan, this bloodline limit? To think that the renowned Sannin Orochimaru could be brought down by a mere illusion is simply unreasonable. Today, Orochimaru deeply recognized a truth: he would never admit talent is truly innate, and for many it is something ordinary people can never surpass in their lifetime. The bloodline limit is a barrier that ordinary ninjas can never cross. Xianyi looked at Orochimaru, who seemed like he had just been pulled from water, and couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Orochimaru had not completely submitted yet. Despite enduring intense pain, his gaze towards Xianyi still held defiance. If he thought that physical pain alone could make him submit, then Xianyi was underestimating Orochimaru. Seeing that Orochimaru was still resisting, Xianyi had no choice but to use his final move. The illusion of mirror flower water moon was activated once more, and Orochimaru immediately felt as if he were in a hospital room. His limbs were completely bound, and his thighs were positioned in an M shape. What is this? Orochimaru's expression changed. As a ninja who believed in science, he could certainly tell where he was. But he did not understand what Xianyi meant by bringing him to a delivery room. In the next moment, a tearing pain in his lower body surged into Orochimaru's mind. Not only in the illusion, but even in reality, Orochimaru screamed in agony, his body collapsing to the ground, and convulsing uncontrollably. Hongdo was startled by Orochimaru's tragic state. She had never seen her teacher in such pain. What have you done to the teacher? Hongdo could not help but ask in shock. Xianyi shrugged. I merely made him endure the pain of childbirth. If he cannot withstand such suffering, then what can be said about a ninja pursuing immortality? In medicine, human pain is divided into 12 levels, with level 1 being the pain of a mosquito bite, and level 12 being the pain of childbirth, the most excruciating type. However, there exists a type of pain that transcends the so-called 12 levels of pain. If Orochimaru still refuses to submit, Xianyi has other means. The pain that men find most intolerable can even render them completely incapable of fighting back, a fatal weakness. There is scientific reasoning behind this. Because a woman who has given birth may occasionally entertain the thought of having a second child, but a man would never want to be kicked again. Seeing that Orochimaru still showed no signs of yielding, Xianyi reluctantly raised the level of pain again. Orochimaru thought, am I really not submitting yet? You clearly haven't given me a chance to submit. In the environment experiencing the pain of childbirth, Orochimaru suddenly felt the intensity of pain escalate several levels. In that instant, Orochimaru's eyes bulged out. Whether in the illusion or in reality, he felt as if he had completely lost consciousness. Watching Orochimaru fall completely, still Hongdo gazed at Xianyi with a strange expression. What did you do this time? Xianyi felt wronged. I merely made Orochimaru experience a level 5 electric fan. He shouldn't be that fragile, right? Xianyi scratched his head and said he must have fainted from the pain, or a splash of water should wake him up. Although Hongdo felt that Xianyi was just fooling her, she nonetheless formed hand seals and unleashed a water jutsu of minimal power, splashing it on Orochimaru's face. The cold water jolted Orochimaru awake. But the moment he regained consciousness, he immediately covered his groin with his hands. Heaven knows what kind of cruel punishment he had just endured. First, he experienced the 12th level of pain, which humans can barely endure, and then he experienced pain that is absolutely unendurable. This Uchiha truly is thoroughly evil. To think he could come up with such underhanded tactics. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly understood why Senju Tobirama had gone to such extremes against the Uchiha clan. Could it be that he was once subjected to such treatment by Uchiha Madara, which left him with psychological scars? Xianyi looked at Orochimaru coldly and said, Orochimaru, I believe I have proven my strength. Of course, if you are still unwilling to cooperate, I can let you experience that move again. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru repeatedly shook his head. I think we still have plenty of topics to discuss. There's no need for hostility. Having experienced such pain, Orochimaru never wanted to go through it a second time. At the same time, he felt that having such a fatal weakness as a man was truly incomprehensible. Orochimaru could not tolerate having such a significant weakness and felt he must find a way to eliminate it in the future. Seeing Orochimaru's frail appearance, Xianyi frowned slightly. The effect of my mirror flower water moon is quite strong. With your current chakra level, you shouldn't be in such a miserable state, right? You haven't trained some soul forbidden technique that has harmed your soul, have you? Orochimaru's expression showed no change, but the slight narrowing of his pupils caught Xianyi's attention. Xianyi, you can see that? Xianyi smiled mysteriously. It seems that is indeed the case. Here's a word of advice. If you continue practicing that forbidden technique, the damage to your soul will become more severe. At that point, don't even mention the Mangekyo. I'm afraid even a simple 3-Demo Sharingan will take you down with a glance. The shadows in Orochimaru's eyes deepened. He absolutely could not accept that his proud self had fallen to such an end. Shrugging his shoulders, Xianyi said, but since it's your own affair, can we discuss it properly now? As he mentioned the serious matter, Orochimaru shot a glance at Hongdo. Hongdo let out a reluctant tch and unwillingly went out to guard the door. With all this mystery, she wasn't even interested in listening. Seeing that his disciple was so obedient to Xianyi, Orochimaru felt a pang of frustration. Wasn't Hongdo just watching him suffer earlier? Even if he couldn't defeat Uchiha Xianyi, it was no excuse for just watching his teacher suffer in a Jinjutsu. How did he end up with such an ungrateful disciple? Now that there were no outsiders present, Xianyi got straight to the point. You must have seen the situation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he wants to redeem his fallen reputation, he will likely have to sacrifice you. Coincidentally, you have some very critical evidence in your possession. Orochimaru fell silent. He certainly understood what Xianyi meant. Human experiments. Although every ninja village was secretly conducting them, they were officially prohibited. His cooperation with Danzo was clandestine. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be unaware. Orochimaru was about to say it was impossible when Xianyi directly interrupted him. What kind of person is Sarutobi Hiruzen? You know him better than I do. You should have a good idea whether he would do such a thing. Don't think that your collaboration with Danzo is seamless. Even we Uchiha can uncover such matters. Do you really believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would be oblivious to them? Orochimaru truly fell silent. However, his silence was not because Uchiha Shin-Yi had hit the nail on the head. He suddenly smiled slyly. Shin-Yi, how do you know what I'm thinking? Could it be that I am still trapped in a Jinjutsu? If that were true, he would truly feel trapped. Shin-Yi shrugged, who knows? Orochimaru fell silent again. Now he wasn't considering whether he was trapped in a Jinjutsu, which would never have a clear answer, but was instead pondering Shin-Yi's earlier words. Shin-Yi was right, he understood his teacher very well and knew what lay beneath the mask. It was precisely because he saw through it that Jiraiya would leave the village and Tsunade would suffer from hemophobia, living in drunken stupor every day. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. So what do I need to give in return? And what can you offer me? Since they had started discussing terms, it indicated that Orochimaru was already tempted. The next step was merely a matter of price. Shin-Yi looked at Orochimaru and said, let's first discuss the issue of compensation. You attacked me first for my mental anguish. I am not asking for much. Just hand over the Edo Tensei you have. Hearing the first half of Shin-Yi's statement, Orochimaru couldn't help but be shocked by Shin-Yi's shamelessness. Setting aside the fact that he indeed attacked Uchiha Shin-Yi first, he had just endured immense suffering only to be easily subdued by a glare from Shin-Yi. Now he was actually being asked to pay for mental anguish. The sky over Konoha had completely darkened. Orochimaru took a deep breath and said, I am currently improving Edo Tensei. Oh, I can give you the original version. Shin-Yi instantly lost interest, then forget it. The Edo Tensei technique was originally created by the evil Tobirama Senju to use with the body of the undead in conjunction with explosive tags, so the resurrected deceased did not require much combat ability. Only after Orochimaru's modifications, and using white Zetsu as a sacrifice to summon them, could the Edo Tensei exhibit powers nearly identical to their living selves. Shin-Yi thought for a moment, then I want your research results on wood release. In the future, the Uchiha can also provide funding and materials to allow you to continue your research, but the prerequisite is that the research results must be shared. This condition made Orochimaru laugh. He felt he had already guessed what Shin-Yi was trying to do regarding Edo Tensei and wood release. So you're saying the cooperation partner has shifted from Danzo to you, Uchiha? Shin-Yi nodded. Orochimaru replied without hesitation, of course, no problem. Orochimaru prided himself on being a scientist. Changing partners in scientific matters due to funding was not unusual at all. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that Shin-Yi was likely to become the 5th Hokage through a bloodless revolution. Investing now was a guaranteed profit. Now that we've talked about the benefits, what will I have to pay? Shin-Yi was momentarily taken aback, and seeing the change in Shin-Yi's expression, Orochimaru fell silent. Was this all the conditions? The leniency of the terms was almost unbelievable. Besides that, there's one more thing I need your help with, which might cost you some face. But this is the only way I can think of to let you stay in Konoha legally and reasonably. Orochimaru immediately straightened up. I am all ears. On the same day that Orochimaru was persuaded, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was still contemplating how to explain to Shisui and thinking of ways to draw him back, Konoha was rocked by a piece of news. The hero of the third great ninja war, the young powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, was ambushed on his way home by the Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo, who brutally gouged out his eyes. Fortunately, members of the Konoha police department nearby arrived in time, saving the severely injured Shisui. Shin-Yi, accompanied by a furious entourage, even activated his 3-mo Sharingan as he rushed with the blind Shisui from the Uchiha compound to the Hokage building. Along the way, many villagers and clansmen received the news and joined the crowd to watch. Expecting these people to genuinely assist the Uchiha was impossible. The game of power struggles was only ever in favor of the winners. However, the sight of so many people flocking to the Hokage building drew considerable attention, especially since the injured party was a member of the Konoha Police Department who had been quite arrogant recently. As a result, the crowd of onlookers grew larger. After receiving this news, Danzo was furious, smashing everything in his room that was within sight. Uchiha Shin-Yi. He actually dares to slander me. He is slandering me. The wicked little brat Uchiha Shin-Yi kept piling accusations on him. Danzo had completely lost his composure. In the past, he was the one who wronged others. How dare anyone wrong him? He clearly did nothing, yet he inexplicably lost a rare 3-mo Sharingan and was hypnotized by Shizui's illusion, losing face in front of Sarutobi Hisashi. Hisashi, it is your mercy that has led to this outcome. If Sarutobi Hisashi had listened to him yesterday and announced Shizui's defection from the village, how could Uchiha take advantage of this matter today? In the crowd, Akamichi stood there holding a banner, looking somewhat dumbfounded. She had just reported to the security department and heard that there was a mission today. Then, for no apparent reason, she was asked to hold a banner and join the Uchiha parade. Moreover, she was now in a very prominent position, visible to almost everyone in the crowd. Shin-Yi had mobilized even the ordinary clan members, and with those who came to join in the crowd swelled to over 1,000, creating a spectacular sight. In front of Akamichi were Xianyi Fugaku and several esteemed elders of the Uchiha clan, along with Shisui, who sat in a wheelchair blind and with a sorrowful expression. Itachi was expressionless as he pushed Shizui's wheelchair from behind, his feelings completely unreadable from his face. Shizui's sorrowful expression was genuine. He never expected to have lost the Mangekyo, yet Xianyi was still relentless. He fabricated a false narrative to incite the entire Uchiha to march. Xianyi even warned him that if Shisui slipped up halfway through, they would directly begin the process of violent usurpation. At that point, it would not matter how many lives were lost. Shizui's gentle nature made it far too easy to manipulate him. With Xianyi threatening the entire Leaf Village, Shisui had lost the ability to resist and could only be toyed with by Xianyi. Moreover, Shisui might not even dare to resist. Heaven knew whether everything he was experiencing now was merely an elaborate illusion crafted by Xianyi. In the crowd, perhaps only Itachi knew what was truly happening with Shizui's eyes. Even Fugaku had a face full of grief and fury at this moment. No matter how much Shisui was at fault, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan, and it was not Tuanzang's place to meddle here. Moreover, Shisui claimed he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If a pair of Mangekyo was taken by that old dog Tuanzang, Fugaku would not be able to hold back any longer. At this moment, Sarutobi Hisashi was also feeling overwhelmed, watching the Uchiha members blocking the entrance of the Hokage building, waving banners and shouting slogans, with more and more people gathering. Xianyi, if you have something to discuss, we can talk privately. Why create such a big scene? Sarutobi Hisashi's face was filled with anguish, as if he were the one suffering. Talk privately. The result of a private talk is nothing but a dead end. Third Hokage, you still want to protect Tuanzang, the one who killed the fourth Hokage and released the Nine Tails. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Knight of the Nine Tails caused immense damage, let alone that Minato Namikaze was the village's hero. As for Tuanzang, to put it bluntly, ordinary people had never even heard of the name Tuanzang. Sarutobi Hisashi spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Xianyi. Samura Tuanzang is an elder of Konoha. You cannot slander his reputation without evidence. Can the truth of the Knight of the Nine Tails be casually revealed in the crowd? What do you Uchiha Xianyi really want? Xianyi let out a cold laugh, refusing to fall into the trap of self-justification. Pointing at Shisui, who sat in a wheelchair with his eyes visibly sunken, Xianyi said loudly, Shisui, tell everyone what happened yesterday. Sarutobi Hisashi looked at Shisui, who had lost his eyes, with a sorrowful gaze while confusion wrapped around his heart. There was no doubt that Shizui's eyes were gone and those hollow eye sockets were unmistakable. But why did Tuanzang say yesterday that he was under the effects of Kodoame Tsukumi and did nothing? Who was lying between him and Shisui? Shisui hesitated for a moment before finally stammering. Last night, when I was returning home, Elder Tuanzang and members of the root approached me. One of them had a 3-demo Sharingan in his right eye, and I was caught off guard and was attacked by Tuanzang. He knew it was pointless not to speak. Xianyi could control him with an illusion at any moment to make him say these words. Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What the victim said at this moment was more convincing than any evidence. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, with all Uchiha shouting for Tuanzang to be handed over. Moreover, Shizui's eyes had indeed been taken. Could someone really go to such lengths to frame Tuanzang? That was simply impossible. The only explanation was that Tuanzang was lying. Why did he privately retain a pair of Mangekyo, and what was he trying to achieve? Xianyi chuckled coldly, privately transplanting the bloodline limit of a clan family and attacking elite jonin of Konoha, not to mention that Tuanzang is also suspected of releasing the Nine Tails and killing the fourth Hokage couple. Such a person is undoubtedly a traitor to the village. Anyone associated with him or sheltering him should also be treated as a traitor. He has allowed Tuanzang to live up to now. One of the purposes was to test Shisui, and the other was to drag Sarutobi Hisashi down completely. Samura Tuanzang was merely a knife. The one truly wielding the knife behind the scenes was always Sarutobi Hisashi. Sarutobi Hisashi's hands trembled in anger as he pointed at Xianyi and shouted, Xianyi. Tuanzang is an elder of Konoha. Even if he has done something wrong, there are village laws to punish him. You cannot just declare him a traitor with a single sentence. Sarutobi Hisashi knew that he could not let Tuanzang's crimes be confirmed at this moment, otherwise no one would be able to save him. Not to mention his collusion with Tuanzang. If the security department found any trace of it, the flames would undoubtedly burn him. Thus he had to stand out at this moment, not for Tuanzang, but for himself. This blatant cover-up immediately made the Uchiha clan glare angrily, and those who had opened their Sharingan looked like they wanted to draw their swords and confront Sarutobi Hisashi. Xianyi's lips curled into a reckless smile. Old man, you want to push your luck, right? Do you really think I only have this few cards up my sleeve? In order to make you two old dogs take the traitor's hat, he had prepared several surprises. Xian Yi looked at the surrounding onlookers, many of whom were from various ninja clans who were now gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, Xian Yi raised his voice enough for everyone to hear. Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly had a bad premonition. Perhaps many are unaware that Shizui's Sharingan has evolved to the level of the Mangekyo. And the Mangekyo awakened by Shursui is known as Kodoamatsukami, its effect being the subtle permanent alteration of a person's consciousness, making it the ultimate illusion. As soon as Xian Yi's words left his mouth, those lurking in the shadows could no longer remain seated. Some, filled with excitement, immediately used body flicker technique to arrive at the square. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to intervene upon hearing Xian Yi mention Shizui's awakening of the Mangekyo, but it was already too late. Moreover, he found himself unable to do so. Upon hearing Uchiha Xian Yi's words, everyone displayed expressions of terror. Even some clan leaders who had been covertly watching stepped forward, seemingly ready to side with the Uchiha. Seeing that nearly the entire Konoha stood opposed to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision darkened, realizing that all was lost. Whether or not Shizui's Mangekyo is truly Kodoamatsukami has become irrelevant, for a technique capable of permanently altering a person's will is indeed terrifying. So terrifying that anyone who learns of this news would find it impossible to sleep. Given Danzo's style, what he would do upon obtaining such a Mangekyo was something the heads of the shinobi clans could hardly bear to imagine. Controlling their clan heads and forcing them to send all their talents to the Foundation was already the best-case scenario they could hope for. No one would wish for their companions to wear the skin of a familiar face while secretly becoming Danzo's puppet. This overwhelming fear compelled everyone to stand against Shimura Danzo, and by extension alongside Uchiha Xian Yi. Whether they supported Uchiha Xian Yi was inconsequential. In this moment, they clearly stood opposed to Danzo, which meant they stood against their own Hokage. Better to be safe than sorry. After receiving this news, Hyuga Hisashi was the first to step forward. Lord Third, this matter requires an explanation from us. Besides the Yamanaka and Izuka, and even the Ino Shikicho trio who had always supported the Hokage stood with the Uchiha this time. Even Mito Gate-in and Tenzenkuru, the two advisors to the Hokage, stepped forward trembling as they addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, how about we let Danzo hand over the Uchiha's Sharingan? What is this Kodoamatsukami? How could they be completely unaware of Danzo's actions? They too were fearful, as Danzo harbored ill intentions towards them, having previously demanded people from their clans. If such a person were to gain the Kodoamatsukami, what would become of them? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, looking at Uchiha Xian Yi, and pressed on. What will you do after Danzo hands over the Sharingan? Will you simply reimplant it into Shursui? Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to pass the hot potato onto the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha possessed such a terrifying illusion as Kodoamatsukami, they would be the ones targeted by the entire village. Unfortunately, such a level of framing was mere child's play in Xian Yi's eyes. It was akin to polishing his shoes. Xian Yi solemnly declared, of course it must be destroyed on the spot. Such a terrifying illusion must never be allowed to exist in this world. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself without any other options. Uchiha Xian Yi had firmly seized the moral high ground and could point fingers at will. He could only hope that Danzo would see the situation clearly and hastily surrender Kodoamatsukami. Yet Xian Yi was not worried in the slightest. After all, Danzo did not possess Kodoamatsukami. What could he hand over if he had nothing? Thus Danzo was doomed. He must bear this black pot firmly on his head. At this moment, nearly the entire village had reached a consensus. They must force Danzo to surrender Shizui's Mangekyo, or this matter would never be resolved. Under Xian Yi's coercion, this group of people boldly surrounded the Foundation's base. Fortunately, Danzo was not completely idle. He had already gathered relevant intelligence beforehand. Shortly after Konoha's upper echelons surrounded the Foundation, Danzo emerged with the Foundation's ninjas, angrily reprimanding everyone. What are you doing? What exactly do you want by surrounding the Foundation? Are you planning to betray the village? A bunch of Konoha ruffians. In the past, this excuse had proven effective time and again. Even the clan leaders of the major ninja clans had no desire to clash with him, who was backed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, to say such things at this moment was somewhat laughable. Could Danzo really label everyone in Konoha as traitors? Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, his gaze towards Danzo, filled with complexity, regret, guilt, and a frustration akin to iron not being able to be forged into steel. Of course, the strongest emotion was vigilance. Sarutobi Hiruzen now feared that Shimura Danzo would remove the bandages on his head and use Kodoamatsukami to turn him into a lively dog in the mountains. To this end, he even went so far as to lean towards the Uchiha whom he usually despised. Although Danzo had attempted to assassinate him and bore significant malice towards him. When it came to dealing with the Uchiha, they could still reach a consensus. With Konoha Tsukumi, he could direct it at the culprit who had brought him to such a state, Uchiha Shinyi. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but many clan leaders silently protected Uchiha in front of them, preventing Danzo from causing any irreparable harm in a moment of mental turmoil. For there was nothing more terrifying than Konoha Tsukumi. Watching this shameless old man attempting to approach Shin, he nearly couldn't refrain from kicking him away. As for the threat of Konoha Tsukumi to him, it held no deterrent power. After all, as the saying goes, how could there be a threat from something that does not exist? Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Why are you getting involved with the Uchiha? Now Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he were a traitor. Mito Gate In and Tenzin Koharu could no longer watch idly, and stepped forward to persuade Danzo, saying, Danzo, stand down. The Umbu and the security department have completely surrounded the Foundation. If you stand down now, you may still negotiate for leniency. They were all disciples of Senju Tobarama, unable to bear seeing Danzo continue to resist. What are you all talking about? What crime has this old man committed? Looking at Danzo, who remained obstinate and was still arguing, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and immediately adopted a posture of righteous indignation. In front of everyone, he was the third Hokage who could not coexist with evil. This matter regarding Danzo must come to an end. Danzo, your attack on fellow villagers and the seizure of the Mangekyo has been thoroughly exposed. Quickly surrender Shizui's Mangekyo. You might still receive a lighter sentence. Danzo was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandiloquent words of righteousness. Wasn't it you who provided me with the intel yesterday hinting that I should seize Shizui's eyes? What does it mean for you to come here leading the team to capture me today? You use people and then betray them, right? How come I never realized you were such a treacherous person before? And I truly do not possess any Mangekyo Sharingan. This is all the wicked scheme of Uchiha Genya. Hiruzen, do you not trust me either? Danzo appeared deeply hurt. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a look of disbelief. Just look at everyone present now. Oh, who can still trust you? Can Konoha really find a ninja capable of outsmarting you? We have already reached this point, and you are still putting on an act. Everyone, please wait a moment, I have something to say. At that moment, a very untimely voice echoed. Upon looking, everyone realized it was Orochimaru, who usually showed little interest in village affairs. Seeing this damp, sinister snake emerge from his base in broad daylight, many who knew Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. What kind of trick is he up to now? Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen react, turning to look at Mitarashi Anko, who stood beside Genya. He thought to himself how out of place this is. It turns out Orochimaru and Uchiha had long been in collusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru, who had captured everyone's attention, his eyes filled with sorrow and disbelief. I can't believe it, Orochimaru, you Baijid guy, you've actually betrayed us. Did I not just hand over the position of the fourth Hokage to Namikaze Minato and wanted you to take the blame? Why did you choose to side with the Uchiha? You must know that I am your teacher. Orochimaru spread his arms in a circle, drawing the attention of everyone present to himself. Even Danzo looked at Orochimaru with a strange expression, unsure of what he was up to. The feeling of being exposed to everyone's gaze made Orochimaru somewhat uncomfortable, but thinking of Genya's plan, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Danzo and his teacher have truly encountered great misfortune by provoking Uchiha Genya. When it comes to framing others, you two old men who have lived for decades cannot even outsmart Uchiha Genya. Suddenly, Orochimaru put on a look of lament, summoning a snake and retrieving a scroll from its mouth. Gentlemen, I must confess something here. First, I am guilty. Orochimaru's opening line truly stunned everyone present. Do you not know what the occasion is? Why are you suddenly beginning to confess? Everyone is still discussing other matters. If you have any sins to confess, how about you wait a moment? Orochimaru continued, recently there have been incidents of villagers and ninjas disappearing from the village one after another. I admit this matter is related to me. Upon hearing that Orochimaru was about to openly disclose the matter of human experiments, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately became anxious. This was his trump card, prepared to be played at a critical moment to restore his reputation. It must be understood that if Orochimaru speaks out himself, the outcome is completely different from being caught and exposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, how can you betray me like this? Danzo was also stunned. Has Orochimaru gone mad? In public, he actually admitted to his crimes. But Orochimaru suddenly changed his tone, pointing at Danzo. But all of this was orchestrated by Danzo. He forced me to participate in human experiments. Those missing villagers and ninjas were all captured by the Foundation and turned into stepping stones for his ambitions. Many of those people have already been killed by Danzo and the Foundation due to the brutal human experiments. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. They never expected that the recently missing ninjas and villagers had actually been captured by Danzo for human experimentation. What a wickedness. Anyone learning of such matters must immediately declare their stance against Danzo. otherwise they would be opposing the entire Konoha. Danzo, enraged, trembled as he pointed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do not slander me. This matter was clearly you who sought me for cooperation first. How can you push all the blame onto me at this moment? Orochimaru, doesn't your conscience hurt for doing this? At this moment, Genya stepped forward, looking at Danzo with a cold smile. So you are admitting that you arranged for Foundation ninjas to capture Konoha's innocent villagers? Danzo was taken aback, speechless. Seeing Danzo's demeanor, everyone understood that the missing personnel had indeed been captured by Danzo. In an instant, public outrage surged. How could such a person occupy the position of Konoha elder and Hokage's advisor? This was a tremendous scandal. Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully closed his eyes, knowing that Danzo was finished. Genya had achieved his goal and looked back at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, words alone are not enough. Do you have any evidence? Orochimaru raised the scroll he held high. This is the list of the missing personnel from Konoha, along with evidence of the human experiments they endured. Danzo's main objective was to experiment with the success rate of wood release and the Sharingan transplant, then overturn the entire Konoha. As Orochimaru delivered his lines, he felt as if he were in a play, passionately pointing at Danzo, as if he were an irreconcilable enemy. Most of what he said was true, except that the plan to overturn Konoha was something he had concocted after discussing it with Genya. After all, now that Danzo was being denounced by everyone, it was all about piling on the blame. In the role of a witness with a stain on his record, Orochimaru felt as if he was starting to believe his own words. I have endured humiliation for many days just to obtain this crucial evidence and unveil Danzo's hypocritical facade in front of everyone. Although Orochimaru's attitude was somewhat strange, it did not align with everyone's perception of him. But at this moment, no one cared about Orochimaru's attitude, because as he spoke, he seemed to radiate light. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Is this really the same cold, cunning, and unscrupulous Orochimaru they knew? Could it be that all these years their impression of Orochimaru was too deep? Could it be that he is actually a good person? The preconceived notions are truly terrifying. Orochimaru stepped forward to report Danzo transforming from a co-conspirator in crime to a victim threatened by the Hokage's advisor's power. Such a person, even if they have done something wrong, is not entirely unforgivable. At least they do not have to pay for it with their life. But Orochimaru's outburst was still ongoing. Suddenly, Orochimaru pulled out a kunai and pressed it against his neck, his expression filled with grief and indignation as he said, I am well aware of my grievous sins, and today I shall atone with my life. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Xian Yi immediately stepped forward and took the kunai from Orochimaru's hand. There's no need for that. Orochimaru, your crimes do not warrant death. In truth, Xian Yi was almost cursing under his breath. Orochimaru's performance was too exaggerated. Anyone with eyes could see that Orochimaru was feigning deep emotion. When the crowd witnessed this scene, they quickly understood. Orochimaru and Xian Yi were putting on a show. However, there was one person present who was oblivious to this, and that was our beloved Danzo Shimura. Upon seeing Orochimaru's intent to commit suicide, Danzo immediately panicked. Forcing one of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru to publicly take his own life would be akin to dragging the village through the mud while Tobirama Senju was still alive. Let's not even mention that his own reputation was already questionable. Even a person as innocent as Kakashi Hitaki would be flayed alive under such baseless accusations. How could one allow a hero to bleed and weep? Could it be that someone would rather give up their life than let you be falsely accused? After Xian Yi stopped Orochimaru's suicide, Danzo looked at the scroll in Orochimaru's hand and immediately intended to destroy the evidence. Wind-style great breakthrough. Danzo suddenly formed hand signs and unleashed a highly destructive wind-style jutsu, targeting the scroll in Orochimaru's hand. Yet Orochimaru appeared remarkably relaxed. As one of the legendary Sannin, he even smirked slightly at Danzo's attack, completely disregarding it. Lightning-style lightning flash. A purple lightning bolt flashed, and Danzo's great breakthrough was undoubtedly dispersed. Xian Yi positioned himself between Orochimaru and Danzo, glaring at Danzo, and said angrily, How dare you, Shimura? Danzo, attempt to destroy evidence and harm a witness in front of me, the head of the security department. You show no respect for my authority. Your intent to destroy evidence and kill witnesses proves that Orochimaru's accusations against you are entirely true. Danzo, you have benefited from the village, yet you, this treacherous scoundrel, dare to secretly plot the downfall of Konoha. This is an unforgivable crime. As the head of the Konoha security department, I hereby announce immediate arrest of Shimura Danzo. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be treated as an accomplice, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Orochimaru's act was overly theatrical. It was essential to solidify Danzo's crimes and then silence him. As long as Danzo was dead, no matter how many mouths he had, he could not explain the extent of his grievances. The members of the Uchiha clan in the security department had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After Xian Yi announced the order, they swiftly drew their weapons and surrounded Danzo and his subordinates. Danzo, will you not surrender? Dare to resist, and you will be killed without mercy. Faced with dozens of elite members from the security department, including over 10 who had activated their Sharingan, Danzo and his root members were no match for them. Danzo's own strength might not even reach the level of a Kage. Due to past injuries, he had not yet had time to implant the wood-release cells into his right arm, leaving him in a very weak combat state. A dozen root ninjas surrounded Danzo with kunai in hand, cautiously guarding him. One could only wonder if they were truly loyal to him or simply brainwashed. Given the selection standards of the root, which were reminiscent of the blood mist, Xian Yi speculated it was highly likely the latter. Among them was the oil girl Tsumuji, who had once severely injured Obito. However, this was merely a temporary measure. These individuals could only buy time and could not possibly withstand Uchiha's main force. The only feasible plan was to drag all the surrounding ninja clans into the abyss to save himself. Hiruzen, how long are you going to stand there? This was Danzo's last straw. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth, preparing to step forward and leverage his old reputation when Xian Yi's gaze turned toward him. What does the third Hokage intend to do? Are you going to protect the perpetrator who attacked members of the Konoha security department and kidnapped innocent villagers and ninjas for human experimentation? With such a heavy accusation thrown at him, Hiruzen could hardly bear it. Yet he had his own words to say. Xian Yi, there is currently no concrete evidence for Danzo's crimes. Why not detain him in the Umbu prison instead? I assure you that the truth will be revealed quickly. Not only Xian Yi, but everyone present did not believe him. Xian Yi sneered, the Umbu prison. Handling unstable elements in the village is clearly within the jurisdiction of the security department, right? You want to hand him over to the Umbu? May I ask if Shimura Danzo is a rogue ninja? Hiruzen was again rendered speechless by Xian Yi's retort. One of the duties of the Umbu is to hunt rogue ninjas. To involve the Umbu, Danzo must first be deemed a rogue ninja. The title of rogue ninja is no joke. It has never been heard of that a rogue ninja could return to being a regular ninja. Kakashi tightened his grip on his weapon in the crowd, ready to rush forward at the moment Danzo let his guard down to deliver a fatal blow alongside the members of the security department. One cannot deny that Hiruzen's calculations were quite astute. Even though more than half of the Umbu members no longer listened to his orders, due to distrust, there were still die-hard members of the Sarutobi clan. Once he entered the Umbu prison, who would hold the power was still a matter dictated by Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, wasn't it? It was possible for someone to be captured in the morning and released by afternoon. Xian Yi pointed around and reminded. And are you really sure you want to stick your neck out at this moment? Even if I agree, will everyone present agree to let Danzo go? Hiruzen looked around, and not only the clan heads of those ninja clans, but even Mito Izumi and Toka Kiryu showed signs of trepidation in their gazes. He then realized that whether or not Danzo had conducted human experiments or captured Konoha villagers was no longer significant. Orochimaru's betrayal was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back, providing everyone with a legitimate excuse to eliminate Danzo. The accusation of attacking villagers was not particularly serious. At least Shursui was still alive, which could easily be downplayed. As for the human experimentation, it currently remained a one-sided accusation from Orochimaru, and even though Danzo had actions of destroying evidence and silencing witnesses, the evidence had not been fully disclosed. However, the issue of privately withholding the Kenjutsu was different. Nearly everyone knew who Danzo was. This matter alone was enough to keep everyone awake at night. Hiruzen suddenly felt a chill down his back. Xian Yi first provided everyone with a reason to eliminate Danzo, and then gave them a sufficiently grand excuse, allowing everyone to point fingers from a moral high ground. Could it be that all of this was part of Uchiha Xian Yi's calculation? Such individuals are terrifying. They resemble clowns on a stage, with each of their movements calculated by the other, manipulated by Xian Yi without their knowledge. Having realized this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and commanded loudly, Danzo, I order you as Hokage to cease resistance at once and hand over Shizui's eye. Danzo was almost driven mad and shouted, there's no such thing as a heavenly god here. It was one thing for others not to believe him, but did even you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, not believe him? They had been brothers for decades. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and turned away, unable to bear witnessing what was to come. From the eye exposed by Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw his resolve. He absolutely would not surrender the heavenly god under any circumstance. A useless ally, no hope left, just wait to die. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Danzo knew he had been completely abandoned. Get them. Bring down Uchiha Xian Yi. Danzo commanded the root ninjas around him in a fit of rage. The root ninjas were his sharp blades, Even under dire circumstances, the brainwashed ninjas would fight without hesitation even if Danzo ordered them to kill their own parents. Phosphorus bugs. The oil girl summoned a swarm of nano-level poisonous bugs from her sleeves, sending them flying towards Xianyi. The oil girl clan's secret technique was extremely troublesome. Once these nano-sized poisonous bugs invaded the body, they would destroy cells and reproduce within, ensuring death almost instantly upon contact. But such a scene could hardly pose a challenge for the Uchiha. Several Uchiha with 3 tomo stepped forward and formed hand seals. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. The combined fire styles of several elite jonin formed a vast wall of flames, incinerating all the nano bugs completely. The flames showed no sign of diminishing and completely engulfed the oil girl. Even Danzo, along with several root ninjas wearing animal masks, had to use water style together to counter this overwhelming wave of fire. As the flames receded, the oil girl, caught off guard, was reduced to a pile of charred remains along with a large number of phosphorus bugs. To have the elite jonin of Uchiha who excelled at fighting multiple opponents unite against a single individual, the oil girl, had certainly achieved a remarkable honor. Watching the Uchiha surround him with their Sharingans steadily closing, and Danzo's eyes turned red with anger as his subordinates were slaughtered one by one. Good. You forced my hand. Since you all refuse to believe me, then let's go to hell together. Danzo tore his clothes open, revealing the sealing technique inscribed on his body. Upon seeing this, Xianyi unconsciously smirked. Finally, the moment had come. All members of the security team retreat. Although they could swiftly eliminate Danzo, the mastermind behind all this, Xianyi had given the order. Yet since Xianyi issued the command, the Uchiha ninjas instinctively complied and began to retreat. Danzo's face twisted with fury. Too late. Uchiha Xianyi, though I cannot kill you, taking so many Uchiha elites down to hell with me will suffice. For symbol seal. This was an alternative sealing technique buried within his body, sealing everything around him, starting from his own position. This sealing technique was specifically buried in Danzo's body for a mutual destruction scenario. Regardless, Danzo showed some backbone by not kneeling and begging for mercy at the last moment. But this was not a valid reason for him to drag several Uchiha elites down with him. Every Uchiha member was a precious asset in battle, and awakening the 3 tomo was no easy feat. Losing even one Xianyi would be a painful loss. Lightning style Kirin. Uchiha Xianyi's body was enveloped in purple lightning, leaping wildly without the need for hand seals. Suddenly, a massive waterfall of lightning descended from the clear sky. The lightning waterfall took the form of a gigantic divine beast, Kirin, opening its massive jaws towards Danzo. This was a technique where Xianyi harnessed his own power to communicate with the powerful ions in the air, essentially manipulating a vast amount of electrons to generate ultra-high voltage lightning. It was merely labeled as lightning style. The speed of Kirin was astonishing, striking directly atop Danzo's head, causing him to scream uncontrollably from the overwhelming current. The dozens of root ninjas surrounding Danzo were all caught within the attack's range. Everyone present felt a deep sense of shock at this scene. Ninjas at their core are still human. Even if they can utilize elemental techniques, their capabilities remain quite limited. Techniques like Madara's fire style and Kisame's great waterfall technique that can directly alter the landscape are already powerful ninjutsu that many have never even witnessed. Yet under the clear sky, a gigantic Kirin thunderbolt descended. Such manipulation of heavenly phenomena left those witnessing it in disbelief. Uchiha Xianyi. Turns out he is not only powerful in Susanoo, but also possesses such mastery in lightning style. The ability to unleash such powerful lightning without hand seals ranks amongst the top in forbidden techniques. Struck by such a powerful current, Danzo's body immediately went into spasms, even pausing the half-completed 4-symbol seal. Some bodily reactions cannot be controlled by will alone, and being directly stimulated by strong electricity is one of them. However, although this technique appeared immensely powerful, Xianyi deliberately adjusted the intensity of the current to prevent outright killing this old fool. After all, there was still a major burden he needed Danzo to bear. Without finishing that burden, how could Danzo go to his death? While Danzo was immobilized by the electric shock, Xianyi directly leaped over everyone rushing in front of the still stiff Danzo and tore off the bandage covering his head. The next moment, everyone present gasped in shock. Danzo had yet to implant the wood-style arm, and his right eye Sharingan had been exhausted yesterday. He had only just managed to replace it. After all, someone as fearful of death as Danzo would obviously keep a resurrection coin on him at all times. Yet it was precisely because he replaced his Sharingan that the 3 tomo were fully exposed before everyone. Danzo indeed seized Shizui's eye and implanted the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. If everyone had still harbored 100 doubt before, at this moment Xianyi had laid all the evidence bare before their eyes. With the exposure of this Sharingan, it directly pinned Danzo, as the culprit behind controlling the Nine Tails, leading to the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. The moment they saw this Sharingan, everyone around instinctively took a step back. If Obito were to jump out now and claim he was the true culprit of the Nine Tails attack, Danzo would undoubtedly be unable to clear his name. This was precisely Xian Yi's intention. Seeing Danzo expose his Sharingan, Xian Yi decided not to delay any longer. With one hand, he pierced through Danzo's body and then turned to kick his corpse away. In the crowd, Kakashi was shocked to see that Xian Yi could use Chidori seemingly without forming any hand seals. Xian Yi had surpassed him, the developer of Chidori, in its proficiency. Danzo was already old and frail, and after being struck by Kirin, he was left with only half a life. Experienced ninjas could tell from Danzo's injuries that he would definitely not survive. With his back to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly. His old friend was killed in front of him, and he couldn't do anything. Another blood debt for the Uchiha. But even so, what difference would it make? He still couldn't do anything. The Uchiha had now completely occupied the moral high ground, and afterwards they would even stand up to say that Xian Yi had done well by eliminating a tumor for the village. This humiliation and regret nearly made Sarutobi Hiruzen faint. Yet Xian Yi showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood still waiting for Danzo's resurrection. Sure enough, not long after Danzo, who had activated Izanagi, resurrected at the spot, but the Sharingan in his right eye had turned a shade of gray. Seeing this, Xian Yi revealed an expression of pity and surprise, saying, "You actually learned the Uchiha's secret technique Izanagi, which can only be used with a Mangekyo Sharingan." Then he appeared somewhat regretful, "So the Mangekyo you took from Shursui has been completely ruined." Although nearly everyone was unsure of the specific effects of Izanagi from Danzo's performance, it seemed to be a life-saving forbidden technique. Moreover, the cost was immense, requiring the consumption of a powerful Mangekyo. Now Danzo not only transplanted the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, but also had the crime of stealing another secret technique. This could be serious or trivial, at least in the eyes of the major clans like the Inuzuka Yamanaka and Akimichi. The crime of stealing secret techniques was far weightier than transplanting a bloodline limit. Because their families had no bloodline limits, the prosperity of their clans largely relied on those few inherited secret techniques. Humans are such beings, as long as the fire doesn't burn them, they will always watch from the sidelines. Upon hearing Xian Yi's words, Fugaku couldn't help but glance at him. Izanagi could be used with just 3 demo. It wasn't necessary to have a Mangekyo, and it only consumed one eye at a time. Of course, as the clan leader, he knew about this. But Fugaku also understood that Xian Yi was protecting the Uchiha. If the conditions for releasing a forbidden technique like Izanagi, which could reverse life and death, weren't so high, it would instead pose a threat to ordinary Uchiha clan members. However, he vaguely sensed that Xian Yi seemed to want to use Danzo's death to conceal something. The destruction of the Konoha Military in front of everyone was also part of Xian Yi's plan. It was necessary to ensure that the Konoha Military remained permanently blind, otherwise no one in Konoha would be able to sleep. Danzo, furious, shouted, "I have nothing to hide about the Mangekyo. Yesterday Shursui used a Jinjutsu on me. I received nothing. Why do you all not believe me?" Even at this moment, he still refused to repent. If Danzo's reputation were to be placed before his transmigration, it wouldn't be worth even a charging treasure. Thus, no one present would believe his words. They would only take it as him trying to argue. Xian Yi immediately sneered, "So you are admitting to attacking Shursui yesterday? Excellent, the plan couldn't be going any smoother." Danzo publicly admitted his crime in front of everyone. Danzo was momentarily speechless. However, this brief moment of silence from Danzo only strengthened everyone's belief in Xian Yi's words. That old fool Danzo truly deserved to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no chance to argue, as Danzo's attack on Shursui and the theft of Konoha Military had originally been his secret suggestion. He just didn't expect Xian Yi to reveal the strategic weapon Konoha Military in front of everyone. Did he not want the power of Konoha Military? Seeing everyone present looking at him with vigilance and understanding, Danzo suddenly burst into laughter. He knew that having his darkness exposed in public made it nearly impossible for him to become Hokage again. The faith and hope he had held onto for years crumbled at this moment. Danzo's mood was unimaginable. One could even say he had completely gone mad. "Danzo, do you have anything to say?" Xian Yi stepped forward, gripping Dream's heart, which was gradually solidifying. As Xian Yi drew out the blade that resembled the one from the Nine Tails night sky, everyone present turned to look. At this moment, Danzo seemed to foresee his end. He stopped laughing, glaring at Xian Yi with his bloodshot left eye. "Uchiha Xian Yi, I did not lose to you, but to Sarutobi Hiruzen's cowardice and incompetence. If he had listened to me sooner and completely destroyed the Uchiha, this would not have happened." "Hiruzen, it seems Danzo is publicly slandering you. Don't you have anything to say?" As the topic turned to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately darkened. He knew this was Danzo's last-ditch effort. "How much of a fool are you, Danzo? Why do you keep exposing everything? But looking at Danzo's face, which revealed madness mixed with age and sorrow, he ultimately softened. Xianyi. He wanted to use his old face to plead for Danzo one last time, even if it was just to spare his life. However, Xianyi showed no intention of listening. His figure vanished, passing by the dumbfounded Danzo in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning transformed into numerous slashes before Danzo could make any move. His body was engulfed by the blade's light. Xianyi's dream's heart was not stained with a single drop of Danzo's blood. The entire action was swift and decisive, even revealing a kind of eerie beauty. To die under the weight of one's dreams is indeed a form of flattery. The hand of Sarutobi Hisashi halted midair. Danzo wished to turn away, yet his body seemed unaware that he had already met his demise. Hisashi. He had long declared that the Uchiha clan was a source of disaster, yet you chose not to heed his warning. Now that the Uchiha had grown too powerful to ignore you, Danzo's thoughts came to a halt. Merely uttering the name caused the muscles in his body to tear apart, leading to his complete disintegration. Lord Third, the villain who disturbed the village, harmed the villagers, attacked fellow ninjas, and killed the fourth Hokage and his wife, triggering the Nine-Tails incident, has been dealt with on the spot. Xianyi elegantly swung his sword. Although Dream of Unity had not stained with blood, the motion exuded a sense of graceful beauty for all present. As soon as the words left his mouth, Danzo was slain, and the internal sealing technique, the four symbols, began to collapse as well. A massive sealing force surged from Danzo, radiating outward in all directions. Fortunately, thanks to Xianyi's warning, the elite members of the security department and the surrounding ninjas had all retreated to a safe distance. The four-symbol seal only created a vast pit several dozen meters deep at the site, while Danzo's body had completely vanished within a massive seal. The power of the four-symbol seal is not to be underestimated. Those sealed within experience immense pressure from all directions, akin to a self-destructive technique against an enemy. All of Danzo's remnants should have turned to a mass of flesh indistinguishable from one another. In this manner, the potential remaining piece of the Btion shun on him would also be crushed alongside Danzo's corpse, erasing evidence, destroying the body, and leaving no witnesses. Nothing could be cleaner. The great shadow of the Uchiha clan bore countless burdens for Uchiha Xianyi, ultimately being drained of its last worth and laid to rest here. If it weren't for Danzo's many vile deeds, Xianyi might have even felt inclined to thank him for taking on so much blame. No wonder Sarutobi Hisashi favored him so. Having someone else bear the blame is indeed a delightful feeling. Xianyi nodded in satisfaction, the dream of unity dissipating in his hand, as he turned to Sarutobi Hisashi to continue the conversation he had not finished. There's no need to thank me. This is merely the duty of the Konoha Security Department. Sarutobi Hisashi trembled with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. No need for special thanks. Does that mean I still owe you my gratitude? Uchiha Xianyi, you are simply too much. Watching his dearest friend die before him, he felt powerless. At that moment, Sarutobi Hisashi wished he could disregard everything and charge at Uchiha Xianyi. Seeing this scene, many wore contemplative expressions. Fujitaka cast a deep glance at Xianyi, yet he was more concerned about the dream of unity in Xianyi's hand. Have we truly reached a point where one can wield the Susanoo artifact without invoking Susanoo itself? Uchiha Xianyi, just how strong have you become? After a moment, Fujitaka sighed. While having someone like this lead the Uchiha clan isn't such a bad thing. Comparing the actions of Uchiha Xianyi during his time in power, perhaps he truly is unworthy of being the clan leader. Looking at Shimura, Danzo, who had completely turned into a grave, Xianyi feigned sorrow as he remarked, what a pity Shizui's Btion Shun has been buried here. Hearing these words, everyone came back to their senses, their expressions complex. This outcome isn't so bad. No matter how you slice it, the greatest hidden danger has finally been eliminated. The Btion Shun, a forbidden technique, must never remain in the hands of someone as ambitious as Danzo. Even if some still harbored doubts, this occasion was not suitable for voicing them. They could only bury those thoughts deep within. Turning to Orochimaru in the crowd, Xianyi announced before everyone, Orochimaru, considering your valuable information, yet you are still suspected of being an accomplice in Danzo's human experimentation. As the head of the security department, I summon you to undergo an investigation. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, extending his hands in cooperation, saying that is to be expected. I have nothing to do with evil. Upon hearing Orochimaru say such words, everyone present displayed strange expressions. How could you have the audacity to speak so righteously? In this day and age, even harlots must erect their own monuments. Two Uchiha members approached with Inazuma, placing handcuffs on Orochimaru, preparing to escort him to the security department's prison. Lord Orochimaru, please. Inazuma displayed remarkable courtesy. Orochimaru was also very cooperative, leaving under the escort of security department members. Red Bean stared in astonishment at this scene, and after a moment she regained her senses and quietly pulled Xian-Ye's hand, asking, "What do you mean by this? Are you planning to kill the donkey after the grind?" Xian-Ye nodded towards the departing Orochimaru. "Do you truly think that a pair of handcuffs can hold Orochimaru?" Red Bean finally realized that her teacher had been so cooperative throughout, which completely contradicted her usual impression of him. Watching Xian-Ye, who always appeared to be calm and collected, Red Bean couldn't help but feel a sudden blush. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its handsome men and beautiful women. Xian-Ye displayed his remarkable intelligence coupled with unmatched strength. As a blossoming young girl, Red Bean felt her heart race being so close to someone like Xian-Ye. Taking the scroll extracted by Orochimaru from one of his subordinates, Xian-Ye declared loudly, "All operations under the Roots must now be sealed. All members previously affiliated with the Roots must undergo rigorous checks to ensure there are no issues before they are allowed to leave. Until all of Danzo's crimes are fully laid bare, no one is permitted to approach the Roots without authorization." Indeed, this time, Xian-Ye not only aimed to eliminate Danzo, but also to have him remembered infamously for eternity. Of course, more importantly, he aimed to completely seize Danzo's legacy, wanting both the substance and the appearance. Sarutobi Hisashi trembled with rage as he saw Xian-Ye not letting Danzo off the hook. "Xian-Ye, Danzo is already dead. With death comes the end of debts. Can't we let him leave in peace? For someone like him, reputation was even more important than his life. Such behavior of digging up all the dirt from the grave is utterly unacceptable to Sarutobi Hisashi." Xian-Ye chuckled softly, saying, "Leave in peace. Let's see how willing everyone present will be to declare Danzo innocent after they witness just how depraved he truly was. Then we'll see if they'll still stand by the idea that death absolves debts." Once the contents of the human experiments conducted by Danzo's laboratory are exposed, even those unrelated to the matter will immediately jump out to condemn Danzo, lest they be branded as his accomplices. Xian-Ye intends to completely tarnish Danzo's reputation, ensuring that even in death he will find no peace. Xian-Ye glanced at the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen and coldly remarked, "Is the third Hokage in such a hurry because he is implicated in Danzo's experiments? Old rules apply regardless of any connection. Let's first place the blame." Upon hearing this slander, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "How can you defame someone without evidence? Does he not know whether he is connected to Danzo or not?" Today's series of events has thoroughly disrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's rhythm, and Danzo's death has left him feeling somewhat exposed. However, there was a hint of bluster in his words. He had an abundance of evidence linking him to Danzo, and according to Danzo's style, he would undoubtedly have left something behind to threaten him at a critical moment. Not to mention that Orochimaru is suspected of having switched allegiances to the Uchiha. The dirt he possesses is far more extensive than what the Root has. If this evidence were to fall into Xian-Ye's hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shuddered. Xian-Ye sneered, "That's the best outcome. The third Hokage should hurry back and prepare for the election of the fifth Hokage. Once all of Danzo's crimes are laid bare, the security department will naturally notify the entire Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fail to perceive the underlying message in Xian-Ye's words. This is a threat. If you obediently step down and hand over the Hokage position to Xian-Ye of the Uchiha, it will be a win-win situation, and the dirt on Sarutobi Hiruzen will be significantly reduced, if not eliminated. However, if you dare not to cooperate, some things you would prefer others not to know will appear in the hands of every villager in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. A person like Sarutobi Hiruzen would never fear death. He could make sacrifices for Konoha. But that does not mean he is willing to become the greatest criminal in Konoha's history, dying with an infamy that would last for eternity. Just like Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen left in solitude while Mito Gate-yin and Uchiha Koharu exchanged glances and followed suit. These two parasites sucking the lifeblood of Konoha now sensed that the situation had spiraled out of control. They must discuss a countermeasure with Hiruzen. The Uchiha cannot be allowed to act with such impunity any longer. The crowd, seeing members of the security department take over the Root, began to disperse. The objective had been achieved, but now all the clan leaders of the ninja families and the high-ranking ninjas were pondering a very important question. That is, where to go from here. Xian-Ye was openly pressuring them, stating in front of everyone that the election for the fifth Hokage was to be convened. Moreover, judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, it seemed he had reached a point of no return in terms of compromising. Today, Danzo's death was in fact a display put on for all present by Uchiha Xian-Ye. "Those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish." Uchiha Xian-Ye seemed to have these words etched on his forehead. The Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans exchanged worried glances. They were the most anxious among the lot. The words Xian-Ye once said to them echoed in their ears once more. Should they stick to the traditional development route of their families, or should they pledge allegiance to Xianyi now and gain a share of the spoils? In any case, nearly everyone present had already come to a conclusion. Konoha's fate is about to change. Daohua escorted Orochimaru to the Konoha Security Department without any sign of relaxation along the way. Orochimaru remained cheerful, making no move that could arouse suspicion. Upon arriving at the security department, Orochimaru gestured at the handcuffs on his wrists. That should be enough, or can you loosen them a bit? While these handcuffs seemed like a toy to any ninja, being restrained like this was not a pleasant experience. Daohua glanced at Orochimaru and said earnestly, "Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, the minister has instructed that the act must be fully maintained." Orochimaru shrugged, not pushing Daohua any further. Upon entering the prison, Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings and revealed a satisfied smile. Although it was called a prison, it was essentially no different from a luxurious suite. With wooden floors, sofas, a spacious and soft bed, as well as a dedicated writing desk and bookshelf. It was just a pity there were no professional experimental facilities. Xianyi was known for his reliability and would certainly not skimp on Orochimaru in such trivial matters. Though Orochimaru had no significant demands for his living environment, seeing this lavish suite made him feel respected by Xianyi, causing him to nod in satisfaction. For a technical talent like Orochimaru, a gesture of respect sometimes outweighs everything else. After unshackling Orochimaru's handcuffs, Daohua stated, 3 meals will be delivered on time. The minister said you can notify us of any needs, and some professional equipment will be sent over in a few days. Just hope that Lord Orochimaru does not make things difficult for us and refrain from leaving this room for the time being. This prison didn't even have a nominal door lock. Clearly Xianyi did not believe such things could contain Orochimaru. Since he couldn't be contained, it was better for both sides to ease the formalities a bit. Orochimaru waved his hand, saying, "Fine, I'll just consider this a vacation." Daohua disappeared in a flash, leaving only a young Uchiha outside to guard Orochimaru. With nothing to do, Orochimaru struck up a conversation with the Uchiha member tasked with guarding him at the door, asking, "What is your name? I feel like I have some impression of you." Orochimaru, though somewhat reclusive, was not entirely unaware of some prominent figures in the village. This appeared to be Fugaku's son. He was said to be a genius who had graduated from the ninja academy and even seen battle. After a moment of silence, the young man finally revealed his name. "My name is Uchiha Itachi." As the power reshuffling began within Konoha, the news of the Nine-Tails rampage and the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife spread swiftly, as if it had grown wings, reaching the major ninja villages. Yun Hidden Village was the first to receive the news. The 4th Raikage, upon seeing that unsettling yellow flash which indicated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had perished alongside the 4th, smashed the table before him in excitement. Samui looked somewhat troubled at the newly appointed 4th Raikage. Ace's temperament was very similar to that of his father, prone to slamming tables at a moment's notice. This month the tables in the Raikage building had already been replaced 3 times, and unsurprisingly they had again been smashed by him. At this moment, AI was not concerned about such trivial matters. His expression was exceptionally excited. The yellow flash is dead, and the new generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki won't be able to form any combat power in the short term. Konoha has suffered another significant loss. This is the perfect opportunity for us to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. AI grew increasingly excited, wishing he could mobilize troops right away and lead the charge against Konoha. Samui, feeling somewhat helpless, poured a bucket of cold water on the situation. "Lord Raikage, we also suffered significant losses during the 3rd Shinobi War, and the village's finances are on the brink of collapse. It is not wise to engage in large-scale military actions at this time." During the 3rd Shinobi War, Konoha faced attacks from all sides and undoubtedly suffered the greatest losses among the ninja villages, even losing an entire generation. Many of their supporting forces perished for various reasons, either dying or being forced to commit suicide. Konoha was even pushed to the brink of its village gates, with the Land of Fire facing a disintegration scenario. It was precisely because Konoha had produced exceptional talents like Jiraiya Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze that they managed to withstand the onslaught from all sides. The other villages, unable to bear such massive losses, had no choice but to choose to cease hostilities. Rather than saying that one side won the 3rd Shinobi War, it would be more accurate to say that all parties could not endure the tremendous losses. Their blood was nearly drained, which forced them to halt the conflict. Yun Hidden Village also suffered considerable losses. When their main forces attacked Konoha, Iwa Village delivered a devastating surprise attack. The 3rd Raikage Ace father fought alone against tens of thousands of Iwa ninja for 3 days and nights to cover his subordinates' retreat, ultimately dying from exhaustion. The death of their leader was a severe blow to Yun Hidden Village. It is no exaggeration to say that the demise of the 3rd Raikage directly dealt a heavy blow to the morale of Yun Hidden Village. Although the newly appointed AI also achieved military merits during the Third Shinobi War, he was still considerably lacking compared to the Third Reikage, and his short-lived prestige could not command respect. Therefore, he needed to establish his prestige as quickly as possible. As everyone knows, the best way to establish prestige is by winning a war. Now Konoha, which had been severely battered in the Third Shinobi War and had not yet recovered, had lost 2 key generals again, presenting a prime opportunity for Yuan Hidden Village to invade. However, losses must also be considered. Not to mention that the war has caused the people's livelihood to suffer. Yuan Hidden Village currently lacks sufficient funds to support another round of war expenses. AI clearly understood this matter, sitting down in a gloomy mood. As the umbu at the door was about to replace the broken table, Samui directly stopped him. The upcoming words could very likely provoke AI to slam the table again. With Yuan Hidden Village needing money everywhere, it was better to save whatever they could. Boss, we indeed need to recuperate now, but that doesn't mean we can't threaten Konoha a bit. Oh, how so? AI immediately became interested and gestured for Samui to continue. Samui said, "We need to recover, and other villages share similar thoughts. The situation in Konoha will only worsen. They certainly do not want to go to war. We can definitely create some incidents to obtain what we desire." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is timid and fearful, lacking the demeanor of a ruler. He will surely compromise when the time comes. Everyone present nodded in agreement with Samui's assessment, showing no signs of dissent. The Third Shinobi War seemed to have ended with Konoha's victory, yet under such circumstances Konoha would still have to pay reparations, all to hasten the end of the conflict. Even AI, who was all muscle, understood that peace could not be begged for, but had to be fought for. Such actions would only make others perceive you as weak and susceptible to further attacks. He instinctively reached to slam the table, only to find that the new table had not yet been brought in, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. However, the absence of a table did not hinder him from issuing orders. Immediately dispatch a delegation to Konoha to probe their strengths and weaknesses. If possible, capture a few children from the bloodline limit clans or retrieve some secret techniques. Do not worry about escalating the situation, or make it as big as possible. The village will firmly stand behind you. Iwa Village. 2 days later, Onoki the Tsuchikage fell into a long silence upon receiving the reports from the spies infiltrating Konoha. Iwa's losses during the Third Shinobi War were beyond imagination. In the battle against the Third Reikage, Iwa lost thousands of skilled ninjas. Moreover, Iwa's location is quite remote, with little funding from the Land of Earth, causing significant financial difficulties for the village. The compensation payments alone left Onoki gasping for breath. Unlike Yuan Hidden Village, which did not lose high-end combat power, Iwa's backbone forces were directly shattered by the Third Reikage. Yuan Hidden Village is currently not suitable for launching a war, but if pressed they could still mobilize nearly 10,000 ninjas. However, Iwa's grassroots ninjas suffered severe losses, and the current Iwa village truly cannot afford to make any mistakes. More critically, due to geographical factors, Iwa actually has access to more intelligence than Yuan Hidden Village. The intelligence reported a giant purple figure that suddenly appeared on the night of the Nine Tails, wielding a large sword, and effortlessly dealt with the Nine Tails. AI, that young brat, also saw this intelligence, but he did not take it to heart, probably thinking it was just a special secret technique. Dealing with the Nine Tails in a single blow was indeed too exaggerated. How could AI possibly believe such an absurdity? But how could Onoki not know what that was? The shadow cast by Uchiha Madara during his childhood still lingered vividly in his memory to this day. If anyone understood the cunning of Onoki, it was that he knew Uchiha Madara would not target children. Therefore, he deliberately refrained from growing taller, maintaining the appearance of a child. Although the identity of that purple giant still needed to be verified until it was confirmed whether another individual like Uchiha Madara had emerged from the Uchiha clan, he would absolutely not act recklessly. "Father, what should we do?" Onoki's son Kuratsuchi could no longer restrain himself, and finally spoke up after observing his father's hesitation. "Let's wait and see how things develop. The village cannot endure any greater losses at this time." Kuratsuchi had no doubts about Onoki's decision. The village was indeed short-handed and was not suitable for launching a war. In terms of wisdom, he had always had great faith in his father's judgment. Yanin chose to observe for now while Sand Hidden Village ignited the fuse for the Third Great Ninja War, suffering immense losses. Currently, the Fourth Wind Shadow Luo Sha is tirelessly mining gold with magnetic escape in the desert every day, aiming to supplement the village's collapsing finances. The catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was the disappearance of the Third Wind Shadow, hence the Sand Hidden Village, which initiated the war, received a particularly brutal beating from Konohagakure. The Land of Wind is located in a desert area, and Sand Hidden Village exists in a hellish environment with resources and finances being severely limited. Moreover, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind is extremely foolish, allocating very little funding to Sand Hidden Village and even handing some missions over to the opposing Konoha Corps. This behavior is no longer just unkingly, it is something only a foolish person would do. Even though Sand Hidden Village is weak, it still fights for the Land of Wind. Even if they ultimately lose, it would merely be due to lack of ability, not loyalty or any other issue. As the leader of the Land of Wind, it is one thing to cut the budget for his own ninja village, but to actually task enemy ninja villages with completing missions is outrageous. For example, this feudal lord's actions are as absurd as hiring clockwork soldiers to steal oil from their own land. Asking ninjas from other countries to complete missions for one's own country is akin to inviting wolves into the fold. If not for Sarutobi Hiruzen being an honest person, he would have exploited this opportunity to infiltrate the Land of Wind. Various reasons have led to the continual decline of Sand Hidden Village. Today it endures the hardest times among the 5 great ninja villages, even having to control the number of ninjas. This is because they simply cannot afford more resources. Sand Hidden Village prides itself on elite training, but this is merely a strategy born out of necessity. Who would choose pinpoint strikes when they can unleash full firepower? Had it not been for the village's inherited magnetic escape ability to mine gold in the desert, Sand Hidden Village would have long since fallen from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages. To be honest, it's only fitting for Luo Sha to be the Wind Shadow. Yakura poses no threat to him whatsoever. As long as he claims that if he is not made Wind Shadow, he will quit, all the elders would rush to plead with him. Once Luo Sha quits, Sand Hidden Village's finances would face imminent collapse. No matter how strong Yakura is, if he cannot solve the village's financial issues, he will still be ousted. Even someone as hot-tempered as AI would relent in the face of absolute power when it comes to demands from the feudal lord. This attitude is utterly absurd, as if they have been completely stripped of their fighting spirit. Thus, when Luo Sha heard this news, although he felt tempted, he glanced at the war-torn village and the generation that had already been devastated, suppressing the small desire in his heart. If they lose once more, Sand Hidden Village will face absolute ruin. To earn money, he should honestly continue mining for gold in the desert. It may be exhausting, but at least there is no danger to life. Far across the sea, the Mist Hidden Village is even more ridiculous. Now, whether they have received this information is questionable. Since the 4th Mizukage Kagaya Shizen took office, he has continued the previous Mizukage's blood mist policy, heavily targeting his own people and fully exploiting the name. In fact, Kagaya Shizen has been even more extreme than the 3rd Mizukage, as he is fundamentally controlled by Obito, whose main goal is to destroy the Mist Hidden Village. Currently, the Mist Hidden Village is brutally attacking several clan families that are pillars of the village, and several bloodline families dissatisfied with Shizen have already been massacred. The entire Mist Hidden Village is now shrouded in a state of panic, completely cut off from the outside world due to its isolationist policies. Moreover, the oppressive policies have led to a surge of rogue ninjas. Recently, there were even reports of a ruthless individual who killed all his comrades during a graduation assessment. In light of this outcome, Kagaya Shizen actually praised Zabuza. In summary, the current state of the Mist Hidden Village is one where they seem determined to exterminate their own kind without rest. It is foreseeable that under the continued rule of this 4th Mizukage, the strength of the Mist Hidden Village will further decline, and they may ultimately sit at the same table as Sand Hidden Village. Currently, the enemies of the Mist Hidden Village are their own people. They have no extra time to meddle in the troubles of the ninja world. If the Land of Water were not an isolated island above the sea, given the ambition of figures like AI and Inoki, one wonders if they would set their sights on them. The scene shifts back to Konoha Corps. With the support of Orochimaru's intelligence, several secret bases of Root were completely defenseless against the security department and were easily discovered. In addition to a large number of human specimens, Danzo's laboratory also yielded more than a dozen pairs of Sharingan, several of which were 3-mo. Seeing their clan members' body organs immersed in jars for research, the Uchiha clan members were consumed with rage. They felt an intense urge to dig Danzo out and brutally desecrate his remains. Xianye's expression turned cold. Danzo's death was indeed too easy. But who says the dead cannot be desecrated? Additionally, there were other body parts of Uchiha clan members, as well as various experimental records of transplanting Sharingan. The number of ordinary villagers' remains discovered in this laboratory exceeded 100. Even for these battle-hardened ninjas, witnessing those body tissues suspended in the cultivation tanks sent chills down their spines. Danzo's actions cannot be described merely as madness. He is a complete monster devoid of humanity. All the information here is sufficient to ensure Danzo's infamy for eternity. As long as Konoha exists, he will never be able to redeem himself. Xianyi instructed the members of the security department to package and seal all documents and experimental data from Root in sealing scrolls. The bodies and Sharingan of Uchiha clan members must all be reclaimed. Of course, the Sharingan are not to be completely destroyed, as the clan traditionally recycles open Sharingan for clan members who are injured in battle or have made contributions. Such actions do not violate any taboos, as they involve their own clan members using them and are primarily reserved for their descendants. Minister, at this moment a member of the Uchiha clan brought over a scroll which Yi had specifically requested. Upon opening it, he saw a name written at the top. Kakashi Hitaki. There was no need to read further. It was highly probable that this detailed report outlined how Danzo manipulated public opinion to ultimately force Kakashi to his demise. Perhaps Danzo never anticipated that one day Root would be directly sealed, which is why he left such a detailed task report. However, these things no longer need to be brought out to tarnish Danzo's reputation. This item is intended to win over Kakashi. Kakashi's talent is even better than he had imagined. Being an elite jonin should not be his limit. The security department is currently in need of capable personnel, and Xuanya will not easily let go of any talented ninja. Moreover, his identity holds significant value. He is a descendant of the Leaf Village hero Tsukumo Hitaki, and the only disciple left by the fourth Hokage. If managed properly, he could become a trump card. Such a person can be kept even if not utilized, but it must be ensured that he stands on their side. Retrieving the scroll, a member of the Uchiha clan approached, whispering to Xuanya, "Minister, there is still one living person. Bring him up." Soon a boy around 10 years old was brought over, drenched and looking extremely weak, as if he had been soaking in a nutrient tank beforehand. Xuanya immediately guessed who he was. According to our investigation, he seems to be the only survivor of the wood release cell transplant experiment. Xuanya replied lightly, "Use sealing techniques to temporarily seal his chakra and take him back to the security department, but do not skimp on his material needs." The members of the security department understood immediately. They were to keep him temporarily, like Orochimaru. Although Yamato is a bit weaker, if they can manage his chakra in the future, he will still have some utility. In the original work, with the help of Black Zetsu, Yamato could even unleash a smaller version of the true Thousand Hands, indicating that Yamato's would release itself possesses potential. Though limited by chakra, he could only perform the simple technique known as 2 rooms in 1 hall. And as for increasing chakra, Xuanya has numerous methods at his disposal. Once all the resources from the root were packed up, Hondo approached. "Xuanya, what do you plan to do with my teacher?" Xuanya glanced at Hondo and said sternly, "I've told you many times, when you are out you must address me by my title. Now that she has joined the security department, remember to call me minister." Hondo stuck out her tongue, her carefree personality not caring about Xuanya's cold demeanor. Xuanya did not answer Hondo's question and directly took her to the security department's prison. When Hondo arrived here, she saw Orochimaru elegantly cutting a piece of steak with a knife and fork alongside a glass of splendid-looking wine. Upon seeing Hondo, Orochimaru raised his glass to her. "Little Hondo has arrived. The food in the security department's prison isn't bad. Would you like to sit down and have a meal together?" Hondo's mouth twitched slightly. She now realized that Orochimaru would undoubtedly not suffer any mistreatment here. How foolish she had been to worry about him earlier. "The security department's work isn't done yet. I am going to patrol the streets." Hondo huffed in annoyance and turned to leave. After sending Hondo away, Orochimaru picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and began to casually chat with Xuanya. "Zoanyakin, are you very interested in my disciple?" Xuanya did not shy away and replied, "Indeed, I have some interest." Hondo is a beautiful girl, and her outgoing personality has indeed caught Xuanya's attention. In this regard, Xuanya has never denied his desires. He is already so powerful now, not eating beef is quite restrained. Oh, what's wrong with having a good taste? Orochimaru chuckled darkly. I didn't expect Zoanyakin to be one of those mundane people who indulge in beauty. Unconsciously, Orochimaru had begun to see Xuanya as someone akin to Jiraiya. However, Orochimaru only briefly touched upon this topic. He cares somewhat about Hondo as a disciple, but he does not concern himself with her personal feelings. To someone like Orochimaru, what is referred to as love at first sight is merely a reaction driven by hormones, a primal instinct of the body. Such a person who aspires to pursue immortality would not be entangled in earthly romantic affairs. Soon the two began to discuss the main topic. Zoanyakin, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Ooh, I wonder when you will fulfill your promise. When Orochimaru said this, his eyes were gleaming slightly. Xuanya replied, just be straightforward. I am not interested in wood release. Strength has always been embodied by Senju Hashirama, not wood release. This point should have already been proven by the surviving test subject that Root unearthed. Orochimaru nodded. This is what distinguishes him from Danzo and Sarutobi the old man. What he desires has never been a specific bloodline limit, but rather the body of a ninja who possesses such a bloodline limit. If it weren't for the fact that he truly cannot defeat Uchiha Xuanya and that the person in front of him has left him with a significant psychological shadow, Orochimaru would not be so compliant. Schwanya stated, "What I want most is to perfect the curse mark you have placed on Hondo. The curse mark is a rough way of utilizing natural energy. Though the method of utilization is quite crude, excluding the drawback of Orochimaru's possession of the vessel, the enhancement of a ninja's strength is evident, and it has almost no side effects. More importantly, the curse mark seems to have little requirement on a ninja's innate quality, how anyone can have a curse mark placed on them. Although the curse mark has various shortcomings, it pales in comparison to orthodox sage arts. But how many people in the entire ninja world can learn sage arts? If the curse mark can be promoted to the entire Uchiha clan, or even to all of Konoha's ninjas, the overall strength of Konoha would significantly increase. Indeed, although Schwanya is not yet Hokage, he is already thinking from the perspective of the Hokage. The entire Konoha is his, and all of Konoha's ninjas are naturally his. Ninjas are valuable assets of the village. How can they be casually sacrificed in wars or missions? That is akin to throwing money into the water. The way Danzo cultivates root ninjas is, in his view, utterly irresponsible. He isn't like Suna, a poor village. Why cultivate subordinates in such a manner? Even if you use Hiruzen's method of brainwashing with the will of fire, you shouldn't find yourself in a position where when Schwanya accuses you, the entire village tacitly believes that Danzo actually did such things. Upon hearing the words curse mark, the contempt in Orochimaru's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Zuanyakun's contact with Hondo is because he wants to study the power of the curse mark. No, his ambition should be greater. He seeks the power of sage arts, right? Did I just unconsciously underestimate others? Especially someone like Uchiha Schwanya, who possesses such powerful abilities. Orochimaru reflects on himself. Summarizing his thoughts, Orochimaru asked, "How much do you know about curse marks and natural energy, Zuanyakan?" Xian Yi said seriously, "The celestial techniques of the three sacred lands are essentially a highly efficient way of utilizing natural energy. Natural energy differs from the traditional 5 chakra attributes, and is not even the yin or yang chakra. In summary, those who master celestial techniques will experience a significant enhancement in strength, that much is certain. The curse seals are a very crude method of utilizing natural energy. Although they cannot directly integrate into celestial chakra, they still provide a powerful boost to both the body and ninjutsu." Upon hearing Xian Yi's understanding of natural energy, Orochimaru no longer held any illusions. Now that he had reached this level of understanding, any insinuations he added to his words would likely lead Xian Yi to make him experience what it feels like to face a high-speed fan. Though Xian Yi is usually gentle, he can be terrifying when truly angered. Orochimaru sat up straight and said seriously, "As you might expect, the development of the curse seals is a forbidden technique I created based on the celestial techniques of the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 sacred lands. The source lies in a child I adopted whose unique physique allows the enzymes in his body to activate and even utilize natural energy. It was based on this that I developed the curse seals to harness natural energy. Even his 8-headed technique was developed based on this principle, using natural energy to transform into such a colossal being. This is a more advanced stage of the curse seals experimented on Kagai's Maru." Orochimaru paused for a moment and continued, "The current curse seals are still in the development stage, but prototypes have already been created. The amplification effect is only about 1/10 of that of the genuine celestial techniques, and is very unstable." Xian Yi heard some key terminology and looked at Orochimaru. "What do you need?" Orochimaru had been waiting for this moment and boldly stated, "I need a large amount of research funding and the human experimentation materials you promised me." The development of the curse seals is undoubtedly the most important part of Orochimaru's life plan, allowing him to freely take over the bodies of others. Xian Yi's thoughts almost perfectly aligned with his. Moreover, the development of forbidden techniques inherently requires the sacrifice of lives, so his current demands should not raise suspicion. Xian Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Orochimaru. "Ordinary people will not do, and even the death row inmates in prison, I can only provide you with those who are definitively to be executed." Orochimaru shrugged, his tone a bit helpless, saying, "Then there's no way. Without enough control groups, I cannot come to a conclusion in a short amount of time." Implicitly, he meant that Xian Yi must handle these matters. He was just a scientist, and currently a prisoner of the security department, incapable of going out to abduct people. Compared to doing dirty work, Orochimaru preferred to spend his time in the laboratory. Xian Yi thought for a moment and decided to reveal a bit of his intentions to Orochimaru. "Have you heard of Ghost Lantern City?" Orochimaru paused for a moment and replied, "Of course, that's a maritime prison for holding serious criminals from various countries. It is said that the criminals there are heinous individuals who have committed unforgivable crimes in the outside world, but for various reasons it is inconvenient to execute them, so they are chosen to be imprisoned there. Are you interested in that place, Xian Yi?" Xianyi replied. The prisoners there are mostly ninjas, and some even have the strength of Jonin. Although their chakra is sealed, their physical foundation remains. Using these people for experiments is certainly better than using ordinary villagers, right? After all, those techniques will ultimately be used on ninjas, won't they? Orochimaru gazed deeply at Xianyi. But I heard that the management of Ghost Lantern City is in the hands of the Grass Ninja Village. Xianyi huffed in dissatisfaction. I have long been displeased with their flip-flopping. This time I will collect the debts from the Third Great Ninja War all at once. The Land of Grass has always been a neighbor of the Land of Fire, and the Grass Ninja Village and Konoha can be considered allies. However, these ungrateful individuals chose to collude with ninjas from other countries to attack Konoha to prevent their own land from becoming a battlefield. After the Third Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hiruzen, considering peace and so-called stability, did not hold them accountable and even continued to sign treaties, which is truly disgraceful. It's one thing to compromise with the 5 great ninja villages, but to compromise with small ninja villages as well is something Xianyi simply cannot comprehend. Orochimaru did not care about the petty squabbles between ninja villages. At this moment, he was more interested in another matter. If you want to tear the relationship between Konoha and the Grass Ninja Village apart, you'd probably have to wait until you become Hokage. So are you asking me to help you become Hokage? Orochimaru seemed very intrigued. Xianyi calmly said, this is beneficial for you as well. And I can provide you with information that the Grass Ninja Village possesses a bloodline limit known as Dragon Life Reincarnation, which theoretically allows the transfer of one's life force into another body, potentially extending life or achieving immortality. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Xianyi. This person is truly capable, presenting a bait so blatantly while leaving him unable to refuse. Orochimaru desperately wanted this technique. It seems we've reached an agreement. Xianyi nodded and said, I have only 2 requirements regarding the curse seals. First, they must not interfere with or damage the body or the ninja's own bloodline limit. Even if the power of the curse seals is slightly diminished, that is acceptable. Second, you cannot embed any ulterior motives within the curse seals, such as inserting your soul into them. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's smile began to falter. How did Xianyi know about such matters? He should have kept them very discreet. Ignoring Orochimaru's increasingly grim expression, Xianyi continued, as for the rest, you don't need to do too much. Just help me keep Jiraiya away so that he doesn't interfere in the conflict between me and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru chuckled. These 2 requirements are not difficult to fulfill, but that guy Jiraiya may not necessarily be interested in the position of Hokage. Xianyi glanced at Orochimaru and pointed out, but that doesn't mean he will stay out of it under the pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xianyi did not dislike Jiraiya, he just found him too easily led by others and lacking any firm opinions. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to orchestrate a life-threatening scenario like the one Orochimaru created today, Jiraiya would likely agree to contend for the position of 5th Hokage. The position of the 5th Hokage is crucial for mission completion. At a necessary moment, Xianyi would go to any lengths. It was merely to have Orochimaru block Jiraiya rather than to eliminate him, considering Jiraiya's loyalty to Konoha and the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction. As long as Xianyi became the Hokage, he would be able to wield Jiraiya, this sharp sword, to some extent. A shadow-level powerhouse capable of using sage techniques would hold great value in the future. If it weren't for necessity, Xianyi would not choose to eliminate Jiraiya. You tell Jiraiya that I won't touch the 3rd Hokage, but if he doesn't recognize his own situation, what I might do is uncertain. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. A person like you would actually use others' weaknesses to threaten them. Xianyi glanced at Orochimaru. To achieve one's goals by any means necessary, this is something I learned from Danzo. Orochimaru's smile instantly froze. To possess the overwhelming power to overturn Konoha, yet have no bottom line, casually speaking about threatening others with their loved ones, is quite appalling. If such a person were to become an enemy, it would be an utter disaster. However, Orochimaru shrugged. After all, they were on the same side now. The stronger Xianyi became, the more at ease Orochimaru felt. The appointment of the Hokage in terms of process should be announced to the daimyo after confirming the personnel list, and it is personally appointed by him. In the past, this was merely a formality. The daimyo had a familial relationship with the Senju clan, and Tsunade had even been bestowed the title of Konoha Princess. The heir of the Senju clan taking on the role of Hokage had never been questioned by the daimyo. However, this time the situation was somewhat special. According to intelligence from the security department, the Sarutobi clan had already sent ninjas to the daimyo's residence to greet him. It was easy to imagine that Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely absolutely say some unfavorable things about Xianyi in private. Although some leverage was in Xianyi's hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt some reluctance and wanted to find another way to prevent the Uchiha from becoming Hokage. However, Betting the final card on a daimyo with little power only indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoroughly out of his mind. Did he really think he would respect this so-called daimyo like other ninjas? Xian Yi as a transmigrator inherently held no such notion of viewing the daimyo and nobles as superior beings. Nobility and royalty are not inherently noble. They are merely a group of parasites feeding off the nation, believing that by grasping financial power, they can manipulate the greatest violent organization, the ninja village. Such behavior in Xian Yi's eyes was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Only a village like Sunagakure would think they could do nothing against a foolish daimyo. Xian Yi had countless ways to deal with the daimyo. It seemed necessary to let this daimyo understand what it meant to be shaken by a transmigrator. What surprised Xian Yi was that before the daimyo could arrive in Konoha, another group had already come ahead. It was the envoy from Kumogakure claiming to discuss the restoration of trade relations between the two villages after the war and to sign a peace treaty. Xian Yi found this reason quite comical. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha and Kumogakure had engaged in large-scale slaughter, with both sides holding blood debts against each other. Coming to discuss trade and relations between the two villages at this time was absolutely insincere. However, Kumogakure was following normal diplomatic lines, so Xian Yi couldn't rashly target them. Recalling the events that occurred in the original work, Xian Yi furrowed his brows slightly. The incident involving the Hinata clan's bloodline being abducted seemed to happen a few years later. Not to mention how absurd it was for the Hinata clan, filled with Byakugan users, to quietly abduct the clan's eldest daughter. Just considering that Hinata and Sasuke, who are of similar age, should have only been born not long ago, is evidently inconsistent with the historical timeline. It seems that my appearance as a butterfly has indeed caused some deviations in the original plot. However, it was better that the Kumogakure people had come, as Xian Yi might just be able to further plot against the Hinata clan and bring them onto his war chariot. Without further ado, Xian Yi immediately planned to visit the Hinata clan. But when he opened his office door, he saw Kakashi with an forehead protector covering one eye, making a motion as if to knock. Xian Yi's sudden opening of the door left Kakashi somewhat at a loss, his body frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Upon seeing Kakashi, a wild grin spread across Xian Yi's face. The Hinata side wasn't in a hurry either. After all, there was still time. It was better to figure out how to persuade Kakashi first. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Yi put on a demeanor as if he had specifically opened the door for Kakashi, gesturing, "Come in and talk." Kakashi paused for a moment, but still stepped into Xian Yi's office. Being both men, and considering Xian Yi owed Kakashi a great deal, he didn't feel the need for the customary act of serving tea. He directly took out the scroll he had found earlier at the root and handed it to Kakashi. The details of the propaganda war related to Tsukumo Hatake. I haven't looked into it specifically. You have been at the root as well, so you should be able to discern the truth of this intelligence. As for the tactical intelligence regarding the Nine-Tails Knight, I couldn't find it. It likely wasn't documented since it didn't go through the third Hokage's approval. To be fair, Xian Yi was speaking the truth without a hint of falsehood. It was just that when pieced together, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Even if the matter with Obito were to arise later, he still had justification to speak on it. Kakashi received the scroll from Xian Yi's hand, not opening it immediately, but the expression in his visible eye was quite complex. Regardless, Danzo was already dead, and he had died at the hands of this person before him. Although he regretted not killing Danzo himself, he held no dissatisfaction with the outcome of Danzo carrying infamy to his grave. From this perspective, Xian Yi owed Kakashi a favor. What do you want me to do? The Hatake clan was strictly speaking a proud warrior clan, and Kakashi did not have the habit of leaving favors unreturned. Moreover, Xian Yi could clearly resolve Danzo by himself, yet he still took the roundabout way to find him, making him owe a favor. There must be something that Xian Yi needed him to do. Xian Yi snapped his fingers and said casually, "Talking to smart people is simple, so let me be straightforward. The Chidori technique is very suitable for the Uchiha clan, and I want the elite of the security team to learn this technique as well. If you agree, then my favor owed to you will be cancelled." Kakashi hadn't expected that Xian Yi only requested the promotion of a ninjutsu in the end. Even though Chidori was in a rank ninjutsu, Kakashi saw it as just that, not valuable enough to offset the favor Xian Yi owed him. Since he had already handed over the training scroll for Chidori to Xian Yi, he had essentially acknowledged that Xian Yi could dispose of it as he wished. But now Xian Yi specifically came to inquire about his opinion, even willing to offer a favor to obtain the ownership of the technique Thousand Birds. Thousand Birds is a technique developed by Kakashi. Having his self-created ninjutsu recognized and respected by others surely fills Kakashi with immense pride. Regardless, Kakashi cherished Xian Yi's respect in his heart. No problem, Thousand Birds is indeed suitable for the Uchiha clan, known for their exceptional dynamic vision. Other ninjas might not be able to utilize this technique to its fullest potential. After confirming the ownership of Thousand Birds, Xian Yi continued, "The second matter is not a demand, but rather my request. I hope you can join the Konoha Guard." Upon hearing Xian Yi's request, the exposed eye of Kakashi sharpened. While it was framed as joining the Guard at such a sensitive time in the competition for the 5th Hokage, if he, the sole disciple of the 4th Hokage, were to do so, it would be tantamount to openly aligning with Uchiha Xian Yi, the Hokage faction openly siding with the Uchiha. Such actions could lead to severe backlash. Just as Kakashi was about to refuse, Xian Yi presented him with a request that was nearly impossible to decline. "Kakashi, I will not use favors to coerce you into this. As you can see, under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha has been in decline since the death of the 2nd Hokage, to the point where we must compromise with various factions and even pay reparations to maintain peace. However, such peace is merely an illusion. Once other villages regain their strength, they will inevitably launch new invasions against the Land of Fire. Since the 3rd Hokage took power, how many excellent ninjas has Konoha lost due to internal strife? Including your father and the 4th Hokage, couple Jiraiya and Tsunade left the village. If I hadn't intervened, Orochimaru's outcome would have been no better. If those individuals were still in Konoha, how could the village have fallen to such a state? To put it bluntly, all of this is a result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's incompetence. Incompetence. This assessment is fatal for someone in a position of power, more so than any other negative remark." Kakashi clenched his fist. After Kakashi had a moment to process, Xian Yi continued, "I invite you to align with us not for the ambition of the Uchiha to become Hokage, but because Konoha needs a great leader to step forward. If this continues, Konoha will be finished." Kakashi looked at this younger Uchiha, who was even a year younger than him, with a strange expression after listening to Xian Yi's words. "I can sense some of what you were saying, but let's not mention anything else. Why do you believe that when you take power you will do better than Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Xian Yi proudly straightened his chest and replied, "In terms of combat power, I can cleave through a monstrous calamity like the Nine Tails with a single strike sufficient to deter all the ninja villages surrounding Konoha." Kakashi frowned, wanting to argue that being Hokage is not solely about having great power. But Xian Yi seemed to anticipate Kakashi's impending response, continuing, "In terms of wisdom, I have not used my own power, but have reduced Danzo to a villain deserving of condemnation, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to initiate the selection for the 5th Hokage ahead of schedule. If I had not intervened, given Sarutobi's character, he would most likely have continued to cling to power. Frankly speaking, there is no one more suitable than me to become the 5th Hokage in the entire village of Konoha." Kakashi fell silent. Even he had to admit that what Xian Yi said was indeed a fact. Now, having just ended the 3rd Great Shinobi War, Konoha suffered heavy losses during the Night of the Nine Tails and urgently needed a heavyweight figure to take the stage to stabilize the situation. One thing Xian Yi was unaware of was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had privately approached Kakashi, hoping he would inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. However, Kakashi felt he was not cut out for the role and directly refused. It was only then that Sarutobi had no choice but to turn his attention to Jiraiya after the Jonin Convention. To put it bluntly, the current Hokage faction is filled with subpar characters. Even if Jiraiya is unreliable, he is the best choice among the lot. "If you become Hokage, will you purge the members of the Hokage faction?" Xian Yi shook his head. "You are treating me like Shimura Danzo." Kakashi looked into his eyes, hoping Xian Yi would provide a straightforward answer. He did not necessarily want a promise of no retribution, but at least a trustworthy reason. Xian Yi proudly stated, "You underestimate me. Apart from those who are truly heinous and must be executed, I will not deliberately target those ninjas who simply choose to obey orders. Regardless, they are valuable assets to the village, and I will not allow them to be wasted in meaningless internal purges." Kakashi looked at Xian Yi, and from his gaze he surprisingly could not read a hint of deceit. Xian Yi genuinely believed this. However, from the term assets, Kakashi keenly sensed something amiss. It seemed Xian Yi did not regard those ninjas as human beings. But he did not dwell on it. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen could exit gracefully, it was all he could do as Minato's disciple. Kakashi stood up and deeply bowed to Xian Yi. "I look forward to your guidance in the days to come, Xian Yi." "No Hokage-sama." Xian Yi nodded in satisfaction, and the Uchiha gained a valuable ally. If he had directly coerced Kakashi into joining the Konoha Guard using favors, he might have succeeded, but Kakashi certainly would not have been as willing as he was now. It was highly likely that once he became Hokage and felt he had repaid his gratitude, he would leave. What Xian Yi wanted was Kakashi's genuine loyalty, not a perfunctory attitude of merely repaying favors. "Since we are on the same side now, let's speak openly. Kakashi, you became a Jonin at 12, but your strength has not significantly progressed over the years. In my view, your potential should be far greater than this." Kakashi had already anticipated what Xian Yi would say next. "Sure enough," Xian Yi stated, "you should be able to feel it too. Ever since you transplanted that Sharingan, your chakra has been continuously absorbed by that eye. That Sharingan has not become your aid, but rather your burden. Although Kakashi surpassed most Uchiha with the Sharingan, it did not mean he was suited for it. Touching his left eye obscured by the forehead protector, Kakashi fell silent. But this is the eye that Obito left for me. Ooh, I want to use Obito's eye to continue my journey. Shinyi was not surprised at all. Kakashi, who had been heavily brainwashed by the will of the nation, had endured the trauma of watching his father succumb to public opinion and take his own life, making him highly valuing emotions. What Shinyi said was not solely to gain Obito's power. Once the power learned of the information, it would be very easy for Shinyi to target him. As long as Obito dared to appear before him, Shinyi had numerous ways to ensure Obito's silent demise. Kaleidoscope techniques of illusion inherently counter types of space ninjutsu, like his. He truly felt that it was somewhat regrettable for Kakashi. While the strength of an elite jonin is commendable on the battlefield of a Kage, Kakashi's shortcomings would become a very fatal problem. Surely he couldn't rely on Kakashi's even-odds ability to sustain life every time, right? Now the wings of this butterfly had already begun to tremble. If Kakashi continued to remain stagnant, it was uncertain which day he might meet an untimely end. Kakashi, I think you've misunderstood. I have no intention of taking back that Sharingan. But when Obito gifted you his Sharingan, his intention was for you to grow stronger, not to burden you with these eyes. It might be a bit inappropriate to reopen your wounds now, but have you considered that if you had stronger power back, then perhaps you could have saved Obito and Rin? When Shinyi mentioned those two names, Kakashi felt his heart twitch. Although much time had passed recalling the feeling of personally piercing the heart of his closest friend, as well as watching Obito die, before his eyes still left him unable to let go. No matter how long it took, whenever Kakashi dreamed of that scene, he would still wake up in horror. The warm feeling of Rin's blood on his hands felt as if it were still flowing. Seeing that Kakashi was moved, Shinyi continued to press on. Kakashi Hitaki's swordsmanship back then could be said to have made the entire land of wind unable to lift its head. He alone struck fear into an entire nation. Perhaps that is the path you should pursue. You can't allow your comrades to be kidnapped right in front of you again while you remain powerless as before. You must cherish those around you and not fall into despair and regret after things happen. You still have friends by your side. You are not alone. Kakashi closed his eyes as Shinyi's words brought back many memories. There are still people in the current Konoha that he cares about. Although Obito and Rin have both passed away, the fool who constantly shouts about youth while he verbally disdains him truly cherishes their friendship. If one day Guy also died before him, and he was unable to save him due to his lack of ability, Kakashi wondered if he would still be as despondent as he is now. Or would he fall into despair? After a long while he slowly opened his eyes, but the exposed single eye revealed a trace of fatigue. Lord Shinyi, I will carefully consider your suggestion. As Kakashi prepared to leave, Shinyi suddenly remembered something, and said, before the fourth Hokage passed away, he entrusted his child to me for care. Naruto is currently being raised by the clan leader's wife, who is a good friend of Kushina's. Naruto will have a great childhood, so you need not worry. I cannot guarantee other things, but I will not raise him as a weapon. No one will know he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He will be treated like any normal child and will attend the Ninja Academy. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, turned around, and deeply bowed again to Shinyi. For a Jinchuriki to have a happy childhood is already a highly sought-after wish. Although he did not know why his teacher Minato ultimately chose to make a newborn child the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he must have had his own plans. If Shinyi is indeed the person Minato entrusted his final wishes to, then perhaps he could truly be trusted. After sending Kakashi off, Shinyi leisurely made his way to the Hyuga clan's territory. Regarding the visit from Shinyi, who had turned the Uchiha clan into an iron fortress, ran the security department unchecked in the village, and even publicly executed Shimura Danzo without facing any repercussions. Hinata Hayashi did not underestimate the other party due to his age, but instead displayed the etiquette of receiving a clan leader to meet him. Everyone in Konoha knows that although the current leader of the Uchiha clan is still Fugaku, anyone with the Uchiha surname looks up to Shinyi. Even Fugaku's son follows Shinyi to work. Fugaku has been completely sidelined. Moreover, having reviewed some of Shinyi's past actions, Hayashi immediately confirmed that Shinyi's visit must be regarding negotiations for the 5th Hokage election. The Hyuga clan can be considered the second largest clan in Konoha after the Uchiha clan, and due to the strategic importance of the Byakugan in the past, the Hyuga clan's reputation even overshadowed that of the Uchiha clan, being referred to as Konoha's premier bloodline clan. However, after witnessing that single strike that could sever mountains and seas, Hayashi began to doubt the strength of their Byakugan. To be honest, the Byakugan is excellent, and almost every clan member can awaken it upon reaching a certain age. Its potential is quite impressive. Those with ninja talent can learn the family's secret techniques and generally reach the level of a chunin. As for progressing further, it requires some talent, but the number of Jonin in the Hyuga clan is also considerable. Unfortunately, the Byakugan does not possess the nearly infinite potential for evolution like the Uchiha Sharingan. The Uchiha clan frequently produces a new Mangekyo Sharingan, and having top-tier powerhouses is the fundamental reason for the clan's enduring prosperity. Hayashi found a quiet meeting room, skillfully brewed a cup of tea for Xianyi, and after pushing it in front of him, he began to ask, "May I ask what brings you Director Xianyi here today?" Xianyi nodded in satisfaction. Amidst so many people, he finally found someone who addressed him by his title. Truly deserving of being the leader of the Hyuga clan, his conduct is indeed polite. "Why must you feign ignorance, Hyuga clan leader? You should be very clear about my purpose for coming here," Xianyi said playfully. Hayashi remained silent for a moment, his sharp Byakugan gazing at Xianyi as he said, "If this is about the 5th Hokage election, then I must ask you to leave Director Xianyi. The Hyuga clan has always maintained a neutral stance and will not lean towards anyone. The neutrality of the Hyuga clan is not like the wallowing in the wind like the Inuzuka or Nara clans who shift their support to whoever rises to power. The neutrality of the Hyuga clan is based on the foundation of Konoha. They do not even owe loyalty to Konoha. They only adhere to Konoha's regulations because it aligns with the interests of their clan. In the present day, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family, with the main family controlling and suppressing the potential of the branch family like caged birds. Strictly speaking, the Hyuga clan is not the Hyuga of Konoha, but rather the Hyuga of the main family. Yet the importance of the Byakugan is irreplaceable. The Byakugan can see through all disguises, conduct long-range reconnaissance, and detect ambushes from opponents in advance, even perceiving the layouts and logistical strengths of enemy armies with a single glance, leaving almost no possibility of defense. Information that would normally require lives to acquire can be easily obtained with the Byakugan. With the Byakugan, intelligence on the battlefield is transparently one-sided in favor of Konoha. In several great ninja wars, Konoha was able to withstand attacks from all directions largely thanks to the contributions of the Byakugan. It is no wonder that various ninja villages covet the Byakugan's bloodline limit, with even the Cloud Village resorting to despicable acts of abduction. The Byakugan is simply too useful. The Uchiha clan can indeed fight with a single elite Jonin comparable to 3. But no matter how strong they are, if the opponent can see through your strategy before the battle begins, you inherently lose 30% of your winning chance. In large-scale battles, personal valor is not the focus. The Byakugan's role on the battlefield far exceeds that of several elite Uchiha Jonin. Of course, the Mangekyo Sharingan like Kuroya's is not included in this context. No matter how effective the Byakugan is, it can only see through the war layouts of ordinary ninjas. For ninjas like Kuroya, there is no difference whether the Byakugan sees through or not. After all, can it be said that if Hyuga Hayashi sees what color underwear Kuroya is wearing today on the battlefield, it can stop a fatal strike from him? When personal strength reaches his level, it cannot simply be countered by a regular army's numbers. Back to the point, the Hyuga clan is different from Inuzuka and Nara. The latter can essentially be replaced or substituted. Even in the eyes of Kuroya, the Nara clan, which is considered the most valuable, can be substituted by a single advisory group. It is precisely because of this that they band together for warmth and have established a family development path that only pledges loyalty to the one who wins in political struggles. The Hyuga clan has the right to refuse everyone. Kuroya listened to Hyuga Hayashi's words and shook his head. "I did not come today to persuade you to vote for me in the Jonin Trust referendum, but rather to invite the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to join the security department." Hyuga Hayashi's hand trembled, nearly spilling his tea. He thought it would be better if the Hyuga clan supported him in the trust referendum. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan joining the security department is a significant matter in the eyes of many. It is nearly as impactful as deep cooperation between two clans. This cannot simply be summarized as a political transaction. When Orochimaru's disciple Mitarashi Anko joined the security department, it led to Orochimaru madly biting down on Danzo, ultimately crushing him under the last straw. If the Hyuga clan were to join the security department at such a sensitive time, it would be akin to colluding with the Uchiha. Unfortunately, I must decline this matter. Hyuga Hayashi was naturally rejected by Kuroya. Kuroya seemed to have anticipated this answer and took out a scroll to hand to Hayashi. "You need not hurry to refuse. This is the current salary and daily benefits of the security department members." Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback for a moment, and only then did he realize that Kuroya intended to buy him off with money. Having been educated in the main family from a young age, Hyuga Hayashi did not explode with anger immediately. He felt that Kuroya underestimated him. Was he the kind of person who could be swayed by money? "Your Excellency, are you looking down on me too much?" Hyuga Hayashi initially intended to question him, but upon seeing the salary offered by the security department, his voice grew much quieter. That being said, the salary and benefits of security department members do seem a bit high. Kuroya had previously secured a substantial amount of funding from the third Hokage, and since there are very few suitable candidates from the Uchiha clan for the security department, Kuroya's expansion of personnel has not been entirely thorough. Aside from recruiting a few civilian ninjas, a significant portion of that funding has been used to improve the treatment of the security department ninjas. Currently working in the security department jonin are nearly as good as the direct umbu of the Hokage. But what kind of work do the umbu do? Pursuing rogue ninjas, infiltrating enemy nations, and assassinations, that's a job where your head is at stake. What kind of work does the security department do? It merely involves patrolling the streets with a baton daily, approaching troublemakers or suspicious individuals to question them, and occasionally using the baton to maintain fairness and justice. There is basically no life-threatening danger. Without life-threatening risks, but being able to earn ambu-level wages, to be honest, Hyuga Hayashi felt a flicker of temptation. The branch family of the Hyuga clan has quite a few idle ninjas, and there are generally no major issues. If they all go out to work, it could alleviate some of the family's burdens. I have a question. Why is Hyuga? With this salary and treatment, Hyuga Hayashi saw Kuroya's sincerity. Yet he still couldn't understand why he would set his sights on the Hyuga clan. Kuroya momentarily revealed a somewhat troubled expression. The Uchiha clan lacks certain reconnaissance capabilities. I originally intended to recruit the Inuzuka clan to have them patrol the streets with their nin dogs, and if necessary, let the dogs bite, distancing themselves from the situation. However, this matter faced some resistance within the clan. The Uchiha clan's nincats were adamantly opposed to collaborating with nin dogs. In a previous in-depth conversation with Fugaka, Kuroya was not joking, he had seriously considered it. The Hyuga clan's reconnaissance and tracking abilities are actually far superior to those of the Inuzuka clan. However, the Inuzuka clan always has a dog by their side, and seeing such a large ferocious dog baring its teeth at you would scare ordinary people half to death. Within Konoha village, the Hyuga clan's powerful reconnaissance capabilities are unnecessary. Simple nin dogs are sufficient. In terms of deterring troublesome citizens, the Inuzuka clan's nin dogs undoubtedly surpass the Byakugan. After all, letting dogs bite people is far more intimidating than someone rolling their eyes at you. But he only mentioned this within the clan, and it quickly fell silent. It was not because the Uchiha opposed it, but due to some unforeseen circumstances that led Kuroya's plan to be shelved. As is well known, the Uchiha clan is a clan that prefers cats, and cats and dogs are naturally not compatible. Upon hearing that nincats were to cooperate with the Inuzuka clan, the nincats from the vacant area were the first to explode. The nincats all activated their backspine dragon form, threatening Uchiha Kuroya. If they dared to cooperate with those dog people from the Inuzuka clan, they would collectively go on strike. To be honest, Shin-Yi found this somewhat speechless. Taking a ninja dog out on the streets could exert a certain deterrent effect on potential criminals. However, taking a few ninja cats out on the streets, even if the Uchiha clan's ninja cats possess some combat capability, one can't just let this group of Hakimi confront criminals, can they? The security department also needs to maintain a certain level of prestige. Regardless, the Empty District is an important cooperative partner of the Uchiha clan, with the ninja cats responsible for conveying information and crafting ninja tools for them, thus deserving of recognition for their hard work. Shin-Yi couldn't completely disregard the thoughts of these ninja cats. Though this is the first time in the history of the Uchiha clan that such a collective strike of ninja cats has occurred. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a moment, unsure how to comment on this matter. Why did he feel like he and Shin-Yi were not on the same wavelength? You know, that's not what I meant. What Hyuga Hayashi was asking wasn't about what aspect of the Byakugan they were interested in, but why they would invite the Hyuga clan at this moment instead of other clans. In his position, Hyuga Hayashi felt he would never choose to court the Hyuga clan at this time, but rather try to persuade other minor ninja clans. After all, it is more reliable than trying to persuade the Hyuga clan, which has always maintained a neutral stance. Shin-Yi revealed a mysterious smile. I can't tell you that for now. You don't have to make a final decision right now. Oh, I can only say that my promise remains valid. Even if you encounter trouble in the future, you can come directly to me, and I will definitely help you resolve it beautifully. It sounded as if the Hyuga clan was about to face a great disaster. Hyuga Hayashi didn't believe the Hyuga clan would encounter any trouble, but Shin-Yi's sincerity was evident. He couldn't see any coercive intentions behind it. I will seriously consider it. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi could only say such a thing. Most of the time, this is a form of social etiquette indicating a polite refusal. However, Shin-Yi seemed completely unaware of Hyuga Hayashi's meaning, smiling as he said, "Then I will await your response." After returning home, Kakashi found a dusty sword technique scroll left behind by his father in the family storage cabinet. The Hitaki clan's ancestors were actually samurai who valued honor, and conducted more research on sword techniques than on ninjutsu. Samurai also placed more emphasis on honor, which is why after being slandered by rumors his father could not bear the shame and committed suicide out of anger. Moreover, the Hitaki clan indeed belongs to a group with a relatively low chakra capacity. When Kakashi fights with his Sharingan, he usually can only unleash a few rank ninjutsu before suffering from chakra exhaustion, with his endurance nearly matching that of the ninja dogs he raises. Chidori can only be used at critical moments, since if he misses he may very well fall into crisis due to chakra depletion. But none of this was the reason he chose to abandon the eye that Obito gifted him. Yes' words from earlier still lingered in his mind. One cannot regret their lack of power only after the incident occurs. Kakashi softly recited this phrase, and after a moment he resolutely removed his forehead protector, revealing his left eye Sharingan. With his left hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, and without anesthesia forcefully stabbed them into his left eye socket. Such a person is truly relentless, surpassing the ruthlessness of others. Enduring the piercing pain, Kakashi almost forcibly extracted his left eye Sharingan and placed it into a test tube filled with nutrient solution. Obito, I sincerely apologize for betraying your goodwill, but if you have a spirit in the heavens, you would surely support my actions. Rather than being trapped in the past, possessing greater power is the only way to protect the companions by my side. The next morning, Xian received a report from the security department members stating that Kakashi had delivered a Sharingan early in the morning and they hadn't had time to inquire about the reason before he left. However, it was obvious that the member of the security department was quite excited. Xian had just taken power, and Kakashi had voluntarily returned their clan's bloodline limit. Indeed, Xian is the talent they should follow. Xian took the test tube, looking at the Sharingan inside with a somewhat peculiar expression. Did he really obtain a Kamui so easily? He initially thought that Kakashi might self-doubt for a while longer, but unexpectedly he was so decisive. I underestimated him. Xian smiled. Since Kakashi had chosen to abandon the power that did not belong to him, it also meant that the previously despondent Kakashi had been corrected. With Kakashi's talent, it won't be long before Konoha produces another White Fang. Looking at the kaleidoscope in the test tube, Xian felt somewhat troubled. Although this Kamui could also be absorbed like Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi, it does not significantly enhance his strength. Now that his eyes had transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and with only one Kamui absorbing, it would merely be an embellishment, providing limited improvement to his strength. After some thought, Xian decided to temporarily set aside the Kamui. After all, a kaleidoscope ocular technique that could play a role in the divine battle against Kagaya Otsutsuki would be too precious to waste. This thing might prove to be of significant importance at some point. When the news of Kakashi, the disciple of Namikaze Minato, choosing to join the security department arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, he wanted to curse Kakashi, this traitor, on the spot. Mito Kazan and Uzumaki Hanabi also wore expressions of worry and anger. The old lady Uzumaki Hanabi was even more furious, banging on the table. This matter absolutely cannot be settled like this. Everyone must know the consequences of betrayal, or how can this team be led? Kakashi is not just any elite jonin. He is the famous hero, the son of Konoha's White Fang, and the captain of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard unit, as well as his only disciple. Now even he has turned to the Uchiha clan, the political legacy and prestige left by the 4th Hokage may very well shift to the Uchiha side. Just Kakashi's endorsement alone could lead many ordinary ninjas to choose to side with the Uchiha. How can this be allowed? Although Namikaze Minato had been in power for only a few years, he had made significant contributions during the Third Great Ninja War, and those people would remember that kindness to some extent. Xian also killed Danzo to avenge Minato, which would earn him quite a bit of prestige as well. He avenged the previous Hokage, and even the villagers who died during the Ninetales attack. Those seasoned political players are well aware that if the trust vote for the Shinobi Council is initiated at this moment, the probability of Xian being elected as the 5th Hokage will significantly increase. Their options are becoming limited. Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively took out his smoking pipe to smoke, but this time his expression was somewhat gritted. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi's silence, Torian Kamaru immediately became anxious. Hizashi, say something. Sarutobi Hizashi angrily smashed his beloved smoking pipe onto the ground, breaking it into two without a care. Torian Kamaru was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Hizashi so furious. If we don't do it this way, what do you suggest we do? Should we find someone to assassinate Kakashi, or should we declare Kakashi a rogue ninja? Torian Kamaru fell silent. During such a sensitive time, how could she engage in such foolishness? She wasn't Danzo, reckless and unrestrained. Setting aside whether such an act could be accomplished, Xian becoming the 5th Hokage was not a certainty, but there was at least an 80% chance. If Yi truly became Hokage, engaging in any small maneuvers afterward would only provide others with a reason for revenge. Watching Torian Kamura's timid demeanor towards outsiders, yet fierce towards insiders, Sarutobi Hizashi became even angrier. It was precisely because of your foolishness that I found myself in such a passive situation today. Only when Danzo truly left did he appreciate Danzo's value. Danzo was a man who would always choose to take the blame for him no matter the circumstances. Such an excellent pawn was actually killed on the spot by that wicked Uchiha Yi, leaving no trace behind. It was an utter humiliation. Noticing the atmosphere turning tense, even hinting at internal strife, Mido Gate Kurenai quickly stepped in as a mediator. Kamaru is just anxious. But Hizashi, is there really nothing you can do? Once the Uchiha clan takes the stage, our four clans' good days are essentially over. In front of Minato, they could still take advantage of their seniority and maintain their power. Minato was their junior, and he lacked a substantial foundation. His personality was also quite gentle. In other words, a good person could be held at gunpoint by them. However, Yi would not coddle them. If the situation became clear, and he jumped in, Yi could easily take the stage, be stabbed with several kunai, and be declared a suicide. Because Danzo, and even they themselves, had done such things before, they were fearful. Sarutobi Hizashi calmed down, sitting in a chair feeling a headache as he rubbed his forehead. I have already sent Jiraiya back to the village. As for the trust vote, I have other methods to resolve it. Sarutobi Hizashi planned to use his old face to persuade the daimyo not to pass the Hokage position to Yi. This sort of thing could be accomplished procedurally. The Hokage's ascension required the daimyo's appointment, which was a long-standing tradition. It is important to note that the daimyo has always had a good relationship with their Hokage faction. He even planned to send his youngest son to serve as a guardian ninja for the daimyo. The daimyo controls the financial lifeline of the ninja village. If the daimyo doesn't allocate funds, the fate of Konoha could very well end up like that of the Sand Village. It might even be worse, as without money Yi would not be able to support so many mouths in Konoha. In that case, wouldn't he have to leave in disgrace? Sarutobi Hizashi scoffed inwardly. The young people really thought that as long as they managed internal affairs in Konoha, they could secure their position as Hokage. In politics, the real trump cards often lie outside the chessboard. Uchiha Yi, what can you do even if you can fight? Ninjas are merely tools for the daimyo and nobility. Let you be the fifth for a while. Without the support of the daimyo and nobility, you will quickly be ousted. As long as the Hokage position remains occupied by someone from their faction, they can continue to thrive under the towering tree that is Konoha, depleting resources sustainably. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi's team was escorting the daimyo to Konoha. The daimyo appeared to be on a sightseeing tour, stopping here and there to enjoy himself. There was absolutely no tense atmosphere. It was understandable for the daimyo to have such an attitude. After all, no one had ever heard of a ninja daring to attack a daimyo. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were formidable enough, weren't they? In the end, they still had to obediently reach an agreement with the nobility. To put it bluntly, ninjas never entertain the idea of rebelling against those above them. The family members dispatched by Sarutobi Hizashi were somewhat anxious, but they did not dare to urge the daimyo, only waiting helplessly on the sidelines. The whereabouts of Jiraiya had yet to be found. In contrast, the messenger from the Cloud Village with clear objectives arrived at Konoha with remarkable speed. They rushed over from the Cloud Village without stopping. This time the people from the Cloud Village came to Konoha not to infiltrate, but through a legitimate route, so they were quickly discovered by Konoha's Umbu. Who goes there? Several masked Umbu members appeared, blocking the path of the Cloud Village's messengers. The leading messenger arrogantly presented a scroll and said, "We are the messengers from the Cloud Village sent here to discuss matters regarding the ceasefire with Konoha. You think you can afford to waste time?" The Umbu took the scroll, carefully verifying the identity of the visitors. After confirming there were no discrepancies, they finally led the way. Even so, the Umbu members remained vigilant, maintaining a sufficiently safe distance. During the Third War, Konoha and the Cloud Village had fought against each other, and both sides had each other's blood on their hands. Even though the other party had already declared their identity, the Umbu still had to remain cautious. Seeing the Umbu's actions, the leading Cloud messenger smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "Your caution is warranted because before coming here, Lord Rakage had already informed them. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. The entire Cloud Village will serve as their backing." The leading Umbu glanced back at the arrogant Cloud messenger, unable to suppress a scoff as he said, "Here in Konoha, it's not your Cloud Village. If you continue to be so arrogant, the guards will certainly teach you a lesson. Their tempers are not as forgiving as ours in the Umbu." Recently, there had been incidents in the village where the Uchiha clan would strike with 6 rods a second, and before attacking, they would first put a hat on their victim. The captain of the Umbu seemed to have offered a kind reminder. After all, the current security department was on the verge of losing control. Even the Umbu had to steer clear. No one wanted to be labeled as resisting the second Hokage's enforcement. Only at this moment did they remember the merits of the Uchiha clan, as a villain needs a villain to grind against. Upon hearing this, the envoy from the Cloud Village let out a disdainful laugh. You Leaf Ninja are just scared stiff on the battlefield. What Uchiha? If they dare offend us, we shall make sure they never return. The envoy from Cloud was filled with confidence. As the saying goes, during conflicts between villages, envoys shouldn't be harmed. After all, they were representatives of the Cloud Village, and no matter how arrogant the Uchiha were, they wouldn't dare truly harm them. What about that coward Sarutobi Hizashi who won, yet had to pay compensation? If they came, they would certainly be treated to a feast. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that the situations between villages were not the same. In Konoha Village, not all ninjas would show respect to the Hokage. The nearby Umbu members couldn't help but glance at this Cloud Ninja upon hearing such arrogant words. Could you have guts? If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, they would have wanted to give this Cloud envoy a thumbs up. You probably haven't dealt with the Uchiha before, have you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so mindlessly arrogant. The current Uchiha in Konoha are beings who are beyond anyone's control. They don't care about your identity as a Cloud envoy. Suddenly, they found themselves looking forward to the scene where this arrogant Cloud envoy would clash with the Uchiha. As they approached Konoha, the Cloud envoy glanced at a nearby gorge, deeply furrowing his brow. The intelligence report hadn't mentioned that there was such a gorge around Konoha. How could Konoha build a village in such a dangerous terrain? Those incompetent fools in the intelligence department were just eating their fill, failing to uncover such critical geographical information. It seemed that when they returned, they would have to report this to Lord Rakage. Such a significant intelligence gap could be fatal on the battlefield. With this mindset, the ninjas from Cloud walked through the gates of Konoha. When Sarutobi Hizashi learned that the Cloud envoy had been beaten up in the streets by security personnel and even thrown into the security department's prison, his first reaction was disbelief. Had the Uchiha gone mad? They actually attacked an envoy from another country. An envoy represents the face of a village. Attacking them was equivalent to slapping the Cloud's face. Did they not realize that such actions could potentially trigger a war? But in the next moment, he reacted quickly and called for the Umbu to prepare to rescue the envoy. At such a critical time, they must not offend the ninjas from another country, otherwise internal and external pressures would erupt simultaneously, and Konoha could very well slide into the abyss of destruction. Sarutobi Hizashi went directly to the security department with only 2 Umbu members. He understood that as long as Xian Yu wanted to participate normally in the election for the 5th Hokage, he would not openly kill him. The position of Hokage cannot be maintained by merely killing. This would only create an atmosphere of white terror. If Xian Yu did not want Konoha to be left with only their clan, he wouldn't do something so foolish. Eliminating the Hokage's advisors is one thing, openly killing the Hokage is another. Upon arriving at the security department, Sarutobi Hizashi saw 2 Uchiha wielding batons relentlessly beating a man on the ground. They were shouting, "Weren't you so tough just now? Why aren't you tough anymore? Show me again how tough you are." The Cloud envoy on the ground seemed to have his chakra sealed, rolling on the ground and continuously wailing. What made Sarutobi Hizashi feel even more disheartened was that Kakashi was standing off to the side with his arms crossed, showing no signs of intervening. "Stop it. Don't hit him anymore." Sarutobi Hizashi prepared to intervene immediately. However, upon hearing this, the 2 Uchiha only quickened their pace, striking faster than before. Though they didn't know why, upon hearing those words, they instinctively wanted to hit him harder. As for Sarutobi Hizashi's command, they only listened to their direct superior and Uchiha Shinye's orders. "All right, stop." Kakashi couldn't help but raise his hand, stopping this farce. The beating was almost over. The other 2 envoys were not faring much better, being beaten next door. This time they should have learned a lesson. They couldn't really kill the envoys sent by the Cloud before even negotiating anything, could they? If that happened, even for the sake of face, the Cloud would definitely retaliate against Konoha. At this moment, Inari was still somewhat unconvinced, saying, "Kakashi, don't feel too sympathetic towards them. They are just bullying you because you are a reasonable person." Shinyi said that to deal with unreasonable people, we need to be even more unreasonable. Though he said this, he did not disregard Kakashi, the new member of the security department, but instead stopped alongside his companion. The Uchiha are not as aloof as the outside world perceives. As long as their power surpasses others, the Uchiha will show them respect. In other words, it is quite simple to win over the Uchiha. One only needs to be capable of fighting better than them. In this regard, Hashirama achieved what Tobirama could never do. Although Kakashi had lost a Sharingan and his strength had inevitably declined in the short term, his foundation as a Jonin still remained, and it was foreseeable that his strength would surely experience a rapid ascent in the future. The Uchiha respect the strong, and because of Obito, Kakashi held no prejudice against the Uchiha, thus they quickly bonded with him. Sarutobi Hizashi did not seek out the Uchiha unnecessarily. but looked to Kakashi. Kakashi, what on earth happened? How could you casually hit the guests from Cloud? He even thought darkly that it was possible the Uchiha wanted to sabotage the talks between Cloud and Konoha, applying pressure to him. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi and replied blandly, "This time we truly cannot blame the security department. These brutes from Cloud arrived in Konoha picking fights, not paying for things, being arrogant in the streets, and even teasing women. They were clearly here to stir up trouble." The security department initially held back considering he was a foreigner and did not act immediately, but rather tried to dissuade him. But this person did not know how to appreciate kindness and even attempted to attack members of the security department. Now they've only received a beating, which is already lenient considering he represents the Cloud. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. After hearing Kakashi's objective description, he even began to doubt the true intentions of Yuin's envoy visiting Konoha. Is there any envoy so arrogant in someone else's home? Is this a deliberate provocation? I wonder if they are currently in Konoha. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say anything. Instead, he personally helped the beaten and bruised Yuin envoy to his feet and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Are you alright?" Sarutobi Hiruzen originally intended to find some excuse to gloss over this matter. After all, strictly speaking, the Yuin envoy had not suffered any significant injuries. As long as the patrol department's baton did not strike vital areas, it generally would not cause much harm. At most, he would end up bruised and disheveled. However, the beaten Yuin envoy straightened up immediately upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the person in charge. He no longer begged for mercy. Instead, he covered his injured face and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Do you know who I am? I represent Yuin, and I am backed by an entire ninja village. How dare you strike me? You're finished, and all of Konoha is finished. Our leader will definitely come to avenge me." Sarutobi Hiruzen found the Yuin envoy's tirade quite displeasing. He felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the baton from Uchiha's hand and personally teach this disrespectful youth a lesson. After all, he had served as Hokage for over a decade, and he never expected to be insulted in front of everyone by a mere junior. What perplexed Sarutobi Hiruzen the most was that it was Uchiha who had struck him, yet the envoy was venting his anger at the person who had come to his rescue. Is he truly that ungrateful? At that moment, the Yuin envoy certainly did not dare to lash out at Uchiha. He merely cast a defiant glance at the patrolling Uchiha and spat a few harsh words, resulting in all three of them being brought here. The Konoha Umbu, who had originally guided them, did not intervene. Upon seeing them being captured by Uchiha, they simply returned to report. Continuing to provoke Uchiha could result in serious consequences. While it was unlikely they would be killed right there was still a chance of receiving a severe beating and having a few bones broken. He was burdened with the mission assigned by Reikage and absolutely could not allow himself to be treated like a mere dog killed by Uchiha the moment he stepped into Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted as he took a deep breath and ultimately restrained himself, speaking to the Umbu beside him. "Take the Yuin envoy to the embassy, ensure he is under constant surveillance, and do not let any further issues arise." The other two bruised Yuin envoys were also dragged out at this moment. They were only chunin, and their physical condition was vastly different from that of the leading jonin. They were now unable to move due to the beating. Although they had not sustained serious injuries, they would require a period of recuperation. The Yuin envoy wanted to shout a few more words, but with the elite members of the patrol department surrounding him, he ultimately swallowed his pride. "Uchiha, just wait, this matter is far from over." In reality, it was just a minor incident within the patrol department, and it hadn't even reached the ears of Xianyi. The Yuin envoy stayed in Konoha like this, and for several days there was no further movement. They had originally used the excuse of negotiating trade and signing a ceasefire agreement, but now they did not even pretend. Each day was filled with eating and drinking, using their injuries as an excuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged them several times, yet they showed no signs of negotiation, clearly lacking sincerity. Until one night, the Yuin envoy bypassed the Umbu's surveillance and, using some unknown method, secretly infiltrated the Hyuga clan's estate. Soon chaos erupted throughout Konoha. The Hyuga ninja were mobilized, and even the Umbu and patrol department were alerted, indicating just how significant the event was. At that moment, the Yuin envoy, dressed in all black for stealth, concealed his face and held a still infant child in his arms as he ran towards the outskirts of Konoha. Once he left Konoha, there would definitely be Yuin members waiting to assist him. Reikage had already made arrangements. As long as he could bring the bloodline of the Hyuga clan out, it would be a great accomplishment, and his mission to Konoha would be more than half fulfilled. As for his two companions, Konoha should not have the guts to act against them. Moreover, even if they unfortunately fell victim, it would be a sacrifice for the village, and Reikage would treat their families well. The pursuers behind him were relentless, especially the Hyuga clan. The abduction of the clan's eldest daughter from within their estate was a tremendous disgrace for the entire Hyuga clan. They no longer cared whether they could see things they shouldn't with their Byakugan inside Konoha. Both the main and branch families mobilized, scanning all of Konoha for the thief who had taken the esteemed Hinata. Following the previously planned route, the Yuin envoy turned into an alley and saw that someone was already waiting for him. Unfortunately, it was not someone there to assist him. The spy who had been embedded in Konoha for years lay on the ground, a kunai piercing through his heart, his eyes wide open in a look of disbelief. What was even stranger was that the kunai was actually held in his own hand. The Yuin envoy quickly surmised that he had fallen victim to an illusion, one of exceptional skill. From the expression on his face, it was clear he had seen something terrifying before his death. A young ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector with an unusually relaxed demeanor leaned against the side of the alley, sizing up the Yuin envoy. Xian Yi was secretly astonished. I never expected that a mere jonin could manage to steal a child from the Hyuga clan amidst their Byakugan. First you stole the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and now you're here to steal a child. Should I say that Yuin has fallen to such a level, or should I say that the Hyuga clan has become so weak, allowing someone to come and go freely in their own estate? Seeing the flame fan emblem on Xian Yi's clothing, the Yuin envoy immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. Uchiha, it's Uchiha again. Being sealed and oppressed like a dog is the greatest humiliation of his life. He would never forgive Uchiha. But now the mission was paramount. He spoke solemnly. This matter has nothing to do with you, Uchiha. Step aside immediately. Xian Yi showed no signs of yielding, drawing a ninja blade from his waist. Just as the Yuin envoy prepared to fight to the death, a sudden gust of wind from a powerful palm strike swept from behind him. His pupils instantly contracted. Was it that fast? The Yuin envoy awkwardly rolled forward and saw that Hinata Hizashi was approaching with a dark expression, blocking the entrance of the alley. Glancing at the composed Xian Yi opposite him, Hinata Hizashi clasped his fists and said, "This person intruded into our Hinata clan at night, attempting to seize the Byakugan bloodline limit. I asked Minister Xian Yi to assist me in capturing him." Xian Yi shook his head with a hint of amusement. "Don't provoke me with such words. It is the duty of the security department to maintain peace within Konoha. You need not worry that I would use this matter to blackmail your Hinata clan." Hinata Hizashi felt somewhat embarrassed, as if his dark side had been exposed. However, since Xian Yi had blocked the culprit and agreed to help, he would remember this favor. The Yuin envoy watched the exchange between the two with a pale face. Their easy conversation indicated that they completely disregarded him. He still had a hostage in his grasp. "It seems you believe you have me at your mercy." The Yuin envoy immediately turned fierce, pointing his finger towards the sleeping Hinata's eyes, ready to gouge them out. It was unrealistic to take a member of the Hinata clan away now. He could only think of ways to bring the Byakugan back. Though an immature Byakugan couldn't compare to a complete Hinata bloodline, it was still better than leaving empty-handed. Hinata Hizashi's face changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene, and he quickly reached out to stop him, exclaiming, "Stop." He never expected this thief to be so insane as to not spare even the infant Hinata. The Yuin envoy's movements were swift, but Xian Yi's blade was quicker. Anticipating this move, Xian Yi activated a body flicker technique as soon as the envoy raised his hands. His body flicker technique was astonishingly fast, seemingly flashing with faint lightning. Before the envoy could react, a blade infused with lightning struck down, severing his arms directly. The Yuin envoy seemed momentarily stunned by what had happened when Xian Yi kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying, while his left hand steadily caught the falling Hinata. Little Hinata was still in a deep slumber, completely unaware that she had just crossed the threshold of life and death. The Yuin envoy was kicked away, crashing heavily against the wall before slowly sliding down. A ninja's abilities are primarily in their hands. With both arms severed, the envoy was unable to form seals or use ninjutsu, effectively rendered useless for the rest of his life. Even though ninjas from Yunin village all learned some ninjutsu at this moment in front of Xian Yi and Hinata Hizashi, he was no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. What left the Yuin envoy in disbelief was that Xian Yi was still crackling with sparks of electricity. Lightning body flicker. He would never mistake it. It was the Yunin's lightning body flicker. How did this Uchiha learn it? Unfortunately, this question would never be answered. Xian Yi handed Hinata to Hizashi, casually stating, "Your Hinata clan needs to get their act together. Despite possessing the Byakugan bloodline limit, you allowed someone to sneak into your den and abduct a child." Hinata Hizashi felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. As fellow clans of Konoha with ocular jutsu bloodlines, the Uchiha and Hinata had always maintained a competitive relationship, both overtly and covertly. Seeing this disgraceful scene before the Uchiha's powerful faction made Hizashi, as the clan leader, feel ashamed to face others. "The Hokage has requirements for our Hinata clan. We can't casually activate the Byakugan within Konoha village." Now Hinata Hizashi could only find an excuse to try to explain away the situation. The penetrating ability of the Byakugan is simply too strong and isn't easily detectable like traditional sensing ninjutsu. It can only be blocked by specific sealing techniques. Not only the Hokage but others within the clans also wished to keep certain secrets from being discovered by the Hinata. Xian Yi looked at Hinata Hizashi with curiosity. Am I talking about the Byakugan? I'm saying that your Hinata clan has let its guard down. An ordinary jonin was able to do such a thing. Isn't there a possibility that even more serious incidents could occur in the future? By your reasoning, wouldn't other clans without the Byakugan be as vulnerable as a sieve? Hinata Hizashi was left speechless by this retort and could only change the subject, venting his anger on the thief who had abducted Hinata. This thief covets the bloodline of the Hinata clan and deserves to die. Hinata Hizashi couldn't even be bothered to check who this person was. Without asking directly, he struck the thief's forehead with a palm. Although it seemed that the Yunin envoy's head was unharmed, the power of the gentle fist had already turned everything inside his head into mush. Even Tsunade wouldn't be able to save him with such an injury. Rather, if she did manage to save him, Xian Yi would feel truly horrified. This was beyond what medical ninjutsu could explain. Seeing this scene, Xian Yi couldn't help but shake his head. You should check who he is first. Killing him might bring some trouble. Hinata Hizashi frowned, thinking that no matter who it was, it couldn't justify their coveting of the Hinata bloodline. Moreover, such acts of stealing another country's bloodline were clearly the actions of a spy sent from a hostile nation. Killing him was no big deal. However, out of caution and due to Xian Yi's reminder, he still removed the mask from the thief's face. Beneath the mask was a face that was still somewhat bruised, evidently beaten, and not yet completely swollen. Since the insides of his head had already been turned to mush, the Yunin envoy was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices, dying a miserable death. Hinata Hizashi stared for a while, unable to recall where he had seen this person before. Xian Yi kindly reminded him from the side. This is an envoy sent by Yunin village to discuss some matters concerning the post-war agreements between Konoha and Yunin village and to sign a peace treaty. Hearing Xian Yi's words, Hinata Hizashi's expression changed drastically. Such a person might not be crucial, but if he were to die in Konoha, things would become extremely important. The envoy represented the honor of the ninja village. The hot-tempered individuals from Yunin would likely not tolerate such public humiliation. Moreover, killing a ninja who was signing a peace treaty could easily be used by Yunin as a pretext to resume hostilities. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Hizashi clasped his fists towards Xian Yi and said, regarding my daughter's matter tonight, consider it a favor I owe you. I assure you this matter tonight will not implicate the Uchiha clan. Just as Hinata Hizashi prepared to leave with the thief's corpse, Xian Yi suddenly made a remark that carried deeper implications. Clan leader Hinata, although I mentioned that my promises would always be valid, being pushed to the brink changes the terms of the deal. Hinata Hayashi paused for a moment, not uttering a word, and simply departed. Unfortunately, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen was focused on stability, especially with the uncertain factor of Uchiha involved. He would never easily make enemies with the outside ninja villages. If it weren't for Hinata Hayashi's ruthless nature, treating his own younger brother as a disposable asset for the branch family, he wouldn't have ended up begging for help. As expected, the next morning, the other 2 Cloud Village envoys arrived at the Hokage building, demanding the surrender of Hinata Hayashi, the one who killed their envoy. On this matter, Hinata Hayashi was somewhat magnanimous. He did not expose that Xian Yi was also present at the scene, but took the responsibility for killing the Cloud Village envoy upon himself. Though there were 2 knife wounds on the body, the fatal injury was indeed from the force of the gentle fist technique that had shattered the brain. The remaining 2 Cloud envoys refused to mention what their leader had done. They insisted that Hinata Hayashi was the murderer of their team leader and demanded that Konoha surrender him or they would declare war. One could only say that the intentions of the Cloud Village were evident. Their aim was the Byakugan bloodline limit. If they could take Hinata Hayashi intact to Cloud Village, it would be even better, an adult male member of the main family. With a little diligence, perhaps decades later, they could establish a Hinata clan in the Cloud Village. Whether he would cooperate or not was of no importance. They could just seal his chakra and drug him. This kind of behavior, causing trouble in someone else's home and then demanding compensation after being counterattacked, indeed opened many people's eyes. How could a person be so shameless? However, many were not surprised when they thought of the Cloud Village. After all, it was Yunin notorious for such acts. Kushina had once been kidnapped by Cloud ninjas. Had it not been for the swift speed of Minato the Jinchuriki, which was vital for the village, she could have been taken away. One could only say it was absurd. Absurd to the point of knocking on the door of absurdity. The Cloud envoy, imitating his leader, slammed his hand on the table in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting frantically, "You must surrender the murderer, Hinata Hayashi. Otherwise we of the Cloud Village will not hesitate to fight." Since the team leader was dead, this chunin took over the position of the unfortunate soul who was slapped to death last night, becoming the temporary leader. Unfortunately, this slap did not break the table, failing to display the same grandeur as his leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have a headache. As for Hinata Hayashi himself, he was also present nearby. He was so enraged that his face turned red, pointing at the shameless Cloud ninjas and shouting, "This matter clearly began with your ninjas infiltrating the Hinata clan. You even abducted a young girl with ulterior motives, coveting the Byakugan bloodline of the Hinata family, yet you dare to turn the tables and accuse us of being the murderers." Facing the furious Hinata Hayashi, the Cloud Chunin not only showed no fear, but raised his head defiantly, excitedly retorting, "Putting aside the facts, does your Hinata clan bear no blame at all? If you hadn't resisted, how could your leader have died?" Hinata Hayashi was so enraged he could hardly speak. If this weren't the Hokage office, even on the street, he would have shattered the bones of his opponent one by one. Then he would ask them, putting aside the facts, whether they bore no blame at all. "Come on, let's fight it out." Unfortunately, the head of the Hinata clan, raised in this traditional and conservative family, was not the kind of rogue. His aggressiveness was evidently lower than that of the Cloud village. Even when he just cursed, he maintained a demeanor of great composure, without pointing fingers at the genealogy of others. Hinata Hayashi was now so infuriated that he stood there, his forehead, veins bulging, glaring at the Cloud ninjas, wishing he could tear them to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, saying, "Cloud envoys, you should return for now. Oh, I will definitely investigate the truth of this matter and provide an explanation to your Cloud village." The Cloud Chunin snorted, "You better keep your word. Otherwise our Cloud village's army is not to be trifled with." At this moment, his demeanor fully exemplified the phrases, "a small person gaining power and bullying the weak with power." After speaking, he swaggered out of the Hokage office, not forgetting to slam the door behind him. The expressions of those in the Hokage office were not pleasant. Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen's ashen face, the two Hokage advisors looked worried. Could it be that war would break out again? The Third Great Ninja War had only recently ended, and now they were about to start the Fourth War. No village could withstand such turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen habitually took out his pipe and smoked a few puffs. Once the nicotine calmed his emotions, he then turned his gaze to the equally furious Hinata Hayashi. "Hayashi, I hope you understand that the village has its difficulties." As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, Hinata Hayashi sensed something was amiss. "Lord Hokage, what do you mean by that?" Recalling Shien Yes' meaningful advice from last night, he suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke up. "The village can no longer withstand turmoil. For the greater good, you Hinata should surrender someone." Very well, Uchiha Shien Yes' premonition from last night had come true. Hinata Hayashi was so angry, he nearly laughed. "Are you suggesting that I should be the one to be surrendered, Lord Hokage? Your own village's ninja has been bullied by another village, and now you actually want to appease the situation by handing over your own ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think this is what a Hokage should do?" Strictly speaking, this was quite disrespectful to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he could not help but say it out loud. The absurdity of this matter was beyond reason, so much so that Hinata Hayashi felt somewhat bewildered. He had previously thought highly of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who despite suffering heavy losses, had led Konoha to victory in the Third War, bringing peace to the village. Of course, now looking back, the title of Ninja Hero was indeed well-deserved. You really can endure anything. You let others ride on your neck and defecate, and you can still endure it. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt somewhat embarrassed. From Hinata Hayashi's address, he had gone from Lord Hokage to simply Sarutobi Hiruzen, indicating just how disappointed he was in him. However, thinking that Jiraiya would soon take over as Hokage, he absolutely could not pass this mess on to his disciple. He would rather endure the pressure himself and let Hinata bear the blame.